In his previous life, he was a discarded pawn, subject to betrayal by his brothers and deception by his beloved, ultimately meeting a tragic demise on the streets. In this life, reborn with complete memories, his gaze is icy, and he seizes the initiative. By intercepting the opportunities of his adversaries and capitalizing on the tides of the era, those who once belittled and humiliated him shall now kneel in supplication. The construction of a commercial empire is within his grasp. Top-tier forces bow in submission, and mysterious magnates actively seek alliances, accompanied by formidable beauties. He delivers resounding slaps to the face without delay, bombarding with exhilarating moments. Witness how he, in just a few short years, reverses all regrets, ascends to the pinnacle of the world, and earns the admiration of all. Chapter 1. Rebirth and the Rise of the Aristocracy. The night is deep, and silence envelopes the world. Yet, within the grand estate of the Qin family, the foremost aristocracy of Jiang City, an oppressive and tense atmosphere pervades the air. Qin Yu jolts awake from a nightmare, cold sweat soaking his nightclothes. The scenes from his dream are painfully vivid, as the harrowing memories of his past life surge forth like a tidal wave. The family's neglect, the treachery of foes, the departure of his beloved, each moment strikes his heart like a sharp blade. Before he can recuperate from this sorrow, a fierce argument echoes clearly from outside the door. Qin Yu furrows his brow. The sound originates from the family conference room, seemingly discussing a crucial family decision. A chill runs through him as memories from his past life flash before his eyes. This decision, for him, is a monumental catastrophe that directly caused his downfall within the family and indirectly triggered a series of subsequent tragedies. Qin Yu's eyes sharpen and fill with determination as he realizes that fate has granted him a chance for redemption. This time, he cannot allow tragedy to repeat itself. He rises swiftly, tidies his appearance with haste, and without hesitation, charges toward the conference room. His extroverted nature is on full display at this moment, devoid of any doubt or retreat. As he forcefully pushes open the door to the conference room, the previously heated argument abruptly ceases, and all eyes converge upon him. Qin Yu's gaze sweeps across each familiar face, a cold smirk forming within as he recalls how many arrows they had shot at him in his past life. Qin Yu, what are you doing? This is a family meeting, and you, a powerless outsider, have no right to barge in. His second uncle, Qin Baishan, scowls, his displeasure evident as he reprimands him. However, Qin Yu remains unfazed by his imposing demeanor. Taking a deep breath, he draws upon his memories from his past life and boldly proclaims, "Esteemed uncles, I just overheard your discussion outside. The decision you are making appears beneficial to the family, yet it conceals tremendous risks." The assembly stares at him in astonishment, their initial surprise quickly giving way to disdain. What do you know? A mere brat. What qualifications do you have to disrupt us? Leave at once." Qin Yu's third uncle, Qin Jintian, waves his hand dismissively. Yet, Qin Yu pays no heed to their mockery. Calmly, he approaches the conference table, pointing to the documents before him, and methodically states, "This commercial cooperation plan, on the surface, appears to promise substantial income for the family, but you have overlooked the lurking dangers. The financial situation of our partners has already encountered severe issues. They may very well seek to offload their debts onto our Qin family through this venture. Moreover, the market prospects of this project are far from optimistic. With the continuous emergence of new technologies, this industry is on the brink of significant transformation. Within 2 years, this project will likely devolve into a mess." Qin Yu's words explode like a bombshell, igniting a flurry of murmurs within the conference room. The assembly exchanges glances, their expressions of disdain gradually supplanted by astonishment. Meanwhile, in another aristocratic family, the Su family, Su Yao emerges from her own shock of rebirth. Her gaze reflects a resolute determination. In her past life, she was betrayed by so-called friends and her lover, resulting in a dismal fate. This time, she will not allow them to succeed. Su Yao returns to her chamber and retrieves an old box from a hidden corner. Opening it reveals letters and photographs, remnants left by her emotional adversaries from her past life. She meticulously sifts through them, seeking vital information to prepare for her revenge. Qin Yu's impressive performance during the family meeting, while earning him newfound respect from some, also incited discontent among others. In a corner of the conference room, a pair of eyes glare at him with malice. This person is Qin Yu's cousin, Wang Qiang. Wang Qiang has long envied Qin Yu's talents. In their previous life, Qin Yu's downfall had secretly delighted him. Now, witnessing Qin Yu's transformation and brilliance in the family meeting fills him with jealousy and resentment. Wang Qiang clenches his fists, silently vowing, "Qin Yu, do not revel too soon. I shall ensure you do not rise easily. I will devise a way to suppress you, keeping you in the shadows as the family's discarded waste." Qin Yu seems to sense the hostile gaze, but chooses not to dwell on it. At this moment, only one thought occupies his mind: to alter the fate of himself and his family. As the meeting concludes, Qin Yu knows that his path of ascending from the ashes of aristocracy has only just begun. Countless challenges and obstacles lie ahead, yet he is thoroughly prepared, resolute in facing any adversity that may arise. Meanwhile, Su Yao, delving deeper into her clues, gradually approaches the core of the truth from her past life, as an exhilarating saga of aristocratic turmoil slowly begins to unfold. Chapter 2. A Rising Tide. Undercurrents surging as Qin Yu observed the orderly proceedings of his family's commercial activities, a sense of confidence swelled within him. Unbeknownst to him, however, Wang Chong and Zhao who lurked in the shadows, conspiring a nefarious scheme. Meanwhile, Su Yao, clutching a mysterious letter, furrowed her brow, feeling that she was on the verge of uncovering a staggering secret. What actions would Wang Chong and Zhao Hu undertake? What truths would Su Yao unveil? All was shrouded in uncertainty. Sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, casting a warm glow on the Qin family's commercial event, a grand jewelry exhibition. The family had invested considerable resources, hoping to enhance their influence within the jewelry industry. Qin Yu navigated through the crowd, his keen eyes scrutinizing every detail. Clad in a meticulously tailored suit, he stood tall, a confident smile adorning his face. Master Qin, the layout of this exhibition is truly ingenious. Just look at these newly launched pieces. Their designs are innovative, and the craftsmanship is exquisite. They are sure to attract numerous customers, a family subordinate remarked respectfully. Qin Yu nodded slightly, his gaze fixating on a necklace shaped like a butterfly, its wings adorned with tiny diamonds that sparkled enchantingly under the lights. The design was indeed commendable, yet he believed that the promotional aspects could be further enhanced to emphasize its unique symbolism, such as rebirth from a cocoon, signifying a magnificent transformation for the wearer. His voice resonated with a calm authority, exuding an air of conviction. As the exhibition progressed, the number of customers steadily increased. Thanks to his astute market predictions, Qin Yu had preemptively adjusted the exhibition strategy. He instructed the staff to prominently feature several high-value jewelry pieces and introduced limited-time promotional offers, capturing the attention of many consumers. The atmosphere grew lively, with numerous orders being placed. Master Qin, this is incredible. At this rate, the sales from this exhibition will undoubtedly exceed expectations. An excited staff member rushed over to report. A satisfied smile graced Qin Yu's lips. Let us maintain this momentum. Ensure that the quality of service remains impeccable. We must not become complacent due to the influx of customers. As he spoke, he remained vigilant to the surroundings, a subtle unease lingering in his heart despite the event's smooth progress. Meanwhile, Wang Chong and Zhao Hu were concealed in a small room near the exhibition venue, plotting their insidious plan. Wang Chong's expression was dark, his eyes glinting with jealousy. Zhao Hu, we must ensure that Qin Yu makes a fool of himself. He has grown increasingly arrogant within the family, and we cannot allow him to continue basking in his success. Zhao Hu sneered, a nefarious expression crossing his face. Rest assured, I have everything arranged. Shortly, a few troublemakers will storm into the exhibition, accusing the Qin family's jewelry of being counterfeit. The scene will descend into chaos. And no matter how capable Qin Yu may be, he won't be able to clean up this mess. Upon hearing this, Wang Chong's eyes gleamed with malice. Perfect. As long as we can bring Qin Yu down, tarnishing his reputation within the family, we will have succeeded halfway. The two conspired in hushed tones, envisioning the moment when Qin Yu would be left in disarray. Simultaneously, in the study of the Su family, Su Yao was engrossed in examining the mysterious letter she held. The room was perfumed with the subtle scent of ink, sunlight streaming through the window onto her desk. The handwriting on the letter was somewhat blurred, yet Su Yao struggled to decipher its contents. This letter mentions a secretive organization, seemingly closely linked to those who wronged me in my previous life. Su Yao murmured to herself. Her fingers gently traced the letter, seeking further clues hidden within the text. Suddenly, she noticed a peculiar symbol in the letter, one she had never encountered before. Su Yao furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation. Rising from her seat, she approached the bookshelf and began rummaging through volumes on secret organizations and symbology, diligently searching for answers. I found it, Su Yao exclaimed with excitement. After much effort, she finally discovered a symbol in an ancient text that resembled the one in the letter. This symbol represented an ancient family, rumored to have operated from the shadows, manipulating numerous commercial and political endeavors. Could it be that everything that transpired in my previous life was orchestrated by this family from behind the scenes? A chill coursed through Su Yao's veins. She realized that the secret she was about to unveil might be far more intricate and perilous than she had ever imagined. Time slipped by in a tense atmosphere. At the exhibition, Qin Yu reveled in the joy of success, completely oblivious to the impending danger. Meanwhile, Su Yao remained in the study, delving deeper into the mysteries of the letter and the symbolism it contained, acutely aware that she was drawing ever closer to the truth. Just then, a commotion erupted at the exhibition. Qin Yu's heart raced as he hurried toward the source of the noise. He beheld a group of menacing figures standing in the center of the exhibition hall, loudly proclaiming, "All the jewelry from the Qin family is counterfeit. We bought some, and it faded in just a few days. We demand an explanation today." The surrounding customers exhibited expressions of shock and skepticism upon hearing these claims. Staff members attempted to step forward to clarify, but the assailants remained relentless, plunging the scene into chaos. Observing the unfolding events, Qin Yu understood that this was a deliberate scheme to undermine him. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself to remain composed. "Everyone, please remain calm. The Qin family has always prioritized the quality of its jewelry, and such issues are simply unfathomable. Gentlemen, could you kindly allow me to examine the jewelry you claim has faded?" Qin Yu approached the accusers with a steady tone. The men exchanged glances, and one of them sneered, tossing a piece of jewelry at Qin Yu's feet. "See for yourself. This is your Qin family's rubbish." Bending down, Qin Yu picked up the jewelry, scrutinizing it closely. Although the craftsmanship was indeed subpar, it was evident that the piece had been deliberately damaged. A cold smile flickered across his face. These individuals were not particularly clever, merely exploiting the trust and panic of the customers. "Ladies and gentlemen, this jewelry is not one of our Qin family's authentic pieces. Each item we offer undergoes rigorous quality inspection and bears anti-counterfeiting labels. You are welcome to examine them closely. This so-called faded jewelry is poorly crafted, and its anti-counterfeiting label is fraudulent, clearly intended to slander our reputation," Qin Yu explained, holding the piece up for the customers to see. As customers gathered around to inspect, they soon noticed that the authentic Qin family jewelry bore unique anti-counterfeiting marks, while the faded piece did not. Do not be fooled by his deceitful words. This is indeed your Qin family's merchandise, and unless you provide us with an explanation today, we will not leave. The troublemakers persisted. At that moment, as tensions escalated, Wang Chong and Zhao Hu exchanged glances of smug satisfaction. Wang Chong whispered, "Qin Yu, let us see how you managed to extricate yourself from this situation." Yet, Qin Yu remained unperturbed. With unwavering resolve, he addressed the instigators. "Since you refuse to relent, I will have no choice but to call the police to investigate this matter. I am confident that the truth will prevail." Upon hearing the mention of police involvement, the assailants' faces shifted slightly. They had not anticipated Qin Yu's decisiveness. Just then, a figure emerged from the crowd, an insider planted by Zhao Hu. "Don't listen to him. He is merely trying to intimidate us. With so many of us here, do you really think we fear him calling the police?" The insider incited the crowd as emotions. The atmosphere grew tense once more. Qin Yu understood that this was the adversary's final struggle. He maintained his calm demeanor, addressing the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, the Qin family has been established in Jiangsheng for many years, consistently adhering to the principle of integrity in business. I assure you, I will get to the bottom of this matter. If it is indeed our fault, I will take full responsibility. However, if this is a deliberate scheme to defame us, I will not let it slide." As the situation reached a stalemate, Su Yao made a new discovery in the study. She found a note hidden within the layers of a letter, inscribed with an address and a series of numbers. Could this address be the contact point of the mysterious organization? A spark of intrigue ignited within her. She resolved to immediately venture to this address in search of the truth. After hastily gathering her belongings, she departed from the Su residence with a heart brimming with anticipation and trepidation, uncertain of what awaited her. Meanwhile, at the exhibition, Qin Yu was diligently striving to quell the unrest among the crowd. He understood that retreat was not an option. He must swiftly resolve the crisis to prevent severe repercussions for his family's reputation. "Young Master Qin, we trust you. We have always had faith in the Qin family's jewels," declared an elderly patron. "Indeed, we believe in the Qin family," echoed the other customers in unison. With the support of the crowd, the unruly individuals found themselves isolated and vulnerable. Sensing the tide turning against them, they attempted to make a discreet exit. Quick as a flash, Qin Yu seized one of the troublemakers by the arm. "Trying to leave? Not so easily. You must provide an explanation today," he declared, his gaze imbued with authority. At that moment, the police arrived on the scene. Qin Yu meticulously recounted the events to the officers. The police investigated the instigators and discovered that they were indeed acting under orders. Although the mastermind behind the scheme remained unidentified, Qin Yu had already begun to form suspicions. He knew this was merely the beginning. The path ahead would be long, requiring greater caution and vigilance. Thanks to Qin Yu's efforts, the exhibition gradually returned to normalcy. Although sales had been somewhat affected, overall, the event achieved preliminary success. Observing the revitalized atmosphere of the exhibition, Qin Yu was filled with myriad emotions. On the other hand, Su Yao, following the address on the note, arrived at a secluded alley. The alley was permeated with an air of antiquity, and the surrounding buildings appeared somewhat dilapidated. She treaded carefully, maintaining vigilance over her surroundings. Eventually, she located the house mentioned in the note. The front door was firmly shut, and thick curtains obscured the windows, preventing any view of the interior. Taking a deep breath, Su Yao gently knocked on the door. After a moment, the door creaked open, revealing a grim-faced man. He scrutinized Su Yao from head to toe, his eyes brimming with suspicion. "Who are you? What brings you here?" he inquired coldly. Although a wave of anxiety washed over her, Su Yao mustered her composure and replied, "I am here to find someone. May I ask if this is?" Before she could finish, the man cut her off. "Outsiders are not welcome here. You should leave." He attempted to close the door, but Su Yao hastily blocked it with her hand, pleading, "Wait. I truly have something important to discuss. I know some information regarding." The man's expression flickered with surprise at her words. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to let Su Yao enter the house. Inside, the dim light was accompanied by a pungent odor. As Su Yao surveyed her surroundings, she noted an array of peculiar objects and documents scattered about. A sense of astonishment coursed through her. This place was indeed extraordinary. "Speak. What do you know?" the man demanded, settling into a worn chair as he fixed his gaze on Su Yao. Taking a deep breath, she stated, "I possess knowledge about the mysterious organization. I have some letters that mention you." The man's countenance darkened immediately. Rising from his seat, he approached Su Yao step by step. "Who exactly are you? How did you come to possess those letters?" Fear gripped Su Yao's heart, yet she understood the necessity of standing her ground. "I merely seek the truth. In my past life, I was wronged, and I wish to uncover the reasons behind it all." The man fell silent for a moment, seemingly lost in thought. Eventually, he spoke slowly. "Since you are already aware of certain matters, I shall not conceal the truth from you. However, remember that knowing too much may not be in your best interest." Su Yao gazed at him, her eyes brimming with eagerness. "Please, tell me what truly transpired." He sighed deeply and began, "The mysterious organization is, in fact, a force lurking behind the opulent families. They manipulate numerous business dealings, resorting to unscrupulous means to achieve their objectives. The treachery you faced in your past life was orchestrated by them." Su Yao was taken aback by the revelation, astonished by the complexity of the truth. "But why would they do such a thing?" she inquired. The man shook his head, replying, "I am not privy to the specific reasons, but I know their ambition is to dominate the entire aristocratic world. You would do well to exercise caution and avoid becoming entangled in this matter further, for the consequences could be dire." Understanding that she had stumbled upon a monumental secret, Su Yao resolved to continue her investigation, determined to unveil the true identity of this enigmatic organization and vindicate her past self. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, although he had temporarily quelled the crisis at the exhibition, was acutely aware that Wang Chong and Zhao would not relent easily. He needed to prepare himself for the potential troubles that lay ahead. As night descended, Qin Yu stood on the balcony of the Qin family mansion, gazing at the distant twinkling lights, his mind a whirlpool of thoughts. He recognized that his path within the aristocracy was fraught with challenges, yet he would not falter. Armed with his intellect and courage, he was resolute in altering his fate and that of his family. After departing from a mysterious place, Su Yao returned to the Su family study, her heart fortified with determination. She meticulously organized the clues she had gathered, her gaze fixed on the note containing Zhou Min's secret contact information. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to embark on her next journey, unaware of what awaited her. The lavish and elegant venue for the family gathering was adorned with opulent decorations. Crystal chandeliers cast a soft glow, illuminating the exquisite paintings adorning the walls. The air was infused with a subtle floral fragrance, mingling with the sweet aroma of delicately crafted pastries. Clad in a tailored black suit, Qin Yu entered the hall with measured steps, his eyes scanning the crowd for any signs of abnormality. "Well, if it isn't Qin Yu, how punctual of you today." Wang Chong's sardonic voice pierced through the air, a malicious grin playing on his lips. Internally scoffing, Qin Yu maintained a polite smile. At a family gathering, one cannot afford to be late. Yet, I must say, Cousin Wang, your keen interest in my affairs is truly flattering. Wang Chong's expression shifted slightly, ready to retort, when a bright, innocent voice chimed in, "Big brother, who are you? You look so handsome." Qin Yu looked down to see an adorable child with sparkling eyes, dressed impeccably in a miniature suit, clutching a toy car in hand. Unable to suppress a smile, Qin Yu knelt down, responding warmly, "I am Qin Yu. And what is your name, little one?" "My name is Menghua, and I find you, big brother, to be incredibly impressive." Menghua's voice was sweet and innocent, her eyes brimming with admiration. Qin Yu gently patted Menghua's head, warmth flooding his heart. The presence of this little one lightened the oppressive atmosphere of the gathering considerably. However, before Qin Yu could engage in further conversation with Menghua, his phone suddenly vibrated. Frowning slightly, he glanced at the screen, and his expression instantly turned grave. It was a call from a subordinate responsible for the family's commercial activities, the voice on the other end filled with urgency. Young Master Qin, trouble has arisen. There is a significant issue at the event. It seems the goods have been tampered with, and the clients are starting to cause a ruckus. Qin Yu's heart tightened. He knew this was undoubtedly the handiwork of Wang Chong and Zhao Hu. He quickly rose to his feet, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. I will be there immediately. Wang Chong observed Qin Yu's hurried departure with a smug smile, curling at the corners of his mouth, whispering to Zhao Hu, "Let us see how he handles this." When Qin Yu arrived at the commercial event venue, chaos reigned. Clients surrounded the staff, vociferously accusing them of product quality issues. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu endeavored to maintain his composure. He entered the venue and scrutinized the questioned goods, noticing that some packaging was damaged and the products within appeared flawed. "Everyone, please calm down. I am Qin Yu, the one responsible for this event. We will certainly provide a satisfactory response regarding the issues that have arisen today," Qin Yu declared, his voice steady and powerful. Yet, the clients remained unconvinced, their uproar unabated. Qin Yu understood that this was not the time for explanations. He needed to find a solution swiftly. He soothed the clients while instructing his subordinates to investigate the cause of the damage to the goods. Meanwhile, Su Yao had already arrived at Zhou Min's secret contact point. This was an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city, surrounded by overgrown weeds, lending an air of desolation. Su Yao cautiously entered the factory, the gravel beneath her feet crunching loudly, piercing the stillness of the environment. The air inside was thick with a musty odor, mingled with a faint scent of machine oil. Utilizing the dim light from her phone, Su Yao began to search for clues within the factory. Suddenly, she discovered a dilapidated desk, cluttered with documents. Her heart leaped with excitement as she hurried over to examine them. The contents of the documents caused her expression to darken significantly. They recorded various matters concerning her past relationship with Zhou Min, along with correspondence that seemed to involve Zhou Min and some mysterious organization. Su Yao realized she might be nearing the truth, yet she also sensed a hint of danger. Back at the commercial event, Qin Yu was overwhelmed with tasks. He was not only communicating with suppliers to ascertain the root of the goods issue, but also managing irate clients. Unbeknownst to him, Menghua had also arrived at the scene, her wide eyes observing the busy Qin Yu, filled with curiosity. "Big brother, what are you doing? You seem so busy." Menghua tugged at Qin Yu's sleeve and inquired. Qin Yu mustered a faint smile, replying, "Big brother is resolving some troubles. Menghua, be a good girl and step aside for now. It's not safe here." However, Menghua did not leave. Instead, she asserted, "Big brother, I can't help you. I'm very clever." Qin Yu chuckled helplessly, thinking how innocent and adorable this little one was. Yet, he had no time to attend to Menghua and plunged back into crisis management. As the investigation deepened, Qin Yu discovered that the issues with the goods were even more complex than he had anticipated. Not only were the packaging and products problematic, but there were also discrepancies in the transportation process. He knew that a force was undoubtedly operating behind the scenes, with Wang Chong and Zhao Hu being the prime suspects. Continuing her search for clues in the abandoned factory, Su Yao unearthed a hidden door concealed behind a wall. The door stood ajar, a faint light seeping through. Her heart raced. She understood that what lay beyond might unveil the truths of her past life. Taking a deep breath, she slowly pushed the door open. Would Qin Yu be able to resolve the crisis at the commercial event? What unforeseen impact would Menghua's presence have on him? And what would Su Yao uncover at her former best friend's secret contact point? All remained uncertain. Chapter 4. Crisis Management and the Emergence of Talent. As Qin Yu surveyed the chaotic scene of the commercial event, he silently vowed to uncover the puppeteer behind the chaos and resolve this crisis. He inhaled deeply, swiftly regaining his composure, as experiences from his past life surged forth like a tidal wave. Armed with keen insight, he began methodically investigating the root of the problems. He approached the problematic goods, crouching to examine their packaging and the extent of the damage. The rough edges of the packaging were uneven, as if deliberately torn. The flaws in the products themselves seemed too conspicuous, unlike what would typically occur during normal production and transportation processes. Qin Yu formed an initial judgment. This was no mere accident. He summoned the employee responsible for the transportation of the goods, meticulously inquiring about every detail of the process. The employee was visibly anxious, sweating profusely as he stuttered through his account. As Qin Yu listened, he mentally mapped out potential points of failure. After thorough questioning, he pinpointed the supplier as the focal point of his suspicions. Simultaneously, at Zhou Min's secret contact point, Su Yao pushed open the door filled with uncertainty, and a musty air rushed out to greet her. The space beyond was small, but crammed with various documents and materials. Cautiously, she stepped inside, using her phone's dim light to begin her search. Suddenly, a particular document caught her eye. It detailed a conspiracy between Zhou Min and others to sabotage her relationships in a previous life. Every detail was painfully clear, complete with signatures and contact information of key figures. Su Yao's hand trembled slightly. She had finally discovered crucial evidence regarding the entanglements of her past. Having confirmed the supplier's culpability, Qin Yu wasted no time and resolved to personally confront the supplier for negotiations. He understood the critical importance of this meeting, as it not only impacted the success of the commercial event, but also his standing within the family. Upon arriving at the supplier's company, the receptionist greeted him with a professional smile. "Sir, do you have an appointment?" Qin Yu replied with a smile. "Please inform them that Qin Yu from the Qin family wishes to see them." Upon hearing the name of the Qin family, the receptionist hurriedly went to notify the relevant personnel. Before long, the supplier's manager, Mr. Li, emerged, his demeanor cool. "Young Master Qin, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit today?" Qin Yu, beaming with warmth, extended his hand. "Mr. Li, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. I have come to discuss a minor issue that has arisen in our collaboration." Mr. Li's expression shifted slightly, a cold snort escaping him. "Young Master Qin, this cannot be blamed on us. We delivered the goods as per the contract. Any issues during transportation are beyond our knowledge." Remaining unfazed, Qin Yu gestured for Mr. Li to take a seat and began to articulate his concerns. "Mr. Li, I recognize your commitment to integrity. However, this situation is unique. The issues with the goods result in losses for both parties. You are well aware of the Qin family's influence in the business sphere, and if we resolve this matter amicably, future collaboration opportunities will only increase. Furthermore, I have conducted my own investigation and found that while there were issues in transportation, there were also pre-existing concerns with the goods at the time of dispatch. I trust that, with your capabilities, Mr. Li, you can resolve these issues." Listening to Qin Yu's words, Mr. Li began to waver. Qin Yu pressed on. "Mr. Li, we are both striving in the business arena, and mutual support is essential for enduring success. If you assist me in overcoming this challenge, I, Qin Yu, will forever remember your kindness. The Qin family will prioritize you for any future business resources." Li pondered for a moment, gazing into Qin Yu's earnest eyes, and finally nodded. "Young Master Qin, in light of your sincerity, I shall assist you once more. We will promptly reallocate the goods to ensure the smooth progress of your business activities." A surge of joy filled Qin Yu's heart as he eagerly grasped Li's hand. "Thank you so much, Mr. Li. I shall never forget your kindness." After successfully persuading the supplier, Qin Yu hurried back to the site of the business event, directing the rearrangement of the goods. His family members, witnessing how quickly he resolved the issue, began to regard him with newfound respect. They were pleasantly surprised by Qin Yu's capabilities. Indeed, it seemed they had underestimated him. The air was filled with praises for him. Meanwhile, Su Yao, clutching her evidence, was consumed by a mix of anger and anticipation. She resolved to confront Zhou Min directly, determined to unveil the truth of their past lives. With a firm resolve, she texted Zhou Min, "Zhou Min, I am aware of your deeds in our past life. Let us meet at the cafe in the west of the city." Zhou Min replied promptly, "Fine, I look forward to seeing what evidence you can present." Su Yao arrived early at the cafe, choosing a seat by the window. She watched the bustling scene outside, her mind awash with thoughts. Before long, Zhou Min entered, adorned in extravagant attire and clicking her heels. Upon spotting Su Yao, a disdainful smile curled on her lips. "Su Yao, what scheme do you have in mind?" Disregarding Zhou Min's mockery, Su Yao threw the evidence onto the table. "Zhou Min, take a look for yourself. These are the good deeds you performed in your past life." As Zhou Min picked up the document, her expression soured immediately. However, she quickly regained her composure, sneering, "Su Yao, where did you obtain these? They must be fabricated." After Qin Yu successfully averted the crisis, Wang Chong and Zhao Hu hid in a corner, seething with jealousy as they watched the accolades directed at Qin Yu. Wang Chong gritted his teeth. How can this brat be so fortunate to resolve such an issue? Zhao Hu's face darkened. This cannot be left as is. We need to devise another plan to ensure he never rises again. The two huddled together, whispering about their new conspiracy. Su Yao, witnessing Zhou Min's attempts at evasion, felt her anger boiling. "Zhou Min, do you still wish to deny it? This evidence was found at your secret contact point. Do you dare claim it is forged?" Zhou Min's eyes flickered as she sought excuses to counter, yet found herself momentarily speechless. The atmosphere in the cafe grew tense, with Su Yao and Zhou Min locking gazes. A fierce confrontation imminent. Although Qin Yu had temporarily resolved the business crisis, he remained unaware that Wang Chong and Zhao who were orchestrating a new plot. A greater storm was on the horizon. Would Su Yao succeed in exposing Zhou Min's schemes, or would unforeseen obstacles arise? The future remained shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 5. Confrontation with a close friend. The truth emerges. Within the cafe, in the west of the city, soft music flowed through the air, yet the atmosphere between Su Yao and Zhou Min felt as oppressive as the calm before a storm. Su Yao fixed her unwavering gaze on Zhou Min, filled with undeniable resolve. Zhou Min, you have nowhere left to retreat. Today, I shall make you pay for your deeds in our past life. Zhou Min's complexion shifted between shades of green and white. She clenched her fists, calculating her response, and feigned composure. Su Yao, spare me your baseless accusations. What can those few sheets of paper prove? With a cold laugh, Su Yao's eyes brimmed with disdain as she rose, each movement deliberate and resolute. Zhou Min, do you truly believe you could keep this hidden forever? This document meticulously details your collusion with those individuals in our past life, documenting every detail of how you sabotage my relationships, complete with signatures and contact information of key figures. Do you still wish to deny it? As she spoke, Su Yao pointed out critical portions of the document, each word piercing Zhou Min's heart like a sharp arrow. Zhou Min's gaze began to falter, but she stubbornly retorted, you must have fabricated this. You were trying to frame me. Su Yao, witnessing her desperate struggle, felt her anger flare even higher. Fabricated? Do you honestly believe these key individuals would collaborate with me to forge evidence? Do not forget, I return to unveil all your ugliness. Su Yao's voice trembled slightly with fury as she continued. In our past life, I trusted you completely, considering you my closest confidant, yet you schemed against me, leading me to a point of no return. How could you be so cruel? Zhou Min's lips quivered as she sought excuses, but every defense felt feeble and ineffective. Su Yao pressed on. Did you think my rebirth was solely my affair? Since I could uncover this evidence, I am fully capable of exposing you. From the very beginning, your approach to me was driven by ulterior motives, was it not? Zhou Min's face grew increasingly pale, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her hands instinctively gripping the armrests of her chair. Meanwhile, in another part of the family estate, Wang Chong and Zhao who conspired with a family turncoat in hushed voices. A sly smile crept across Wang Chong's face as he addressed the turncoat. Manager Sun, if you follow our instructions this time, the benefits will be plentiful. Manager Sun hesitated, a glimmer of worry in his eyes. The risks are too great. What if we get discovered? Zhao who patted Manager Sun's shoulder, coldly assuring him, rest easy, Manager Sun. As long as our plan is meticulous, no one will uncover it. Besides, if you refuse, you may find your days in the family growing increasingly difficult. After a moment of contemplation, Manager Sun finally nodded. Very well, I agree to your terms. The three exchanged knowing smiles, seemingly envisioning Qin Yu in dire straits. Back in the cafe, Su Yao continued to unravel Zhou Min's schemes. First, you slandered me in front of my boyfriend, sowing seeds of doubt. Then, you orchestrated situations to embarrass me in crucial moments, stripping me of all trust and support. You did all this to satiate your twisted jealousy and vanity. Zhou Min's body began to tremble slightly, her head bowed, unable to meet Su Yao's gaze. Taking a deep breath, Su Yao pressed on. Did you think that after my rebirth, you could continue to evade consequences like in our past life? Today, I shall unveil your true nature. At last, Zhou Min lifted her head, a flicker of despair in her eyes, realizing she could no longer conceal the truth. She murmured, yes, it was me. I was envious of your superiority, your happiness, which drove me to. Su Yao regarded Zhou Min, her heart a tumult of emotions. You destroyed my past life out of jealousy. Do you not think that is profoundly selfish? Zhou Min could only respond with silence, tears streaming down her face. Meanwhile, in the family meeting room where Qin Yu was present, the tension was palpable as family members sat in solemnity. Manager Sun stood before the assembly, pointing at Qin Yu. Everyone, I have discovered that Qin Yu has engaged in improper conduct during recent business activities, severely undermining the family's interests. The members turned their gazes toward Qin Yu, their expressions rife with skepticism and discontent. A jolt of alarm surged through Qin Yu. Yet he quickly composed himself, looking at Manager Sun with a calm demeanor. Manager Sun, you claim I acted improperly. Do you have any evidence? Manager Sun smugly produced a document, presenting it to the assembly. Here lies the evidence, which clearly records Qin Yu's infractions during the business activities. Qin Yu accepted the document and scrutinized it closely, instantly recognizing it as a fabrication orchestrated by Wang Chong and Zhao Hu. He chuckled coldly. Manager Sun, this evidence is forged. I have consistently adhered to the family's rules and business ethics. How could I have engaged in any misconduct? However, the family members seemed more inclined to believe manager's son, with one voice rising above the rest. Chinyu, your claims are unfounded. You assert the evidence is forged. What proof do you have to substantiate your innocence? Chinyu understood that proving his innocence at this moment would not be a simple task. Yet he refused to concede easily. He took a deep breath and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, grant me a moment. I shall undoubtedly uncover the evidence to prove this document is a forgery and restore my honor." Within the family conference room, the assembly regarded Qin Yu's words with skepticism, the atmosphere thick with tension. Meanwhile, in a cafe, Su Yao successfully unveiled Zhou Min's conspiracy, yet whether Zhou Min would relent remained uncertain. With Qin Yu facing accusations, the question lingered, how would he prove his innocence? Would the underlying conspiracy be fully revealed? All remained shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 6, Proving Innocence, the counterattack begins. Qin Yu cast a resolute gaze over the family members and proclaimed, I, Qin Yu, would never engage in actions detrimental to our family's interests. This forged evidence will lead me to expose the conspiracy lurking behind it. With that, he clenched the document tightly, as if intending to crush its falsehood. Outside the cafe, Su Yao gazed into the distance, silently vowing, Wang Chong, Zhao Hu, I shall not let your misdeeds go unpunished. You will undoubtedly pay the price. Suppressing his inner fury, Qin Yu extended his hand towards the family members, his tone steady yet unyielding. Elders, please allow me to examine this so-called incriminating evidence. A family elder nodded slightly, signaling for the evidence to be handed over. As Qin Yu received the document and swiftly perused it, his keen eyes immediately discerned multiple flaws. The paper was coarse, starkly contrasting with the high-quality stock typically used for legitimate business documents, and it emitted a faint odor of inferior ink. The seal on the document was overly vibrant, with indistinct edges, clearly a hasty forgery. He smirked inwardly, recognizing Wang Chong and Zhao Hu's pitifully low tactics to ensnare him. Ladies and gentlemen, this evidence is riddled with inconsistencies. Qin Yu raised the document, his voice resonating throughout the conference room. First, regarding the paper quality, legitimate business contracts utilize specific high-grade paper, whereas this document is not only coarse, but also emits a pungent odor, clearly a product of a roadside workshop. As for the seal, an authentic seal possesses a subdued color and sharp edges, while this one is garish and indistinct, unmistakably forged. As he articulated these points, he directed the assembly's attention to the flaws in the paper and seal, a look of confusion gradually spreading across their faces. Furthermore, Qin Yu continued, the data within this document is illogical and severely misaligned with our actual business operations. The recorded transaction times and amounts cannot correspond to our company's financial statements. Anyone with a modicum of commercial acumen would recognize this as a blatantly flawed forgery. His voice was resolute and powerful, each word striking like a hammer upon the hearts of those present. The family members began to murmur amongst themselves, their belief in the authenticity of the evidence wavering. An elderly elder furrowed his brow and inquired, Qin Yu, you assert this evidence is forged, but do you possess any other proof of your innocence in commercial dealings? Qin Yu was well prepared. He retrieved a stack of documents from his briefcase and presented them to the elder. These are detailed records of my recent business activities, including every transaction's correspondence, original contracts, and testimonies from relevant personnel. All of this attests to my strict adherence to the family's business principles, with no violations whatsoever. The elder examined the documents closely, his doubts gradually dissipating. He nodded and addressed the assembly. The materials provided by Qin Yu are well organized and substantiated. It appears this so-called incriminating evidence is indeed fraught with issues. Other family members gathered around to scrutinize the documents, expressing their support for Qin Yu's claims. Observing the assembly, Qin Yu understood that while he had temporarily disproven the evidence's authenticity, the conspirators behind it had yet to surface. Clearing his throat, he stated, Elders, I firmly believe that there is someone behind this forged evidence, intent on framing me. My dedication to the family's advancement has led to this treachery, which is indeed disheartening. His eyes revealed a blend of indignation and resolve. At that moment, Su Yao had exited the cafe and commenced her covert investigation into Wang Chong and Zhao Hu. Utilizing her connections within the family, she reached out to a businessman who had previously collaborated with Wang Chong. In a secluded tea house, Su Yao met with this businessman. The air was filled with a subtle fragrance of tea as Su Yao quietly said, Boss Liu, I wish to inquire about certain matters concerning Wang Chong. Rest assured, I will not put you in a difficult position. I merely hope for your candidness. After a moment of hesitation, Boss Liu, observing Su Yao's determined gaze, slowly replied, Miss Su, To be frank, I had previously collaborated with Wang Chong on a project and found him to be unscrupulous in his methods. Recently, I have heard that he's been getting quite close to Zhao, who, seemingly plotting something. A glimmer of hope sparked within Su Yao as she pressed further. Boss Liu, do you know what exactly they are scheming? Is there any evidence to substantiate their collusion? He pondered for a moment before responding. I inadvertently overheard them discussing their plans to deal with Qin Yu at a restaurant. It seems they intend to sabotage him during business dealings. As for evidence, I do not possess any direct proof, but I know they frequently meet at a private club. You might find some leads there. Expressing her gratitude to Boss Liu, Su Yao promptly made her way to the private club. The establishment, located in a bustling area of the city, appeared ostentatiously luxurious. Disguised as a waitress, Su Yao successfully entered the club. She meticulously searched for clues, her ears attuned to every subtle sound. As she passed by a private room, she overheard the voices of Wang Chong and Zhao Hu. This time, letting Qin Yu escape has truly benefited him. Wang Chong's voice dripped with resentment. It matters not. He won't remain fortunate forever. We must devise a more comprehensive plan to utterly ruin him, Zhao Hu hissed menacingly. Su Yao's heart raced. She stealthily edged closer to the room, striving to catch more of their conversation. However, at that moment, a security guard approached and inquired, "What are you doing here?" Startled, Su Yao quickly composed herself, smiling as she replied, "I'm a new waitress. I heard some commotion from inside and came to check if assistance was needed." The guard scrutinized her for a moment before stating, "No service is required here. You may leave." Reluctantly, Su Yao departed, inwardly lamenting the missed opportunity to gather further clues. Upon returning home, Su Yao remained undeterred. She meticulously contemplated her next steps, deciding to investigate Wang Chong and Zhao Hu's financial transactions. She contacted a friend in finance to assist in scrutinizing their account statements. After considerable effort, she discovered several recent significant transactions between the two, with their sources and destinations appearing highly suspicious. Elated, Su Yao realized that this could be the pivotal evidence proving their collusion. Meanwhile, although Qin Yu had momentarily quelled the family's doubts regarding him in the conference, he understood that Wang Chong and Zhao Hu would not easily relent. He returned to his office, seated himself, and fell into deep contemplation. Uncovering the full extent of their conspiracy and ensuring they faced appropriate consequences had become his most pressing concern. Just then, his phone rang. It was Su Yao calling. "Qin Yu, I've gathered some leads regarding Wang Chong and Zhao Hu's collusion, which may aid our counterattack." Su Yao's voice brimmed with excitement. "Is that so? Splendid. Please organize the information, and let us convene at a suitable time to discuss it in detail." Qin Yu's face finally broke into a smile. After ending the call, Qin Yu rose and gazed out at the vibrant cityscape, his heart swelling with determination. He recognized that a greater storm was on the horizon. Yet he was prepared to unite with Su Yao and launch a counteroffensive against Wang Chong and Zhao Hu. Though he had temporarily alleviated the internal scrutiny from his family, he knew that Wang Chong and Zhao Hu would not easily concede. What further reckless actions would they undertake? Would the evidence Su Yao collected serve as a potent weapon in their counterattack? All remained uncertain. Chapter 7. The Little One's Assistance, a Subtle Stir in the Aristocracy. Qin Yu set down the phone, preparing to rise and attend to various matters when the adorable child burst into his office like a lively cannonball. With wide, innocent eyes filled with concern, the little one asked, "Brother Qin Yu, you don't seem to be in a good mood. Have you encountered some trouble? I'm here to help." Observing the child's naive and endearing demeanor warmed Qin Yu's heart, yet he felt that the matter was too complex for the child to assist. He smiled and affectionately ruffled the child's hair, saying, "Thank you, little one, but this situation is quite intricate. Why don't you go play instead?" However, the child was insistent and refused to relent, prompting Qin Yu to acquiesce out of sheer helplessness. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner, Wang Chong and Zhao Hu were plotting a nefarious scheme against the child, heralding an impending crisis. Excited by Qin Yu's tentative agreement, the child's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as thoughts whirled in their little mind about how they could be of assistance. After circling around the office several times, an idea struck when they spotted a document on the desk. The child picked it up, pretending to be an adult, and earnestly declared, "Brother Qin Yu, let me take a look at this. Perhaps I can uncover some issues." Qin Yu couldn't help but chuckle at the child's earnestness, fully aware that the contents of the document were beyond their understanding. Nevertheless, the child's heartfelt intentions touched him deeply. The child pretended to scrutinize the document for a while before suddenly having a brilliant idea. They dashed to the corner of the office, grabbed a small toy megaphone, and enthusiastically shouted into it, "Attention all uncles and aunts in the family. Tonight, we are hosting a joyful party in the garden, and everyone must come." The child's youthful voice echoed throughout the floor. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. His previously heavy heart felt considerably lighter. Upon hearing the child's announcement, family members began to murmur amongst themselves. Some of the younger relatives found it amusing and eagerly anticipated the evening's festivities, while some elders frowned, disapproving of the child's mischievous behavior. Nonetheless, the atmosphere within the family grew lively thanks to the child's exuberant proclamation. Encouraged by the response, the child became even more animated. Spotting a family member hurrying by with a document, the child ran over, tugging at their clothing, and cheerfully exclaimed, "Uncle, did you know? There will be plenty of delicious food and fun games at the party tonight. You absolutely must come." The family member, touched by the child's enthusiasm, allowed a smile to break their serious demeanor and nodded in agreement to attend. Thus, the child flitted about the family like a small angel, spreading joy. Qin Yu followed behind, watching the child's busy figure, his heart filled with warmth as he momentarily forgot his earlier troubles. However, in another corner of the family gathering, Wang Chong and Zhao Hu glowered, observing the chaos the child was creating. Wang Chong seethed, "That little brat has ruined our plans and even brightened Qin Yu's mood. This cannot go unpunished." Zhao Hu maliciously concurred, "Indeed, we must devise a way to embarrass that child in front of the family, while creating more trouble for Qin Yu." After some scheming, a sinister plot gradually took shape. Soon, it was time for the family event. The garden was adorned with colorful lights and brimming with delectable food and drinks. Family members arrived one by one, laughing and chatting, creating a warm atmosphere. The child stood on a small stage in the garden, welcoming everyone like a miniature host. As the festivities progressed, according to Wang Chong and Zhao Hu's plan, they had bribed a staff member responsible for setting up the stage to secretly loosen one of the support columns. Just as the child prepared to perform a small act, they had only taken a few steps when the stage suddenly began to wobble. With a crack, the support column snapped, causing one corner of the stage to collapse, and the child fell to the ground. The sudden turn of events stunned those nearby, who quickly rushed to assess the child's condition. The child had fallen hard, scraping their knee and scraping their palm, tears welling in their eyes from the pain. At that moment, someone in the crowd muttered, "How did the stage suddenly collapse? Was it intentional? Maybe it has something to do with Qin Yu. He was close to that child." Though the whispers were quiet, they pierced the child's heart like needles. Lifting their head, the child saw Qin Yu rushing towards them with a worried expression, and a flicker of misunderstanding ignited within. They thought, if it weren't for Qin Yu, would this accident have happened? Perhaps Qin Yu didn't want their help at all, which led to this chaos. Biting their lip, the child, suppressing the pain, shoved away Qin Yu's outstretched hand and ran off. Qin Yu was left bewildered by the child's reaction, standing frozen in place, his heart filled with confusion and hurt. He could not comprehend why the child, who had been so affectionate moments before, had suddenly turned cold. Meanwhile, Wang Chong and Zhao Hu, mingling with the crowd, wore smug expressions as they watched the scene unfold. Wang Chong whispered to Zhao Hu, "This tactic has indeed worked. Not only has that little brat embarrassed himself, but has also created a rift between him and Qin Yu. Next, we must stoke the flames further, ensuring that Qin Yu is thoroughly disgraced in the family." Qin Yu gazed in the direction where the child had disappeared, his brow furrowed. He sensed that matters were far from straightforward. The stage's collapse was certainly no coincidence. Someone was orchestrating this behind the scenes. The child's misunderstanding only intensified his urgency. He vowed silently to uncover the mastermind, restore his and the child's reputations, and regain the child's trust. Chapter 8. Misunderstandings deepen, crisis looms. Qin Yu took a deep breath and swiftly made his way to the backstage of the family event, determined to seek clues regarding the stage's collapse. The dimly lit backstage was permeated with a faint scent of dust. Qin Yu crouched down to examine the broken support column, noticing the clean cut at the break, which indicated deliberate sabotage. His eyes narrowed with resolve. He was certain this was Wang Chong and Zhao Hu's scheme. However, the challenge remained: how to convince the child of his innocence. After exiting the backstage area, Qin Yu searched for the child's presence. Finally, in a quiet corner of the family garden, he spotted the child sitting on a bench. The child's knee had been hastily bandaged, but their small face was etched with grievance and wariness. Qin Yu approached slowly, speaking softly, "Little one, the stage's collapse was not my doing. Someone is framing me. You must believe your brother." The child looked up, anger flashing in their eyes, and shouted, "If it wasn't you, then who? Ever since I started hanging out with you, I've been having accidents. I don't want to deal with you anymore." With that, the child turned and ran away, leaving Qin Yu standing there, filled with helplessness and heartbreak. Meanwhile, Wang Chong and Zhao Hu roamed the family gathering, spreading rumors that Qin Yu had deliberately designed the incident to embarrass the child and gain attention within the family. Some family members, unaware of the truth, began to cast suspicious glances at Qin Yu, reverting to their previously indifferent attitudes. Occasionally, whispers followed him as he passed by, filled with mistrust. Upon learning of Qin Yu's predicament, Su Yao rushed to his side. Seeing his haggard appearance, she comforted him gently. "Don't be too anxious. We will surely find evidence to prove your innocence." As she spoke, she clenched her fists, her eyes reflecting determination. Subsequently, she returned to her room, spreading out the gathered information on Wang Chong and Zhao Hu across her desk, meticulously combing through each detail in hopes of uncovering key clues to expedite the investigation. Meanwhile, Qin Yu diligently recalled every detail surrounding the child's accident. He recalled having seen Wang Chong and Zhao Hu lurking around the stage prior to the event. At the time, he paid little attention to their presence, but now he surmised they must have been orchestrating a trap. Moreover, during the proceedings, Zhao Hu's gaze continually drifted towards Meng Hua. Laden with malicious intent, Qin Yu paced back and forth in his room, replaying these scenes in his mind, endeavoring to connect the dots and construct a comprehensive chain of evidence. In pursuit of further clues, Qin Yu resolved to return to the event venue. By now, the event had concluded, leaving the site in eerie silence. The moonlight bathed the stage, casting an ominous aura over the once lively locale. Qin Yu meticulously searched around the stage, leaving no corner unexamined. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a screw marked with a distinctive emblem, one he had previously encountered in Wang Chong's office. A flicker of joy surged within him, as he believed this might serve as pivotal evidence of their conspiracy. However, a solitary screw was far from sufficient to unveil the schemes of Wang Chong and Zhao Hu. Qin Yu understood that he required a wealth of compelling evidence to earn the trust of his family members and regain Meng Hua's faith in him. Meanwhile, Su Yao sat in her room, engrossed in the myriad of documents before her. She had uncovered frequent financial transactions between Wang Chong and Zhao Hu and certain clandestine external forces, with the flow of funds appearing highly suspicious. Following this thread, she endeavored to unearth connections between these external entities and the stage collapse incident through her various contacts. As she made phone calls to friends for pertinent information, she diligently recorded crucial leads in her notebook, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, yet her resolve only grew stronger. As rumors proliferated, Qin Yu's standing within the family became increasingly precarious. Some previously neutral family members began to shun him, fearful of association. As he walked down the family corridor, those around him averted their gazes, feigning busyness and deliberately maintaining their distance. Bitter anguish filled Qin Yu's heart, yet he refused to surrender. He knew that only by uncovering the truth could he shatter this impasse. On the opposite side of the family, Wang Chong and Zhao Hu reveled in Qin Yu's isolation. Erupting into triumphant laughter, Wang Chong clapped Zhao Hu on the shoulder, declaring, "This kid has truly fallen this time. Let us see how he recovers." Zhao Hu concurred, "Indeed, with a little more effort, we can completely expel him from the family." The two plotted their next steps to further tarnish Qin Yu's reputation, ensuring he would never rise again. Returning to his room, Qin Yu gazed at the screw in his hand, silently vowing to reveal the truth to the world. He was acutely aware of the urgency. He needed to gather more evidence swiftly, lest Meng Hua continue to misunderstand him and his position within the family remain perilous. Meanwhile, Su Yao was still tirelessly searching for critical evidence. Would she succeed in her quest to assist Qin Yu in breaking this deadlock? Could Qin Yu salvage the situation in time to regain Meng Hua's trust? All remained shrouded in uncertainty. As night enveloped the family, the light in Qin Yu's room remained aglow. He sat at his desk, contemplating strategies. Outside, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, as if narrating the intricacies and cruelties of this aristocratic conflict. Chapter 9. In Search of Truth, a glimmer of dawn rubbing his bloodshot eyes. Qin Yu rose and opened the window. The morning sun cascaded upon his face, yet it failed to dispel the gloom within his heart. He understood that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges, but to clear his name and restore Meng Hua's trust, he had no alternative. Taking a deep breath, he turned and exited his room, ready to embark on a new day of investigation. What awaited him, he could only imagine. Wandering through the family garden, Qin Yu's mind buzzed with potential leads. By chance, he spotted a shadowy figure stealthily emerging from Wang Chong's courtyard. Someone he vaguely recognized as an associate of Wang Chong and Zhao Hu. An instinctive feeling stirred within him, suggesting this individual might be connected to Meng Hua's accident. Cautiously, Qin Yu trailed behind the subordinate, moving lightly to avoid detection. The bustling street, alive with vehicles and noise, concealed the sound of his soft footsteps. He caught the scent of exhaust fumes mingling with the aroma of street food, his eyes fixed intently on his target. The subordinate appeared oblivious, occasionally glancing around and quickening his pace as though heading to a significant destination. After following him for a while, the subordinate entered a secluded cafe. Qin Yu waited outside for a moment before cautiously slipping inside. The cafe was dimly lit, filled with the rich fragrance of coffee. He observed the subordinate engaged in hushed conversation with another individual. Though he could not discern their exact words, their expressions and gestures hinted at something far from ordinary. Finding a corner seat, Qin Yu ordered a coffee and feigned nonchalance while observing them. After a while, the subordinate rose to leave, prompting Qin Yu to settle his tab and follow suit. This time, the subordinate entered an abandoned factory. Qin Yu concealed himself in the grass outside, eavesdropping on a conversation within. That little brat's accident was executed flawlessly. Wang Chong and Zhao Hu will surely reward us handsomely, one voice remarked. Of course, they've long held a grudge against Qin Yu. This time, not only does Qin Yu take the blame, but it also sows hatred between him and that little brat. A double victory, another voice chimed in. Qin Yu's heart sank. It was indeed Wang Chong and Zhao Hu who had orchestrated Meng Hua's accident. However, mere overheard dialogue was insufficient to serve as solid evidence. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to continue searching for more definitive proof. Meanwhile, Su Yao was deep in thought amidst a sea of documents in her room. Through various channels, she had uncovered significant leads linking Wang Chong and Zhao Hu to collusion with external forces. Records indicated frequent financial transactions with a mysterious business entity, whose background appeared intricate and possibly tied to illicit activities. Carefully organizing these leads, Su Yao detailed every flow of funds and the time and location of each meeting. She understood that these clues were crucial for exposing Wang Chong and Zhao Hu's schemes. Her fingers swiftly navigated the documents, her eyes locking onto every detail, leaving no potential flaw overlooked. After compiling the evidence, Su Yao felt the moment had come to reveal Wang Chong and Zhao Hu's misdeeds to the family elders. She meticulously placed the documents into a folder, took a deep breath, and exited her room. Upon returning from the abandoned factory, Qin Yu was consumed by a mix of anger and helplessness. Although he had uncovered the truth, the lack of sufficient evidence rendered his efforts futile. He retreated to his room, once again lost in contemplation, pondering how he might procure more compelling proof. Outside the hall where the family elders convened, Su Yao felt a flutter of trepidation. She knew that this exposure could face numerous obstacles, but for Qin Yu, for the truth, she had to summon her courage. Straightening her attire and inhaling deeply, she pushed open the hall door. Inside, several high-ranking family members were seated at the table, deliberating matters. Upon noticing Su Yao's entrance, their gazes converged upon her. Gathering her resolve, Su Yao approached one of the esteemed elders and presented the folder, stating, "Elder, I have discovered significant leads linking Wang Chong and Zhao Hu to collusion with external forces. Their actions have severely harmed the interests of our family." The elder accepted the folder, meticulously flipping through the documents, his expression growing increasingly grave. The other elders leaned in as well, scrutinizing the information. After reviewing, they exchanged glances filled with concern and indignation. At that moment, the hall door burst open, and Wang Chong and Zhao Hu stormed in, exuding an air of menace. Wang Chong sneered, "Su Yao, are you attempting to slander us? Is it possible to condemn us based solely on these so-called clues?" Zhao Hu chimed in, asserting, "Indeed, these are but fabrications you've conjured to suppress us." Su Yao felt a tightening in her chest. She had not anticipated the sudden appearance of Wang Chong and Zhao Hu. Stealing her gaze upon them, she declared, "These clues have been meticulously gathered through extensive investigation, and they are undeniably authentic. The deeds you have committed will inevitably be brought to light." The elders of the family observed both parties, momentarily engulfed in silence. They required time to assess the veracity of the clues, as well as to contemplate the standing and influence of Wang Chong and Zhao Hu within the family. Meanwhile, Qin Yu remained in his room, burdened by the quest for evidence. He was acutely aware that Su Yao had set out to expose Wang Chong and Zhao Hu, yet the outcome remained uncertain. Resolute, he decided to venture out in search of clues. Even the faintest glimmer of hope would not deter him from his pursuit. Qin Yu returned to the locales frequented by Wang Chong and Zhao Hu, endeavoring to unearth inconsistencies within their daily activities. He loitered on the nearby streets, scrutinizing every individual who might be connected to them. Suddenly, he spotted a figure disembarking from Wang Chong's vehicle, clutching a file bag and appearing visibly flustered. Perceiving this individual as suspicious, Qin Yu once again fell into pursuit. The person entered a narrow alley, and after a brief pause at the entrance, Qin Yu cautiously followed. The alley was permeated by a foul stench, with its walls marred by decay. He discerned faint sounds of a quarrel ahead. "We cannot allow anyone to discover this document. If it's found, we're finished," one voice exclaimed. "I know, but given the heightened scrutiny, where can we safely conceal it?" Another voice responded. Qin Yu's heart raced. He sensed that the file bag might contain the evidence he desperately sought. He stealthily inched closer, striving to discern their actions. At that moment, one of the men seemed to sense something amiss and shouted, "Who is there?" Alarmed, Qin Yu turned and fled, the two men hot on his heels. The narrow alley echoed with the sound of their rapid footsteps. As he ran, Qin Yu contemplated his strategy. He knew he could not allow them to escape or to destroy potential evidence. After sprinting for a considerable distance, Qin Yu realized he had reached a dead end. A sense of despair washed over him as he turned to confront his pursuers. The two men, witnessing his entrapment, wore triumphant expressions. "Kid, let us see where you think you can run." One taunted. Qin Yu inhaled deeply, asserting, "The misdeeds you've committed will eventually be uncovered. Surrender the document now, and you might still have a chance." They exchanged glances and burst into laughter. "You think you can intimidate us? Dream on." They jeered, lunging towards Qin Yu. A scuffle ensued. Despite lacking formal training, he fought with every ounce of strength he possessed for the sake of truth. The air seemed to thicken, resonating only with their labored breaths and the sounds of combat. Qin Yu landed a punch on one assailant, staggering him back, but the other seized the opportunity, tackling Qin Yu to the ground. As he struggled, the distant wail of a police siren pierced the air. The two men's expressions shifted to alarm. Disregarding Qin Yu, they fled. He attempted to rise and pursue them, but fatigue overwhelmed him. Lying on the ground, frustration consumed him. Moments later, the police arrived at the scene. Summoned by nearby residents who had heard the commotion, Qin Yu explained the situation, but as the assailants had already escaped, the officers could only take notes and advised him to contact them should he uncover new leads. Returning to the family, Qin Yu felt a heavy weight upon him. He understood that although he was inching closer to the truth, unveiling Wang Chong and Zhao would demand further effort. Meanwhile, Su Yao had already presented her findings to the family as higher-ups. Yet Wang Chong and Zhao Hu's deceitful rebuttals complicated matters further. Would Su Yao succeed in persuading the elders to take action against them? And could Qin Yu procure sufficient evidence to reveal the truth to the world? All remained uncertain, and their path through the affluent society was fraught with thorns and challenges. Chapter 10. Evidence Collection and Strategic Maneuvering. Qin Yu sat resolutely in his chair, gazing intently out the window. He was acutely aware that infiltrating Wang Chong and Zhao Hu's clandestine lair was perilous. It was the sole avenue to procure evidence. In another room, Su Yao pondered how to sway more family elders to her cause. They both recognized the critical nature of their upcoming actions. Success hinged upon this singular endeavor, and the challenges ahead promised to be even more formidable. Rising, Qin Yu meticulously checked his equipment. Clad in a black stealth outfit, he was both light and inconspicuous. He donned a pair of thin gloves that allowed for dexterous movements while leaving no fingerprints. Taking a deep breath, he opened the window and, shrouded by the cover of night, silently leaped from his room. The cool night air brushed against his face, infused with a subtle scent of grass. The moonlight, obscured by thick clouds, rendered the surroundings pitch black, providing him with an ideal cloak for his undertaking. Like a phantom, he navigated through the shadows, stealthily advancing towards the secret hideout of Wang Chong and Zhao Hu. After a meticulous search, Qin Yu finally arrived at the entrance of the secret base. It was an abandoned warehouse, overgrown with weeds and exuding a sense of decay. The main door was securely shut, yet a small window emitted a faint glow. Pressing himself against the wall, he cautiously approached the window, overhearing a conversation between Wang Chong's subordinates within. "The bosses instructed us to safeguard those documents. If discovered, we're all done for," a gruff voice declared. "Fear not. With that Qin Yu around, does he truly think he can find this place? Even if he does, he won't be able to take the documents," another voice scoffed. A surge of hope filled Qin Yu. It appeared the documents were indeed inside. He gently pushed the window open and nimbly vaulted into the room. The interior was cluttered with various debris, permeated by a pungent mustiness. He crouched low, navigating through the clutter with care, his eyes scanning the darkness for the elusive documents. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching and swiftly concealed himself behind a large box. Two subordinates, lanterns in hand, patrolled the warehouse. The flickering light cast eerie shadows upon the walls. Qin Yu held his breath, aware that the sound of his heartbeat resonated loudly in the stillness of the warehouse. His palms were slick with sweat as he gripped his dagger tightly, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstance. The patrolling subordinates failed to detect Qin Yu, their conversation gradually fading as they moved away. He exhaled in relief and resumed his search for evidence. At last, in a dilapidated desk drawer, he discovered a stack of documents. He hastily perused the contents, which meticulously detailed their orchestrations surrounding the incident involving the children and their collusion with external forces. Meanwhile, Su Yao met with the esteemed Elder Zhang, in the family garden. The air was fragrant with blossoms, and moonlight cascaded upon the pathway, creating patches of silver. Su Yao respectfully bowed to Elder Zhang, stating, "Elder Zhang, I have come to reveal the nefarious deeds of Wang Chong and Zhao Hu." Elder Zhang furrowed his brow, his gaze penetrating as he scrutinized Su Yao. "Child, the matters you speak of are grave. Do you possess irrefutable evidence?" Su Yao presented the meticulously organized clues to Elder Zhang, asserting, "Elder Zhang, these clues are the result of my extensive investigation. Wang Chong and Zhao Hu have colluded with outside forces, jeopardizing the family's interests and orchestrating a plot against Qinyu, leading to the injury of the children." Elder Zhang examined the clues with increasing solemnity. After finishing, he sighed heavily. "I never imagined they would engage in such heinous acts. Child, I believe you and will support your endeavor to expose them." Su Yao felt an overwhelming joy and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Elder Zhang, for your support. With your assistance, our chances of exposing them have significantly increased." After obtaining the evidence, Qinyu carefully prepared to leave. Just as he was approaching the window, a sudden shout echoed through the air. "Who goes there?" It turned out that one of the henchmen had spotted him. Alarmed, Qinyu quickly turned and engaged them in combat. Instantly, the warehouse descended into chaos, with cries and sounds of struggle intertwining. Although Qinyu was agile, the sheer number of opponents began to overwhelm him. He sustained several cuts, blood staining his dark attire. In the garden, Su Yao heard the commotion coming from the warehouse and felt a surge of alarm, realizing that Qinyu might be in danger. She hurriedly said to Elder Zhang, "Elder Zhang, Qinyu might be in peril. I must go to his aid." Elder Zhang nodded, responding, "I will arrange for the family's aides to provide support. Be careful." Su Yao turned and raced toward the warehouse, her heart filled with anxiety. She was uncertain of Qinyu's situation and could only hope for his safety. Inside the warehouse, Qinyu fought valiantly, relying on his indomitable will and nimble skills to momentarily fend off the enemy's assaults. However, the relentless tide of attackers gradually wore him down. Just as he was on the brink of exhaustion, a chorus of battle cries erupted from outside. It was Su Yao, accompanied by the family's aides. Energized, Qinyu rallied his spirits and coordinated with the reinforcements to repel the attackers. Qinyu gazed at Su Yao, his eyes filled with gratitude. Su Yao looked at the wounds on Qinyu and said, her voice tinged with concern, "Are you all right?" Qinyu shook his head, replying, "I'm fine. I have secured the evidence." Together, with the evidence in hand and under the protection of their aides, they swiftly departed the warehouse. Upon returning to the family estate, they organized the evidence, preparing to expose Wang Chong and Zhao Hu's conspiracy at the family meeting. However, despite having obtained the evidence, Qinyu had been discovered upon leaving, and Wang Chong and Zhao Hu would undoubtedly be on high alert. Would he manage to unveil their crimes at the family meeting? After gathering the aides, would Su Yao's exposure efforts proceed smoothly? What new challenges awaited them? All remained uncertain, and their struggle within the affluent circles had just entered a critical phase. Chapter 11. A perilous escape and preparation for counterattack. Qinyu and Su Yao sat in a dimly lit room. Before them lay an essential stack of evidence. Furrowing his brow, Qinyu remarked, "Wang Chong and Zhao Hu will surely not remain idle. We must devise a comprehensive plan." Su Yao nodded, her gaze resolute. Indeed, this exposure operation must succeed. Failure is not an option. They fell into deep contemplation, strategizing for the impending confrontation at the family meeting. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound came from outside, reminiscent of footsteps on fallen leaves. A sense of apprehension washed over Qinyu, and he exchanged a knowing glance with Su Yao. She immediately understood his intent, quietly rising to conceal herself behind the door. Qinyu carefully drew his dagger and stealthily approached the window. Just as he was nearing it, the window was forcefully flung open, and several shadowy figures darted inside like phantoms. Upon closer inspection, Qinyu recognized them as Wang Chong and Zhao Hu's henchmen. "So, you truly have the audacity to come here," Qinyu scoffed, the glint of his dagger reflecting ominously. The leading brute grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. "Qinyu, if you know what's good for you, hand over the evidence. Otherwise, today will be your last." With that, he gestured, and his men lunged at Qinyu like ravenous wolves. Qinyu nimbly dodged the first attacker, slashing the dagger across the assailant's arm. The scent of blood quickly permeating the air, heightening the tension. While fending off his adversaries, he shouted, "Su Yao, don't mind me. Quickly alert the aides." Gritting her teeth, Su Yao seized the opportunity while the henchmen were focused on Qinyu, yanking open the door and dashing out. Her high heels echoed urgently against the floor. Panic surged within her as she recognized the danger Qinyu faced. She needed to find help without delay. Rushing into the side chamber of the family estate, typically a venue for important discussions, she called out, "Qin Yu is in danger. Wang Chong and Zhao Hu's men have come. Everyone, follow me to assist." Upon hearing Su Yao's urgent plea, the individuals in the side chamber sprang to their feet, grabbing nearby weapons and following her toward Qin Yu's location. As she ran, Su Yao silently prayed for Qin Yu's endurance. Meanwhile, Qin Yu had sustained several wounds, his clothing stained with blood. Yet, he continued to resist fiercely, using his agility and cunning to thwart his attackers for the time being. "Do you think you can capture me this easily? Dream on," Qin Yu roared, seizing a moment of vulnerability to plunge his dagger deep into an enemy's thigh. The man howled in pain and collapsed to the ground. However, the overwhelming number of foes began to take their toll, and fatigue set in. Just then, a clamor of battle cries erupted from outside. Su Yao had arrived with the family aides. "Qin Yu, we're here." Su Yao's clear, ringing voice infused him with renewed strength. The aides charged into the room like tigers unleashed, engaging Wang Chong and Zhao Hu's henchmen in a fierce struggle. The room erupted in a cacophony of shouts and clashes, and upon seeing the reinforcements, Qin Yu felt invigorated and rejoined the fray. With the combined efforts of their allies, the henchmen gradually began to falter, retreating under pressure. "Withdraw!" The leading brute shouted in alarm, hastily calling for his men to escape through the window. Watching them flee, Qin Yu gasped, "We cannot let them get away so easily." Su Yao stepped forward, her eyes filled with concern as she observed his injuries. "Forget about them for now. You need to tend to your wounds," she urged. After a quick bandaging of his injuries, Qin Yu and Su Yao returned to the room. They sat once more at the table, gazing at the stack of evidence, their eyes reflecting unwavering determination. "Though this was perilous, the evidence remains. And we still have a chance," Qin Yu stated. Su Yao nodded in agreement. "Indeed. We must meticulously organize the evidence and devise a detailed counterattack plan to thoroughly expose their conspiracy at the family meeting." In the ensuing hours, Qin Yu and Su Yao diligently sorted through the evidence, clarifying every detail to ensure clarity for the family meeting. They analyzed potential scenarios based on the personalities and stances of family members, crafting strategies to address them. This evidence can prove their collusion with external forces, harming the family's interests, Qin Yu asserted, pointing to a document. Su Yao examined it and replied, "Yes, this is crucial. And this evidence of their scheming against the children will also reveal their true nature." As they continued discussing and categorizing the evidence, they prepared a detailed speech for presentation at the family meeting. After several hours of effort, their counterattack plan was finally complete. Qin Yu stretched, saying, "I hope this plan can be executed smoothly." Su Yao smiled at him. "With our thorough preparations, it certainly will." Meanwhile, Wang Chong and Zhao Hu, having learned of their subordinate's failure and Qin Yu's escape, wore grim expressions. "This Qin Yu is truly a formidable opponent," Wang Chong seethed through clenched teeth. Zhao Hu, his face darkened, replied, "We cannot allow them to expose us at the family meeting. We must find a way to thwart them." The two began to conspire, preparing to counter the protagonist's retaliation. Despite having devised their counterattack plan, Qin Yu and Su Yao were well aware that Wang Chong and Zhao Hu would undoubtedly take precautions. Their counteroffensive plan's successful execution remains shrouded in uncertainty, as they braced themselves to confront the impending storm with unwavering resolve. Chapter 12. The Family Meeting, a Turn of Events. Qin Yu and Su Yao gazed at the meticulously prepared counteroffensive strategy, their hearts a tumult of anticipation and trepidation. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu declared, "Tomorrow's family meeting marks our moment to strike back. We must unveil the truth, come what may." Su Yao nodded firmly. "Indeed, we shall prevail." Unbeknownst to them, however, Wang Chong and Zhao Hu were lurking in the shadows, scheming a more insidious plot. As a tempest of greater intensity was poised to erupt during the family assembly. As dawn broke the following day, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon the weary yet resolute faces of Qin Yu and Su Yao. They rose early, meticulously reviewing the evidence they intended to present at the family meeting, ensuring every detail was flawless. Su Yao donned a well-tailored black suit, exuding professionalism and composure, while Qin Yu wore a sharply tailored dark suit. Despite the lingering pain from his injuries, his gaze radiated unwavering determination. Upon entering the family conference room, they found it already filled with relatives. The familiar scent of sandalwood wafted from the table and chairs, and the ancestral portraits adorning the walls seemed to silently observe the unfolding drama. Qin Yu and Su Yao felt the weight of curious, skeptical, and expectant glances directed at them. Wang Chong and Zhao Hu had arrived early as well, seated in a corner, their eyes occasionally darting towards Qin Yu and Su Yao. a barely perceptible smirk gracing their lips. With the esteemed elders of the family taking their seats, the meeting commenced. Qin Yu rose first, clearing his throat to address the assembly. Esteemed family members, today I shall expose the conspiracy orchestrated by Wang Chong and Zhao Hu. His voice resonated within the quiet room, clear and powerful. Murmurs erupted among the family members, their gazes shifting to Wang Chong and Zhao Hu. A flicker of panic crossed their faces, quickly replaced by feigned composure. As Wang Chong scoffed, Qin Yu, do not slander us with baseless accusations. Disregarding the provocation, Qin Yu methodically began to present the evidence. He produced a stack of documents detailing Wang Chong and Zhao Hu's collusion with external forces, plotting to divide the family's business interests. Alongside their machinations surrounding the incident involving the child, aimed at undermining Qin Yu and Su Yao's standing within the family. Behold, these are the correspondences with external entities, with dates, locations, and transaction details all clearly outlined. And here is a comprehensive plan regarding the incident involving the child, Qin Yu stated, distributing copies of the documents among the family members. Initially, Wang Chong and Zhao Hu attempted to refute the claims. Wang Chong, his face reddening, exclaimed, "These documents are forgeries, concocted by Qin Yu to frame us." Zhao Hu chimed in, "Indeed, how could we possibly engage in actions detrimental to our family's interests?" Yet, as the family members perused the irrefutable evidence, their expressions grew grave. The proof was overwhelming, compelling disbelief to dissipate. Whispers of outrage arose, casting Wang Chong and Zhao Hu as disgraced members of the family. Such individuals should be expelled from our midst. The calls for condemnation echoed. Just as Qin Yu believed victory was within reach, Wang Chong abruptly stood, a triumphant smile playing upon his lips. He brandished a document aloft, declaring, "Esteemed family members, what Qin Yu speaks is utter nonsense. He is the one with ulterior motives. This is a document revealing his unauthorized diversion of family funds, intended to align with other factions." The room erupted in shock, eyes once again shifting to Qin Yu, suspicion now clouding their gazes. Qin Yu's heart sank. He had not anticipated Wang Chong's preparation of such a fabricated document to counterattack. Su Yao immediately rose, asserting, "This is undoubtedly a forgery. Wang Chong is merely lashing out in desperation." However, several family members, previously swayed by Wang Chong and Zhao Hu, began to echo his sentiments. "You offer no proof. Su Yao, what evidence do you have to substantiate your claim of forgery? And Qin Yu, how do you explain this document?" Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu endeavored to maintain his composure. He scrutinized the forged document, searching for any inconsistencies. The document appeared convincingly authentic at first glance. But Qin Yu knew that forgeries often bore flaws. As he examined it closely, he suddenly noticed an anomaly in the color of the seal. Raising his head, he addressed the assembly. "This document is a forgery. Observe the seal. Its color differs slightly from the official family seal, and the engraving is not sufficiently clear. Authentic family documents would never exhibit such discrepancies." Wang Chong, unfazed, retorted, "Qin Yu, do not attempt to deceive us. The seal's condition is merely a result of improper storage. Furthermore, this document bears the signatures of several family members as witnesses." He gestured towards the signatures on the document, and those he had influenced nodded in agreement, asserting they had witnessed Qin Yu's misdeeds. The tide turned against Qin Yu once more, as the expressions of the family members grew increasingly skeptical. Realizing that this alone would not suffice to convince the assembly, Qin Yu resolved to uncover more compelling evidence to prove the document's inauthenticity. Rapidly recalling all pertinent details, he suddenly recognized that the paper's texture diverged from that of the family's standard stationery. "Examine the paper," he implored. The family consistently employs specially crafted paper, robust in texture with delicate patterns. While this document may appear similar at first glance, upon closer inspection, its coarse texture and chaotic patterns reveal it to be a forgery. Wang Chong seeks to obfuscate the truth and conceal their transgressions. Members of the family began to scrutinize the document closely, some familiar with the paper nodding in affirmation of Qin Yu's assertions. Yet, Wang Chong remained undeterred, persisting in his defense, attempting to sway the family members to his side. At that moment, the family elder, who had remained silent thus far, finally spoke. "Enough of this ruckus. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Until we have irrefutable evidence, no conclusions may be drawn." His voice, deep and authoritative, silenced the discord in the meeting room. Qin Yu recognized that while he had yet to win over all present, he had at least gained valuable time. During this interval, he must secure more substantial evidence to vindicate himself and expose Wang Chong and Zhao Hu's nefarious plot. Wang Chang's counterattack had thrust Qin Yu into a defensive position, complicating the family's sentiments towards him, with skepticism, hesitation, and a few remaining loyal supporters among them. Gazing into the eyes of his relatives, Qin Yu silently vowed to unveil the truth and ensure that Wang Chang and Zhao Hu faced the consequences of their actions. Chapter 13. A Turning Tide, the Truth Revealed. Qin Yu inhaled deeply, suppressing the anger and anxiety swelling within him. His gaze swept across each family member present, finally resting on Wang Chang's smug face. Clenching his fists, Qin Yu formulated a plan in his mind. He understood that every subsequent step would be pivotal, and he needed to swiftly identify a flaw to mount a decisive counterattack. Su Yao, observing him closely, was filled with both concern and determination. She gently touched Qin Yu's arm and whispered, "Do not panic. Let us devise a solution together, and we shall surely uncover the issue." Qin Yu nodded slightly, his gaze once again fixed upon the forged document. His eyes were sharp as an eagle's, meticulously scrutinizing every corner of the paper. The texture of the parchment, the strokes of the handwriting, and the marks of the seal became the focal points of his attention. Qin Yu's fingers glided over the document, feeling the grain of the paper. He discerned that although this paper initially appeared similar to that commonly used by the family, its texture was somewhat coarse, lacking the unique finesse they typically employed. Moreover, the paper exhibited a slight yellowing, deviating from the pristine whiteness expected of new family documents. There was clearly something amiss with this paper. The family has always utilized specially crafted stationery that would not exhibit such a hue or texture. As he spoke, Qin Yu passed the document to an elder seated beside him, inviting him to feel its quality as well. Su Yao pondered for a moment and suddenly remarked, "Moreover, the handwriting, while closely mimicking your style, reveals some rigidity in the curves of certain strokes, which is unlike your usual penmanship." A spark ignited within Qin Yu, prompting him to closely examine the script, whereupon he indeed detected subtle discrepancies. He raised his head, his eyes resolute as he addressed the assembly. "Everyone, please observe. These inscriptions may appear authentic at first glance, yet the variances in writing habits cannot deceive the discerning eye." Upon witnessing this, Wang Chang's expression shifted slightly, yet he feigned composure, asserting, "This is merely a clever argument from Qin Yu. Do not allow yourselves to be misled by him." Zhao Hu echoed in agreement. "Indeed, this document is absolutely genuine, as we have witnessed with our own eyes." Nevertheless, Qin Yu dismissed their attempts at deflection and continued his thorough analysis. "Now, consider the seal. Although its color closely resembles that of the family seal, a meticulous comparison reveals it to be slightly darker, and the smudges around the edges appear unnatural. A true family seal is applied with precise force and angle, and such discrepancies would not occur." As Qin Yu elaborated, an increasing number of family members began to nod in agreement. They leaned closer to the document, scrutinizing the flaws he had highlighted, their expressions of skepticism gradually replaced by indignation. An elder, furrowing his brow, sternly declared, "It seems this document is indeed fraught with doubts. Wang Chang, you would do well to provide us with a reasonable explanation." Beads of sweat formed on Wang Chang's forehead. He opened his mouth, but was momentarily at a loss for words. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yu pressed on, "Furthermore, certain clauses and terminology within the document do not align with the family's established regulations and practices. For instance, the business cooperation model referenced here contradicts our family's traditional approach. Anyone with a modicum of experience can discern the anomaly." Su Yao added, "Additionally, the date of signing on this document raises suspicions. Given the circumstances, Qin Yu had neither the time nor the opportunity to attend to these so-called matters." Bolstered by the compelling analyses of Qin Yu and Su Yao, the family members finally experienced a moment of clarity. They collectively directed their wrath towards Wang Chang and Zhao Hu, and the conference room erupted with accusations. "Wang Chang, you have gone too far, resorting to forgery to malign your own kin. Zhao Hu, your actions are a disgrace to the family. Willing to resort to any means for personal gain, they must be severely punished to uphold the family's integrity." At this moment, Wang Chang and Zhao Hu turned pale, their legs trembling. They attempted to argue once more, but in the face of irrefutable facts, their voices sounded feeble and hollow. Wang Chang suddenly fell to his knees, crying out, "Elders, I was wrong. I was momentarily blinded by greed. I beseech you to show lenience." Zhao Hu followed suit, kneeling in supplication, his face etched with terror and regret. However, the family members remained unmoved by their pleas for mercy. An esteemed elder rose, his countenance grave, stating, "The family cannot harbor individuals of such dubious integrity. Your actions have grievously harmed the family's interests and reputation, and you must face stern consequences." As Qin Yu gazed upon the supplicating figures of Wang Chang and Zhao Hu, his heart was a tumult of emotions. He understood that, although he had successfully unmasked their plot this time, the internal strife within the aristocracy was far from over. This incident deepened his awareness of the intricate nature of the power struggles within elite circles, and he recognized that even graver challenges awaited him in the future. With Wang Chong and Zhao Hu's conspiracy thoroughly exposed, what penalties would they face? Yet, through this ordeal, Qin Yu acknowledged that the complexities of the aristocratic conflicts exceeded his previous imaginings, and he pondered what further formidable trials lay ahead. Chapter 14. The Arrival of Retribution. A New Crisis. Qin Yu observed Wang Chong and Zhao Hu, encircled by the assembly, and felt no sense of relief. He knew this was merely a minor episode in the ongoing saga of aristocratic rivalries. After the family meeting concluded, Qin Yu and Su Yao exited the conference room, where Su Yao softly remarked, "This was indeed a harrowing experience, but I cannot shake the feeling that this matter will not simply fade away." Qin Yu nodded slightly, his gaze drifting into the distance, his expression solemn. "Indeed, we must not let our guard down. More formidable challenges likely await us." The two made their way to the family's decision-making chamber, where the atmosphere was grave, and the senior members had already convened to deliberate the fates of Wang Chong and Zhao Hu. Upon their entrance, all eyes turned towards them. An elder with silver hair spoke first. "Qin Yu, Su Yao, your ability to unearth the schemes of Wang Chong and Zhao Hu has spared the family from significant loss. A remarkable achievement indeed. However, we cannot afford to be lenient with these two wayward sons." After an intense discussion, it was ultimately resolved that Wang Chong and Zhao Hu be stripped of certain family privileges. The family assets previously under Wang Chong's control would be reclaimed, and Zhao Hu would lose several significant positions within the family. As this decision was announced, Wang Chong and Zhao Hu collapsed to the ground, their faces filled with despair and resentment. Wang Chong gritted his teeth, muttering, "Qin Yu, Su Yao, do not celebrate too soon. This score is far from settled." Zhao Hu wore a dark expression, his clenched fists trembling slightly. Qin Yu regarded their demeanor with no sympathy. In this aristocracy, there was no room for those of dubious character. Once the punishment was concluded, Qin Yu and Su Yao believed they had temporarily navigated the crisis. Upon returning to their residence, Qin Yu stretched and remarked to Su Yao, "I hope this will deter those with nefarious intentions." Yet, Su Yao furrowed her brow, saying, "I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. It seems there are deeper currents hidden within this aristocracy." In the ensuing days, Qin Yu and Su Yao distinctly sensed a shift in the atmosphere within the family. Relatives who had previously greeted them warmly now bore glances tinged with avoidance. Family gatherings no longer extended invitations to them as they once did. This subtle transformation alerted Qin Yu and Su Yao to the presence of a new tension permeating the aristocratic sphere. One evening, as they strolled through the family garden, attempting to unearth clues, a gentle breeze carried the fragrance of blossoms, yet they were too preoccupied to appreciate it. Su Yao whispered, "The behavior of the family members has been peculiar lately, as if they are deliberately distancing themselves from us, or perhaps concealing something." Qin Yu nodded, his gaze falling upon a group of relatives conversing nearby. Upon noticing Qin Yu and Su Yao, they abruptly ceased their dialogue and hastily departed. A sense of determination stirred within Qin Yu, prompting him to investigate discreetly. Utilizing his connections within the family, he began to gather information. After considerable effort, he finally stumbled upon a few threads of revelation. It appeared that the antagonistic forces from his previous life, having witnessed the downfall of Wang Chong and Zhao Hu, felt threatened and resolved to unite against Qin Yu and Su Yao. To delve deeper into the situation, Qin Yu and Su Yao disguised themselves and infiltrated a gathering that seemed to be hosted by the antagonists. This event took place in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city, surrounded by overgrown weeds and exuding a sense of decay. The factory was dimly lit, with shadows flitting about. Cautiously, Qin Yu and Su Yao approached, overhearing an array of hushed conversations within. Wang Chong and Zhao Hu were utterly useless. So easily unmasked by Qin Yu, one voice declared, "Indeed, we cannot afford to be complacent any longer. A meticulous plan must be devised to thoroughly undermine Qin Yu and Su Yao," a voice concurred. Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged a glance, a sense of unease gripping their hearts. They continued to listen intently, striving to glean further information. At that moment, a woman's voice emerged, and Qin Yu recognized it as the voice of the antagonist. "We can exploit an important project soon to be undertaken by their family, sabotage it, and frame Qin Yu and Su Yao for the consequences." "Excellent idea, but how exactly shall we proceed?" someone inquired. "I already have a preliminary notion," the antagonist whispered, detailing her insidious scheme. As Qin Yu and Su Yao absorbed the unfolding plot, a heavy dread settled within them. They had not anticipated that the villainous forces from their past lives would unite to orchestrate such a nefarious conspiracy. Upon departing the abandoned factory, Qin Yu and Su Yao returned home with a somber disposition. Qin Yu sank into the sofa, cradling his head in his hands, pondering strategies for counteraction. Su Yao paced restlessly nearby, stating, "Their plan is meticulously crafted. If we do not intervene beforehand, the repercussions could be dire." Qin Yu lifted his gaze, a flicker of resolve igniting in his eyes. "Regardless of their schemes, we must remain vigilant and prepared. However, we currently lack knowledge of their specific timeline and details, which places us at a disadvantage." The two fell into a contemplative silence, the room saturated with an oppressive stillness, punctuated only by their synchronized breaths. Outside, the night deepened, as if the darkness sought to engulf the entire world. Qin Yu and Su Yao found themselves ensnared in an unprecedented predicament, the outcome of their efforts to avert this impending crisis remaining uncertain. Chapter 15. The gradual dissolution of childish misunderstandings as night enveloped the city. Qin Yu and Su Yao sat in the living room, the surrounding quietude bearing a weighty atmosphere. Qin Yu broke the silence, regardless of their machinations. "We must safeguard our family and ourselves." Su Yao nodded, her gaze resolute. "Indeed, we should commence our investigation with the family's pivotal project." At that moment, the rustling leaves outside seemed to herald an impending storm. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, gently illuminating Qin Yu's face. He slowly opened his eyes, the previous night's discussion with Su Yao still vivid in his mind. After a brief wash, he made his way to the living room, ready to confront the challenges of a new day. Just then, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Qin Yu opened the door to find the young child standing at the threshold, head bowed, hands nervously twisting the hem of her shirt. The once mischievous demeanor had vanished, replaced by an expression of guilt and anxiety. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the child's intentions. As she raised her head, her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she softly spoke. "Uncle Qin, I heard that you faced many trials to clear my name, and I have come to apologize." Her voice trembled, as if she had mustered immense courage. Upon witnessing the child's sincere gaze, the shadows of Qin Yu's heart dissipated. He smiled gently, ruffling her hair, and said kindly, "Silly child, I know it was not intentional. Do not take it to heart." The child bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes once more. "But because of me, you encountered so much trouble, and I truly regret it." Qin Yu crouched down to meet her gaze and earnestly replied, "This is not your fault, and the matter has passed. Your willingness to seek me out brings me joy." She sniffled, looking up at Qin Yu with gratitude. "Uncle Qin, you are so kind. In truth, I had misunderstood you before, thinking you were akin to those villains. Now I realize you genuinely care for me." Qin Yu playfully tapped the child's nose, smiling. "It's good that the misunderstanding is resolved. We shall remain good friends." The child vigorously nodded, a long-lost smile illuminating her face. The two settled onto the living room sofa, engaging in an open-hearted conversation. The child curiously inquired, "Uncle Qin, how did you uncover the villain's schemes?" Qin Yu patiently recounted the events, from initial clues to the unraveling of the investigation. As the child listened with rapt attention, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Uncle Qin, you are so impressive. I want to be as clever as you, capable of seeing through the villain's tricks," she exclaimed excitedly. Qin Yu chuckled. "As long as you study diligently and think critically, you will surely surpass me one day." The child furrowed her brow, a hint of worry creeping in. "But will those villains come after us again?" Qin Yu gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder, reassuringly stating, "Fear not. Uncle and Aunt Sue will protect you. Moreover, we shall ensure they do not succeed." Hearing this, the child's face relaxed into a look of reassurance as she leaned closely against Qin Yu. Before they knew it, time had slipped away. Their bond had grown deeper, as if they had truly become family. Just then, the door swung open, and Su Yao hurriedly entered. Her expression bore a grave weight, and upon seeing Qin Yu and the child, she paused briefly before speaking. "Qin Yu, I have just received word that the antagonist scheme seems to be connected to an important project our family is about to undertake." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's expression shifted to one of seriousness. He stood up, looking at Su Yao. "What is the situation?" Su Yao approached the sofa and explained, "I just learned from an insider within the family that the villains intend to sabotage this vital project, aiming to disrupt its progress and frame us, thereby eroding our trust within the family." Qin Yu furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. The child, listening intently, grew anxious. "What should we do, Uncle Qin and Su?" Qin Yu gently patted the child's shoulder, signaling her not to worry. He turned to Su Yao, It appears they are well prepared this time. We must think of a way to thwart them before they act. How much do you know about this project? Su Yao replied. This project is a key focus for the family, involving substantial funding and business collaborations. If it were to be compromised, the repercussions would be immense. I only have this information for now. Further details will require additional investigation. Qin Yu nodded. Very well. We will split our efforts. You continue to gather intelligence from within the family to determine their specific plans and timeline. I will investigate the project itself for any irregularities. Su Yao agreed. Understood. Let us act swiftly. Qin Yu then turned to the child. Little one, please be cautious during this time. Try not to leave the house. If anything arises, contact us immediately. The child obediently nodded. I understand. Uncle Qin, please be careful as well. Once everything was arranged, Qin Yu and Su Yao set off promptly. Qin Yu arrived at the project's preparation office, where a bustling scene unfolded. Staff members hurried back and forth, transporting various documents and materials. Qin Yu entered the office and located the project supervisor. Upon seeing Qin Yu, the supervisor paused for a moment, then warmly greeted him. Young Master Qin, what brings you here? Qin Yu smiled. Supervisor Zhang, I came to inquire about the project's progress. Have there been any issues recently? Supervisor Zhang hesitated briefly before responding. Young Master Qin, to be frank, there have been some minor complications with the project lately. Some suppliers have suddenly demanded price increases, and certain partners appear to be hesitant, their attitudes somewhat ambiguous. Qin Yu's heart stirred. These developments were likely related to the antagonist's machinations. He continued to probe. Supervisor Zhang, how long have these issues been occurring? Have any investigations been conducted to ascertain the reasons? Supervisor Zhang shook his head in resignation. These problems have arisen over the past few days, and we have looked into them, but no obvious causes have been identified. The suppliers and partners have offered various excuses, leaving us quite perplexed. Qin Yu pondered for a moment and instructed, Supervisor Zhang, please continue to monitor these situations and inform me promptly of any new developments. I will investigate from other angles. After leaving the preparation office, Qin Yu proceeded to inspect some construction sites and warehouses related to the project. At one construction site, he noticed that the quality of some materials appeared to deviate from the required standards. As he picked up a piece of wood, he found it bore signs of potential splintering. Qin Yu's expression darkened. This was undoubtedly a deliberate act. In the warehouse, he discovered some crucial equipment parts were missing once again. Qin Yu's conviction grew stronger. The antagonist had already begun to sabotage the project. Meanwhile, Su Yao initiated a tense investigation within her family. Through various connections, she identified several family members who had previously interacted with the antagonist. After a thorough inquiry, she finally unearthed some pivotal information. It turned out that the antagonist planned to orchestrate safety accidents at critical junctures of the project, using this as a pretext to accuse Qin Yu and Su Yao of mismanagement, thereby aiming to undermine the project and tarnish their reputations. Su Yao conveyed this intelligence to Qin Yu, whose expression turned grave upon hearing it. It seems their scheme is insidious. We must act swiftly, ensuring the project proceeds as planned, while simultaneously gathering evidence to expose their conspiracy, he stated resolutely. Su Yao nodded. I've already reached out to some reliable allies who will assist us covertly. Next, we need to devise a strategy to root out the traitors collaborating with the antagonist within the project. Both Qin Yu and Su Yao understood that the battle had commenced. They had to exert every effort to safeguard their family's significant project and thwart the antagonist's nefarious plans. The resolution of the young child's emotional turmoil also filled Qin Yu with a precious sense of camaraderie, which became one of his motivations in facing adversity. However, the road ahead was fraught with uncertainty and challenges. Whether they could successfully defuse the crisis remained an open question. Chapter 16. The crisis of the project begins to surface. After concluding a day of investigation, Qin Yu and Su Yao returned home. Though fatigued, their eyes reflected unwavering determination. Qin Yu turned to Su Yao and said, Tomorrow, we will convene with our allies to ensure we identify the traitor and thwart their plot. Su Yao nodded affirmatively. Yes, we will undoubtedly succeed. At that moment, the night outside was deep and serene, the city's neon lights flickering as if silently witnessing the challenges they were about to face. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, gently illuminating Qin Yu and Su Yao's faces. They rose early, quickly tidied themselves, and hastened to a secret conference room designated for the family project. As they made their way, the cacophony of the city gradually enveloped them. Car horns, the chatter of pedestrians, serving as a reminder of the intricate situation they were about to confront. Upon their arrival at the conference room, the allies had already gathered. Elder Zhang sat at one end of the table, his demeanor serious, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the surface, Aunt Lin engaged in quiet conversation with Professor Chun, occasionally furrowing her brow. As Qin Yu and Su Yao entered, all eyes turned toward them. Clearing his throat, Qin Yu spoke first. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are all aware of the purpose of our gathering today. Our family's crucial project is currently facing a significant crisis, and we must urgently devise a solution. Su Yao continued. Yesterday, our investigation revealed irregularities in the preliminary preparations for the project, price hikes from suppliers, and quality issues with materials. These occurrences are no coincidence. There is certainly foul play at work. Elder Zhang nodded slowly. I have heard of these developments as well. It appears they have commenced their operations. We must proceed cautiously and prevent them from succeeding. Professor Chun adjusted his glasses and, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, from a technical standpoint, these anomalies suggest someone is deliberately sabotaging the supply chain, hindering the project's normal progression. We need to investigate this angle. Just as the discussion was heating up, the door to the conference room swung open abruptly, and Sun Long swaggered in. A smug smile played on his lips as he scanned the room, declaring, "Oh, what a lively gathering. I just received some news that I believe is quite significant for the project, so I thought I'd share it with everyone." Qin Yu's heart sank, his guard instinctively raised. He knew Sun Long's intentions were far from benign. Approaching the conference table, Sun Long picked up a pen and began sketching on the whiteboard. I think we should reconsider the project's location. While this site is convenient, the surrounding environment is complex, and it may lead to numerous troubles in the future. Why not relocate to that plot in the north of the city? It offers a vast expanse and great potential for development. As he spoke, he scrutinized the reactions of those present. Qin Yu furrowed his brow, immediately recognizing the flaws in Sun Long's suggestion. Although the northern plot appeared promising, its infrastructure was inadequate, development costs would be exorbitant, and its distance from the primary market would significantly inflate transportation expenses. Sun Long, your proposal is impractical. The northern plot is currently unsuitable for our project. The development costs are too high, and the risks are considerable. We should proceed according to our original plan, Qin Yu declared sternly. Sun Long scoffed. Qin Yu, you're being obstinate. Times are evolving, and we must adopt a fresh perspective. How can you know it won't work if you don't try? Su Yao stepped forward in rebuttal. Sun Long, we cannot approach this project merely from a superficial standpoint. We must consider all factors. The disadvantages of the northern plot are glaring, yet you choose to ignore them. What are your true intentions? Sun Long, caught off guard by their retorts, fell silent, his bravado dissipating. The meeting continued, and the group discussed various countermeasures, ultimately formulating a preliminary plan to identify the internal traitor. After the meeting concluded, Qin Yu and Su Yao resolved to visit the project documentation storage to carefully review the relevant materials in hopes of uncovering additional clues. The project documentation storage was located in a secluded building, surrounded by tranquil surroundings. As they entered, Master Li, the custodian of the documents, greeted them warmly. Young Master Qin, Miss Su, here to review the materials? Qin Yu nodded. Master Li, could you please fetch the core documents of the project for us? Master Li turned and entered the inner room, soon returning with a stack of files in his arms. Here are the materials you requested, young Master Qin. As Qin Yu and Su Yao took the documents and sat at a nearby table to peruse them, Qin Yu's expression suddenly shifted to one of grave concern. Su Yao, something is amiss. The key planning documents and cost estimates for the project are missing. These materials are crucial for the project's advancement. How could they have vanished? Su Yao's anxiety mirrored his own as she joined him in rummaging through the piles of documents, hoping to find a clue. Noticing their distress, Master Li grew flustered. Young Master Qin, Miss Su, what is going on? I have always kept the documents safe. I haven't seen anyone come in. Qin Yu took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. He carefully surveyed the storage environment, noting that the door lock showed no signs of tampering, and the windows were securely closed. Yet, the documents had mysteriously disappeared. It was evidently the work of an insider. Su Yao furrowed her brow. It seems our investigation plan needs to accelerate. The traitor is among us and is intimately familiar with the location of the project materials. Qin Yu nodded. Indeed, if these documents fall into the antagonist's hands, they could more effectively sabotage the project. We must recover the materials swiftly and thwart their conspiracy. At that moment, sunlight streamed through the cracks of the window, casting its glow on the empty shelves of documents, as if silently narrating the severity of this crisis. Qin Yu and Su Yao understood that the challenges ahead were mounting, yet there was no room for retreat. They had to devise every possible means to navigate this crisis and ensure the project's successful continuation. Chapter 17. Pursuing Leads. A difficult quest. Qin Yu looked at Su Yao, his gaze resolute. No matter how challenging it becomes, we must recover the documents. From this moment forward, We will channel all our energy into the investigation, leaving no detail overlooked. Su Yao nodded, gripping Qin Yu's hand tightly. All right, let's strive together. I have a feeling this investigation will unveil a significant secret. They exchanged a determined glance before turning to immerse themselves in the intense preparations for their investigation. That afternoon, sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, casting patterns on the small courtyard of the project documentation storage. Qin Yu and Su Yao returned to this place once more, meticulously examining every nook and cranny, leaving no stone unturned. Qin Yu crouched down and discovered a small fragment of cloth at the bottom of the data rack. Its texture appeared rather unusual, not resembling that of ordinary fabric. Meanwhile, Su Yao noticed some peculiar footprints on the floor by the door, small in size. They did not seem to belong to an adult. Qin Yu, look at these footprints. Could they have been left by an insider? And this fragment of cloth feels suspicious as well, she remarked, handing the cloth to Qin Yu. Qin Yu scrutinized the fragment with a furrowed brow. The material is quite rare. I believe I've seen something similar in the insignia of a certain commercial organization. We should pursue this lead. The duo quickly contacted their ally, journalist Liu, urging him to leverage his media resources to investigate any recent commercial entities associated with the family project that utilized such distinctive fabric as their emblem. Before long, Liu relayed information pointing towards a mysterious organization known as the Ruifeng Business Consortium. This organization operated discreetly, yet wielded considerable influence in the business realm, having frequent interactions with several suppliers of the family project. Determined, Qin Yu and Su Yao resolved to infiltrate this enigmatic business consortium. As night descended, the city's neon lights flickered to life, and clad in meticulously crafted disguises, they blended into the building housing the Ruifeng Business Consortium. The interior was opulently decorated, with golden chandeliers casting a soft glow, and the marble floors gleamed like mirrors, reflecting the slightly anxious figures of the two. A faint scent of perfume lingered in the air, intertwined with an undercurrent of tension. Feigning the roles of businessmen seeking to negotiate, they cautiously navigated the building. Qin Yu kept a vigilant eye on the movements of the staff, while Su Yao sought out potential storage areas for documents. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed, and several individuals clad in black suits advanced toward them. Startled, Qin Yu and Su Yao hastily ducked into a nearby office. The office was filled with filing cabinets, and the two dared not make any noise, holding their breath as they listened to the commotion outside. The footsteps drew nearer, seemingly pausing at the door. Su Yao anxiously clutched the hem of Qin Yu's clothing, and he gently patted her hand, signaling her to remain calm. After a tense moment, the footsteps gradually receded, allowing them to exhale in relief. With so many documents here, there might be something useful among them, Qin Yu whispered. They began rummaging through the filing cabinets, rapidly flipping through documents, the sound of rustling paper starkly resonating in the quiet office. Suddenly, Su Yao stumbled upon information related to the family project within one of the files. Although it was not crucial data, it provided them with a glimmer of hope. Just then, voices drifted in from outside. Something feels off today. I thought I heard movement over here. Don't scare yourself. It might just be a mouse. Come on, let us check somewhere else. The voices faded away, but Qin Yu and Su Yao realized their time was running short. They quickened their search, leaving no document unexamined. However, after an exhaustive search, they still found no trace of the key information. Qin Yu's anxiety mounted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, fully aware that without expeditious findings, the project would face even graver peril. Qin Yu, look at this. Su Yao pointed to a hidden compartment at the bottom of a filing cabinet, which was secured with a small lock. Qin Yu retrieved a specialized tool from his pocket and began to attempt to unlock it. Time ticked away slowly, each second stretching into eternity. Finally, with a satisfying click, the lock yielded. Inside the compartment lay a stack of documents, and as Qin Yu and Su Yao eagerly flipped through them, they discovered one that contained the vital information they had been desperately seeking. Just as they prepared to leave, the office door was suddenly flung open, revealing several individuals from the mysterious business organization, their expressions rife with suspicion and hostility. Who are you? What are you doing here? The leader, a burly man, bellowed. Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged glances, silently lamenting their predicament. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room grew palpably tense, as if a pin drop could be heard. Qin Yu quickly composed himself, offering a disarming smile. It's a misunderstanding, truly. We were here to discuss a collaboration, but got lost, and ended up here. We'll be on our way now. With that, he attempted to usher Su Yao toward the exit. However, the burly man barred their path. A collaboration? Who are you trying to fool? You must have ulterior motives. Come with us. In a flash of inspiration, Su Yao produced a business card from her pocket and handed it to the man. Sir, It's genuinely a misunderstanding. We sincerely wish to collaborate. We merely stumbled upon this hidden compartment out of curiosity. Please, take a look at our company's business card. The man hesitantly accepted the card, glancing at it, his expression softening slightly. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. It turned out that their ally, Officer Wong, had learned of their infiltration and, concerned for their safety, rushed over with a team of police officers. The personnel from the mysterious business organization grew flustered upon hearing the noise outside. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yu grasped Su Yao's hand, and, amidst the chaos, they escaped through a side door. They sprinted down a dimly lit corridor, voices of alarm echoing behind them. At last, they successfully fled the building, disappearing into the vastness of the night. Hiding in a secluded corner, Qin Yu and Su Yao gasped for breath. Although they had evaded capture, they understood that this escape was but a temporary reprieve. Greater challenges lay ahead. While we have found part of the data, we remain unaware of the deeper connections between this organization and the antagonistic forces. We also do not know what larger schemes they might be orchestrating, Qin Yu remarked. Furrowing his brow, Su Yao nodded. Indeed, and by stirring the pot, we have surely alerted them to our presence. The upcoming investigation will be even more formidable. They resolved to return and regroup with their allies to strategize their next steps. The moonlight bathed them, elongating their shadows, and amidst the perils of this menacing city, their strides appeared particularly resolute. Chapter 18. Unexpected Discoveries, Greater Conspiracies. Qin Yu regarded his allies with steadfast determination, though the road ahead is fraught with challenges. We must not falter. Tomorrow, we shall convene here to meticulously discuss our next plan, ensuring we unearth the full extent of the villain's machinations. Su Yao nodded in agreement, and the group echoed their support. Outside, the sunlight streamed through the windows, yet could not dispel the gloom cast by the antagonists in their hearts. A more arduous struggle seemed imminent. That evening, Qin Yu and Su Yao tossed and turned, unable to find rest. They were acutely aware that while their infiltration of the mysterious business organization yielded some rewards, the subsequent challenges were only just beginning. As dawn broke, the two rose early, meticulously reviewing the key project data they had retrieved from the organization and the unexpected discovery of the antagonist conspiracy blueprint. The paper of the blueprint was yellowed with age, emanating a musty odor, and the handwriting was uneven, yet it conveyed a fierce resolve. Qin Yu, look here. They planned to sabotage the project at critical junctures, preventing timely delivery and inciting dissatisfaction and skepticism within the family. Su Yao pointed to a section of the blueprint, her expression grave. Qin Yu leaned in closer, his brow furrowed. Moreover, they intend to exploit certain factions within the family that are discontent with us, inciting them to oppose us and ultimately seize control of the family. What a devious ploy! With no time to waste, they swiftly organized the documents and hurried to the family estate. Throughout their journey, the city's clamor faded into mere background noise, their minds solely focused on how to navigate this looming crisis. Upon entering the family's main door, they found the elders waiting for them in the conference room. The atmosphere was tense, the dim yellow light casting elongated shadows of the assembly. Qin Yu and Su Yao entered the conference room, respectfully placing the materials and project proposals upon the table. Esteemed elders, these are the documents we procured from a clandestine business organization, along with a plan detailing the villain's larger conspiracy, Qin Yu announced, his voice resonating distinctly in the hushed atmosphere of the room. The family elders gathered around, scrutinizing the documents and proposals with increasing gravity etched upon their faces. The audacity of these villains was beyond comprehension. They dared to disrupt the stability of our family and seize control through such nefarious means. An elderly patriarch, his hair as white as snow, slammed his fist upon the table, causing the teacups to tremble in response. This is not the time for anger. We must swiftly devise a countermeasure, another elder interjected calmly. Nods of agreement rippled through the assembly as discussions about potential strategies commenced. I believe we should take the initiative and identify those within our family who are colluding with the villains, capturing them all in one fell swoop, thus depriving the adversaries of their internal support, a young family member proposed, his eyes gleaming with resolute determination. That would be unwise. Such actions may provoke the enemy. An experienced elder countered. Should they become aware that we know of their scheme, they could alter their plans, leaving us at a disadvantage. The conference room erupted into a cacophony of voices, each expressing their views fervently. Qin Yu and Su Yao stood quietly to the side, absorbing the discourse, acutely aware that this decision was pivotal, and any misstep could plunge the family into irreversible peril. Esteemed elders, Su Yao and I have conceived an idea. Qin Yu finally spoke, silencing the room. We can feign ignorance of the villain's machinations, and continue to advance the project, all while clandestinely enhancing our monitoring and protection of every aspect involved. Simultaneously, we should assign trustworthy individuals to investigate those family members who may be in league with the adversaries, gathering evidence. Once the opportune moment arises, we can expose the villain's conspiracy and vanquish them entirely. Su Yao added, indeed, we could also seize this opportunity to intentionally reveal certain vulnerabilities, luring the villains into a false sense of security, allowing us to glean further details of their schemes and prepare ourselves more effectively. The family elders pondered Qin Yu and Su Yao's proposals, mulling over the strategic merits. After a moment, the elderly patriarch nodded affirmatively. I find these young one's suggestions commendable. They strike a balance, neither alarming the enemy nor failing to address their plot. Let us proceed as they recommend. The other elders echoed their agreement. Thus, the family quickly mobilized. On one front, dedicated personnel were assigned to bolster the oversight and protection of the project, ensuring rigorous control from raw material procurement to production and final delivery. At the project site, workers moved busily. The rhythmic clamor of machinery filled the air, and a palpable tension hung in the atmosphere. Monitors gazed intently, vigilant to every detail, unwilling to let their guard down for even a moment. Meanwhile, a covert investigation commenced within the family to identify those who might be colluding with the villains. The family's intelligence network sprang into action, inundated with a deluge of information. Qin Yu and Su Yao were not idle. They actively participated in the investigative efforts, collaborating with their aides to analyze clues and seek evidence. Yet, they were acutely aware that the villainous forces would undoubtedly be on high alert. Beneath the seemingly calm facade, a fierce clandestine battle was quietly unfolding. Would the family's strategy be effective against the villain's conspiracy? What pivotal roles would Qin Yu and Su Yao play in this familial defense? All remained uncertain, but they stood prepared to confront the impending challenges ahead. As night fell once more, the family's lights flickered in the darkness, seemingly narrating a silent struggle. Qin Yu and Su Yao stood upon the family terrace, gazing into the distance, their expressions resolute. They understood that this battle had only just begun, and they must exert every effort to safeguard the family's honor. Chapter 19, Family Deployment Prepared and Vigilant. Qin Yu clenched his fists and declared to Su Yao, no matter the obstacles that lie ahead, we must protect our family at all costs. Tomorrow, we shall begin by addressing these anomalies and unearth the traitors, shattering the villain's conspiracy. Su Yao nodded with unwavering conviction. Indeed, I believe we can succeed. Beneath the moonlight, their silhouettes appeared exceptionally steadfast, as if proclaiming their resolve to the unknown challenges that awaited. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the windows, illuminating the long table in the family conference room. Family members had gathered early, the atmosphere thick with tension and solemnity. Qin Yu and Su Yao entered the room with measured steps, their eyes radiating an undeniable determination. Esteemed members, we have convened this urgent meeting because Qin Yu and Su Yao have brought back crucial intelligence. An elder broke the silence, his voice deep and authoritative, echoing throughout the chamber. All eyes turned toward Qin Yu and Su Yao, reflecting a mixture of anticipation and concern. Clearing his throat, Qin Yu began. According to the intelligence we have acquired, the villainous forces are orchestrating a conspiracy against our family project. They intend to sabotage critical phases to thwart the project as progress, thereby undermining our family's standing in the business realm. Su Yao continued. Indeed, they may have already infiltrated our ranks, securing the support of certain family members. The room erupted in a cacophony of voices at this revelation. We cannot remain passive. We must take the initiative and unearth those traitors, showing them the consequences of their actions. A young, impetuous family member exclaimed, rising and shaking his fist. Let's not act rashly. A hasty move may provoke the enemy, prompting them to alter their plans and further jeopardizing our position, cautioned an elder with a furrowed brow. We should adopt a wait-and-see approach, observing from the shadows until they reveal a weakness. The room buzzed with conflicting opinions, each side passionately defending their stance. Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged glances, realizing the necessity of presenting a practical and cohesive strategy to quell the discord. Raising his hand for silence, Qin Yu addressed the assembly, esteemed members. Su Yao and I have devised a comprehensive response plan. We must actively seek out leads on the traitors while ensuring the villains remain unaware of our insights. Su Yao elaborated. Specifically, we can enhance monitoring of the project's various phases to ensure its smooth progression. Concurrently, we should discreetly investigate the activities of family members, particularly those exhibiting suspicious behavior. Once we gather conclusive evidence, we will act swiftly, Qin Yu added, moreover, we can disseminate misleading information to confuse the villains, leading them to believe we are still oblivious, thus allowing them to lower their guard and reveal more of their schemes. The family members contemplated Qin Yu and Su Yao's plan, gradually nodding in agreement. After a moment, the elderly patriarch spoke again. I find the approach of these two commendable. It addresses both external threats and internal investigations while also confounding the enemy. Let us proceed, as they suggest. The other family members echoed their approval. Consequently, the family commenced executing the plan with great urgency. New surveillance equipment was swiftly installed and calibrated at various monitoring points of the family project. In the control room, staff remained glued to the screens, their eyes unblinking. The images from the project site were crystal clear, the mechanical clamor resonating as if it were emanating directly from the screens, mingling with a faint scent of oil in the air. The team responsible for investigating the traitor swiftly launched their operations. Like phantoms, they traversed the family's various corners, diligently gathering clues. No detail was overlooked, and every suspicious action was meticulously recorded. Qin Yu and Su Yao personally visited each surveillance point and the investigative team to check on the progress. At one monitoring station, Qin Yu observed the bustling project site on the screen and instructed the staff, we must remain vigilant. Any anomaly should be reported immediately. The staff nodded earnestly, assuring him, rest assured, we will not overlook any trace. Meanwhile, Su Yao scrutinized the clues collected by the investigative team, her brow occasionally furrowing and then relaxing. We have yet to uncover any particularly clear leads, but I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss, she confided in Qin Yu. He comforted her, saying, there's no need to rush, we still have time. As long as we continue our thorough investigation, we will surely uncover the traitor. As time passed, the family's preparations gradually came to fruition. Everything appeared to be in a state of high alert, awaiting the villain's misstep. However, a subtle sense of unease lingered in Qin Yu and Su Yao's hearts. The malevolent forces were cunning and multifaceted. Had they already sensed the family's movements? How might they alter their nefarious plans? Could they withstand the unpredictable variables ahead? The setting sun cast its golden rays upon the family's buildings, enveloping the entire estate in a shimmering veil. Standing on the family terrace, Qin Yu and Su Yao gazed into the distance, their silhouettes elongated by the twilight. At that moment, despite the immense pressure they faced, their convictions remained unwavering. They understood that this battle had only just begun, and regardless of the daunting challenges ahead, they would forge ahead to safeguard their family's honor. Chapter 20. The villain's moves, crisis erupts. Qin Yu took a deep breath and addressed Su Yao. Though our preparations are complete, we must not let our guard down for a moment. Every subsequent step is critical. A minor misstep could lead to utter failure. Su Yao nodded slightly, her gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon. Indeed, regardless of the villain's schemes, we must counteract them and ensure our family does not fall into peril. As night deepened, the two turned and strode forward with determined steps, ready to confront the unknown challenges. However, on the following morning, just as the sun began to illuminate the family Project S building, a crisis quietly descended. The villainous forces, unable to contain themselves, initiated an attack. They had secretly bribed a key technician involved in the project, who, seizing the moment when everyone was preoccupied, stealthily implanted a meticulously crafted virus into the project's core system. In an instant, alarms blared throughout the project site. The once orderly data on the surveillance screens became chaotic, red warning lights flashing wildly. Machines emitted sharp buzzing sounds, as if groaning in agony. Subsequently, all equipment ceased functioning, and the core system collapsed entirely. This is bad. The core system is malfunctioning. A staff member shouted in terror, their voice reverberating in the expansive project hall, tinged with a quiver of fear. Qin Yu and Su Yao were immediately informed of the project's crisis. Their expressions changed dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, they raced toward the project's site. As they hurried, Qin Yu was consumed with anxiety, his footsteps quickening as he inwardly cursed the villain's cunning. Su Yao followed closely behind, her brow furrowed and her eyes revealing a hint of anxiety, but more so, a resolute determination. Upon their arrival, they found a project site in disarray. Staff members appeared frantic, some desperately typing on keyboards in an attempt to restore the system, while others called out to one another, seeking information. The air was thick with tension and anxiety, intermingled with a faint burnt smell from machines. Everyone calm down, Qin Yu shouted, his voice resonant and commanding, instantly quelling the surrounding chaos. Do not panic. We will find a solution. Su Yao quickly added, yes, everyone stick to your roles. Do not create further confusion. Under their reassuring presence, the staff gradually regained composure and began reporting the situation in an orderly manner. After swiftly grasping the unfolding events, Qin Yu and Su Yao recognized the gravity of the situation. While they reassured the family members that they would weather the storm, they urgently contacted technical experts. Qin Yu pulled out his phone, rapidly searching through his contacts before dialing a technical expert's number. "Hello, Professor Zhang. The core system of our Family S project has suddenly collapsed. It appears to have been infected by a virus. Could you come over as soon as possible to assist?" Qin Yu spoke urgently, his tone laced with a plea. From the other end of the line, Professor Zhang's steady voice replied, "Do not panic. I will make arrangements and be there as soon as possible. In the meantime, try to protect the site and avoid any actions that may compromise the data." After hanging up, Qin Yu turned to Su Yao, saying Professor Zhang said he would come as quickly as possible. "For now, we must wait and see if we can find other solutions." Su Yao nodded, suggesting, "I believe we should investigate the bribe technician. Perhaps we can glean the villain's next move from him." Thus, Qin Yu assigned trustworthy personnel to search for the missing technician while he and Su Yao remained on site, closely monitoring the core system status. Time passed agonizingly slowly. Each second felt interminable. Qin Yu watched the unresponsive core system, his worry intensifying. He paced back and forth, occasionally glancing at the entrance, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the technical expert. Su Yao, on the other hand, remained fixated on the surveillance screen, seeking any clues amidst the disordered data. Her gaze was intense and focused, beads of sweat forming on her brow, yet she seemed oblivious to the growing tension. "This virus appears to have been specially designed. Ordinary antivirus software cannot detect it," one technician lamented as he stared at the computer screen. Qin Yu furrowed his brow and remarked, "It seems the villain came prepared. We cannot remain idle. We must continue to explore other methods to minimize damage before Professor Zhang arrives." However, regardless of their efforts, the core system remained unresponsive, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Worry etched across every face. As time dragged on, the team searching for the technician reported back, revealing that he seemed to have vanished without a trace. Upon receiving this news, Qin Yu and Su Yao felt a weight settle in their chests. The trail had abruptly ended, complicating matters further. At that moment, the project site was eerily quiet, punctuated only by the occasional faint hum of machinery. Standing before the lifeless core system, Qin Yu and Su Yao were engulfed by a tumult of emotions. Would the technical expert arrive in time to successfully restore the system? Was this villainous attack merely the beginning? And what more formidable tactics lay ahead? How would Qin Yu and Su Yao respond? These questions loomed over them like heavy stones, pressing down upon their hearts. Chapter 21. Racing Against Time, A Desperate Rescue. Qin Yu and Su Yao gazed at the incapacitated core system, their hearts laden with apprehension. Suddenly, the abrupt sound of screeching brakes shattered the silence. "The technical expert has arrived," Su Yao exclaimed with delight. The two quickly turned to see a vehicle pulling up nearby, and the technical expert, Professor Chun, hurriedly exited, toolbox in hand, striding purposefully towards them. A glimmer of hope flickered among the crowd as they gathered around, eager for him to provide a solution. Professor Chin's expression was grave. He wasted no time on pleasantries and headed straight for the core system. Swiftly, he opened his toolbox, extracting various professional instruments to commence his assessment. Qin Yu and Su Yao followed closely behind, their eyes brimming with anxiety and anticipation. As Professor Chun worked, he murmured, "This virus is quite troublesome. It appears to have been meticulously designed, and standard repair methods are unlikely to be effective." Qin Yu furrowed his brows and inquired, "Professor Chun, do you have confidence in repairing it?" Professor Chun did not respond immediately, his gaze fixated on the data displayed on the testing equipment. After a moment, he replied, "I will do my utmost, but it will require some time. You may attend to other matters for now. I will inform you promptly should any developments arise." Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged glances, discerning that their best course of action was to refrain from interrupting Professor Chen's work. The duo then turned and commenced their investigation into the whereabouts of the compromised technician. They arrived at the technician's office, meticulously sifting through potential clues that might prove useful. Su Yao discovered a note tucked away in a drawer, inscribed with a series of indistinct numbers and an address. Qin Yu leaned over to examine the note and remarked, "This might be a crucial lead. We should investigate this address." With the note in hand, they hastened to the specified location. However, upon arrival, they were met with nothing but an abandoned warehouse, devoid of life. Qin Yu scanned the surroundings and noticed several tire tracks and disordered footprints on the ground. Crouching down for a closer inspection, he stated, "It appears the technician did indeed come here, but he must have been relocated by the antagonists." Su Yao, feeling discertenet, lamentif. "Another lead has gone cold. What are we to do now?" Just as they found themselves at an impasse, a curious child unexpectedly appeared at the project site. The child observed the busy individuals and asked, "Brother, sister, what are you looking for?" Qin Yu briefly explained the situation to the child, tilting his head thoughtfully. The child replied, "This morning, while I was playing in the garden, I saw a man being taken away by several strange individuals. He seemed quite frightened." A sense of urgency gripped Qin Yu and Su Yao as Su Yao quickly inquired, "Child, do you remember which direction they went?" The child pointed toward the direction and said, "I think it was that way." Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged a hopeful glance, deciding to follow the child's indication in their search for clues. Meanwhile, at the project site, Professor Chun was racing against time to repair the core system. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead as his fingers flew over the keyboard, his eyes locked onto the intricate code on the screen. The virus's defense mechanisms were exceedingly robust. With each area repaired, new issues would arise. Wiping his brow, he muttered to himself, "The author of this virus must be an expert." Achieving a complete fix is a daunting challenge. As time ticked away, Qin Yu and Su Yao scoured the direction indicated by the child in pursuit of the technician. They questioned nearby residents and finally gathered some valuable information. An elderly gentleman informed them that he had indeed seen several individuals escorting a visibly anxious young man into a black car heading westward. Without delay, Qin Yu and Su Yao made their way towards the west. Throughout the journey, Qin Yu gripped the steering wheel firmly, his expression resolute and focused. Su Yao pondered their next course of action, articulating, "If we can locate the technician, perhaps we can uncover the antagonist's next move, enabling us to preemptively guard against their plans." Qin Yu nodded in agreement, expressing, "Indeed, let us hope this endeavor yields fruitful results." Upon reaching the western district, however, they were confronted with a bustling commercial area, teeming with people and vehicles. Finding the black car and the technician amid such chaos felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Qin Yu expressed his frustration. In such a vast expanse, where do we even begin? Su Yao surveyed their surroundings, contemplating before suggesting, "Let's first review the nearby surveillance footage in hopes of tracking the vehicle's movements." Thus, they proceeded to a nearby police station, presenting their case to the officers. The police were highly cooperative and swiftly retrieved the relevant surveillance footage. After thorough examination, they finally spotted the black car, which had last been seen entering an abandoned factory. Qin Yu and Su Yao wasted no time and hurried to the factory. Upon arrival, they found the perimeter heavily guarded, with numerous henchmen patrolling the area. In a hushed tone, Qin Yu cautioned Su Yao, "The defenses here are formidable. We must proceed with caution." Su Yao nodded in agreement, stating, "Let us observe for a moment to identify any vulnerabilities." The pair cautiously navigated around the factory's outskirts, searching for an opportunity to enter. Suddenly, Su Yao noticed that a section of the factory's wall was rather low, and there were no guards in sight. She pointed to it and said to Qin Yu, "We can climb over there." After assessing the situation, Qin Yu agreed. Under the cover of night, they stealthily scaled the wall and infiltrated the factory's interior. The factory exuded a musty atmosphere, with machinery haphazardly strewn about. Qin Yu and Su Yao advanced with utmost care, frequently evading patrolling guards. Their search eventually led them to a secluded corner where the technician was being held captive. Upon spotting Qin Yu and Su Yao, the technician's eyes widened with fear. Qin Yu approached gently, assuring him, "Do not be afraid. We are here to rescue you. If you inform us of the antagonist's next plan, we will ensure your safety." After a moment's hesitation, the technician gazed into Qin Yu and Su Yao's steadfast eyes and finally divulged. The antagonists intend to deploy a hidden program during the project reboot to inflict even greater damage on the system, rendering the entire project inoperable and irretrievable. The gravity of this revelation sent a chill through Qin Yu and Su Yao. They recognized the urgency of the situation and understood they must return to the project site immediately to alert Professor Chun and prepare for preventative measures. Just as they were about to escort the technician away, they were suddenly alerted by a cacophony from outside. The antagonists had discovered the intrusion and were conducting a search. Qin Yu and Su Yao, along with the technician, darted through the factory, evading detection with a familiarity of the surroundings that allowed them to skillfully evade wave after wave of searches. At last, they seized an opportunity and successfully escaped the factory. Upon returning to the project site, they found Professor Chun still laboring to repair the core system. Qin Yu relayed the technician's critical information to Professor Chun. The professor's brow furrowed as he absorbed the news, stating, "It appears we must hasten the repair process while simultaneously fortifying against further attacks from the antagonists." Qin Yu and Su Yao nodded in resolute agreement, assuring him, "Professor Chun, rest assured, we will assist you with all our might." Thus, the three of them plunged into the intense work ahead. Time slipped by in a tense atmosphere as they grappled with the formidable task of repairing the core system. Professor Chen experimented with various methodologies, Yet the virus's defensive mechanisms remained obstinately intact. Observing Professor Chen's weary form, Qin Yu felt a pang of sympathy. Professor Chen, please take a moment to rest. Allow us to take over for a while, he urged. Professor Chen shook his head, insisting, there is no time. I must expedite the system's repair. Su Yao chimed in to encourage him. Professor Chen, you can do this. We have faith in you. With their collective efforts, the core system began to exhibit signs of recovery. Some functions were restored, yet there remained a considerable distance to complete restoration. Meanwhile, the countdown to the project reboot drew ever closer. Qin Yu glanced at the clock, anxiety welling up within him. Su Yao, we must accomplish both the system repair and preventative measures against the antagonist's sabotage within the remaining time, he urged. Su Yao nodded firmly, responding, yes, we will succeed. As the challenges of repairing the core system mounted, the question lingered, would Qin Yu and Su Yao, guided by the child's clues, successfully locate the technician and uncover the antagonist's plans to ultimately save the project, or would they find themselves ensnared in an even more precarious predicament? Chapter 22, Clue Tracking. A glimmer of hope. Qin Yu gazed at the gradually illuminating system indicator lights, feeling a blend of relief and trepidation. Time flowed like the fine grains of sand in an hourglass, slipping away swiftly. He turned to Su Yao and Professor Chen, resolutely stating, we are out of time. We must work tirelessly to complete the repairs and preventative measures. The three of them exchanged a knowing glance, their eyes brimming with determination, and immediately immersed themselves in the urgent task at hand, as the atmosphere at the project site grew increasingly tense. At that moment, Su Yao suddenly recalled the clues previously provided by the young child. She turned to Qin Yu and said, Qin Yu, the child mentioned seeing the technicians being taken in that direction. We may be able to follow this lead to find him. Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with realization as he responded, indeed, we must not delay. Let us embark at once. After exchanging a few hurried words with Professor Chen, the two swiftly departed the project site. They followed the direction indicated by the child, diligently inquiring with passers-by along the way. Finally, in a secluded area on the outskirts of the city, they stumbled upon an abandoned factory. From a distance, Qin Yu observed several suspicious individuals pacing around the factory, seemingly guarding something. He whispered to Su Yao, it appears the technician is likely hidden within this forsaken factory, and those individuals must be the henchmen of the antagonist. Su Yao nodded in agreement, and the pair began to scout the perimeter of the factory in search of a suitable point of entry. They cautiously evaded the watchful eyes of the guards, their ears attuned to the slightest sounds in the tense atmosphere. Qin Yu's keen gaze noticed a section of the wall at the back of the factory that was notably lower, with a longer interval between the guards' patrols, an optimal opportunity for infiltration. Seizing the moment when the guard turned away, they swiftly approached the wall. Qin Yu braced himself, effortlessly scaling the barrier, and then reached down to pull Su Yao up. Upon landing, they tread lightly, striving to make not a single sound. As they entered the factory, a musty, decayed odor assailed their senses. In the dim light, the outlines of machinery loomed ominously, concealing countless unknown dangers. They proceeded cautiously down the corridor, their eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Suddenly, a faint murmur of conversation reached their ears. Instantly, Qin Yu and Su Yao halted, holding their breaths, straining to listen. It appeared they were discussing how to handle potential troubles. Exchanging a glance, the two confirmed that the technician was indeed nearby. They stealthily navigated towards the source of the voices and, in a cluttered corner piled high with debris, discovered the technician bound and gagged. Upon seeing them, the technician's eyes flickered with initial terror, swiftly giving way to a glimmer of hope. Qin Yu stepped forward to swiftly untie him, whispering, do not be afraid. We are here to rescue you, but you must inform us of the antagonist's next plan. The technician hesitated, prompting Su Yao to interject. We are your only protection right now. If the antagonist discovers you have been rescued, they will not spare you. After a moment, as contemplation, the technician clenched his jaw and divulged. The antagonist intends to execute a more aggressive attack on the system through a hidden program at the time of project restart. When that occurs, the entire project will collapse irreparably. A heavy silence enveloped Qin Yu and Su Yao as they absorbed the malevolence of the antagonist's scheme. Qin Yu inquired, do you know the specifics of their operation? The technician shook his head, replying, that is all I know. They did not disclose any further details. Just then, a commotion erupted outside, suggesting that the guards had detected an anomaly. We have no time to lose. We must vacate this place, Qin Yu urged. Seizing the chaos as their opportunity, the three fled through a side door of the factory. Upon returning to the project site, Professor Chen greeted them with enthusiasm, exclaiming, wonderful. You have returned. Thanks to my efforts, we have partially restored the core system's functions, but complete recovery will require additional time. Qin Yu relayed the information he had gleaned from the technician to Professor Chun, who, upon hearing it, adopted a grave expression. The situation is dire. We must not only expedite the system repair, but also devise countermeasures against the antagonist's impending attack. Thus, the trio immediately commenced discussions on a response strategy. Qin Yu took charge of coordinating arrangements, marshaling resources to ensure the preventive measures could be swiftly implemented. Meanwhile, Su Yao assisted Professor Chun, utilizing her intellect and understanding of the system to contribute ideas for the restoration efforts. Professor Chun immersed himself in the repair of the core system, his fingers flying over the keyboard as his eyes remained fixed on the intricate code illuminating the screen. However, the repair and prevention efforts did not proceed without challenges. During the restoration of the core system, an unforeseen malfunction emerged, causing previously restored functions to falter once more. Professor Chun scrutinized the screen with a furrowed brow, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This appears to be a self-protective mechanism of the virus. We need to readjust our repair strategy, he remarked while examining the code. Simultaneously, difficulties arose in the debugging of the preventive devices. A technician rushed to Qin Yu, reporting Mr. Qin. Some of the preventive devices are exhibiting data anomalies and may not function properly. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu promptly rushed to the debugging site to troubleshoot the issue alongside the technicians. After a tense inspection, they ultimately discovered that a crucial component of the equipment had sustained damage. Qin Yu quickly contacted the relevant personnel, urgently arranging for replacement parts. During the waiting period, he incessantly urged everyone to hasten their progress, with each passing second feeling as if it weighed heavily upon them. At last, the new components arrived. The technicians swiftly replaced the damaged parts and resumed debugging. Meanwhile, Professor Chun, through repeated attempts, uncovered a method to bypass the virus's self-protective mechanism, allowing progress to be made in restoring the core system. As time elapsed, the core system gradually regained its functionality, and the preventive measures were being systematically deployed amidst a flurry of activity. Yet, the countdown to the project restart loomed ominously, with scant time remaining. Qin Yu glanced at the clock, silently praying for a successful outcome. Despite being aware of the antagonist's next move, could Qin Yu and Su Yao fortify their defenses in time to thwart the impending sabotage and ensure a smooth project restart? Chapter 23, Project Restart, A Clash of Titans. As the moment for Project Restart drew near, Qin Yu inhaled deeply and addressed Su Yao. Regardless of the outcome, we must exert every effort. Su Yao nodded resolutely, her gaze reflecting unwavering determination. The two turned back to immerse themselves in the final preparations. The air in the project site thick with palpable tension as everyone awaited the climactic moment that would determine their fate. After urgent deliberation, the family's leadership resolved to proceed with the project restart as planned. Armed with the information obtained from the technician, Qin Yu and Su Yao swiftly implemented stringent preventive measures at critical junctures within the project. They personally directed family personnel to install advanced surveillance equipment in every nook and cranny, ensuring that any disturbance would be promptly detected. Encrypted communication lines were established to prevent the antagonist from intercepting intelligence, and multiple protective protocols were set at key nodes in the system to counter potential cyber attacks. However, upon learning that their plan had been compromised, the antagonist's forces, enraged and humiliated, decided to go all in. They mobilized every possible resource, preparing to unleash a full-scale assault at the moment of Project Restart. In a dimly lit basement, the leaders of the antagonist gathered, their eyes glinting with malevolence and determination. We cannot allow this project to succeed. We will destroy it at all costs. One leader seethed through clenched teeth, and the others nodded in agreement, as a storm brewed silently. Finally, the moment of Project Restart arrived. As the countdown reached 0, the machines began to hum, lights flickered, and data from various instruments surged. Qin Yu stood at the command center, his gaze locked onto the screen, his hands instinctively clenching. Su Yao, stationed nearby, maintained close communication with the technicians, ready to respond to any unexpected developments. At that instant, the antagonists launched their attack. First came a cyber assault, a deluge of malicious code flooding in like a tidal wave, attempting to breach the system's defenses. The surveillance screens flashed with alarming notifications, red alerts ringing out in a cacophony. Initiate countermeasures. Strengthen the firewall, Qin Yu commanded. The Family-S technicians sprang into action, their fingers racing over keyboards as they engaged in a fierce cyber confrontation with the antagonist. Simultaneously, a group of unwelcome intruders appeared outside the project site, armed and intent on forcing their way in. The family security personnel swiftly formed a defensive line, confronting the villains with unwavering resolve. You cannot pass. The head of security bellowed. Huh, today no one can stop us. The antagonist jeered, both sides poised for conflict. Qin Yu and Su Yao directed the family members with composed fortitude. Utilizing the multiple protective protocols established earlier, they momentarily thwarted the villain's cyber onslaught. Meanwhile, the security team, armed with well-honed tactics and indomitable will, kept the assailants at bay outside the entrance. Yet, the villains were unyielding in their pursuit of victory, persistently altering their attack strategies. On the digital front, they modified malicious code to probe for vulnerabilities in the system's defenses. On-site, some engaged in a fierce assault, while others flanked to identify weak points in the line. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, laden with the scent of impending conflict. Observing the rapidly shifting dynamics, Qin Yu recognized that this battle was merely the prelude. Su Yao, grasping the gravity of the situation, urged Qin Yu, "We cannot remain passive. We must devise a plan for proactive engagement." Qin Yu nodded, his gaze resolute as he replied, "Indeed, but the time for action is not yet ripe. We must first stabilize our position." At that moment, the surveillance feed revealed a surge in the villain's aggression, with some protective measures showing signs of overload. Qin Yu promptly commanded, "Activate the backup protocols, evacuate non-essential personnel, and concentrate our resources to counter the assault." The family members swiftly complied, maintaining order amidst the tension. Elsewhere, the villainous leader, frustrated by the lackluster results of their attacks, slammed his fist on the table in fury. "What is happening? Increase the intensity of the assault. We must destroy the project before they can respond." His subordinates, unwilling to slacken their efforts, escalated their offensive. The struggle for the project's reboot intensified, each passing second teeming with uncertainty. Would Qin Yu and Su Yao withstand the villain's ferocious assault and ensure the project's successful revival? It seemed the antagonists had more tricks up their sleeves. How would Qin Yu and Su Yao navigate this increasingly dire predicament? Chapter 24. In the crucial moment, a counteroffensive. Observing the escalating chaos, Qin Yu understood that inaction was no longer an option. He exchanged a knowing glance with Su Yao and whispered, "Prepare to act." Su Yao nodded slightly, her eyes reflecting determination. Qin Yu turned to assemble a squad of elite family members, succinctly outlining their mission. As the villains intensified their barrage, sparks flew at the project's site, heralding the onset of the protagonist's counterattack. Under the relentless onslaught of the villains, the situation for the project's reboot plummeted into grave peril. The surveillance devices emitted piercing alarms, the flashing red lights illuminating the anxious faces around. Some of the defensive measures ultimately crumbled under the villain's ferocity, ruthlessly breached. Cracks appeared in the cyber defenses, malicious code surging like a torrential flood, threatening to engulf the entire system. On-site, the protective barriers were violently dismantled, emitting a cacophony of distortion, the silhouettes of the villains emerging ominously through the haze. Qin Yu and Su Yao acutely sensed that continued passive defense would lead to total defeat. Without hesitation, they resolved to strike back and disrupt the villain's plans. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Qin Yu rallied his elite team, declaring, "Brothers, let us flank the villains from behind and catch them off guard." The elite members responded in unison, their eyes brimming with combat spirit. Simultaneously, Su Yao swiftly turned to the technical staff at the project site, urging loudly, "Everyone, accelerate the reboot process. We cannot allow them to prevail." The technicians nodded vigorously, their fingers flying across keyboards, fully immersed in their urgent tasks. Leading his elite team, Qin Yu moved stealthily like a shadow. They advanced cautiously along the edges of the project site, the crunch of gravel underfoot resonating sharply in the stillness of the night. Qin Yu remained vigilant, attuned to every sound around him. As they drew near to the villain's rear, a cacophony of shouts and the roar of machinery reached their ears. Qin Yu raised his hand, signaling for silence, peering through the underbrush to observe the villains engrossed in their destructive endeavors, utterly oblivious to the encroaching danger. "Now," Qin Yu commanded, and the elite members surged forth like tigers descending from the mountains. Their weapons gleamed with cold light under the moon, battle cries reverberating through the night. Qin Yu led the charge, his form agile as he plunged into the fray. His gaze was fierce and unwavering, each strike executed with lethal precision targeting the villain's vulnerabilities. A villain brandishing a club lunged at him. Qin Yu deftly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the blow, then executed a spinning kick that sent the assailant crashing to the ground. The elite fighters were equally relentless, engaging in fierce close-quarter combat with the villains, a whirlwind of blades and cries intertwining in the air. At the project site, Su Yao maintained her composure, directing the operations with poise. She navigated through the bustling technicians, keenly monitoring the progress of the reboot. "Faster! We need to expedite this," she urged anxiously. Beads of sweat dotted the foreheads of the technicians as their hands danced over various instruments. Suddenly, one technician exclaimed, "This is bad. A new vulnerability has emerged that could jeopardize the reboot." Su Yao furrowed her brow, swiftly moving in to assess the situation, analyzing the problem calmly. Her mind raced with potential solutions. Moments later, she decisively instructed, "Invoke the backup program, cover the vulnerable segment, and bolster the surrounding defenses." The technicians sprang into action. The tense atmosphere slightly alleviated. Simultaneously, Su Yao did not neglect organizing the repair of the damaged defenses. "Erect the barriers again, reinforce our defenses," she commanded loudly. The workers collaborated diligently, swiftly lifting the fallen barriers, reinforcing them with heavy steel beams. The scene was a flurry of activity, the metallic clang of impact mingling with the shouts of the workers. Under Qin Yu's surprise assault and Su Yao's command, the tide began to turn. The unexpected attack from behind threw the villains into disarray, necessitating a division of their forces to respond. The previously concentrated offensive power was scattered, disrupting the rhythm of their assault on the project. At the project site, the technicians seized the opportunity, hastening the reboot process. As the progress bar inched closer to completion, a glimmer of hope ignited in everyone's hearts. After a vigorous battle, the elite team, led by Qin Yu, successfully repelled the villains from behind. Breathing heavily, their faces radiated the joy of victory. Qin Yu, disregarding the need for rest, promptly reported to Su Yao, "The situation here is under control." "How is it on your end?" Su Yao replied excitedly. "The reboot progress has exceeded 90%, and the defensive measures have nearly been restored. Victory is within our grasp." Yet, just as everyone believed the tide had turned, the villains were far from defeated. After a brief moment of chaos, they swiftly regrouped, their eyes reflecting a blend of desperation and madness. With the project reboot nearing completion, could Qin Yu and Su Yao decisively vanquish the villains and ensure the project's successful continuation? Did the antagonists harbor hidden forces, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the protagonists? Chapter 25. The project succeeds, crisis averted. Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged a resolute glance, finding determination reflected in one another's eyes. They swiftly turned to re-engage in their defensive preparations. Qin Yu shouted, "Everyone, remain vigilant. They will surely strike again." The family members immediately reformed their ranks, gripping their weapons tightly. Su Yao urged the technicians, "Accelerate the process. We must complete the reboot before they attack again." The air was once again charged with tension, everyone bracing for the next wave of the villains' assault. In that moment, the villains surged forth like a tidal wave, their battle cries piercing the air with an almost deafening intensity. Their eyes ablaze with a reckless fervor, they wielded their weapons with ferocity, ready to unleash chaos once more. Qin Yu's gaze was sharp as he swiftly commanded the family members to shift their defensive formations. "Archers, prepare. Loose the arrows." At his command, a torrential downpour of arrows surged towards the adversaries, the piercing sound of the projectiles slicing through the air intermingling chaotically. Many adversaries were struck, emitting anguished cries, yet they continued to charge forward recklessly. Meanwhile, on Su Yao's side, the technicians were drenched in beads of sweat, their fingers flying over the keyboards, their eyes fixated on the reboot progress bar on the screen. 10 seconds left. Hurry a bit faster, Su Yao urged, her voice trembling slightly from anxiety. Suddenly, the system blared an urgent alarm. A technician, pale as a ghost, exclaimed, "Not good. They've activated the interference program. The progress bar is stuck." Su Yao's heart sank, but she inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain composure as she rapidly devised a countermeasure in her mind. Attempt to sever their source of interference and activate the backup algorithm, she decisively instructed. The technicians immediately complied, their fingers racing across the keyboards, filling the room with the sounds of keystrokes and heavy breaths. Simultaneously, Qin Yu led the family members into close combat with the adversaries. Blades clashed, sparks flew, and the scent of blood wafted through the air. Qin Yu moved with agility, his sword gliding through the air like a dragon emerging from the sea, each swing painting the ground with crimson. An adversary attempted a sneak attack from behind, but Qin Yu sensed the disturbance, sidestepped with finesse, and retaliated with a swift thrust of his sword into the assailant's chest. "Protect the project site. We cannot allow them to advance," Qin Yu bellowed, his voice resonating with undeniable authority. The morale of the family members surged as they fought with renewed vigor against the foes. Under Su Yao and the technicians' relentless efforts, the interference program was finally dismantled, and the progress bar began to inch forward once more. 5 seconds, hold on. Su Yao shouted. At that moment, the battle outside reached a fever pitch, with casualties mounting on both sides. Qin Yu bore several wounds, blood staining his garments, yet he continued to fight valiantly. Ultimately, with a crisp notification sound, the project successfully rebooted. We did it! The technicians erupted in cheers, and Su Yao's taut nerves finally relaxed, a smile of relief illuminating her face. Upon hearing the news, the family members outside felt their spirits soar, swiftly driving back the remaining adversaries like a tiger descending the mountain. At the project site, the family members rejoiced, applause echoing throughout the venue. They gathered around Qin Yu and Su Yao, showering them with admiring glances. Young Master Qin and Miss Su Yao are incredible. If it weren't for them, our project would have been ruined. Indeed, their wisdom and bravery are truly commendable. The praises from family members rose in a chorus. Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged smiles, their eyes glimmering with the joy of having survived the ordeal. However, they remained grounded, not allowing victory to cloud their judgment. After a brief celebration, Qin Yu and Su Yao immediately began to address the remnants of the adversarial influence within the project. They led the elite team of the family in a meticulous review of every aspect of the project. Each line of code, every document was scrutinized, leaving no potential hazard unchecked. During this review, they uncovered several hidden backdoor programs that, if activated, could wreak havoc on the project. Qin Yu frowned, his eyes reflecting a hint of anger. These scoundrels will stop at nothing. They quickly instructed the technicians to eradicate these backdoor programs entirely, ensuring the safety of the project. Simultaneously, Su Yao initiated a restructuring within the family. She convened the core members for a serious meeting. This incident has sounded an alarm for us. There may be unstable elements within the family that we must thoroughly investigate. Her voice was resolute and powerful. During the meeting, everyone expressed their opinions, proposing a series of measures to enhance family management and prevention. Su Yao diligently recorded their suggestions, fully aware that only by strengthening internal governance could they prevent similar incidents in the future. While investigating the family members, they discovered several individuals who had connections with the adversaries. These individuals had betrayed the family for personal gain. Qin Yu and Su Yao decisively punished them as a warning to others. The interests of the family must come above all else. Any acts of betrayal cannot be tolerated. Qin Yu's words resonated with conviction. Following a series of cleanups and reforms, the family atmosphere transformed, and their unity grew stronger. Meanwhile, the adversarial forces, reeling from their defeat, temporarily withdrew, licking their wounds in the shadows as they plotted their next move. Standing atop the family estate, Qin Yu and Su Yao gazed out over their domain. The setting sun cast a warm glow upon them, elongating their shadows. Though we succeeded this time, we must not let our guard down. The adversaries will not rest. Qin Yu remarked. Su Yao nodded. Head, gazisitidi. Indeed, we must prepare for their next challenge in advance. They understood that this was merely the beginning. The road ahead was long, and crises could arise at any moment. Yet, they felt no fear, for they had each other and the support of their family. Together, they would face every difficulty that lay ahead. The project was successful, and the crisis had temporarily abated. But Qin Yu and Su Yao were acutely aware that the adversaries would not relent. They would inevitably return, and the next crisis might manifest in unforeseen ways. How would Qin Yu and Su Yao prepare for it? Chapter 26. Life among the affluent, adorable child's antics. As the sun gradually descended, its afterglow bathed the garden in a golden hue. The children's party remained exuberantly lively, their laughter resonating in the air. Qin Yu was playing joyfully with the little ones when suddenly, Su Yao's expression turned grave. She clutched a mysterious anonymous letter she had just received. Worry etched in her eyes. In the days following the project's success, the affluent family seemed enveloped in a light-hearted atmosphere. The tension and fatigue of recent days appeared to dissipate in an instant. In the garden, flowers bloomed vibrantly, their myriad colors competing for attention, filling the air with their delightful fragrance. A gentle breeze rustled the petals, as if they danced in accompaniment to the joyous celebration. Sunlight spilled over the verdant grass, resembling a golden velvet carpet. The little one bounded about the garden like a jubilant angel, his cherubic face radiant with uncontainable excitement and joy. In recent days, he had sensed a newfound ease within the family, and Qin Yu had more time to spend with him. Inspired by this, the little one decided to host a unique mini-party in the beautiful garden. He eagerly invited some of his little friends from the family, with Qin Yu being the guest he anticipated most. At the party venue, exquisite snacks and fruits adorned the tables. The charmingly shaped cakes exuded an enticing aroma, enough to make anyone's mouth water just by looking at them. The fruits were artfully arranged into whimsical shapes, resembling pieces of art. Standing on a makeshift stage, the little one cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, dear friends, and my beloved brother Chinyu, I shall now showcase my newly learned talents." With that, he began to dance and prance about. Though his movements were clumsy, they brimmed with childlike charm and energy, sometimes mimicking a hopping rabbit, other times playfully scratching his ears like a mischievous monkey. His antics elicited peals of laughter from the audience of children, and Chinyu couldn't help but smile widely, his eyes filled with affection for the little one. The children gathered around the stage, munching on delicious treats while cheering and applauding for the little performer. "You're amazing. Little one, do another dance. Another one." Their enthusiastic calls resonated in waves. In this joyous atmosphere, they seemed to forget the complex disputes and troubles that plagued the affluent family. However, at that moment, Su Yao stood in a corner of the garden. Her once cheerful countenance abruptly transformed into one of gravity. The mysterious, anonymous letter clutched in her hand was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, disrupting the beauty and serenity of the moment. Her brow furrowed slightly, and a flicker of vigilance and doubt flashed in her eyes. From whence did this letter originate? Why did it surface at this juncture? What revelations did it contain that could potentially impact them? A multitude of questions swirled within her mind. Instinctively, Su Yao glanced around, seeking any suspicious figures. In the garden, children continued to frolic and laugh, while Chinyu engaged in games with several little ones. Everything appeared ordinary, yet there lingered an air of concealed intrigue. She took a deep breath, striving to compose herself, and resolved to find a quiet place to examine the letter's contents with care. She delicately traversed the garden, her footsteps light as she feared drawing attention. As she passed by the flower beds, the vibrant blossoms exuded a rich fragrance. Yet at that moment, Su Yao had no desire to admire them. Her thoughts were wholly consumed by the enigmatic letter in her grasp. At last, she arrived at a secluded corner of the garden, where a quaint pavilion nestled amidst dense greenery, offering a serene retreat. Su Yao slowly seated herself on the stone bench within the pavilion, ensuring no one was in sight before cautiously unfolding the letter. The handwriting on the parchment was uneven, as if deliberately disguised. Her gaze swiftly scanned the content, and her expression grew increasingly grave. The letter bore no explicit signature, yet it insinuated the presence of a hidden traitor among Chinyu and Su Yao, one intricately linked to nefarious forces. Upon concluding her perusal of the letter, a tumult of emotions surged within Su Yao. On one hand, she felt a surge of anger and concern towards this concealed traitor, fearing the severe harm they could inflict upon them and their family. On the other hand, she felt a flicker of gratitude that this letter had arrived in time, granting them an opportunity to remain vigilant. She recognized the urgency of informing Chinyu, so they could devise a strategy together. Clutching the letter tightly, Su Yao hurried towards Chinyu. At that moment, the children's party continued to thrive, their laughter resonating in every corner of the garden. The young performer began a new act, singing a cheerful nursery rhyme with an innocent voice, as if that pure melody could dispel all the shadows of the world. Observing this joyful scene, Su Yao silently vowed to protect this precious tranquility at all costs, refusing to let the hidden traitor and malevolent forces shatter their hard-won peace. She quickened her pace, her eyes filled with determination. When she reached Chinyu, she gently tapped his shoulder, signaling him to step aside for a private conversation. Noticing Su Yao's serious expression, Chinyu felt a tightening in his chest. His instincts warned him that something significant had transpired. He excused himself from the children and followed Su Yao to another corner of the garden. "What is wrong? You look unwell," he inquired with concern. Su Yao handed the letter to Chinyu and whispered, "I just received this. Take a look." As Chinyu read through the letter, his countenance darkened. "I can't believe such a threat lurks among us," he said, his voice tinged with anger and worry. They fell into a brief silence, each contemplating their next course of action. "We must not alert the snake by striking the grass. We should investigate those around us discreetly." Su Yao broke the silence, speaking calmly. Chinyu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we should start with those closely involved in the project whose recent behavior has been unusual." They swiftly devised a preliminary investigative plan, determined to uncover the hidden traitor without arousing suspicion. Once their discussion concluded, Chinyu and Su Yao returned to the party. They endeavored to mask their emotions, feigning nonchalance as they continued to engage with the children. The young performer approached them with glee, tugging at Chinyu's hand, exclaiming, "Brother Chinyu, did you see my new act? Wasn't he wonderful?" Chinyu mustered a smile and ruffled the young one's hair. "Your performance was outstanding. You are the most remarkable little actor I have ever seen." The festivities continued unabated, with children chasing each other in the garden, their laughter and cheers intertwining harmoniously. As the sun began to set, the sky adorned itself with twinkling stars. The garden lights illuminated the area, creating a warm and romantic atmosphere. Yet, within Qin Yu and Su Yao's hearts, a heavy stone weighed them down. While they outwardly joined in the merriment, they remained ever vigilant, observing the actions of those around them. The news brought forth by the mysterious anonymous letter cast a subtle shadow over the joyous gathering, like a specter lurking in the darkness. They had no knowledge of the identity of this hidden traitor, nor when or where they might strike. However, they understood that it was imperative to identify the traitor swiftly to safeguard themselves, their family, and this precious tranquility from disruption. Amidst the facade of calm in their affluent lives, an unseen crisis was silently approaching. The young performer's celebration remained jubilant, yet the implications of the mysterious anonymous letter loomed large, hinting at either an impending crisis or deeper secrets yet to be unveiled. All of this lay shrouded in a fog, awaiting Qin Yu and Su Yao to unravel its mysteries. Chapter 27. The Mysterious Letter Concealing Intrigues. Qin Yu and Su Yao gazed at the jubilant crowd at the party, their worries unabated. They were acutely aware that behind the seemingly joyous facade of the gathering lay an unknown peril. Su Yao murmured, "We must act swiftly." Qin Yu nodded, his gaze resolute. At that moment, the young performer approached, grasping their hands and cheerfully inviting them to join the game. Gazing into the innocent face of the child, their resolve to uncover the traitor and protect this precious joy intensified. Su Yao gently patted the young performer's head, speaking tenderly, "Sweetheart, your brother and sister need to attend to something first. You and your friend carry on playing, all right?" The child nodded understandingly and bounded back to join their companions. Tightening her grip on the mysterious letter, Su Yao and Qin Yu hastily made their way to her room. Upon entering, Su Yao swiftly turned on the light, the soft glow instantly filling the space. The room was cozy, adorned with pink drapes partially concealing the window, through which moonlight streamed like water, cascading onto the windowsill. Su Yao approached the desk, carefully placing the letter upon it, as Qin Yu leaned in closer. They meticulously re-examined the letter's contents, although it bore no clear signature. The implications within sent chills down their spines. The letter hinted at a traitor lurking amongst them, colluding with sinister forces, poised to strike at any moment. Su Yao's brow furrowed in deep concern as she said, "This letter's arrival is indeed suspicious. However, it is better to err on the side of caution. The threat we face is terrifying." Qin Yu's expression grew serious as he nodded slightly. "Indeed, our immediate priority is to identify this traitor. We cannot allow them to continue operating in the shadows." They fell into contemplation, beginning to untangle the web of relationships surrounding them. Qin Yu was the first to break the silence. Based on the letter's content, it is highly likely this traitor is closely tied to the project. After all, our recent focus has predominantly been on it, and any adversary seeking to disrupt us would naturally target those involved in the project. So Yao Genker, moreover, the letter mentioned unusual behaviors recently. We can investigate this angle. After extensive deliberation, they identified several individuals linked to the project whose recent actions had raised suspicion. Among them was a core member of the project team, who had been acting mysteriously, often retreating to make phone calls away from prying eyes. Another was a mid-level manager within the family business, responsible for liaising on the project, whose demeanor had suddenly turned discreet, as if deliberately concealing something. Qin Yu and Su Yao resolved to observe the actions of these individuals discreetly. The following day, Qin Yu arrived at the company early, feigning busyness while closely monitoring the movements of a pivotal member of the project team. Within the office, the rhythmic clatter of keyboards intertwined with the chatter of colleagues, and Qin Yu occasionally stole glances at the target. He noticed the individuals seated at their workstation seemingly engrossed in their computer screen, yet their eyes betrayed a hint of anxiety, fingers unconsciously drumming on the desk as if eagerly awaiting something. After a brief interval, the person abruptly rose, clutching some documents, and hurried towards the conference room. A spark of intrigue ignited within Qin Yu, prompting him to follow under the pretense of retrieving files. The conference room door was firmly shut, leaving Qin Yu to catch only muffled snippets of conversation within. He cautiously approached, straining to discern the dialogue. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching and quickly straightened, feigning nonchalance as if he had just arrived. It was another colleague from the company, who cast a curious glance at Qin Yu and inquired, "What brings you here?" Qin Yu, maintaining his composure, replied, "Oh, I came to fetch some documents. I heard voices from the conference room and thought it might be empty." The colleague nodded and departed. Meanwhile, Su Yao found herself in the Family Enterprises finance office. She expressed her desire to review recent financial records related to ongoing projects. Though the finance personnel appeared somewhat perplexed, they complied with her request and retrieved the necessary data. Seated at the desk, Su Yao meticulously perused each page of financial statements, her gaze fixated on the flow of every transaction. Suddenly, she stumbled upon a substantial sum directed towards an unfamiliar account, its name obscure and seemingly disconnected from legitimate business partners. A sense of urgency gripped her heart. She recognized this could be a crucial lead. Maintaining her composure, she continued to sift through additional records, discreetly noting the account information. Upon leaving the finance office, Su Yao promptly contacted a trusted acquaintance in the financial sector, enlisting their assistance in investigating the account's background. Simultaneously, Qin Yu persisted in tracking the project team member. After exiting the conference room, the individual returned to their workstation to gather their belongings before hastily departing the company. Without hesitation, Qin Yu followed suit. Outside, the sunlight blazed brightly, and the streets bustled with vehicles and pedestrians. Qin Yu cautiously maintained his distance, anxious not to lose track of his quarry. The individual navigated through several streets before arriving at a cafe. From a distance, Qin Yu observed them settle into a corner, shortly joined by a figure wearing a hat pulled low, who took a seat opposite. The two engaged in hushed conversation, periodically glancing around with an air of vigilance. Qin Yu found a concealed spot to sit, straining to catch their words, but could only discern fragments of their dialogue. On Su Yao's end, she soon received a response from her friend. The acquaintance informed her that preliminary inquiries revealed a connection between the account and a company linked to nefarious forces. This revelation further solidified Su Yao's conviction that their suspicions were indeed valid. She immediately called Qin Yu to share this significant discovery. In turn, Qin Yu relayed the cafe's observations to Su Yao. Both recognized that these clues seemed to converge upon a high-ranking family member, as only an individual in such a position could orchestrate these matters, possessing ample resources to collude with the adversaries. However, despite the mounting evidence pointing towards this executive, they lacked concrete proof. Aware that any rash action could alert the traitor and complicate their investigation, Qin Yu and Su Yao returned home, once again plunged into contemplation. The room was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the rhythmic ticking of the wall clock, as if urging them to devise a plan swiftly. Qin Yu paced the room, contemplating strategies, while Su Yao sat on the sofa, resting her chin on her hands with focused intensity. Suddenly, Su Yao lifted her head, a glimmer of inspiration illuminating her eyes. We can approach this from a different angle, gathering more evidence. Perhaps investigating those closely associated with this high-ranking individual could unveil further leads. Qin Yu halted in his tracks, nodding in agreement. That's an excellent idea. We should also monitor their decisions within the company and the family for any anomalies. The pair resolved to embark on their new investigative plan the following day. As night deepened, the moonlight outside grew ever more radiant, casting a silvery veil over the earth. Qin Yu and Su Yao lay in bed, yet slumber eluded them. They understood that the upcoming investigation would be fraught with challenges, but for the sake of their family's tranquility and the protection of those around them, they were determined to exert every effort to gather evidence discreetly and unearth the traitor lurking in the shadows. Chapter 28. In-depth investigation, a shroud of mystery. After a night of contemplation, Qin Yu and Su Yao found themselves seated on the living room sofa at dawn. The gentle sunlight enveloped them, yet could not dispel the gloom lingering in their hearts. Qin Yu gazed at the notebook filled with recorded clues, resolutely stating, "Today, we must execute our plan and unearth more evidence." Su Yao nodded, her eyes brimming with determination. They rose, tidied their attire, and with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation, stepped out of their home to confront the unknown challenges of their investigation. At the company, the suspect entered the office as usual. Qin Yu pretended to be engrossed in work, while secretly observing the suspect's every move. The individual appeared oblivious to any unusual scrutiny, occasionally glancing at their watch, as if awaiting something. At last, the suspect stood, donned their coat, and hurried out of the office. Qin Yu promptly set aside his tasks and stealthily followed. The street was alive with traffic, pedestrians bustling about. Qin Yu carefully maintained a safe distance from the suspect, striving not to lose sight while avoiding detection. The suspect traversed several streets, ultimately arriving at a park. Within the park, the lush trees provided shade, and the air was fragrant with blossoms as morning exercisers moved about. The suspect paused beneath a grand tree, seemingly awaiting someone. Before long, a figure emerged, engaging the suspect in conversation. Qin Yu quickly concealed himself behind a nearby bush, straining to hear their exchange. Yet, the two intentionally lowered their voices, leaving him with only indistinct fragments. Anxiety coursed through Qin Yu. He attempted to shift positions for a clear view. However, as he moved, he inadvertently stepped on a twig, the crisp snap echoing in the tranquil park. Both the suspect and mysterious figure turned alertly towards him, and panic surged within Qin Yu as he hastily turned and feigned nonchalance while departing. He felt their vigilant gazes upon him, his heart racing involuntarily. Once he had distanced himself, Qin Yu found refuge at the park's edge, covertly observing. He witnessed the mysterious figure depart hastily, followed closely by the suspect, who left the park with a wary demeanor. Frustration welled within Qin Yu. He had narrowly avoided exposure and failed to glimpse the mysterious individual's face. Nevertheless, he understood that the frequent interactions between the suspect and the enigmatic figure must harbor untold secrets. On the other side, Su Yao arrived at the family finance office. The room was infused with the musty scent of old paper, with tall filing cabinets lining the walls, housing years of the family's financial records. Su Yao articulated her purpose to the finance supervisor, who, though slightly bemused, complied with her request and retrieved the recent financial statements. Seated at the desk, Su Yao immersed herself in the reports. Her eyes swept across each line of numbers, leaving no detail overlooked. Suddenly, she uncovered an irregularity involving a significant sum of money. This amount had been transferred to an unknown account, its name obscure and seemingly unrelated to the family's legitimate business dealings. A tightening sensation gripped her chest. Her intuition signaled that this was the pivotal clue she had been seeking. She began to delve deeper into the origins and destinations of this fund. By scrutinizing more financial records and engaging in thorough inquiries with the finance personnel, Su Yao gradually pieced together a clearer picture. Originally, this sum of money was transferred under the guise of an ostensibly ordinary project. However, the actual circumstances surrounding this project starkly contradicted the financial records. Upon further investigation, Su Yao was astounded to discover that this mysterious account was intricately linked to a company controlled by malevolent forces. Fully aware of the significance of her discovery, she promptly contacted Qin Yu to relay the news. On the other end of the line, Qin Yu recounted in detail his surveillance of the suspect. Both realized that, although the identity of the hidden traitor remained obscured, their investigation had indeed made substantive progress. Nevertheless, the identity of the concealed betrayer continued to loom over them like a thick fog. What was the connection between the mysterious figure and the traitor? What sinister conspiracy lay behind this colossal sum of money? These questions incessantly swirled in the minds of Qin Yu and Su Yao. They understood that the forthcoming investigation would be even more arduous, yet, for the sake of their family's future and to unearth the enemies lurking in the shadows, they could not falter. Qin Yu and Su Yao resolved to meticulously reassess the clues they had gathered and to devise a renewed investigative plan. They recognized that every minute detail could potentially unlock the mystery, and each action must be executed with utmost caution, ensuring they did not alert the adversaries. The twilight's afterglow enveloped them, elongating their shadows as if narrating the arduous and protracted nature of their investigation. Chapter 29. Unexpected Flaw, A Glimmer of Insight. Seated in the living room, Qin Yu and Su Yao found themselves surrounded by an array of clues laid out upon the table. With furrowed brows, Qin Yu gently traced a finger across the documents, stating, "While we have made progress with the clues at hand, it is still woefully insufficient. Tomorrow, I intend to delve into the identity of the mysterious figure, while you continue to excavate information regarding the nefarious company." Su Yao nodded, her gaze resolute. "Indeed, we must exercise caution and avoid any missteps." They exchanged a knowing glance, both cognizant that the forthcoming investigation would be increasingly challenging, yet they vowed not to retreat. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the crevices of the window, illuminating Qin Yu's determined visage. He had arrived early at a locale frequented by the suspect, quietly biding his time. As the minutes ticked by, the street began to swell with pedestrians, the cacophony of honking horns and animated conversations sharpening Qin Yu's focus. At last, the suspect appeared, clad in a dark suit, his demeanor hurried, exhibiting an unusual urgency in his stride. Qin Yu closely trailed the suspect, maintaining a judicious distance. The suspect navigated through several streets, arriving at what appeared to be an ordinary commercial building. Qin Yu harbored doubts. What purpose did the suspect have in this seemingly unremarkable location? He cautiously followed inside, blending with the bustling crowd to avoid drawing attention. Upon entering a conference room, the suspect joined several others in hushed conversation, the atmosphere palpably tense. Qin Yu strained to overhear their dialogue, but could only discern fragmented utterances. Suddenly, as the suspect stood to retrieve a document, an object fell from him, unnoticed. As the meeting concluded and the attendees began to disperse, Qin Yu seized the opportunity to slip into the conference room, retrieving the fallen item, a badge adorned with a distinctive emblem. The intricate design resembled the insignia of a family or organization, defined by golden lines framing a shield-like shape with a blue gemstone at its center, radiating an enigmatic glow. A surge of excitement coursed through Qin. This could very well be a pivotal lead. Meanwhile, Su Yao toiled in the family's financial office, grappling with account information displayed on her computer screen. After several hours immersed in data, fatigue weighed upon her eyes, yet she dared not relent. Suddenly, a new lead emerged as she delved deeper into the enigmatic account linked to the nefarious company, uncovering information related to the badge. With the badge in hand, Qin hastened back to meet Su Yao. They convened in the study, meticulously examining the insignia. Su Yao presented the findings from her computer, revealing that the badge was associated with a specific nefarious organization that had long lurked in the shadows, attempting to infiltrate the elite for personal gain. They began to sift through family records, seeking further insights into this malevolent entity. The study was imbued with the scent of aged parchment, shelves brimming with hefty tomes. Qin and Su Yao perused each volume, fingers swiftly gliding across the pages, eyes fervently scanning for pertinent information. After considerable effort, they finally unearthed a reference to the organization in a time-worn family chronicle. The records indicated that this nefarious organization planned to embed spies within affluent families, gradually seizing control of their critical operations, thereby aiming to dominate the entire elite. The substantial financial flows they had discovered were likely a component of this insidious scheme. Concurrently, by analyzing the suspects' recent behaviors and contacts, they narrowed the search for the hidden traitor to several senior management figures within the family. Despite identifying the organization and its infiltration strategy, the true identity of the hidden traitor remained elusive. Qin and Su Yao were acutely aware that should this nefarious organization's plan succeed, it would spell disaster for their family. They must expeditiously uncover the traitor to thwart the progression of this conspiracy. However, identifying the genuine betrayer among the senior management, each possessing a complex web of backgrounds and relationships, proved a formidable challenge, as any misstep could alert the perpetrators. Qin gazed at Su Yao, resolutely declaring, "No matter how daunting the task, we must persist in our investigation." Su Yao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we cannot allow their machinations to come to fruition." Their eyes brimmed with determination, fully aware that the trials ahead would be even more formidable, yet they stood prepared. Chapter 30. Target locked, ready to close in. As night deepened, Qin and Su Yao contemplated the information regarding the senior figures laid out before them, ensnared in thought. Qin broke the silence. "Given the current circumstances, all these individuals are suspects. We must proceed with caution." Su Yao concurred. "Absolutely. Tomorrow we shall act according to plan, hoping for a breakthrough." They organized their materials and prepared to retire, steeling themselves for the investigations that lay ahead, fully aware that the path forward was fraught with uncertainty and challenge. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, gently illuminating Qin face as he slowly opened his eyes, resolve and focus evident within his gaze. The previous night's contemplation had provided him with a tentative direction. After a brief morning routine, he sat at the dining table, consuming breakfast while mentally sifting through the clues he had gathered. At that moment, Su Yao approached, her gaze equally sharp, holding a freshly compiled dossier in her hands. "I believe we should begin by tracing the flow of funds and identifying individuals with recent external contacts," Su Yao proposed, placing the documents on the table. Qin nodded in agreement. "Yes, that aligns with my thoughts. I reached out to some contacts yesterday to see if I could uncover more information regarding these senior figures." They quickly finished their breakfast and set off on their respective paths. Upon arriving at the company, Qin sought out an old friend in the intelligence department. In the cluttered office, the air was thick with the scent of ink and paper. Seated on the sofa, Qin engaged in a low conversation with his friend. "Have there been any unusual activities from these senior figures lately, particularly from Li Hua?" Qin inquired. His friend furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding. "Li Hua has been frequently meeting with unfamiliar business individuals, and each encounter appears shrouded in secrecy, as if deliberately avoiding the gaze of others." As Qin's heart stirred, he realized this might be the pivotal clue. Simultaneously, Su Yao was meticulously analyzing the densely packed numbers on her computer screen within the family's financial office. The atmosphere in the office was so tranquil that only the sound of keyboard strokes could be heard. Her eyes were fixed on the screen, leaving no detail overlooked. After several hours of diligent effort, she finally uncovered some anomalies. Several projects overseen by Li Hua exhibited irregularities in their financial flows, with substantial amounts redirected towards seemingly insignificant small companies, all of which, upon investigation, were intricately linked to the previously identified villainous organization. As dusk fell, Qin and Su Yao reconvened. They settled in a pavilion within the family garden, surrounded by serene silence, occasionally interrupted by the chirping of insects. Qin Yu shared the intelligence he had acquired from an old friend, while Su Yao disclosed the financial irregularities she had discovered. They exchanged knowing glances, each harboring a burgeoning conviction. It appeared that the hidden traitor was indeed Li Hua. It seems evident, Qin Yu stated, his tone imbued with a hint of certainty. Su Yao nodded in agreement, affirming that, based on the current clues, his suspicion was the most substantial. Despite having identified their target, they understood that to bring Li Hua to justice, they required more concrete evidence. Thus, Qin Yu and Su Yao commenced devising a comprehensive plan to ensnare him. In the study, they unfolded a map, marking potential locations where Li Hua might appear in the surrounding environments. We can act when he re-establishes contact with the villainous faction, Qin Yu pointed out, indicating a location on the map. This abandoned factory served as a prior meeting point. I suspect they will likely choose it again. Su Yao nodded in agreement, stating that they needed to deploy reliable personnel to lie in ambush around the factory. The moment they initiate contact, they would act swiftly to capture both the perpetrator and the evidence. The two meticulously arranged every detail of the operation, from personnel deployment to the timing of their actions. They reached out to several loyal and dependable family members, briefing them on the situation and assigning tasks. Each individual pledged their utmost cooperation, ready to support Qin Yu and Su Yao. In the ensuing days, Qin Yu and Su Yao closely monitored Li Hua's every move. He appeared oblivious to the scrutiny, continuing his routine work in life, though he occasionally exhibited signs of anxiety and unrest. Qin Yu and Su Yao recognized this as the calm before the storm. They must seize the opportunity to bring Li Hua and his nefarious associates to justice. At last, the moment arrived. Through a tip-off from an informant, Qin Yu and Su Yao learned that Li Hua would return to the abandoned factory tonight to rendezvous with the villainous faction. They sprang into action, leading the family's trusted personnel to the vicinity of the factory. The nighttime factory loomed ominously, its dilapidated buildings casting eerie shadows under the moonlight, surrounded by overgrown weeds, with the occasional hoot of an owl sending shivers down their spines. Concealed in a corner near the factory, Qin Yu and Su Yao's eyes were fixated on the main entrance. Their palms were slightly damp with sweat, yet their gazes remained resolute. The family's reliable personnel were strategically positioned, awaiting the command to spring into action. Time seemed to stretch infinitely as each second passed. Eventually, a black sedan slowly approached the factory, coming to a halt at the entrance. The door opened, and Li Hua emerged, glancing around to ensure there were no anomalies before entering the factory. Qin Yu exchanged a glance with Su Yao, signaling readiness. "It's time to move," he whispered. Tension gripped everyone as they awaited the opportune moment. However, at that instant, Li Hua appeared to sense something amiss, abruptly halting within the factory, a wary expression crossing his face. A knot tightened in Qin Yu's stomach. Had Li Hua uncovered their plans? As the net was about to close, did he perceive the impending danger? Should the operation fail, and Li Hua escape, it would spell greater peril for the family. Would Qin Yu and Su Yao successfully conclude the operation and bring the traitor to justice? Chapter 31. The operation to capture the traitor, fraught with peril. Qin Yu's gaze remained fixed on Li Hua's form within the factory, his heartbeat quickening uncontrollably. He gestured discreetly to Su Yao, signaling her to be prepared for action. At that moment, Li Hua began to move towards the factory side entrance, his steps slow but laced with a hint of panic. Qin Yu quietly instructed the family members nearby, "Get ready. As soon as he exits, surround him immediately." All held their breaths, awaiting that decisive instant, as the stage seemed set for an intense confrontation. As Li Hua stepped out of the factory side door, Qin Yu issued the command now. In an instant, numerous family members surged forth, swiftly encircling Li Hua and several suspected members of the villainous faction across from him. The night air felt as if it had solidified, tension permeating every corner. Li Hua's complexion shifted dramatically, a flicker of terror in his eyes quickly replaced by a fierce resolve. "What do you want?" He feigned calm, his voice trembling as it echoed through the silent night. Su Yao let out a cold laugh. "Li Hua, your collusion with the villains has been exposed. This is your day of reckoning." At that moment, a tall, burly member of the villainous faction behind Li Hua suddenly brandished a dagger, lunging towards Qin Yu. The blade glinted ominously in the moonlight, akin to a cold, venomous serpent. Qin Yu's expression hardened. He swiftly dodged the strike, executing a kick aimed at the assailant's wrist. With a clang, the dagger clattered to the ground, bouncing several times. Seizing the distraction, Li Hua turned and fled. Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged glances, pursuing him without hesitation. The remaining family members quickly subdued the other members of the villainous faction. The chase unfolded through the dilapidated corridors of the abandoned factory, where discarded debris filled the sides, emanating a putrid odor. Li Hua sprinted with remarkable speed, adeptly navigating the terrain, attempting to evade Qin Yu and Su Yao. Li Hua, you cannot escape, Qin Yu shouted as he chased after him. Suddenly, Li Hua halted in a corner piled high with decrepit cardboard boxes, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Qin Yu and Su Yao approached cautiously, and at that moment, Li Hua produced a lighter from his pocket. Igniting the boxes beside him, flames erupted with a roar, instantly illuminating the surroundings in a crimson glow, the heat washing over them. The evidence is in these boxes. If you pursue me further, I will incinerate them all. Li Hua shouted frantically, his eyes gleaming with desperation. Qin Yu's heart raced. If those pieces of evidence were destroyed, all their prior efforts would be in vain. He exchanged a knowing look with Su Yao, and they began to flank Li Hua from either side. Li Hua brandished the lighter, retreating while shouting, "Don't come any closer or I'll set it ablaze." As the fire intensified, acrid smoke enveloped the area, stinging their eyes. In a moment of distraction, Qin Yu charged forward, seizing Li Hua's hand that held the lighter. Li Hua struggled fiercely, and a scuffle ensued. Su Yao quickly joined the fray, the three of them grappling amidst the fiery chaos. In the heat of the struggle, Li Hua managed to break free, hurling the lighter towards a stack of boxes. Just as it seemed the flames would spread, Su Yao lunged for the lighter, knocking it to the ground just before it could ignite more boxes, extinguishing it underfoot. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yu subdued Li Hua, binding him tightly with rope. As Li Hua collapsed to the ground, despair reflected in his eyes, the flames gradually dwindled thanks to the efforts of the arriving family members. Qin Yu rummaged through the charred boxes, retrieving some documents. Although part had been consumed by the flames, critical information remained intact. This was the evidence linking Li Hua to the villainous faction. As they held the incriminating evidence, both Qin Yu and Su Yao breathed a sigh of relief. However, as they escorted Li Hua and other members of the antagonistic forces away, a flicker of concern surged within Qin Yu. Although this operation had successfully apprehended Li Hua, it was undeniable that the nefarious faction would not simply relent. They were likely to revise their plans and unleash a frenzied retaliation. Su Yao seemed to sense Qin Yu's unease as their eyes met, and in that moment, they both recognized a shared resolve. The night breeze gently whispered through the air, carrying a hint of chill. Leading their family members, Qin Yu and Su Yao slowly emerged from the abandoned factory, guiding Li Hua and his cohorts. The moonlight cascaded upon them, casting elongated shadows, while ahead lay the unknown challenges and potentially greater crises that awaited them. Chapter 32. The Traitor's Interrogation. The truth revealed. Qin Yu and Su Yao ushered Li Hua back to the family estate, making their way directly to the interrogation room. Li Hua kept his head bowed throughout the journey, lost in contemplation. Upon entering the interrogation room, the lights flickered to life, and Li Hua was firmly seated in a chair. Qin Yu's penetrating gaze bore into him as he coldly inquired, "Li Hua, at this juncture, do you still intend to remain silent?" Li Hua lifted his head, a flicker of internal struggle flashing in his eyes, yet his lips remained tightly sealed. A battle of wills was about to unfold in this interrogation. Inside the interrogation room, the air felt as if it had solidified, oppressive enough to stifle one's breath. The dim yellow lights on the walls flickered erratically, emitting a crackling sound that added an eerie undertone to the tense atmosphere. Qin Yu pulled a chair closer, sitting directly across from Li Hua, his eyes locked onto him as if they could penetrate the depths of his thoughts. Su Yao stood beside him, arms crossed, her gaze icy and disdainful. "Li Hua, do you believe that your silence will absolve you of our grasp?" Qin Yu's voice resonated low and forceful, echoing throughout the stillness of the interrogation room. Li Hua trembled slightly, yet he feigned calmness, turning his head away to avoid Qin Yu's piercing stare. "I know nothing. You have apprehended the wrong person," he replied, his voice dry, making a last-ditch effort to resist. Qin Yu let out a derisive snicker, seizing a stack of documents from the table and slamming them down before Li Hua. "What are these?" "Evidence of your collusion with the antagonists. We have it all laid bare. How long do you think you can deny it?" As the documents fanned out, several photographs emerged, clearly depicting Li Hua in meetings with members of the opposing forces. His complexion drained of color, his lips quivered, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to speak. Su Yao stepped forward, crouching down to meet Li Hua's gaze directly. "Li Hua, if you confess now, you might still plead for leniency. Otherwise, should the family pursue this matter further, you will find yourself in irreparable peril." A flicker of hesitation crossed Li Hua's eyes as he wrestled internally. On one hand, he feared retribution from the antagonists. On the other, he understood the dire nature of his current predicament. After a prolonged silence, Li Hua finally spoke, albeit hesitantly. "I was coerced by them. They threatened that if I did not cooperate, my family would suffer consequences. Qin Yu furrowed his brow, challenging him, threatened? Do you think we will believe such excuses? You colluded with them for your own gain. You know precisely how much you profited. Li Hua lowered his gaze, unable to maintain eye contact with Qin Yu and Su Yao, his voice dwindling. I admit, I accepted their money, but I was truly left with no choice. Speak. What is our next move? Qin Yu interrupted impatiently. Li Hua took a deep breath, slowly revealing. They plan to exploit my position within the family to alter a crucial business contract. This contract pertains to the family's collaboration with a major client. If altered successfully, it would result in colossal financial losses for the family. Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged glances, both reflecting a tinge of concern. When will they act? Su Yao presteriently. 3 days from now, the contract will undergo final review and signing in the family's conference room. They intend for me to infiltrate the room beforehand to substitute the original contract, Li Hua divulged. Why choose you? While your position allows access to the contract, you're not the only option, Qin Yu questioned, puzzled. Li Hua hesitated before answering, because I previously worked in the family's finance department. So I'm familiar with the contract as processes and review standards. Additionally, my complex relationships within the family make me easier to manipulate. Qin Yu nodded, silently contemplating a course of action. Do they have any other plans? You would do well to disclose everything. Otherwise, you know the consequences, Su Yao threatened. I have shared all that I know, Li Hua responded hastily. Truly, I dare not conceal anything further. Qin Yu rose, pacing the interrogation room. He understood that time was of the essence. They needed to devise a strategy swiftly to thwart the antagonist scheme. Su Yao regarded Qin Yu and inquired, what is your plan? He halted, stating, first, we must ensure the safety of the contract and bolster security measures around the conference room. Simultaneously, inform the legal team to conduct a thorough review of the contract for any potential loopholes. Su Yao nodded in agreement. I will make the arrangements immediately. With that, she exited the interrogation room. Qin Yu turned to Li Hua, coldly admonishing, you would do well to pray that we succeed in thwarting their plans. Otherwise, the consequences of your actions will be dire. Li Hua slumped in his chair, his gaze vacant, as if drained of all strength. Su Yao swiftly gathered the family's legal and security teams, briefing them on the situation. The legal team immediately commenced a comprehensive review of the contract, meticulously examining every clause and data point, leaving no potential issue unaddressed. The security team established multiple layers of defenses around the conference room, increasing the frequency and intensity of patrols. Qin Yu and Su Yao took charge, closely monitoring all developments. They understood that this crisis was of utmost gravity. Failure to promptly thwart the antagonist's machinations would spell calamity for the family. As seconds ticked away, each moment felt agonizingly prolonged. Qin Yu and Su Yao were filled with anxiety and trepidation, yet they recognized the necessity of maintaining composure to formulate better responses. During the legal team's contract review, they uncovered several suspicious elements. A few clauses appeared vague, and there were subtle discrepancies compared to previous negotiation content. Upon receiving this information, Qin Yu and Su Yao rushed to the legal team's office. Are there issues with these clauses? Qin Yu inquired anxiously. The head of the legal team adjusted his glasses, replying, on the surface, these clauses seem relatively unproblematic. However, when juxtaposed with our previous negotiation records and industry standards, it is highly likely these clauses have been deliberately altered. If we proceed to sign the contract as is, the family will find itself in an extremely disadvantageous position in future collaborations. Qin Yu frowned, remarking, it appears they have tampered with the contract in advance. We must swiftly identify who modified it and restore the contract to its original form. The head of the legal team nodded, stating, we are investigating vigorously. However, uncovering the individual responsible for the alterations will not be easy and will require time. Su Yao glanced at the clock and said, we do not have much time left. There are only 2 days until the contract review and signing. We must accelerate our efforts. Just then, the security team relayed that they had discovered some suspicious signs around the conference room. It seemed someone had attempted to approach the room, but was promptly detected and chased away by security personnel. Qin Yu and Su Yao hurried to the conference room to assess the situation. Beneath the windows of the conference room, they found footprints and peculiar tools that appeared to be designed for lock-picking and disabling surveillance equipment. Qin Yu's expression turned grave as he stated, it seems the antagonists have indeed commenced their operations. They are likely to attempt another infiltration of the conference room in the near future, aiming to carry out their nefarious contract alteration. Su Yao nodded and remarked, we must bolster our defenses. We cannot allow them to succeed. Consequently, Qin Yu and Su Yao made further adjustments to the security measures. They installed additional surveillance equipment and assigned personnel to monitor the footage around the clock. Simultaneously, They implemented stricter identity verification and registration protocols for individuals entering the conference room. As time passed, the day of the contract review and signing drew ever closer, intensifying the pressure on Qinyu and Su Yao. They were uncertain of the villain's next moves and whether their preventative measures would suffice. Nevertheless, they were resolute in their determination to protect their family's interests, thwarting the antagonist's schemes at any cost. In this tense atmosphere, everyone labored diligently to confront the impending crisis. The legal team raced against the clock, scrutinizing the contract to uncover and resolve any issues. The security team remained perpetually vigilant, refusing to let their guard down for even a moment. Qinyu and Su Yao were particularly occupied, coordinating the efforts of various parties while keeping a watchful eye on the villain's activities. However, despite their meticulous precautions, the villainous forces would not easily relent. They might resort to even more clandestine and perilous tactics. Whether Qinyu and Su Yao could discern and respond adequately to safeguard the family's commercial contract remained uncertain. Chapter 33. Urgent Precautions, Racing Against Time. Qinyu and Su Yao stood before the conference room, observing the bustling legal team and the vigilant security personnel, their worries unabated. Tomorrow marked the day of the contract review and signing, where every detail was of paramount importance. Su Yao whispered, "I hope our efforts can thwart them." Qinyu nodded slightly, his gaze resolute. "We cannot afford to lose, no matter the cost." Unbeknownst to them, an even greater crisis loomed on the horizon. The immediate priority was for the legal team to expedite the comprehensive review of the contract. Qinyu broke the silence first, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. Su Yao swiftly responded, "I will communicate with them regarding the progress." With that, she hastened toward the area occupied by the legal team. Inside the legal team's office, documents were piled high, and a palpable tension filled the air. Lawyer Wang, the head of the team, furrowed his brow as he meticulously compared every clause of the contract. Su Yao entered and softly inquired, "Lawyer Wang, how is the situation?" Wang looked up, adjusting his glasses, his expression grave. "Some clauses in the contract indeed raise suspicions. We are working diligently to verify them and aim to resolve all issues and restore the original state as soon as possible. However, time is of the essence, and the challenge is considerable." Su Yao patted Wang's shoulder. "Thank you all for your hard work. It is imperative to complete this before tomorrow's review. Our family's interests depend on you." Meanwhile, Qinyu arrived at the contract storage location, where the security captain was directing his team in fortifying their defenses. "How is the situation?" Qinyu asked. The security captain stood at attention, saluting. "Report. Multiple layers of defense are being rapidly established, and patrol personnel have been deployed in the vicinity to ensure 24-hour surveillance without blind spots." "But what?" Qinyu pressed. The captain hesitated before responding. "Our patrol team recently discovered some suspicious footprints nearby. It appears someone has been lurking in the shadows, and we fear the villain may act prematurely." Qinyu's expression darkened. "Enhance our vigilance. We must not allow them an opportunity." Returning to the command center, Qinyu and Su Yao reconvened. The situation on the legal side is not optimistic. There are numerous doubts regarding the contract, and restoring it will take time, Su Yao expressed anxiously. Qinyu pondered for a moment. The security team has also detected anomalies. It seems the villain can no longer contain themselves. We must reassess our strategy. The two swiftly summoned the leaders of the legal and security teams for an emergency meeting in the command center. Currently, the contract review process is sluggish, and we require more professionals for assistance, Lawyer Wang stated first. Qinyu nodded. "I will contact other reliable legal personnel for support. Everyone must expedite their efforts." The security captain added, "We have noticed suspicious signs in the vicinity. I recommend increasing the frequency of patrols and installing concealed alarm devices around the defense perimeter." Su Yao concurred. "That's a good idea. Should anyone attempt to breach our defenses, we will be alerted immediately." After the meeting concluded, all parties mobilized swiftly. New legal personnel arrived one after another to join the review efforts, while security staff busily set up alarm devices around the contract storage location. Qinyu and Su Yao moved between various work areas, closely monitoring the progress of each segment. Time slipped away in the charged atmosphere as night gradually descended. The contract storage location was illuminated as bright as day, the silhouettes of security personnel appearing particularly resolute under the lights. In the command center, Qinyu and Su Yao remained glued to the surveillance screens, refusing to relax their vigilance. Suddenly, a blurred figure appeared on the monitor, stealthily approaching the defense line. The security captain immediately commanded via the intercom, "All personnel, be advised, a suspicious individual is approaching. Maintain alertness." The patrol team swiftly approached the suspicious figure. However, by the time they arrived, The individual had vanished without a trace. Strange, where did the person go? The security captain questioned, perplexed. Qin Yu furrowed his brow. It appears the adversary is well acquainted with the surroundings and moves with great caution. Everyone must remain vigilant and enhance our defenses. Su Yao gazed at the surveillance footage, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. Their actions are so covert. Could it be merely a probe? Perhaps the real operation lies ahead. Qin Yu inhaled deeply. No matter their schemes, we must be fully prepared. As the time drew nearer to the contract review and signing, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The legal team worked feverishly, sweat beading on their foreheads. The security forces stood ready, maintaining a heightened state of alert. Though Qin Yu and Su Yao were utterly exhausted, the determination in their eyes never wavered. At last, through their collective efforts, the contract review approached its conclusion. Lawyer Wang rushed in with excitement. The doubts in the contract have mostly been clarified, and most issues have been resolved. The remaining ones can be addressed before tomorrow's review. Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged relieved smiles. A significant burden lifted from their hearts. Yet, they understood that this was merely a temporary victory. The villain would undoubtedly not relent. The security captain also delivered good news. The defense has been established, and the alarm devices have been calibrated. Patrols in the vicinity are proceeding smoothly. Qin Yu nodded. Excellent, but we cannot let our guard down. We must continue to monitor closely. At this moment, only hours remained until the contract review and signing, and Qin Yu and Su Yao stood before the contract storage location, surveying the stringent security measures, silently praying for a smooth outcome. Despite the established precautions, the villainous forces would undoubtedly not easily concede. They might resort to even more covert and dangerous tactics. Would Qin Yu and Su Yao be able to discern and respond, safeguarding the family's commercial contract? Chapter 34. A villainous assault, intense confrontation. As the dawn's light gradually illuminated the sky, the time for the contract review and signing drew nearer. Qin Yu and Su Yao watched as security personnel carefully loaded the contract onto vehicles, preparing to transport it to the review meeting room. The vehicles began to move slowly, with security staff vigilantly guarding the perimeter. However, none could foresee the peril that awaited them ahead. Qin Yu clenched his fists, silently vowing to ensure the contract's safe delivery at all costs. Just as Qin Yu and Su Yao believed everything was in order, calamity struck. As the convoy approached a bend, several black SUVs suddenly surged from both sides, blocking the convoy's path with a thunderous crash, kicking up a cloud of dust and enveloping the area in the acrid scent of exhaust fumes. In the next moment, a group of black-clad assassins leapt from the vehicles, armed and cold-eyed, lunging toward the security personnel like wolves. The security forces responded with remarkable swiftness, and at the captain's command, they shouted, "Protect the contract, counterattack." In an instant, gunfire erupted, mingling with the cacophony of metal clashing and bullets whistling, creating a deafening symphony that reverberated painfully against the eardrums. The security personnel, armed with their rigorous training and indomitable spirit, engaged in a fierce confrontation with the assassins. One officer tragically sustained a gunshot wound to the leg. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he continued to fire his weapon, blood pooling on the ground as the air thickened with the metallic scent of blood. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and Su Yao were closely monitoring the situation from the command center. The intense battle depicted on the surveillance screens cast a grave expression upon the face of the protagonist, who swiftly seized the radio and, with calm authority, declared, "All teams, maintain your defensive lines, do not panic, and execute the counterattack as per the established plan." Su Yao, focused intently on the map, rapidly assessed the battlefield dynamics, dispatching nearby reserves for support to ensure the safe transport of the contract. As she spoke, her fingers deftly traced the map, marking the routes for reinforcements. The legal team, acutely aware of the contract's significance, remained vigilant. Lawyer Wang, the team leader, urgently organized personnel to relocate the contract. They meticulously placed the document into a specially designed safe and hurried down an alternate route, their hurried footsteps echoing through the corridor, each face etched with anxiety. However, the assassins pressed their assault with relentless ferocity, and the security forces began to find themselves overwhelmed. One assassin seized an opportunity and breached the defensive line, racing towards the transport vehicle carrying the contract. In a moment of sheer desperation, a security officer leapt forward, tackling the assassin to the ground, where they wrestled fiercely. Enraged, the assassin struck the officer's head with the butt of his gun, blood immediately streaming from the officer's forehead. Yet he clung resolutely to the assassin, muttering defiantly, "You shall not touch the contract." Witnessing this scene, Qin Yu's heart raced with urgency as he shouted into the radio, Quickly, support that officer. We cannot allow anything to happen to the contract. Simultaneously, Su Yao swiftly contacted other security teams, adjusting their routes to flank the attackers from the side and disrupt their offensive rhythm. Under the leadership of Qin Yu and Su Yao, the security forces rallied, organizing an effective counteroffensive. The reserves arrived just in time, joining the fray from the flank, catching the assassins in a vice. Yet, the assassins showed no sign of retreat, attacking with renewed vigor, bullets raining down like a torrential downpour. The legal team's efforts to relocate the contract were not without obstacles. Upon reaching a corner, they were suddenly met with the sound of hurried footsteps. Lawyer Wong felt a pang of dread and whispered, "This is bad. We may have enemies approaching." The group halted immediately, scanning their surroundings with bated breath. Indeed, several shadowy figures emerged from the darkness, charging towards them. Although the legal team lacked professional combat training, they summoned their courage to protect the contract. A young legal staff member brandished a stick, positioning it defiantly before the safe, shouting, "You shall not pass." Tension reached a boiling point as both sides faced off. At that moment, reinforcements from the security team arrived just in time. After a few gunshots rang out, the shadowy figures fell to the ground. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lawyer Wong urged, "Move quickly. We cannot afford to linger here." The team hastily resumed their journey, carrying the safe onward. Meanwhile, the main battlefield remained embroiled in fierce conflict. Although the security forces fought valiantly, the overwhelming number and training of the assassins began to tip the scales against them. An officer resembling a captain rushed to Qin Yu, anxiously exclaiming, "The enemy's assault is too fierce. We can scarcely hold our ground. What should we do?" Gritting his teeth, Qin Yu's eyes glinted with resolve. At all costs, we must protect the contract. Su Yao, remaining composed, contemplated strategies, and suddenly her eyes brightened as she proposed, "We can utilize the nearby terrain to set traps and disperse their forces." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu nodded emphatically and relayed the new orders through the radio. Upon receiving the directive, the security personnel sprang into action, employing roadside obstacles to set up rudimentary traps. As the assassins closed in, they fell into the snares, their cries of anguish echoing through the air. Seizing the opportunity, the security forces launched a counterattack, gradually turning the tide of battle. However, just as it seemed the crisis would be averted, another wave of assassins encircled from the rear. The villains had anticipated this, deliberately scattering the security forces before executing a surprise assault from behind. Observing the surveillance feed, Qin Yu inwardly lamented, "This is bad. We have fallen into their trap." Su Yao, realizing the gravity of the situation, clenched her fists and declared, "We have no choice but to fight to the bitter end." The security forces found themselves ensnared in a desperate struggle, the path for relocating the contract blocked by the assassins. The legal team was trapped in a room, surrounded by the relentless enemy. Lawyer Wong gazed at the contract within the safe, dread flooding his thoughts. Are we truly unable to protect this contract? At this juncture, Qin Yu and Su Yao were consumed by anxiety in the command center. Qin Yu paced restlessly, contemplating a countermeasure. Suddenly, he halted, a spark of inspiration illuminating his gaze. "We can circumvent through the underground passage to launch a surprise attack from behind." Su Yao readily agreed. "Excellent idea. I will arrange for immediate preparations." Before long, an elite security team stealthily maneuvered through the underground passage, positioning themselves behind the assassins. When they emerged, they shouted, "Prepare to meet your end," and charged at the foes. The assassins, taken aback by the sudden onslaught from behind, faltered in their advance. The security forces seized the moment to counterattack from both fronts, engaging in a fierce and desperate struggle once more. As the battle intensified, both sides suffered significant casualties. The security personnel fought valiantly, driven by their loyalty to the family and the imperative to safeguard the contract, while the assassins, relentless in their mission, pressed forward with reckless abandon. In the midst of this fierce confrontation, would the security forces withstand the assassins' assault? Would the contract's relocation encounter unforeseen peril? And how would Qin Yu and Su Yao navigate this sudden crisis? Chapter 35. A desperate counterattack and successful defense. Qin Yu took a deep breath, his gaze resolute as he turned to Su Yao and declared, "We could delay no longer. We must act according to the plan immediately." Su Yao nodded, promptly issuing commands through the radio to the elite security team. Upon receiving the orders, the team members slipped into the underground passage like phantoms. Meanwhile, the security forces feigned a retreat, luring the assassins into pursuit to buy time for the operations behind them. All preparations were in place, awaiting the critical moment. In the heat of battle, the security forces gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. with the assassins surging like a relentless tide, poised to breach their defenses. The acrid scent of gunpowder filled the air, mingling with the sounds of gunfire and cries of battle, instilling fear in every heart. The officers bore wounds of varying severity, sweat and blood mingling on their faces as they resolutely held their ground, their eyes shining with an unyielding spirit. Just when it seemed all hope was lost, Qin Yu and Su Yao arrived on the scene, leading the elite forces of their family. Qin Yu, agile as a leopard, darted into the fray, his gaze sharp and focused on his targets, each movement precise and powerful, striking at the assassin's vital points. Su Yao matched his prowess, skillfully evading the assassin's strikes while countering at opportune moments, her eyes glinting with intelligence and composure. Under their leadership, the morale of the security forces surged. The once exhausted team members seemed to be invigorated, unleashing astonishing fighting spirit as they rallied, shouting and engaging in close-quarters combat with the assassins. In that moment, fists met flesh, and blades flashed in a deadly dance. A security guard seized the opportunity, dashing forward in a swift motion to kick the firearm from a killer's grasp, then executed a shoulder throw, forcefully slamming the assailant to the ground. Another team member grappled with a different assassin, and through sheer determination, ultimately subdued the foe. During the fray, Qin Yu spotted the mastermind behind the killers. His gaze sharpened with resolve as he decided to apprehend the leader first, skillfully evading the surrounding attacks. He surged toward the commander like a streak of black lightning. The commander, sensing Qin Yu's intent, smirked coldly, swiftly drawing a dagger to lunge at him. Qin Yu sidestepped effortlessly, evading the strike, and seized the commander's arm, twisting it forcefully until a sharp crack echoed. His arm dislocated, the dagger clattering to the ground. Seizing the moment, Qin Yu kicked the commander down, pinning him with his knee, and bellowed, "Command your men to cease." Yet the commander glared defiantly at Qin Yu, refusing to surrender. Meanwhile, Su Yao faced her own peril. An assassin, capitalizing on her moment of distraction, launched a surprise attack from behind. Just as the blade was about to pierce her, Su Yao's instincts kicked in, and she spun around, blocking the blow with her arm. The sharp edge tore through her sleeve, leaving a shallow wound on her arm. Ignoring the pain, she retaliated with a powerful kick, sending the assailant sprawling. Grabbing a wooden stick from the ground, she engaged the assassin in combat, deftly parrying his strikes while seeking an opening to counterattack. Finally, seizing the right moment, she struck the assassin's head, rendering him unconscious. With the valiant efforts of Qin Yu and Su Yao, the security team gradually gained the upper hand. The killers began to falter, their formation disarrayed. The security personnel pressed their advantage, driving the assassins into retreat. After a fierce battle, the assailants were finally repelled. The battlefield was littered with the bodies of the fallen killers, blood staining the ground in a gruesome spectacle. Simultaneously, the legal team, under the protection of the security personnel, successfully relocated the contract to a secure location. Lawyer Wong, the leader of the legal team, cautiously opened the safe, meticulously inspecting the contract. Once he confirmed it had not been tampered with, he let out a long sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as the burden on his heart finally lifted. Qin Yu and Su Yao gazed at the secured contract with expressions of satisfaction. Yet they were acutely aware that the villains would not relent. This battle was merely the beginning. Their eyes reflected a steadfast determination, resolute in facing whatever crises the future might hold. Although they had successfully repelled the villainous ambush and safeguarded the contract, Qin Yu and Su Yao understood that the adversaries would not rest. They pondered what more reckless actions the antagonists might take and how they would respond to the impending crises. Chapter 36. The Unexpected Incident of the Child and the Trust Crisis. Qin Yu and Su Yao entered the family conference room, where the senior members of the family had long awaited their arrival. The expressions of those present were grave, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Qin Yu surveyed the room and declared resolutely, "While we have successfully protected the contract this time, the antagonists will undoubtedly not let this go. We must swiftly devise a counter-strategy." At that moment, Su Yao's phone rang unexpectedly, and an anxious voice on the other end informed them that the child had encountered an accident while out. Qin Yu and Su Yao's expressions changed dramatically, and they hurriedly prepared to rush over. As they sped along the road, the car raced forward, the engine's roar piercing the silence of the street. Qin Yu gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning white, his gaze fixed ahead, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Su Yao, seated in the passenger seat, was frantic, urging, "Faster, faster." The scenery outside the window blurred past, yet they felt the pace was still too slow. Upon arriving at the scene of the child's accident, they found a small crowd gathered. The child stood in the center, eyes red, clothing disheveled, a scrape on his knee oozing a trickle of blood. A faint scent of dust hung in the air, and a bicycle lay toppled nearby, its handlebars twisted beyond recognition. Qin Yu rushed forward, intending to embrace the child. Concern etched on his face as he asked, "Sweetheart, are you all right? Is there anywhere that hurts?" However, the child pushed him away, crying out, "It's all your fault. Why didn't you take care of me properly? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have fallen." The child's voice, laced with tears, echoed in the air, each word striking Qin Yu's heart like a hammer. Stunned, Qin Yu stood frozen, his expression one of shock, filled with a mix of grievance and sorrow. He hurriedly explained, "Sweetheart, it wasn't like that. I was nearby, but the incident happened so suddenly." Yet the child refused to listen, turning away and crying even harder. Meanwhile, hidden in a nearby corner, the antagonist watched the scene with concealed glee. Wang Chong smirked wickedly, whispering to Zhao Hu beside him, "I never expected this tactic to be so effective. This little brat is quite gullible. We can use this opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to Qin Yu and the others." Zhao Hu joined in the sinister laughter, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, this time we must ensure they feel our wrath." Su Yao approached, attempting to soothe the child's emotions, softly saying, "Sweetheart, please don't be angry. We understand you've been wronged, but Uncle truly didn't mean it. Can you tell Annie what really happened?" The child sobbed, speaking in fragmented sentences. "I was riding my bike, everything was fine, but suddenly something came out, and I got scared and fell. He was right there, but didn't catch me." Qin Yu carefully examined the surroundings, noting scattered footprints on the ground and a crushed soda can. He deduced that someone had deliberately used something to distract the child, causing the fall. Yet, the child was unwilling to believe him, leaving Qin Yu in a perplexing predicament. Qin Yu made another attempt to approach the child, speaking gently, "Sweetheart, I promise I will find out what caused your fall and give you an explanation. Will you trust me?" The child stubbornly turned away, shouting, "I don't believe you. Go away." With no other options, Qin Yu and Su Yao reluctantly took the child back home. Throughout the journey, the child remained silent, occasionally shooting Qin Yu a glare. Upon returning home, the child dashed straight to his room and slammed the door shut. Standing outside the child's door, Qin Yu felt a tumult of emotions. He knew that regaining the child's trust would not be an easy feat. Meanwhile, the antagonists were busy orchestrating an even grander scheme. They had contacted several insiders within the business association and elite circles, planning a simultaneous strike against Qin Yu and Su Yao from both commercial and familial fronts. In a dimly lit room, Wang Chong and Zhao Hu sat at a table strewn with various documents and materials. Wang Chong pointed to a particular document, seething with malice. "We will first exploit these commercial loopholes to plunge Qin Yu's family business into turmoil. At the same time, we will incite dissatisfaction within the family against Qin Yu, creating chaos. When the time comes, they will be too preoccupied to resist our complete annihilation." Zhao Hu grinned wickedly, nodding in agreement. After standing outside the child's door for a long while, Qin Yu finally turned and returned to the living room. Su Yao was seated on the sofa, her face etched with worry. Upon seeing Qin Yu approach, she inquired, "What should we do? The child harbors such deep misunderstandings about you, and the antagonists are already stirring." Qin Yu furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding, "No matter what, I must first find evidence to prove my innocence to the child. Simultaneously, we need to closely monitor the movements of the antagonists and prepare for a response in advance." In the following days, Qin Yu busied himself, searching for any evidence that could vindicate him. He returned to the site of the child's accident, repeatedly reviewing the surveillance footage, but regrettably, due to the angle, no crucial moments were captured. He inquired of those present at the time, yet their responses were either vague or evasive, suggesting an underlying apprehension. Meanwhile, Su Yao began to sense an unsettling atmosphere within her family. Several previously neutral family members displayed a sudden ambivalence, their responses to Su Yao's inquiries shrouded in secrecy. It became evident to Su Yao that a nefarious force was at play, intent on sowing discord within the family's ranks. On Qin Yu's side, his investigation yielded no fruitful results, and the attitude of the young child grew increasingly indifferent. Each time Qin Yu attempted to engage the child in conversation, they would turn away, not even granting him a glance. Qin Yu felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. He was acutely aware of the urgency to regain the child's trust, while simultaneously bracing for the impending onslaught from the antagonists. The current circumstances were undeniably fraught with challenges. In the shadows of the affluent family, the villain's schemes advanced methodically, akin to serpents lurking in the darkness, poised to strike at the opportune moment with a lethal blow to Qin Yu. Would he be able to find a breakthrough amidst the myriad of adversities and defuse the looming crisis? How would he navigate this dual threat of internal and external turmoil? All remained shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 37. The child's misunderstanding deepens. The investigation proves challenging. Qin Yu stood at the site of the child's unexpected incident, gazing at the familiar yet perplexing surroundings, his heart heavy with resignation. Just as he prepared to depart, a mysterious figure appeared behind him, whispering, "If you seek the truth, investigate the abandoned factory in the southern part of the city." With that, the figure vanished around the corner. Stunned, Qin Yu contemplated the direction in which the stranger had disappeared, pondering whether this might be the key to unraveling the mystery. The child's eyes, filled with resentment, pierced Qin Yu's heart like a sharp arrow, igniting a sense of urgency within him. He understood that if he could not resolve the misunderstanding swiftly, the chasm in the child's heart would only deepen. The peculiar gazes of those around him felt like heavy shackles, amplifying his pressure, as if he had indeed become the negligent guardian in the eyes of the child. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu resolved to recommence his investigation from the site of the incident. He crouched down, meticulously examining the ground, leaving no detail overlooked. The rough terrain bore only a few scattered footprints and a crushed soda can, seemingly devoid of anything significant. He picked up the can and scrutinized it in his hands, hoping to discern a clue, yet found nothing of value apart from some indistinct smudges on its surface. Next, Qin Yu approached several witnesses nearby. An elderly man with graying hair stood at the curb, his gaze evasive, seemingly intent on avoiding Qin Yu's eyes. Qin Yu approached him briskly and politely asked, "Sir, you were here at the time. Did you see what caused the child to fall?" The elder hesitated, stammering, I'm old. My eyesight isn't what it used to be, so I didn't see clearly." Qin Yu's suspicion grew. The elder's demeanor suggested he was concealing something. Qin Yu then turned to a young man, who stood with hands in his pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance. Despite Qin Yu's patient inquiries, the young man merely shrugged, stating, "I just saw the child suddenly fall. I didn't pay attention to anything else." Furrowing his brow, Qin Yu's instincts told him that the witnesses were behaving oddly. Why were they withholding information? Were they under duress, or was there another underlying issue? The investigation progressed at a glacial pace, each lead seemingly vanishing without a trace. Qin Yu's anxiety deepened. It felt as though he were ensnared in a vast enigma, encountering obstacle after obstacle with no exit in sight. Simultaneously, within the family estate, Su Yao also sensed a shift. The once harmonious atmosphere had become cloaked in a veil of unease. Some relatives, who previously had cordial relations with Su Yao, now averted their gazes upon encountering her. Pondering the undercurrents at play, Su Yao wondered if there was indeed a connection to the child's accident. Determined to take initiative, she sought out an elder within the family, known for his fairness and care towards her. "Uncle," she began softly, "I feel that something is amiss within the family lately. Have you noticed anything unusual?" The elder's brow furrowed slightly as he contemplated before responding. "There has been something peculiar. Certain individuals seem to be scheming in the shadows, but I lack specifics." Grateful for the elder's insights, Su Yao proceeded to gather more information within the family. She observed that a few previously inconspicuous relatives had recently exhibited erratic behavior, often huddled together in hushed conversations, scattering at her approach. Growing increasingly convinced of the intrigue at play, Su Yao suspected that the antagonists were indeed orchestrating events from behind the scenes. On Qin Yu's end, despite the myriad challenges, he did not relent. He returned once more to the site of the child's incident, seeking clues from different angles. The sunlight cast dappled shadows on the ground as Qin Yu paced, his gaze intent. Suddenly, he spotted a glimmering object in the grass by the roadside. Hastily parting the foliage, he retrieved the object, a button adorned with an unusual pattern. A surge of excitement coursed through him. This could potentially be a vital clue. Holding the button, he once again queried those nearby, yet still no one could provide useful information. Left with no alternative, he decided to keep the button safe for further consideration. As dusk descended, the waning sunlight elongated Qin Yu's silhouette, casting a melancholic shadow on the ground. He understood that his investigative journey was far from over. Every lead that initially seemed promising ultimately faded into obscurity. The enigmatic currents within the family only added layers of complexity to his predicament. Would he be able to navigate this labyrinth of challenges, uncover the truth, and restore the child's trust? All remained uncertain. Yet, the conviction in Qin Yu's heart remained steadfast. He clenched his fists, silently vowing that regardless of the hurdles ahead, he would uncover the truth and provide the child with the answers they deserved. Chapter 38. Clues begin to surface. Shadows of the antagonists emerge. As night fell, Qin Yu returned home, weary yet resolute. He gazed at the closed door of the child's room, filled with a mix of helplessness and determination. He knew that tomorrow would bring even more arduous investigations. Meanwhile, in another corner of the family estate, Su Yao was engrossed in a pile of documents. contemplating as a greater storm appeared to be brewing silently. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the cracks in the window, illuminating Qin Yu's determined visage. He had arrived early at the site of the child's incident, commencing a new round of searches. After hours of meticulous examination, he spotted a crumpled piece of paper in an unremarkable corner, fluttering slightly in the breeze. The paper bore a strange emblem, reminiscent of an organization's insignia, intricately woven with lines that formed the likeness of a bat poised to take flight, exuding an eerie aura. A chill ran down Qin Yu's spine. His instincts told him that this could be the key to unraveling the mystery. Simultaneously, Su Yao's investigation within the family also yielded progress. She learned from a reliable informant that the minions of the antagonistic force had been spotted lurking near the family's territory before and after the child's incident. This revelation further solidified her belief that the child's accident was no mere coincidence, but rather a manipulation by malevolent forces operating in the shadows. Clutching the paper tightly, Qin Yu hurriedly sought individuals who could identify the emblem. He questioned the elders in the family and consulted well-informed officials within the business association, yet none provided any leads. Just as despair began to set in, he recalled an elderly steward who had retired years ago. This steward had witnessed the family through many trials and tribulations and possessed a wealth of knowledge. Perhaps he could shed light on the origin of the emblem. With urgency, Qin Yu made his way to the steward's residence. It was a quaint little courtyard situated at the periphery of the family estate, where vibrant flowers and lush greenery flourished, permeating the air with a subtle herbal fragrance. The elderly steward sat leisurely in a rocking chair, basking in the sun, cradling a weathered tome in his hands. The protagonist, Qin Yu, approached with utmost respect, presenting a note to the old steward and inquiring eagerly, "Zhang Lao, with your vast knowledge and experience, do you know what this mark signifies?" The steward set down the ancient book, accepted the note, and squinted carefully at its contents. After a prolonged pause, his expression grew grave as he spoke slowly. "This mark is associated with a nefarious organization that has long been at odds with the affluent families. Years ago, this organization attempted to overthrow the dominance of several powerful clans and seize control of the entire commercial lifeblood. Although they were subsequently suppressed by the combined efforts of the prominent families, they were not entirely eradicated and have remained in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. It seems they have begun to stir once more." A jolt of realization struck Qin Yu, understanding the gravity of the situation. Grateful to the steward, he hurried back to inform Su Yao. At that moment, Su Yao was also entangled in her own investigation within the family, discovering that some previously neutral members had adopted ambiguous stances. In her conversations with them, they often evaded direct answers, their eyes betraying hints of anxiety and wariness. Su Yao approached Manager Sun, a department head from one of the neutral family enterprises. In a serene tea room, she brewed 2 cups of tea and smiled, saying, "Manager Sun, the atmosphere in the family has felt rather odd lately. Have you noticed anything amiss?" Manager Sun lifted his teacup, taking a tentative sip, his gaze flickering as he replied, "I'm not quite sure. I've been quite busy with work lately, and Haven Tea paid much attention to these matters." Su Yao inwardly scoffed but maintained her gentle tone. "Manager Sun, we all seek the best for the family, given the potential crises we face. I hope you can share any insights you might have." Manager Sun hesitated, seemingly on the verge of speaking, yet suddenly recalled something and swallowed his words, offering only a dismissive reply. "There's really nothing to worry about. Perhaps you're overthinking, Second Mississippi." Su Yao understood that Manager Sun must have been threatened or enticed by the antagonistic forces, leading him to withhold the truth. After leaving the tea room, Su Yao's brow furrowed in concern. She was acutely aware that the family had been infiltrated by these malevolent forces, which was undoubtedly a ticking time bomb that could trigger a larger crisis at any moment. Meanwhile, although Qin Yu had discerned the connection between the note's mark and the villainous organization, the depth of their concealment made further investigation a daunting task. Qin Yu and Su Yao crossed paths in the family garden, their eyes reflecting both worry and determination. They understood that although they had uncovered clues about the antagonistic organization, the road ahead would be fraught with greater challenges. This deeply hidden organization and the wavering factions within the family loomed before them like insurmountable mountains. How could they further trace the whereabouts of this villainous organization? How should they confront the indecisive forces within the family? All remained uncertain, yet their conviction was unwavering. Regardless of the hardships ahead, they were resolute in their quest to unmask the puppeteers, protect their family, and safeguard the innocent children. As the setting sun cast its golden rays upon the garden, stretching their silhouettes into elongated shadows, it resembled a somber painting. They stood in silence, contemplating their next steps. the air thick with tension and foreboding. Chapter 39. The truth emerges, the innocent child's attitude softens. After a moment of silence in the garden, Chinyu lifted his head, his gaze resolute as he declared, "No matter how formidable this villainous organization may be, we must not falter. Tomorrow, let us convene with those trustworthy members of the family to discuss our strategy." Su Yao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I will also work to stabilize the situation within the family, preventing those who have been swayed from causing further trouble." With that, they turned to prepare for the forthcoming operation, their figures radiating determination in the twilight. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, illuminating the spacious and solemn conference room of the Qin family. Qin Yu and Su Yao arrived early, seated at the head of the long table, their expressions serious. Before long, the trusted members of the family entered the room, their eyes betraying a mix of concern and anticipation. Qin Yu stood, cleared his throat, and addressed the gathering. "Ladies and gentlemen, as you're likely aware, recent events have transpired that are anything but coincidental. The incident involving the innocent child is linked to a nefarious organization that has long been at odds with our esteemed families." Upon hearing this, murmurs arose among the attendees, their faces reflecting shock. Su Yao continued, "At present, we remain uncertain about the specific plans of this organization, but it is evident that they intend to undermine us by targeting the child, thereby destabilizing our family." An elder with graying hair furrowed his brow and inquired, "What countermeasures do we have in place?" Qin Yu pondered for a moment before responding, "We must continue our investigation into this villainous organization, uncovering their hiding places and subsequent plans. Concurrently, we must strengthen internal family management, particularly regarding those with shifting loyalties, and closely monitor their activities." The assembly nodded in agreement, and soon a lively discussion ensued, with everyone contributing their suggestions and ideas. Just then, news arrived from the team assigned to surveil the suspected neutral family member, Manager's son, indicating that he was heading towards an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. Qin Yu felt a sudden surge of intuition, believing this could be a pivotal lead, and resolved to investigate personally. Dressing in understated dark attire and donning a cap, Qin Yu discreetly departed from the family estate. He drove an inconspicuous black sedan towards the western outskirts. Upon reaching the vicinity of the abandoned factory, he cautiously parked in a secluded corner and approached on foot. Surrounded by overgrown weeds, the air was thick with the stench of decay. Qin Yu crouched low, making his way along the factory's perimeter. Suddenly, he caught a faint murmur of conversation emanating from a window. Holding his breath, he crept closer and peered through the glass. He observed Manager's son conversing with several unfamiliar men, one of whom bore a menacing scar across his face as he snarled, "You'd better follow our instructions, or you'll be in for it." Manager's son looked terrified, nodding repeatedly, "Yes, I will comply. Just please don't let this information leak." A surge of triumph coursed through Qin Yu. This was indeed the hideout of the villainous organization. He discreetly took several photographs with his phone, but just as he prepared to leave, he accidentally kicked a stone, producing a slight sound. The occupants inside immediately became alert, with one shouting, "Who's there?" A rush of adrenaline surged through Qin Yu as he turned and sprinted away. The individuals inside quickly pursued him, and he navigated the intricate alleys with familiarity. The sounds of their angry shouts echoed behind him, and Qin Yu felt his heart racing, sweat soaking his back. Just when he thought he might evade his pursuers, several figures suddenly appeared ahead, blocking his escape. "Kid, nowhere to run," a burly man sneered. Qin Yu silently lamented his predicament, caught between two groups of adversaries. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, fixing his determined gaze on his surroundings and swiftly devising a plan. In that critical moment, a black SUV suddenly careened into view, its door flinging open as Su Yao shouted, "Get in!" Without hesitation, Qin Yu dashed towards the SUV, diving into the vehicle. Su Yao slammed on the accelerator, and the SUV sped away like an arrow released from a bow, leaving their pursuers far behind. Inside the vehicle, Qin Yu gasped for breath, casting a grateful glance at Su Yao. "Thank you, I was almost caught." Su Yao shot him an exasperated look. "Don't mention it. I thought it was too dangerous for you to go alone, so I followed." "What did you discover?" Qin Yu presented the photographs captured on his phone to Su Yao, recounting the dialogue he had overheard. Su Yao furrowed her brow, remarking, "It appears that this villainous organization is even more cunning and perilous than we had imagined. We must swiftly organize these clues and devise a way to unravel the truth behind the child's unfortunate incident." Upon returning to their family estate, the two immediately set about analyzing and structuring the collected clues. After considerable effort, they managed to untangle several threads, confirming that the child's accident was indeed a scheme orchestrated by the nefarious forces. With this irrefutable evidence in hand, Qin Yu urgently made his way to where the child was located. The child sat by the window, gazing vacantly outside, a look of desolation etched on his face. Qin Yu gently knocked on the door before entering the room slowly. Upon seeing him, the child's eyes flickered with a mix of emotions, surprise intertwined with reluctance. Approaching the child, Qin Yu crouched down, his gaze sincere as he said, "Dear child, I acknowledge my previous shortcomings that caused you distress. However, observe this. The evidence that Su Yao and I have uncovered during our investigation indicates that your recent misfortune was a deliberate design by the malevolent forces, who intended to manipulate this situation to undermine our relationship." The child looked curiously at the evidence in Qin Yu's hands, the initial reluctance in his eyes gradually giving way to curiosity and contemplation. With patience, Qin Yu meticulously detailed the entire sequence of events, from discovering the clues on the note to the old steward's hints, and finally to the encounters with manager's son and the abandoned factory. The child listened attentively, the doubts within him dissipating. As he met Qin Yu's weary yet resolute gaze, he realized that he had indeed misjudged Qin Yu. His eyes began to well with tears, filled with remorse, and he softly murmured, "Uncle, I'm sorry. I should not have doubted you." Qin Yu smiled gently, ruffling the child's hair. "It's all right. As long as you understand. I know you have suffered and that this incident frightened you. But rest assured, Uncle will protect you and ensure that those wicked individuals cannot harm you again." The child nodded vigorously, a renewed spark of hope and trust igniting in his eyes. Observing the child, Qin Yu felt a mixture of relief and concern, relieved that the misunderstanding had been resolved, yet worried that the villainous forces would not relent, and their next move could be even more ruthless. Qin Yu understood that he must hasten their response and strategize proactively to safeguard the child and their family in the impending crisis. However, the villainous forces were deeply entrenched and cunning. Devising a preemptive strategy to confront the looming threat posed a formidable challenge for Qin Yu. At that moment, the waning sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm orange hue across the room, as Qin Yu and the child sat quietly by the window, their silhouettes elongated by the fading light, resembling a tender tableau. Yet, beneath the surface calm, a far greater storm was silently approaching. Chapter 40. A commercial opportunity arises. Determination to expand horizons. As the sun sank lower, Qin Yu gazed out at the darkening sky, silently resolving within himself. He turned away from the window and briskly made his way to the study, eager to convene the family's think tank to discuss strategies for countering the villains. "No matter your schemes, I shall not allow you to succeed," Qin Yu murmured resolutely, his voice echoing in the stillness of the room. A night passed, and the morning sun poured through the study window, illuminating the desk cluttered with documents. Qin Yu arrived early, rubbing his weary eyes. He had scarcely slept the previous night, consumed with thoughts of countering the villains. Just then, members of the family's advisory board began to arrive, their expressions grave, aware of the significant crisis they faced. Gathered around the conference table, Qin Yu spoke first. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently confronted with a formidable threat from the villains. The child's accident was merely their first move. We must swiftly devise a counter-strategy." An elder advisor stroked his chin thoughtfully, responding, "Given the current situation, the villains are lurking in the shadows. Locating their stronghold will not be easy. Our immediate priority is to bolster the family's defenses to prevent another attack." Another, younger advisor offered a contrasting viewpoint. "While reinforcing defenses is crucial, we cannot solely adopt a passive approach. We must take the initiative and seek their vulnerabilities." The discussion grew increasingly animated, with everyone contributing their thoughts. Qin Yu listened intently, weighing the various proposals in his mind. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, recalling a burgeoning technological trend from his past life. "Everyone, may I have your attention?" Qin Yu stood up, his eyes gleaming with determination. "I have conceived a plan. Rather than engaging the villains in their area of expertise, we should forge a new path. I have identified an emerging technological field with immense potential for future development. If we can establish a foothold early on, not only could we enhance our family's strength, but we might also disrupt the villains' plans." Upon hearing this, the room filled with expressions of skepticism. Qin Yu elaborated on the promising prospects of this emerging technology and shared his preliminary ideas. While some remained doubtful, the majority were swayed by his analysis. Seizing the moment, Qin Yu declared, "I shall personally immerse myself in this domain. I now require your assistance in gathering relevant information and analyzing market prospects." Following the meeting, Qin Yu immediately plunged into the rigorous preparatory work. He navigated through various offices, assigning personnel to collect data while he himself scoured the internet for an abundance of information. At this juncture, Su Yao approached him, softly stating, I believe in your judgment and will leverage the family's resources to support you fully. However, do remain vigilant against the villains. They will undoubtedly not stand idly by. Gratefully meeting Su Yao's gaze, Qin Yu replied, Thank you, I will be cautious. This opportunity is vital for us, and we must seize it. In the ensuing days, Qin Yu operated like an indefatigable machine, tirelessly studying the data on the emerging technology field. His eyes were bloodshot, yet his resolve grew ever more steadfast. At last, after amassing a sufficient amount of information, Qin Yu began to formulate a business plan. Seated at his desk, his pen danced across the pages as he meticulously drafted various strategies, from project funding to market promotion tactics and future development plans. Simultaneously, Su Yao was not idle. She utilized the family's connections to reach out to industry experts, hoping to gain further insights. During one such exchange, an expert mentioned potential technical challenges that this emerging technology might face, causing Su Yao to feel a tight knot of concern in her chest. She promptly conveyed this information to Qin Yu. Upon hearing her, he fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he raised his head and said, This is indeed a concern, but we cannot retreat. I will devise a solution to the technical issues, and you should continue to monitor other relevant information. After several days of effort, Qin Yu's business plan was finally in its preliminary stages. Holding the substantial plan document in his hands, he felt a mix of accomplishment and apprehension. The sense of achievement stemmed from seeing the fruits of his labor, while the concern arose from the knowledge that the implementation of this plan would inevitably encounter numerous obstacles, particularly from the villain's interference. With the plan in hand, Qin Yu convened the advisory board once more. He thoroughly presented the contents of the business plan, and the members nodded in approval. This plan is quite forward-looking. If implemented successfully, our family will encounter tremendous growth opportunities, one advisor remarked. However, some voiced their apprehension. Though the plan is commendable, its execution will be fraught with challenges, especially with the villains likely to devise every possible means of sabotage. How shall we respond? Qin Yu smiled slightly. I have already devised some preliminary counter-strategies. First and foremost, we must maintain strict confidentiality regarding the content of our plan to minimize the risk of information leakage. Next, throughout the progression of the project, we must bolster our security measures to thwart any disruptions from adversaries. Finally, we must closely monitor market dynamics and promptly adjust our strategy. Although Qin Yu outwardly exudes confidence, he is acutely aware that the path ahead is fraught with thorns. He understands that the antagonists will not easily relinquish this opportunity to sabotage their efforts, and an intense commercial rivalry is about to unfold. Nevertheless, he is thoroughly prepared to confront this challenge. In the days that follow, Qin Yu meticulously advances the business plan. He engages in negotiations with partners to secure additional resource support, while simultaneously arranging for personnel to scout potential project locations, laying the groundwork for implementation. In every aspect, he is hands-on, sparing no effort nor allowing any semblance of complacency. As the project gradually progresses, Qin Yu increasingly senses the urgency of time. He knows that the adversaries could strike at any moment, disrupting his plans. Thus, he accelerates his work pace, toiling into the late hours of the night. One evening, as Qin Yu returns home, weary from his exertions, Su Yao observes his fatigued demeanor and, with concern, remarks, You mustn't overexert yourself. Health is the foundation of all endeavors. Qin Yu smiles reassuringly. I'm fine. This is a critical period. We cannot afford any missteps. Just as he prepares to rest, his phone suddenly rings. Upon checking, he sees it as a call from the market research team. An anxious voice on the other end exclaims, This is bad. We've detected some irregularities in the market. It seems there's a force covertly sowing discord. A weight settles in Qin Yu's heart. He realizes the antagonists have finally made their move. He quickly regains his composure and replies, Please elaborate on the situation. The caller provides a detailed account of the various anomalies observed in the market, and upon hearing this, Qin Yu furrows his brow. After hanging up, he informs Su Yao the antagonists have commenced their actions. We need to expedite our countermeasures. Su Yao nods resolutely. Understood. I will assist you wholeheartedly. As night envelopes the city, with its neon lights flickering, Qin Yu stands by the window, gazing at the bustling streets below, silently vowing, No matter the challenges that arise, I shall push this project forward and must not allow the adversaries to prevail. He then returns to his study, immersing himself once more in the pressing work at hand, making final preparations to confront the adversaries. Chapter 41. Rallying Allies, Undercurrents in the Family. As dawn breaks, Qin Yu gazes at the paper in his hand, which outlines the counter-strategies, and takes a deep breath. He opens the office door to find the project team members and advisors awaiting him outside. Ladies and gentlemen, we face a formidable challenge. But I firmly believe that as long as we unite our efforts, we can repel the antagonists. His voice resonates with conviction in the empty corridor, igniting a fiery determination in the eyes of those present, who are ready to embrace the imminent challenge. Simultaneously, Su Yao is acutely aware that in the intricate struggle of elite families, relying solely on her and Qin Yu's strength is insufficient. Allies are essential. She contemplates whom within the family she can trust, and the first name that springs to mind is Aunt Lin, renowned for her wisdom and integrity. Aunt Lin has quietly supported the family's affairs for many years and has always held Su Yao in high regard, appreciating her intelligence and independence. Su Yao hastens to Aunt Lin's residence, a tranquil little courtyard nestled in a corner of the family garden, surrounded by lush greenery. The morning sunlight filters through the leaves, casting dappled shadows and filling the air with a delicate floral fragrance. She gently knocks on the ancient wooden door, which creaks open to reveal Aunt Lin's warm smile. "Good morning, Aunt Lin." Su Yao greets her cheerfully, her tone imbued with familiarity. "Oh, it's you, dear. What brings you here so early?" "Aunt Lin me invites Su Yao incide." The interior is simply yet invitingly decorated, with an exquisite tea set elegantly displayed on a rustic wooden table. The aroma of tea wafting through the air. Without beating around the bush, Su Yao takes a seat and, with a serious expression, candidly confides in Aunt Lin. "Aunt Lin, our family is currently facing a grave crisis. The antagonistic forces are surreptitiously undermining Qin Yu's business plan, and if they succeed, our family could suffer severe repercussions." She then elaborates on Qin Yu's business strategy and its critical importance for the family's future. "Aunt Lin, we truly need your support." Su Yao gazes earnestly into Aunt Lin's eyes. Aunt Lin listens intently, her expression gradually growing somber. After Su Yao finishes, she lets out a gentle sigh and responds, "I sense that there were undercurrents within the family, but I had no idea it was this severe. Dear child, your seeking me out is a testament to your trust. I have watched you grow up in this family for many years, and I know that both you and Qin Yu are thoughtful and responsible individuals. I am willing to assist you." Joy surges in Su Yao's heart as she excitedly grasps Aunt Lin's hand. "Thank you so much, Aunt Lin. Your support provides us with a crucial safeguard." However, unbeknownst to Su Yao, as she successfully enlists Aunt Lin's assistance, the antagonistic forces have also taken note of her actions. They are acutely aware of Aunt Lin's influence within the family. If she were to firmly align herself with Qin Yu and Su Yao, it would undoubtedly complicate their efforts to sabotage the plan. Consequently, the adversaries begin to disseminate rumors throughout the family. "Have you heard? Su Yao and Qin Yu are risking the family's future to pursue a dubious investment for their own gain. Indeed, they seem entirely unconcerned about the family's well-being, merely seeking to bask in the limelight." These rumors spread like a contagion within the family, leading members to privately express their doubts about Su Yao and Qin Yu. In the family garden, several members gather to engage in hushed discussions. "Do you think there's any truth to this?" Su Yao usually seems quite reliable. A young family member voices his confusion. "Who knows? People's hearts are inscrutable. Perhaps they aim to exploit the family's current turmoil for their own benefit." Another middle-aged man scoffs derisively. As Su Yao passes through the garden, she catches wind of their murmurs, and a sense of dread washes over her. She realizes that the adversaries' rumors are beginning to take effect. Yet, she remains composed, understanding that panic would only serve to validate the rumors in the eyes of the family members. Upon returning to her residence, Su Yao begins to strategize her response. She knows that immediate action is imperative. Otherwise, as the rumors proliferate, misunderstandings among family members will deepen, making it increasingly difficult to rectify the situation later. She paces her room, her mind racing with potential solutions. Suddenly, she halts, a glimmer of determination in her eyes. "I will rally the allies I have garnered and prepare to convene a family meeting to clarify the facts." Simultaneously, she resolves to inform Qin Yu of the situation, urging him to temporarily set aside business preparations and return to assist her. Su Yao swiftly contacts the allies she has enlisted, briefing them on the current predicament. They all express their unwavering support for her. Subsequently, she calls Qin Yu to relay the troubling rumors circulating within the family. "Don't worry, I will make arrangements on my end and return promptly. Together, we will face this." Qin Yu reassures her from the other end of the line. After ending the call, Su Yao begins to prepare for the family meeting, organizing evidence to substantiate the feasibility of Qin Yu's business plan and the truth of the adversarial disruption. She meticulously verifies each document to ensure their accuracy. At this juncture, the atmosphere within the family grows increasingly tense. Rumors continue to circulate, and even some formerly neutral family members begin to waver, adopting a more frigid stance towards Su Yao and Qin Yu. Nevertheless, Su Yao does not falter. She is resolute in her belief that with thorough preparation, she and Sheen, you can effectively counter the adversary's rumors in the family meeting, allowing the family members to see the truth clearly. As time progressed, various preparations were being executed in an orderly manner. Su Yao, while awaiting Qin Yu's return, kept a vigilant eye on the dynamics within the family. She was acutely aware that an intense confrontation loomed on the horizon, and she had meticulously equipped herself for the impending challenge. However, despite her successful alliance with Aunt Lin, the malevolent rumors hung over the family like a dark cloud, threatening to sow further discord among its members. In the face of this increasingly dire situation, how would Su Yao respond? Would the family meeting proceed smoothly, enabling them to rectify the current unfavorable circumstances? Everything remained steeped in uncertainty. Chapter 42. The Storm of Rumors and Strategies for Response. Taking a deep breath, Su Yao gazed at the neatly arranged stack of evidentiary documents before her, silently bolstering her own resolve. At that moment, the familiar sound of footsteps approached from outside, and Qin Yu hurried in. Their eyes met, and in each other's gaze, they discerned unwavering determination. "We will prevail," Qin Yu murmured softly, as if to inspire both himself and Su Yao. The family meeting was imminent, a battle without gunfire, ready to erupt. In recent days, the family had been engulfed in rampant rumors, leading many to misunderstand their intentions. Su Yao furrowed her brow, her tone imbued with concern. Qin Yu gently patted her shoulder, offering reassurance. "Do not fret. We possess evidence. Once we lay the facts before everyone, they will comprehend the truth." Aunt Lin nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, my children. I am confident that our thorough preparations will illuminate the true nature of those villains." At that moment, a family member hastily entered, visibly anxious. "Su Yao, several elders wish to see you. It seems they have come to confront you." Su Yao exchanged glances with Qin Yu, inhaling deeply before stating, "Let them in. It is best to clarify matters with them first." Before long, several elders entered with stern expressions. One elderly gentleman with silvery hair spoke first, his tone severe. "Su Yao, regarding the recent rumors circulating within the family, are they true? Are you and Qin Yu intending to embroil the family in a perilous venture for your own gain?" Unfazed, Su Yao smiled and replied, "Elder Zhang, please do not be hasty. These are but malicious rumors spread by the antagonists, aimed at sabotaging our business plan and, consequently, undermining the family's development." As she spoke, she gestured for her assistant to present the prepared documents. "Elder Zhang, observe this. It is a comprehensive dossier on Qin Yu's business plan, meticulously crafted from market research to risk assessment. This project will not jeopardize the family. Rather, it promises substantial benefits." Elder Zhang furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the documents, while the other elders leaned in to examine them. After a moment, Elder Zhang raised his gaze, his expression slightly softened yet still tinged with skepticism. "These documents appear thorough. Yet how can we ascertain their authenticity? How do we know you have not fabricated these for mere appearances?" At this juncture, Qin Yu interjected, "Elder Zhang, we understand your concerns. However, consider this. We have grown up within this family, always prioritizing its interests. How can we possibly engage in actions detrimental to its welfare? Moreover, we possess evidence that implicates the antagonists in this scheme." "Oh, what evidence?" inquired another elder, elderly. Qin Yu looked to his assistant, who then handed over a stack of files. "These are the findings of our investigation, revealing the collusion between the antagonists and certain external forces, who intend to disrupt our plans to achieve their nefarious objectives." The elders perused the documents, their expressions growing increasingly grave. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Zhang remarked, "While this evidence bears some weight, the atmosphere within the family is fraught with anxiety. Merely having our support is insufficient. We must clarify matters before all members at the family meeting." "That is precisely our intention, Elder Zhang. The family meeting is already in preparation, and we will present all evidence to illuminate the truth," Su Yao affirmed. Once the elders departed, Su Yao and Qin Yu continued to refine their strategy. They convened with Aunt Lin and other allies, meticulously analyzing potential objections from family members. "I believe, beyond the feasibility of the business plan, there may be concerns regarding the conflicts with the antagonists and the potential troubles they could bring to the family," one ally suggested. Qin Yu nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, this is a crucial point we must address. We need to convey that our struggle against the antagonists is to safeguard the family's interests rather than to create turmoil. Additionally, there may be doubts regarding the financial investment. After all, it is no trifling sum," Aunt Lin added. Su Yao took up her pen, jotting down notes. "Indeed, we must clearly outline the sources of funding and the planned expenditures, ensuring everyone understands that every penny is judiciously allocated." As the group exchanged ideas, the time slipped away in their fervent discussions, and soon the hour of the family meeting approached. Accompanied by their allies, Qin Yu and Su Yao arrived at the meeting room, which was already filled with family members, all bearing expressions of confusion and concern. Ascending the podium, they inhaled deeply, surveying the assembly below. Su Yao spoke first. Esteemed family members, we have gathered you here today to clarify certain matters. Recently, there have been rumors circulating about Qin Yu and me, alleging that we intend to lead the family into a dangerous venture for personal gain. I must inform you that these are but the machinations of our adversaries. As she began to unveil the collected evidence, detailing the intricacies of the business plan and how the antagonist had sought to undermine it in secret, the audience listened intently. Some faces reflected surprise, while others appeared contemplative. However, during Su Yao's discourse, supporters of the antagonist became restless. One young man abruptly rose, vociferously interrupting, "What you say is merely one-sided. How can we trust you are not fabricating lies to deceive us?" Observing this, Qin Yu stepped forward, articulating with fervor, "We possess irrefutable evidence. Should you doubt it, you may scrutinize it yourself. You, who conspire for your own interests, colluding with the antagonist to disrupt the unity and progress of our family. What are your true intentions?" The young man flushed crimson at Qin Yu's retort, yet stubbornly asserted, "Do not slander us. We only wish to protect the family from risks." Qin Yu scoffed. "To protect the family? You spread rumors behind our backs, disrupting familial harmony. How is that in the family's best interest? In light of the truth, do you still wish to argue?" In the face of Qin Yu and Su Yao's compelling rebuttals, an increasing number of family members began to cast skeptical glances toward the supporters of the antagonists. Several initially wavering members started to reassess the words of Qin Yu and Su Yao, as they continued to present evidence and elucidate the advantages of their business plan. The murmurs from the audience gradually subsided. Many family members began to exhibit expressions of agreement, and their doubts regarding Qin Yu and Su Yao dwindled. Observing the shift in sentiment below, Su Yao felt a slight relief, yet she recognized that caution was still paramount. Until the conclusion of the meeting, while the family members did not immediately voice their opinions, their expressions indicated that some had begun to waver in their belief in the rumors. After the family meeting adjourned, Qin Yu and Su Yao returned to their preparation area. Despite having presented ample evidence during the meeting, uncertainty lingered regarding whether the family members would be entirely convinced, and whether the situation could be fully reversed remained shrouded in unpredictability. Chapter 43. The meeting's heated debate, the truth ultimately revealed. Qin Yu and Su Yao sat upon the sofa, the dim light casting shadows that rendered the atmosphere somewhat somber. Despite the progress made during the meeting, complacency was not an option. Qin Yu rubbed his temples and spoke. Su Yao nodded in agreement, affirming that the antagonist would certainly not relent and constant vigilance was imperative. Just as she finished her thought, Su Yao's phone buzzed with an anonymous message, prompting a shared glance between them, laden with trepidation. What lay concealed behind this message? Was it a threat or an opportunity? They resolved to pursue this lead and take the initiative. Before long, Qin Yu and Su Yao arrived at the family conference room. The ambience within was thick with tension, as if an invisible cloud of foreboding loomed overhead. Family members were scattered about, some seated, others standing, their expressions a tapestry of concern and scrutiny. Su Yao took a deep breath, stepped forward, and cleared her throat to commence her address. With clarity and precision, she recounted the sequence of events, from Qin Yu's discovery of burgeoning commercial opportunities in the technological realm, to the strategizing that ensued, and the subsequent dissemination of slander by the antagonists aimed at undermining their efforts. She meticulously presented the evidence she had gathered, comprising documents, photographs, and witness testimonies. The rustle of paper echoed in the hushed room, each piece of evidence a dagger aimed directly at the heart of the adversary's schemes. Yet, as Su Yao spoke, the supporters of the antagonistic forces could no longer remain passive. Who knows if these pieces of evidence are fabricated by you? A sharp voice pierced the air from a corner, belonging to a flamboyantly dressed middle-aged woman, a confidant of the antagonist Li Yu. Soon, a few others chimed in, attempting to disrupt the flow of the meeting. Indeed, do not play act here. Perhaps it is you who seeks personal gain and has concocted this farce. A rotund man bellowed, his voice reverberating like thunder among the assembly. Seeing the tumult, Qin Yu stepped forward. His gaze was resolute, his eyes ablaze as he confronted the antagonist's supporters. Countering with biting eloquence, "You claim the evidence is fabricated. Do you possess any proof of our alleged deceit? You seek to invert the truth without a shred of evidence?" His voice resonated powerfully throughout the conference room. "Examine these documents, the seals, the signatures. Can you identify a single forgery? And as for these witnesses, they have no vendetta against us. Why would they perjure themselves on our behalf?" He brandished a document aloft. Under Qin Yu's compelling rebuttal, some family members who had wavered began to reassess the evidence. Seizing the momentum, Qin Yu continued, "We have always prioritized the family's welfare. Should this business plan succeed, it will yield substantial benefits and elevate our standing in the commercial sphere." Meanwhile, these antagonistic forces, driven by their own selfish desires, are willing to destroy our unity and impede our progress. As Qin Yu dismantled the fabrications of the antagonists, an increasing number of family members displayed expressions of dawning comprehension. An elderly man, who had been frowning throughout, slowly nodded and remarked, "It seems the situation is indeed as Qin Yu and Su Yao have articulated. These antagonists have gone too far." Others echoed his sentiments, expressing outrage at the actions of the antagonistic faction. Such individuals should be expelled from the family. We cannot allow them to continue their mischief here. Indeed, they have tarnished our family's reputation. The room erupted in discussions condemning the antagonist's behavior. Aunt Lin, observing the scene from the side, wore a smile of satisfaction. She stepped forward and said, "Dear family members, Qin Yu and Su Yao have devoted themselves to our family's affairs. We must place our trust in them. This business plan is a rare opportunity, and we cannot let the disruptions of a few antagonists deter us." Her words served as an anchor, gradually restoring order to the previously chaotic atmosphere. Ultimately, through the perseverance of Qin Yu and Su Yao, the family members recognized the truth and expressed their support for the business plan. As the meeting concluded and family members began to depart, Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged weary, yet gratified smiles. However, they were acutely aware that although the truth had been clarified in the family meeting, the antagonistic faction would undoubtedly harbor resentment and would not relent easily. Stepping out of the conference room, the sunlight bathed them, yet it did little to dispel the unease that lingered in their hearts. Qin Yu gazed into the distance and murmured, "I wonder what nefarious tactics they will employ next." Su Yao clenched her fists and replied, "No matter their actions, we must remain prepared. We cannot allow them to succeed." Their silhouettes appeared especially resolute beneath the sunlight, fully aware that the road ahead remained fraught with challenges. Yet they were undaunted. Chapter 44. The business preparations tighten. Unexpected perils arise. Upon returning to the office, Qin Yu and Su Yao meticulously scrutinized the anonymous message, which contained a terse warning about issues at the project site, causing their brows to furrow in concern. Qin Yu stated, "It appears this message points to the project site. We must investigate." Su Yao nodded, "I will contact our associates and have them monitor the situation closely." The duo sprang into action, oblivious to the fact that a far greater crisis awaited Qin Yu. What dangers lurked at the project site, and would they be able to navigate them successfully? Having resolved the family crisis, Qin Yu immersed himself wholeheartedly in the preparations for the business project. Within the office, documents piled high, and the incessant ringing of phones filled the air. He swiftly perused the papers while conversing with a partner on the other end of the line, stating, "The prospects of this project are exceedingly promising. I am confident that our collaboration will yield immense value." After concluding the call, he promptly dialed another number, continuing discussions regarding investment opportunities. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating him as sweat dampened his shirt, yet he remained oblivious, his gaze imbued with determination and focus. Su Yao, too, was industrious, methodically organizing materials while occasionally offering suggestions to Qin Yu. "I sense that this investor is rather cautious. You might want to emphasize the stability of our project," she advised. Qin Yu acknowledged her insight, responding, "Indeed, you are correct. I shall adjust my approach." Thanks to their combined efforts, the preparations for the business project began to take shape, seemingly progressing in a favorable direction. However, fate appeared to revel in irony. At that moment, Qin Yu's phone rang urgently. His expression shifted, an ominous premonition washing over him. Answering the call, a panicked voice relayed, "It's bad. A group of unidentified individuals has descended upon the project site to wreak havoc." Qin Yu leapt to his feet, his chair scraping loudly against the floor. "I'm on my way," he declared, hanging up and turning to Su Yao. "There has been an incident at the project site. I must go immediately." A flicker of concern crossed Su Yao's eyes as she urged, "Be careful. I will continue to coordinate with our associates." Qin Yu raced to the project site, arriving to find chaos reigning supreme. Workers were fleeing in all directions, accompanied by shouts and curses. The air was thick with dust, mingled with a faint scent of gunpowder. The unidentified individuals wielded clubs, wantonly vandalizing equipment and materials. Rage surged within Qin Yu as he charged forward, bellowing, "Who are you? Why are you causing turmoil here?" Upon seeing Qin Yu, the assailants did not cease their actions. Rather, they grew more brazen. One burly man sneered, "So you're the person in charge? If you know what is good for you, get lost and stop being a nuisance." Qin Yu noted that these individuals moved with practiced ease, their coordination suggesting they were professionally trained. Moreover, they appeared well acquainted with the project's details, deliberately targeting essential equipment and documents. Amidst the chaos, Qin Yu suddenly realized that several vital project files resting on a table were missing. A sense of dread enveloped him as he comprehended the gravity of the situation. These documents contained the project's core secrets. If they fell into the wrong hands, the consequences would be dire. Qin Yu searched high and low for any trace of the missing documents, but there was naught but desolation. Realizing that this could be the handiwork of nefarious forces, he suppressed the fury bubbling within him and promptly extracted his phone to inform Su Yao. The documents are missing. It may very well be the work of the villains. He spoke with a tinge of urgency in his voice. On the other end of the line, Su Yao fell silent for a moment before responding. Do not fret just yet. We must reevaluate our security measures. We cannot allow them another opportunity. She continued, I have already contacted some associates, and they will be arriving shortly. After hanging up, Qin Yu surveyed the chaotic project site, silently vowing to unearth the mastermind behind this debacle, reclaim the documents, and ensure the project's progress remained uninterrupted. Soon, the associates began to arrive. Elder Zhang, leaning on his cane, spoke with a grave countenance. This is clearly premeditated. We must deliberate our strategy carefully. Aunt Lin nodded in agreement. Indeed, we cannot act recklessly. First, we must address the security loopholes. Qin Yu and Su Yao, alongside their allies, convened to devise a plan. Let us enhance the surveillance apparatus around the area and assign personnel to guard it around the clock, Qin Yu proposed. Additionally, we must heighten the management of personnel entering and exiting, rigorously verifying their identities, Su Yao added. As the evening descended, the project site, bathed in the dim glow of lights, appeared particularly tranquil. Qin Yu and Su Yao stood at the center, gazing at the newly installed security measures, their hearts still laden with concern. The loss of the documents loomed as a significant threat, leaving them to ponder what sinister deeds the antagonists might undertake with the stolen information. What shall we do next? Until the documents are retrieved, I shall remain restless, the protagonist lamented. Su Yao gently grasped Qin Yu's hand, reassuringly stating, Fear not, we shall locate the documents and resolve this crisis. Let's first execute the new security measures while simultaneously pursuing the investigation into the true culprits. The moonlight cascaded like water over them, casting elongated shadows that evoked a sense of solitude, yet also unwavering resolve. With the project documents lost and security compromised, Qin Yu's business preparations found themselves in disarray. How would he and Su Yao compensate for the losses and ensure the continuity of the project? Chapter 45. Unraveling the Hidden Hand, Clues in a Maze. As night deepened, Qin Yu and Su Yao returned to their office, weary from the day's tribulations. Seated at their desk, they perused the project documents, their hearts heavy with anxiety. Tomorrow, we will begin with the surveillance footage. We must uncover the identities of those involved. Qin Yu broke the silence. Su Yao nodded. Indeed. I hope we glean some valuable insights. Additionally, I have a nagging suspicion that the contact person might be pivotal. I shall ponder over the relevant details further. Exchanging glances, determination rekindled in their eyes as they prepared to confront the challenges of a new day. The morning sun streamed through the windows, illuminating the industrious figures of Qin Yu and Su Yao. They arrived early at the surveillance room, where the air was thick with a sense of antiquity, the machines emitting a soft hum. Qin Yu deftly operated the equipment, his gaze fixated on the screen, meticulously scrutinizing every detail. Su Yao, meanwhile, diligently noted timestamps and the characteristics of suspicious individuals. As the surveillance footage flickered rapidly, they finally unearthed a clue. The troublemakers had interacted with individuals from a black sedan prior to their misdeeds. Through further investigation, they discovered that these individuals were employed by a newly registered company. Furrowing his brow, Qin Yu scrutinized the company's details displayed on the screen. The registration information was exceedingly vague, providing scant useful leads. The register address was merely a nondescript office building, and the contact number was non-functional. Su Yao bit her lip. It seems they were well prepared, deliberately concealing their identities. Yet, this also suggests their trepidation. They fear we might uncover their trail. Following the scant leads, they made their way to the office building. However, upon arrival, they found the so-called company to be nothing more than a facade. The office containing only a few dilapidated desks and chairs, the floor coated in dust, each step stirring up a cloud of stale air. Qin Yu crouched down to examine the desks for any remnants of documents or traces, but found nothing. It appears this place has been thoroughly cleaned. They're quite meticulous in their operations, he lamented. Refusing to relent, Su Yao continued her search within the room. Suddenly, she stumbled upon a crumpled piece of paper in the corner. Excitedly, she picked it up and unfolded it, revealing faint scribbles. Though most of the writing was too blurred to decipher. This could be a crucial lead. Perhaps we can find a breakthrough from this, Su Yao remarked. With the paper in hand, they sought the assistance of a professional to restore the text. After considerable effort, some information gradually emerged, all clues pointing to an abandoned location. Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged a determined glance, resolutely deciding to pursue this new lead. Upon arriving at the dilapidated site, a pungent odor of decay assaulted their senses. This was a forsaken factory, overgrown with weeds, the walls crumbling, and shattered windows creaking ominously, as if recounting tales of a bygone era. Qin Yu and Su Yao cautiously entered the factory, their footsteps stirring up thick layers of dust and debris, each step resonating with a crisp sound. They scoured the factory, leaving no corner unchecked. At last, within a battered desk drawer, they uncovered fragments of destroyed documents. Qin Yu picked up the remnants, scrutinizing them in an attempt to reconstruct the information, but the pieces were too scant to yield any coherent content. It seems they have obliterated all vital information. Unwilling for us to gain access, Qin Yu expressed his frustration. Just as they found themselves at an impasse, Su Yao abruptly halted, her eyes alight with realization. I recall meeting someone at an event. He may be connected to the antagonistic forces. He might possess insights that could provide us with useful information. Hope rekindled in Qin Yu's eyes as he inquired, "Really? That is splendid news. Let us contact him at once." However, when Su Yao attempted to reach out to the mysterious contact, she found the line perpetually unanswered. Frowning with concern, she pondered, why is he not picking up? Has he sensed something? Qin Yu reassured her, do not worry. Let us consider other approaches. Perhaps he is simply unavailable at the moment. The two lingered outside the abandoned factory, contemplating their next steps as twilight descended, casting long shadows in the fading sunlight. Qin Yu gazed into the distance, his voice resolute. Regardless of the circumstances, we must not relinquish hope. This contact is our sole glimmer of hope. We must locate him and uncover the truth behind this matter. Su Yao nodded in agreement. Yes, I will make another attempt to reach him, and I will also instruct our associates to keep an eye on his whereabouts. As time passed, Su Yao finally received a response from the enigmatic contact. He agreed to meet, albeit at a secluded and dubious bar. Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged wary glances, the prospect of danger evident. This place is perilous. His choice of venue surely has ulterior motives, Qin Yu remarked. Su Yao frowned slightly, yet acknowledged, this is our only opportunity. We must seize it, regardless of the risks. Let us proceed with caution and bring along several capable associates. Thus, Qin Yu and Su Yao, accompanied by a few agile allies, made their way to the bar. The atmosphere was palpably tense, each individual remaining on high alert. Upon their arrival, they found the establishment dimly lit, the music blaring, and the crowd bustling, the air thick with the scent of smoke and alcohol. Qin Yu and Su Yao scoured the throng, keenly searching for the mysterious contact while remaining vigilant for any suspicious figures. At last, they spotted the enigmatic individual in a secluded corner of the bar. He appeared anxious, his eyes darting about nervously, frequently glancing around. Approaching him, Qin Yu and Su Yao took their seats opposite him. Greetings, we are Qin Yu and Su Yao. Thank you for agreeing to meet with us. We seek to understand the circumstances surrounding the recent disturbances at the project site, and we hope you can provide us with some leads, Qin Yu stated directly. The enigmatic informant hesitated momentarily, his lips moving as if he wished to speak, yet he swallowed his words. I possess some knowledge, but I dare not disclose it. Their influence is substantial. Should they discover that I have leaked information, my life would be in jeopardy, the informant stammered, his voice trembling. Su Yao gently reassured him. Rest assured, we will safeguard your well-being. Furthermore, this matter pertains to the interests of many. If not resolved promptly, it may lead to even greater losses. Surely you do not wish to see such an outcome? Upon hearing Su Yao's words, the informant's gaze flickered with uncertainty. He lowered his head, contemplating deeply, seemingly engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Just as he was about to speak, the bar's door was suddenly flung open, and a cadre of men in black stormed in. They donned sunglasses and brandished clubs, advancing menacingly towards Qin Yu and the others. A wave of apprehension washed over Qin Yu as he realized the gravity of the situation. This was a direct assault on the informant. The men in black swiftly encircled Qin Yu and his companions. One of them, the apparent leader, coldly declared, "Those who know their place should leave immediately and refrain from meddling." Unfazed, Qin Yu stood up resolutely, meeting the leader's gaze defiantly. "Who are you? Why do you intend to take him?" The men in black offered no reply, merely gesturing with their clubs to indicate that resistance would not be tolerated. Qin Yu and Su Yao positioned themselves back-to-back with their allies, bracing for the impending conflict. The other patrons of the bar, witnessing the unfolding scene, panicked and fled the premises. The music abruptly ceased, plunging the bar into a profound silence, broken only by the heavy breaths of the men in black and the sound of clubs striking the floor. Would the informant manage to disclose crucial information amidst the chaos? And how would Qin Yu and Su Yao navigate this sudden crisis? Chapter 46. The Mysterious Informant, Truth and Falsehood Intertwined. Qin Yu fixed his gaze on the men in black, rapidly devising a strategy. Their allies stood ready, prepared to spring into action at any moment. Su Yao urged the informant in a hushed tone, "Quickly, now is the time to speak." The informant opened his mouth, but the men in black charged forward. With a fierce shout, Qin Yu led his allies into the fray, and a melee erupted instantaneously. Tables and chairs were overturned, the shattering of glass ringing sharply in the air. The men in black were formidable, their training evident as they executed coordinated attacks, leaving Qin Yu and his companions struggling to defend themselves. Qin Yu, agile and quick, maneuvered through the crowd, adeptly evading their strikes while seizing opportunities to counterattack, his fists raining down upon the assailants with the ferocity of a tempest. However, the sheer number of adversaries continued to grow, tightening the encirclement around Qin Yu and his team. Su Yao, undeterred by her lack of combat prowess compared to Qin Yu, employed her wit and utilized the obstacles within the bar to navigate the fray. Spotting an opening, she seized a broken bottle and lunged at the exposed arm of one assailant. With a pained yelp, the man dropped his club, and Su Yao took advantage of the moment to wrest it from him, engaging in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, the informant trembled in fear, his face pale from the terrifying spectacle before him. Yet he understood that if he did not seize this opportunity to relay vital information, he might never have another chance. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he shouted, "It is," but his words were cut short as a man in black noticed his intent and charged towards him. In that critical moment, their ally, Old Zhang, intervened swiftly, stepping forward to intercept the assailant's attack. Despite his age, Old Zhang remained spry, engaging the man in an intense exchange of blows. Each of his strikes was imbued with profound inner strength, gradually turning the tide of battle against the man in black. Seeing Old Zhang's assistance, Qin Yu's spirits lifted. He seized this opportunity to intensify his onslaught against the men in black, landing a powerful blow to one adversary's chest, sending him hurtling backward, crashing into several tables. Inspired by Qin Yu's bravery, the other allies rallied, pouring forth their strength in a desperate struggle against their opponents. Amidst the chaos, the informant managed to speak again. This disruption was orchestrated by the antagonistic forces, but I lack details. His words were abruptly interrupted as several more assailants lunged at him. Observing the peril, Su Yao rushed to his side, parrying their attacks with her club. "What else? Think harder," she urged. The informant's face was a mask of terror, his body shaking uncontrollably. As he struggled to recall, a light ignited in his eyes. They appeared to be plotting a grander scheme involving the commercial association. Before he could finish, the leader of the men in black, realizing the informant had divulged too much, bellowed furiously and charged at him. Qin Yu's heart sank at this sight. Without a second thought, he dashed towards the informant, determined to thwart the oncoming assailant. Yet, the sheer number of adversaries made each step arduous. Just then, Aunt Lin, noticing Qin Yu's predicament, swiftly struck at the men in black from the side, clearing a path for him. At last, Qin Yu broke through the ranks, reaching the informant. He pulled him behind him, standing defiantly against the men in black. The leader glared menacingly at Qin Yu, stating, "You will not take him from us. He must come with us today." Unflinching, Qin Yu replied, "You shall not succeed. As long as I am here, none shall harm him." Tension hung thick in the air, both sides poised for confrontation. The bar, strewn with shattered furniture and glass, was suffused with the metallic scent of blood. Qin Yu and his allies formed a protective barrier around the informant, while the men in black eyed them menacingly, poised for a renewed assault. Suddenly, the wail of police sirens pierced the air from outside the bar. The men in black exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. The leader of the men gritted his teeth, muttering, "Consider yourselves fortunate. We shall let you go this time." With a wave of his hand, they swiftly retreated from the bar. Qin Yu and his companions remained vigilant, their eyes fixed on the departing figures until the sirens grew closer. Before long, the police burst into the bar. Qin Yu and Su Yao briefed the officers on the situation, who assured them an investigation would commence. Subsequently, they led the informant away from the bar to a safer location, preparing to continue their inquiries. Exhausted, the informant slumped into a chair, his face etched with dread. Qin Yu poured him a glass of water, speaking softly, "Do not fear. You are safe now. Think carefully. Are there any further leads regarding their conspiracy?" After sipping the water to regain some composure, the The informant replied, I truly do not know much more. I only know they are colluding with individuals from the commercial association, seemingly planning to sabotage a significant business event, though I am unclear on the specifics. Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged worried glances, understanding the implications of this alliance. The commercial association wielded considerable influence in the business realm. If the antagonistic forces indeed collaborated with them, the consequences could be dire. It seems imperative that we investigate this significant business event and uncover their true intentions as swiftly as possible, Qin Yu declared. Su Yao nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, we must bolster our defenses to thwart their schemes. The informant regarded Qin Yu and Su Yao, hesitating before stating, I can assist you, but you must ensure my safety. Qin Yu placed a reassuring hand on the informant's shoulder, affirming, you need not worry, we will protect you, as long as you can provide useful clues. We shall unite to bring the nefarious forces to justice. Subsequently, Qin Yu arranged for his allies to escort the mysterious contact to a secure location for protection. Qin Yu and Su Yao then commenced deliberating their next course of action. Su Yao remarked, we should first focus on the business association and see if we can uncover any leads. Qin Yu nodded in agreement, stating, I will reach out to our ally, journalist Liu, to assist in investigating the recent activities of the business association. Concurrently, we must also bolster our security measures for the project to prevent any further disruptions. The two divided their tasks. Qin Yu contacted journalist Liu, elucidating the situation, to which Liu assured him he would commence the investigation promptly. Meanwhile, Su Yao reached out to the personnel responsible for project security, instructing them to enhance patrols and remain vigilant. Once everything was arranged, Qin Yu and Su Yao settled in the office, awaiting news from Liu. As time ticked away, their anxiety mounted. They were acutely aware that time was of the essence. If they could not swiftly unearth the villainous plot, it could spell catastrophic losses for their business endeavor. At last, Qin Yu's phone rang. It was journalist Liu. Liu informed him, I have discovered some leads. The business association is hosting a large-scale commercial negotiation meeting soon, which will be attended by nearly all prominent families and business magnates. I suspect the nefarious forces may attempt to sabotage the event. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu felt a tightening in his chest and replied, Thank you, Liu. The information you provided is invaluable. We will further investigate to ascertain if we can uncover more evidence. After ending the call, Qin Yu relayed Liu's words to Su Yao. Furrowing her brow, she said, this negotiation meeting is indeed crucial. If the villainous forces disrupt it, it could not only jeopardize our project, but also incite turmoil within the entire business community. We must devise a means to thwart them. Qin Yu pondered for a moment and suggested, let us first conduct an internal investigation into the business association to identify any individuals colluding with the nefarious forces. Simultaneously, we must ensure that we have personnel stationed at the negotiation meeting to closely monitor any suspicious activities. Once they established their plan, they sprang into action. Qin Yu contacted their ally, lawyer Su, requesting assistance in investigating the backgrounds and connections of the business association's members. Su Yao, on the other hand, personally selected a team of agile and astute aides to execute security duties at the negotiation meeting. As the date of the meeting drew nearer, the pressure on Qin Yu and Su Yao intensified. They remained uncertain about the actions the villainous forces might undertake during the meeting, nor could they ascertain whether their plan would successfully thwart them. However, they understood that retreat was not an option. They must exert their utmost efforts to safeguard their business project and unveil the sinister machinations of their adversaries. Throughout the preparations, Qin Yu and Su Yao did not neglect the well-being of the young child they cherished. They recognized that the child was of paramount importance to them, and they could not allow any harm to come to him. Qin Yu instructed the child's family to ensure his safety, while Su Yao frequently called to inquire about his life and studies. Yet, just as Qin Yu and Su Yao were fervently preparing for the impending crisis of the negotiation meeting, new troubles arose. Qin Yu's cousin, Wang Chong, who had long harbored jealousy towards him, learned of Qin Yu's investigation into the collusion between the business association and the nefarious forces. In a bid to thwart Qin Yu, Wang Chong covertly contacted the villainous forces, intending to betray Qin Yu's plans. Upon discovering Qin Yu's intentions, the villainous forces resolved to turn the tables. They prepared to implement a grander scheme at the negotiation meeting while simultaneously dispatching operatives to undermine Qin Yu and Su Yao, aiming to disrupt their arrangements before the meeting commenced. Unbeknownst to Qin Yu and Su Yao, danger was steadily encroaching, yet they remained wholly committed to their preparations. As the black-clad assailants surged forward, would the contact manage to divulge crucial information amidst the chaos? How would Qin Yu and Su Yao confront this sudden crisis? Chapter 47. A fierce conflict erupts, the truth teeters on the brink. Qin Yu gazed at the anonymous warning message on his phone, his expression turning grave. He slowly passed the device to Su Yao, who, upon reading it, furrowed her brow in concern. The meeting room fell into a heavy silence, as all present recognized the escalating complexity of the situation. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu broke the silence, asserting, regardless of the circumstances, "We must not be intimidated by this warning. Let us proceed with our plan while remaining vigilant and attentive to any anomalies around us." Nods of agreement echoed throughout the room, yet each individual understood that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges. With 3 days remaining until the commercial negotiation meeting, Qin Yu and Su Yao found themselves in a secret conference room belonging to the primary family, conferring with their allies on a response strategy. The atmosphere was tense, the dim overhead lights casting a yellowish glow that seemed to reflect the anxiety surrounding the impending crisis. Qin Yu was the first to speak, his voice steady yet tinged with urgency. "Currently, we know the villains are colluding with the business association and are likely to incite chaos at the negotiation meeting. Moreover, our plans may have been compromised. Let us discuss how we should proceed." The aides fell into contemplation, and, after a moment, Lawyer Su was the first to respond. "I have some preliminary results from my investigation into the business association and have identified several suspicious signs, though the key individuals remain undetermined. We will need more time for a thorough probe." Su Yao nodded slightly, her gaze resolute. "Time is of the essence. We cannot remain idle. We must continue our investigation into the business association while simultaneously enhancing security arrangements for the negotiation meeting." As discussions heated up, Qin Yu suddenly received an anonymous warning message indicating that their plans had been leaked. This revelation deepened the already tense atmosphere. With a stern expression, Qin Yu contemplated a strategy to counteract the impending threat. At that moment, Qin Yu proposed, "Let us head to a bar. We might uncover new leads there." Though Su Yao and the aides were somewhat perplexed, they chose to trust Qin Yu's judgment. Arriving at the bar, they were greeted by dim lighting and deafening music, as revelers danced wildly on the floor. Qin Yu's keen eyes scanned the crowd for any suspicious activity. Just then, a group of black-clad figures surged from the bar's corners, their black masks obscuring their features, and with cold, determined gazes, they charged directly at Qin Yu and Su Yao. In an instant, Qin Yu reacted, shouting, "Be careful." He swiftly assumed a defensive stance, engaging the assailants in combat. With agility and strength, each punch he threw felled several adversaries. Yet the sheer number of black-clad assailants began to overwhelm him. Su Yao, undeterred, adeptly dodged the attackers while seeking opportunities to counterattack. Spotting an opening, she delivered a swift kick to one assailant's knee, sending him reeling forward. Seizing the moment, she snatched the weapon from his grasp and wielded it with force, repelling those who closed in around her. However, the number of attackers continued to swell, and Qin Yu and Su Yao began to feel the strain. Just as the situation reached a critical point, the mysterious contact unexpectedly intervened. Realizing that being captured by the black-clad assailants would spell doom for him, the contact grabbed a nearby bottle and hurled it at one of the attackers, sending him crashing to the ground. United, the trio fought valiantly against the assailants. Tables and chairs in the bar were overturned, shards of glass littering the floor, and the scent of spilled drinks permeated the air. Qin Yu seized an opportunity, charging at the leader of the black-clad figures and landing a powerful punch to his face, causing the leader to stagger backward. Meanwhile, the mysterious contact managed to trip several attackers, while Su Yao swung the weapon, fending off those who approached. After a fierce battle, they finally managed to repel the black-clad assailants. The enigmatic contact was injured during the skirmish, blood oozing from his arm. Qin Yu hurriedly approached to support him, his voice laced with urgency. "How are you?" Gritting his teeth and enduring the pain, the mysterious figure replied, "This disruption was indeed orchestrated by the villainous forces, but I'm unclear on the specific plans." Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged a grave glance, their expressions heavy with concern, although they were aware of the antagonist's involvement. The lack of clarity regarding their intentions rendered the situation exceedingly precarious. What further actions might the villains undertake? How were Qin Yu and Su Yao to safeguard against them? Such questions weighed heavily upon their minds, akin to burdensome stones. At that moment, the wail of police sirens echoed outside the bar, indicating that someone had alerted the authorities. Recognizing the urgency of their situation, Qin Yu assisted the mysterious contact, and together with Su Yao, they swiftly vacated the premises. Chapter 48, Business Predicaments Resolved, New Allies Emerge. Qin Yu and Su Yao hurriedly transported the wounded enigmatic contact to a secure location. Upon entering the room, Qin Yu promptly shut the door and drew the curtains. The dimly lit space enveloped the trio as they gathered around the table, the atmosphere thick with tension. Fixing his gaze on the mysterious figure, Qin Yu stated earnestly, "Think carefully. Are there any other leads you recall? Furrowing his brow, the contact strained to recollect, slowly articulating. I only know they seem intent on tampering with the business project documentation, but the specifics elude me. Su Yao gently bit her lip, contemplating for a moment before suggesting. In that case, we should promptly reassess the security and preparation plans for the business project to preclude any further disruptions. Qin Yu nodded resolutely, his eyes ablaze with determination. Indeed, we cannot abandon this project, regardless of the circumstances. In the ensuing days, Qin Yu and Su Yao devoted themselves wholly to recalibrating the plan. They fortified the security measures surrounding the project documents, assigning personnel to monitor them around the clock, while also implementing stricter background checks on those involved in the project. However, just as they believed they had regained control, calamity struck. The project documents mysteriously vanished. One fateful morning, the custodian of the documents burst into Qin Yu's office, panic-stricken. It's bad. Qin Yu, the documents are missing. Qin Yu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Nearly losing his footing, suppressing his fury, he inquired, what transpired? Wasn't there someone assigned to guard them? The individual hung his head, trembling as he replied, we don't know. When we arrived this morning, the safe was already open, and the documents had disappeared. Anxious, Qin Yu paced the office, the absence of the documents threatening to derail the project, rendering all their prior efforts potentially futile. Su Yao, upon learning the news, hastened to his side, observing his distressed demeanor with equal trepidation, yet mustering a calm facade as she reassured him, do not despair. We shall devise another plan. Just as their worries deepened, Qin Yu's phone rang abruptly. Distracted, he fished it out to discover an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he answered. A steady voice resonated on the other end. Qin Yu, do you remember me? We met briefly during a business event. I have heard of your current plight, and I may be able to assist you. A flicker of hope ignited within Qin Yu. Who are you? He questioned eagerly. The caller chuckled. I am Shang-Chi, and I have long admired your business acumen. I wish to extend my help in this troubling time. Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting both surprise and skepticism. The unexpected offer seemed like a potential turning point amidst their dire circumstances, yet they remained cautious about the trustworthiness of this newcomer. However, with no other viable options at hand, Qin Yu promptly replied, I am immensely grateful. What do you propose? Shang-Chi confidently instructed, do not concern yourself with the specifics just yet. Tomorrow morning, meet me at the upscale cafe in the city center, and I will divulge everything. With that, he terminated the call. The following morning, Qin Yu arrived early at the designated venue. The cafe, situated in the heart of the city, exuded elegance, bustling with patrons. He settled into a window seat, casting occasional glances toward the entrance. Shortly thereafter, a sharply dressed man entered, his keen gaze swiftly locating Qin Yu as he made his way directly toward him. Hello, Qin Yu. I am Shang-Chi, the man greeted with a smile. Extending his hand, Qin Yu promptly rose to shake it. Greetings, I have long been aware of your reputation. I cannot thank you enough for your assistance. Once seated, Shang-Chi retrieved a document from his briefcase and handed it to Qin Yu. Examine this. It contains critical industry insights I have gathered, along with support I have leveraged through my network, which should help mitigate your losses from the missing documents. Eagerly, Qin Yu flipped open the file, delving into its contents. As he read, a smile gradually illuminated his face. The information and resources felt like a timely blessing, breathing new life into a project previously on the brink of failure. Shang-Chi, you have been an invaluable ally. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude, he exclaimed. Think nothing of it. I too believe in this project as potential, and I am confident that our collaboration will yield success, Shang-Chi replied, waving off the thanks. With Shang-Chi's support, Qin Yu swiftly consolidated resources and restructured the project plan. The initiative resumed its course, as if the earlier tribulations had never occurred. Meanwhile, Su Yao was not idle. Returning to her family, she utilized her intellect and decisiveness to further solidify her standing. She engaged in deep discussions with several trusted aides, including Aunt Lin, to analyze the internal dynamics within the family. Aunt Lin expressed her concerns. Miss, there appears to be some undercurrents within the family. It seems someone is scheming in the shadows. Su Yao furrowed her brow, her gaze sharp. I have sensed it as well. We cannot remain passive. Aunt Lin, please reach out to a few family elders with whom we maintain good relations. I need to converse with them. Subsequently, Su Yao meticulously organized a family gathering, inviting numerous members. At the gathering, she presented herself with grace and sincerity, articulating the opportunities and challenges currently facing the family, alongside her vision for its future development. Her words flowed coherently, resonating with many present, stirring their emotions. After the event, several family members approached Su Yao, expressing their willingness to support her. One elder patted her shoulder approvingly, stating, "Young lady, I have faith in you. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask." Elated, Su Yao expressed her gratitude, successfully rallying more allies in preparation for confronting the antagonists. As time progressed, the business project advanced steadily under Qin Yu's diligent efforts, while Su Yao's influence within her family also grew increasingly robust. Nonetheless, both were acutely aware that the villains would not relinquish their pursuit easily. Although the immediate business crisis had been temporarily averted, Qin Yu and Su Yao remained vigilant, cognizant that this was merely the calm before the storm. The inclusion of the new ally, Shang-Chi, while promising, could potentially attract the attention of their adversaries, heralding new dangers. On a tranquil night, Qin Yu and Su Yao sat together on a garden bench, the moonlight casting gentle shadows upon them. Qin Yu tenderly grasped Su Yao's hand, his voice laced with concern. "Though we have navigated this crisis, I cannot help but wonder what the villains are plotting next. Shang-Chi's emergence may complicate matters further." Leaning against Qin Yu's shoulder, Su Yao replied softly, "Regardless, we must remain cautious. As long as we stand united, we shall overcome any challenge." Their silent gaze met, filled with unwavering resolve and determination. Chapter 49. Family power consolidated, antagonists hatch new schemes. As the night deepened, Qin Yu and Su Yao rose, preparing to return and rest, fortifying themselves for the challenges that lay ahead. Qin Yu grasped Su Yao's hand firmly, proclaiming, "Whatever awaits us, we shall face it together." Su Yao nadie reselotli. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of cold eyes lurked in the shadows, silently observing their every move, as a new crisis was stealthily approaching. Upon returning to the family estate, Su Yao devoted herself wholeheartedly to managing family affairs. The morning light streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow on the desk in the study, where Su Yao sat across from Aunt Lin, the table laden with documents. Aunt Lin pointed at a particular file and remarked, "Miss, according to your plans, these projects are gradually getting on track, and the voices within the family supporting you are growing ever stronger." Su Yao gently perused the documents, her gaze focused, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Indeed, everyone has worked hard during this period. However, we must not let our guard down, particularly at this juncture. We must remain vigilant against the machinations of our adversaries." In the days that followed, Su Yao and Aunt Lin collaborated closely, traversing the various corners of the family estate, engaging with different family members and coordinating resources. During a small internal family meeting, Su Yao articulated the future development direction of the family with clarity and precision, earning the recognition and applause of the majority present. After the meeting, an elder patted Su Yao on the shoulder and said, "Young lady, well done. Keep it up. The future of the family relies on you young ones." As Su Yao's influence within the family gradually solidified, family affairs became increasingly orderly under her management. Yet, her actions caught the attention of the villainous forces. In a dilapidated factory on the outskirts of the city, a pungent odor pervaded the dark, damp environment. Several shadowy figures gathered around a rickety table, the flickering light barely illuminating their sullen faces. Su Yao has been making significant moves within the family lately. "We cannot afford to remain passive," one voice intoned gravely. "Indeed, if this continues, our plans will be disrupted," another voice echoed in agreement. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as they exchanged words. At that moment, one individual, who had remained silent, slowly spoke. "We can exploit the indecisive members within the family to create trouble for Qin Yu. If Qin Yu encounters issues in business, Su Yao will inevitably be affected." Following a discussion, they focused their attention on Director Zhou, a member of Qin Yu's family's board, known for his fluctuating loyalties driven by self-interest. The villains believed that Director Zhou could be a pawn to be manipulated. Days later, in a luxurious private room of a high-end hotel, Director Zhou sat across from several mysterious figures. The opulent decor, with crystal chandeliers casting a soft glow, contrasted sharply with the tension in the air as Zhou, distracted, paid little attention to the sumptuous dishes on the table. "Director Zhou, as long as you follow our instructions, the benefits will be substantial," one of the mysterious figures said with a smile, pushing a folder towards him. Zhou hesitated, eyeing the folder warily. "Are you asking me to question Qin Yu's business acumen at the board meeting? What if I get caught? Rest assured, Director Zhou, the information is meticulously crafted and will remain undetected. Moreover, we have ensured that should any issues arise, you will not be implicated." The mysterious figure continued to persuade him. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou ultimately took the folder, opened it, and glanced at the fabricated information within, a whirlwind of emotions surging in his heart. Yet, enticed by the promise of profit, he nodded. "Very well, I will comply." Meanwhile, Qin Yu and Su Yao remained oblivious to the insidious plot unfurling against them. Qin Yu remained focused on advancing commercial projects, engaging in fervent discussions with his team members in the company's conference room. The whiteboard was filled with various charts and data. The atmosphere charged with tension and enthusiasm. Let us optimize this plan further. We must ensure absolute competitiveness in the market. Qin Yu pointed to a section on the board. Team members nodded in agreement, sharing their insights and suggestions. After the meeting, Qin Yu rubbed his temples. Although the project was progressing smoothly, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. Su Yao, too, sensed subtle changes within the family. During a recent family gathering, she noticed some members casting peculiar glances her way, seemingly avoiding her gaze. Aware of the underlying tension, she sees an opportunity to pull Aunt Lin aside. Aunt Lin, have you noticed something amiss with the atmosphere in the family lately? Aunt Lin furrowed her brow, contemplating. Miss, I too have felt it. There seems to be an undercurrent stirring, but I have yet to ascertain the specifics. Su Yao's expression grew serious. It appears we must exercise greater caution and uncover the truth as swiftly as possible. As the days passed, the board meeting loomed closer. Director Zhou, having received the fabricated documents, grappled with his conscience. On one hand, there were the enticing benefits promised by the villains. On the other, his apprehension regarding Qin Yu and the potential risks involved. He paced restlessly in his room, clutching the deceptive documents tightly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Finally, the day before the board meeting arrived. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, Zhou's face appeared pale. Taking a deep breath, he placed the documents into his briefcase, silently resolving to follow the villain's plan, come what may. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, while sensing some potential crisis, remained unaware of the trap set for him at the board meeting. He continued to prepare his report for the board, organizing various data and materials, striving to showcase the project's immense potential and his business acumen. Su Yao, on her part, sought information throughout the family, attempting to uncover the motivations behind the peculiar gazes directed at her. She spoke with several elders and confidants, hoping to glean some clues. However, the villain's new scheme was akin to a runaway train, hurtling towards Qin Yu. Would Director Zhou be manipulated? How would Qin Yu confront the impending challenges at the board meeting? All remained uncertain, the tense atmosphere enveloping both Qin Yu and Su Yao like an invisible web. Chapter 50. The eve of the board meeting, storm clouds gather. Nightfall enveloped the city, illuminating the Qin Yu family estate with bright lights. In the study, Qin Yu meticulously reviewed a mountain of documents, making his final preparations for the board meeting, entirely unaware of the tempest that was about to unfold against him. In a darkened corner of the city, Director Zhou sat in a shadowy room, gazing at the deceptive documents on the table, his expression complex as he wrestled with his conscience. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth, seemingly resolved. What would transpire at the board meeting tomorrow? How would Qin Yu confront the challenges ahead? All remained shrouded in uncertainty. As dawn broke, the sunlight filtered through the window, casting a warm glow on Qin Yu's weary, yet resolute face. Su Yao gently pushed open the door and entered the study, her heart aching at the sight of the scattered documents. You haven't slept all night, have you? You should take a break. Don't exhaust yourself, she said tenderly. Qin Yu looked up, rubbing his eyes, managing a faint smile. I'm fine, I'm not tired. I just reviewed the project materials again to ensure nothing is overlooked. By the way, you mentioned yesterday to be cautious of Director Zhou. Have you discovered anything? Su Yao moved closer to him, pulling out a chair to sit down. Her expression serious. The atmosphere in the family has been off lately. I've noticed that Director Zhou is acting unusually, although I haven't found concrete evidence. My intuition tells me he may try to sabotage you at the board meeting. You must be extremely cautious. Qin Yu furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding. All right, I'll keep that in mind. Whatever his schemes may be, I will be thoroughly prepared. With that, he returned to organizing the documents, meticulously verifying each set of data and every case, ensuring he could accurately present the project's feasibility and potential at the board meeting. The rustle of paper echoed in the quiet study, occasionally punctuated by the sound of Qin Yu jotting down key points in his notebook. Meanwhile, Su Yao departed from the study, beginning to traverse the familial estate. With a radiant smile, she greeted every family member she encountered, engaging in seemingly casual conversation. While in truth, she meticulously observed their demeanor, probing for any lurking crises. In the garden, she encountered several servants tending to the flowers from their scattered remarks. She sensed an unusual atmosphere. Have you heard? It seems something significant is about to transpire at the board meeting, one servant murmured. Indeed, I have heard that it pertains to Qin Yu's project, another servant replied. Su Yao's heart tightened, yet she maintained an outwardly composed demeanor as she continued conversing with others. Approaching the vicinity of the family conference room, she noticed several directors engaged in hushed discussions. Upon her arrival, they abruptly ceased their dialogue, their expressions betraying a hint of unease. A growing conviction settled within Su Yao. Something clandestine was undoubtedly afoot. On the other side of the estate, Director Zhou concealed himself within his office, frequently communicating with nefarious forces via encrypted calls. Is all the information prepared? We must ensure Qin Yu is humiliated at tomorrow's board meeting. A chilling voice emanated from the other end of the line. Everything is ready. But are you certain there won't be repercussions? Director Zhou's voice quivered slightly. Just follow the plan. If issues arise, we will handle them. As long as Qin Yu falls, the rewards for you will be considerable, the villain responded impatiently. Gritting his teeth, Director Zhou conceded, all right, I understand. After ending the call, he gazed at the fabricated documents on his desk, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Yet his thirst for gain ultimately overshadowed his trepidation. Time slipped away in the tense atmosphere, and soon evening descended. Qin Yu finally completed the organization of his materials. Stretching and surveying the neatly arranged documents before him, he felt a flicker of satisfaction, though uncertain of the challenges that awaited him at the board meeting the following day. He firmly believed that his diligence and preparation would enable him to navigate any obstacles. Returning to the study, Su Yao observed Qin Yu's weary yet confident demeanor, her heart swelling with both concern and pride. So, are you fully prepared? She inquired. Qin Yu nodded. Yes, everything is ready. No matter what unfolds tomorrow, I am confident in my ability to respond. What about you? Any new discoveries? Su Yao recounted the day's observations to Qin Yu, and together they analyzed the current situation. While there was no definitive evidence linking Director Zhou to the villainous conspiracy, various signs indicated that tomorrow's board meeting would be a fierce battle. It seems we must remain vigilant. I will adapt on the fly at the board meeting, while you continue to monitor developments within the family. If anything arises, notify me immediately, Qin Yu advised. Su Yao resolutely nodded. Rest assured I will. As night enveloped the city, it appeared to succumb to slumber. Yet, Qin Yu and Su Yao were acutely aware that a storm was on the horizon. Lying in bed, Qin Yu gazed at the ceiling, mentally rehearsing the myriad scenarios that might unfold at the board meeting the next day, and unknowingly drifted into slumber. On the following morning, sunlight bathed the earth, and Qin Yu rose early, meticulously preparing his attire and gathering his documents before heading to the board meeting room. With each step, he exuded confidence and composure. Upon entering the meeting room, he found the other directors already seated. Director Zhou, ensconced in a corner, displayed a fleeting moment of panic upon seeing Qin Yu, quickly masking it with a facade of calm. Qin Yu noted Director Zhou's odd behavior, but chose to remain discreet, politely greeting everyone before taking his seat. As the moderator announced the commencement of the board meeting, the atmosphere in the room became palpably tense. Qin Yu inhaled deeply, rising to deliver his project report. His voice resonated with clarity and conviction as he meticulously outlined the project's planning, market prospects, and anticipated returns, showcasing carefully curated data and successful case studies. Initially, the directors listened attentively, nodding in agreement. However, just as Qin Yu was nearing the conclusion of his presentation, Director Zhou abruptly interjected. Wait, I have some questions regarding this project. A jolt of anxiety coursed through Qin Yu, yet he maintained a smile as he addressed Director Zhou. Please, go ahead, Director Zhou. Clearing his throat, Director Zhou brandished the prepared false documents, declaring, I possess data that significantly contradicts your report. As far as I know, the market prospects for this project are not as optimistic as you suggest, and according to your plan, the risks are substantial, potentially leading to severe losses for the family. At this pronouncement, an uproar erupted within the conference room. The other directors murmured amongst themselves, casting uncertain glances at the documents in Director Zhou's hands. Alarm bells rang in Qin Yu's mind, yet he swiftly regained his composure, responding, Director Zhou, may I inquire about the source of your data? The information I presented is based on thorough research and analysis, ensuring its reliability. Director Zhou's face flushed, yet he pressed on, my data has a credible source, naturally. You claim your figures are reliable. How do you account for the discrepancies with the documents I possess? Qin Yu remained unflappable, retrieving his own materials, stating, Director Zhou, let's conduct a detailed comparison. First, regarding the market research sample, mine encompasses a broader demographic and geographical scope, thus ensuring higher representativeness. Furthermore, I have accounted for various potential factors in cost estimation, whereas your data seems to overlook these. Director Zhou found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Yet his stubbornness propelled him to continue. Even if your points hold merit, the project's risks cannot be disregarded. We must not recklessly invest the family's funds into such an uncertain venture. With a slight smile, Qin Yu countered, every project carries inherent risks. The crux lies in how we manage them. I have devised a comprehensive risk mitigation strategy and am confident in minimizing potential threats. Moreover, in the long run, should this project succeed, it will yield substantial benefits for the family, enhancing our standing in the business realm. The directors, witnessing the exchange between Qin Yu and Director Zhou, each harbored their own thoughts. A faction was swayed by Qin Yu's professionalism and confidence, believing his project warranted a chance. Conversely, another faction found themselves influenced by Director Zhou's fabricated documents, casting doubts upon the project's viability. As the impasse lingered, Su Yao, having learned of the board meeting's developments, rushed to the scene. She scoured the family estate, seeking allies to support Qin Yu. At last, she found several respected elders, elucidating the situation to them. Upon hearing her account, these elders resolved to accompany her to the board meeting room to lend their support to Qin Yu. Inside the board meeting room, Qin Yu remained steadfastly engaged in countering Director Zhou's accusations. He understood that this debate not only impacted the project's fate, but also his standing within the family and his future prospects. Meanwhile, under the villain's instigation, Director Zhou relentlessly posed various challenging questions, aiming to disrupt Qin Yu's train of thought. Would Qin Yu successfully navigate Director Zhou's scrutiny and quell the other directors' doubts amidst this fierce confrontation? As Su Yao arrived with the family elders, what transformations might ensue? All remained uncertain, and the tension in the meeting room was palpable. Chapter 51. The turmoil of the board meeting, voices of doubt resound. Su Yao, accompanied by several family elders, hastily entered the meeting room, the door swinging open with a forceful push, drawing the attention of all present. Breathing slightly heavily, Su Yao declared, "Everyone, please allow me to speak." The family elders bore solemn expressions as they entered the room. Observing this scene, Director Zhou's countenance shifted subtly. A glimmer of hope surged within Qin Yu. He recognized that the unfolding situation would grow increasingly intricate, and he must seize this rare opportunity to persuade the assembly. The atmosphere in the meeting room was charged, a new confrontation poised to commence. Su Yao steadied her nerves, surveying the conference room before speaking slowly. Esteemed board members, I am acutely aware of the significance of this board meeting for our family's development, and I understand the concerns surrounding Qin Yu's project. However, before we reach a decision, I would like to request a moment to address you on behalf of several elders. An elder with graying hair stepped forward, his gaze commanding as he surveyed the assembly. His voice resonated with calm authority. After careful consideration, we believe that Qin Yu has consistently devoted himself to our family. We have also reviewed the business plan he proposed, which possesses considerable feasibility. It would be unwise to dismiss it entirely based on a single, unverifiable document. Director Zhou felt a pang of anxiety. Yet he feigned composure as he countered. While I respect the elders' views, one must not approach business decisions with anything less than utmost diligence. The information I possess has been thoroughly verified. Although Qin Yu's plan appears appealing, it conceals significant risks that could lead to catastrophic losses for our family. Qin Yu met Director Zhou's gaze with unwavering resolve, responding with measured confidence. Director Zhou, you assert that your information has been verified. Could you enlighten us as to the sources of your information and the nature of your verification? The data and case studies I presented are derived from reputable market research institutions, as well as my own extensive observation and analysis of the industry. As the board members listened to the heated exchange, the air was thick with uncertainty. Some furrowed their brows in contemplation, while others whispered among themselves. A palpable tension enveloped the room, and even the air conditioning seemed to carry a chill. Director Zhou, momentarily taken aback by Qin Yu's inquiry, quickly regained his composure and replied with firmness, "My sources are, of course, reliable, but it would be inappropriate to disclose them. However, Qin Yu, if your plan is indeed viable, how do you account for the fierce market competition? What makes us believe we can excel?" With poise, Qin Yu approached the projector and displayed a chart, indicating the data. Director Zhou, esteemed board members, please observe. While the market is indeed competitive, there remain numerous niches yet to be filled. Our plan specifically targets these gaps, employing innovative models and superior product services. Here, you will find a detailed market share forecast and an analysis of our competitor strengths and weaknesses. We possess not only unique technological advantages, but also a comprehensive marketing strategy that positions us favorably in the market. At that moment, another elder spoke up. I concur with Qin Yu's analysis. Our family has encountered bottlenecks in traditional business ventures and is in dire need of a breakthrough. While Qin Yu's plan carries risks, it also presents a rare opportunity. We must not let fear inhibit our willingness to allow young talent to explore. Yet Director Zhou pressed on relentlessly. While your sentiments are understandable, should risks materialize, who will bear the responsibility? The family's assets are not to be trifled with. We cannot gamble them recklessly. Qin Yu looked directly into Director Zhou's eyes, asserting with conviction, Director Zhou, should the project falter, I am prepared to assume full responsibility. However, I firmly believe that with my dedication and our team's collaboration, we can ensure the project's success, ultimately yielding substantial returns for our family. Hearing Qin Yu's declaration, many board members felt a stirring of emotion. Some who had initially leaned towards Director Zhou began to waver in their stance. However, Director Zhou seemed resolute in thwarting Qin Yu's proposal, presenting another challenging question. Even if your assertions hold true, the initial capital investment is substantial. How do we guarantee the integrity of our funding chain? What measures are in place to address unforeseen complications? Qin Yu, having anticipated this, produced a financial plan, stating, regarding funding, I have developed a comprehensive budget and financing strategy. We can secure support from within the family. And I have also initiated preliminary discussions with several investment firms, all of whom have expressed keen interest in our project. In terms of contingencies, we have prepared multiple emergency plans to ensure the project can proceed smoothly. As Qin Yu addressed each concern, the atmosphere in the conference room gradually shifted. Some board members began to express tentative approval of Qin Yu's plan, nodding slightly. Yet, Director Zhou's persistent challenges continued to sow seeds of doubt among a few members. Though Qin Yu remained composed, he understood that Director Zhou would not concede easily, and he needed to dispel the lingering uncertainties of the other board members to secure the project's approval. In this tense environment, every expression and utterance was of paramount importance. Would Qin Yu succeed in persuading all board members to endorse the project? Would Director Zhou devise new tactics to undermine Qin Yu's efforts? The outcome was shrouded in uncertainty, and the air in the conference room felt thick with anticipation as all awaited the final resolution. Chapter 52. A turn of events in the face of adversity. Observing Director Zhou continuing to debate, Qin Yu recognized that the battle was far from over. The gazes of the other board members flickered between him and Director Zhou, clearly still weighing their options. At that moment, Su Yao discreetly signaled to him, seemingly indicating something significant. Qin Yu inhaled deeply, awaiting her next move, aware that it could be pivotal in altering the tide of the discussion. Just as the standoff reached a critical point, Su Yao suddenly rose to her feet, her eyes fierce and penetrating, as though she could perceive all. From her folder, she retrieved a document, raising it high and declaring with clarity and strength, "Esteemed board members, I possess a crucial piece of evidence that unequivocally reveals Director Zhou's true intentions." At her proclamation, the conference room erupted into a flurry of whispers. Board members exchanged furtive glances, speculating about the nature of this evidence. Director Zhou's complexion drained of color. His lips quivered as he attempted to interject, but found himself momentarily speechless. Su Yao gradually lowered the document, her gaze sweeping across every individual present. Before articulating deliberately, this evidence indicates that Director Zhou has colluded with opposing forces within our family, aiming to sabotage Qin Yu's business plan for his own gain. A tumult ensued in the boardroom, as expressions of shock and indignation spread among the other members. An elder with gray hair slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Director Zhou, what is the meaning of this? How could you engage in actions so detrimental to our family's interests?" Beads of sweat formed on Director Zhou's forehead as he stammered. "This is all a misunderstanding. The evidence is fabricated. They are attempting to frame me." Yet, in the face of compelling evidence, his defense appeared feeble. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yu stepped forward, clearing his throat to reiterate the advantages and prospects of the business plan. "Esteemed board members, while Director Zhou's conduct is indeed reprehensible, we must not allow this to overshadow the intrinsic value of the project itself. Our business plan is founded on thorough market research and precise analysis. The current gap in the market awaits our intervention, and upon success, the family stands to gain immeasurable benefits." As he spoke, he projected relevant data and charts onto the screen. "Observe, esteemed members. This data clearly illustrates our project's formidable competitiveness and expansive growth potential. We are fully prepared, with comprehensive plans in place for technology, talent, and financing." The board members were drawn to the information displayed on the screen, studying it intently and nodding occasionally. Those who had previously hesitated began to exhibit signs of agreement. Qin Yu continued, "We cannot allow Director Zhou's self-serving actions to prevent us from seizing this opportunity to transform our family's destiny. The future of our family relies on each of us making the correct choice." After Qin Yu's heartfelt address, the majority of board members found themselves swayed by his sincerity and professionalism. After much deliberation, a vote was finally held. The results indicated that the majority of the board members supported Qin Yu's business plan. A surge of joy welled up within Qin Yu. Yet he was acutely aware that this victory was but a fleeting triumph. As he exited the boardroom, the sunlight enveloped him. Yet it did little to dispel the concerns that loomed in his heart. Although he had temporarily triumphed in the board meeting, he knew the antagonists would not simply acquiesce. How would they retaliate? This thought weighed heavily upon him, akin to a boulder pressing down on his chest. Chapter 53. The business project advances. New enemies emerged. Qin Yu and Su Yao sat in the office, sunlight streaming through the windows, illuminating them. With a furrowed brow, Qin Yu remarked, "Though we have emerged victorious this time, the antagonists will undoubtedly not relent easily. We must swiftly devise a countermeasure." Su Yao nodded, her gaze falling on the document strewn across the desk. Suddenly, her expression shifted. "Look, this data seems a bit off." Qin Yu leaned in closer, and their faces turned grave, as if a new crisis was quietly descending upon them. Yet, despite sensing the impending threat, the advancement of the business project was urgent. Qin Yu quickly recalibrated his focus, invigorating himself as he collaborated with partners to meticulously prepare for the project's launch. The office bustled with activity, papers piled high, and phones ringing incessantly. Qin Yu navigated through the chaos, his voice resounding as he delegated various tasks, his charismatic energy returning. He engaged in light-hearted banter with partners while inadvertently solidifying the finer details of their work. "Old Zhang, we must ensure the quality of the equipment and cannot afford any delays. Let's strive to complete our preparations ahead of schedule," Qin Yu stated, patting a partner on the shoulder. "Rest assured, Qin Yu, you need not worry about my capabilities. I will not let you down," Old Zhang responded with a hearty laugh. Meanwhile, Su Yao was equally diligent, meticulously scrutinizing every document. Her keen, "I'm missing no detail. This clause requires further consideration. The phrasing here could pose potential risks." She advised her assistant, her tone calm yet resolute. Just as everything appeared to be proceeding smoothly, an unexpected visitor shattered the tranquility of their busy environment. The secretary hurried into the office, a look of anxiety etched on her face. "Qin Yu, there is someone outside claiming to be a representative of a new startup, insisting on meeting you regarding an important matter." Qin Yu exchanged a glance with Su Yao, a flicker of curiosity igniting within them. "Please, let him in," Qin Yu replied, adjusting his attire and sitting up straight. A man clad in a meticulously tailored black suit, his hair immaculately groomed, entered the office. A confident yet slightly provocative smile gracing his face as his gaze swept over Qin Yu and Su Yao. "It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Qin Yu and Su Yao. I hope you'll pardon my audacity in coming here today. I wish to discuss the project you are currently preparing." Qin Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Instinct told him this man was a new competitor. He scrutinized the stranger with a composed smile. "Oh, I wonder what insights you might share. To be frank, our company holds a keen interest in this project, and we are confident in our ability to execute it even better," the man asserted candidly, determination radiating from his eyes. After bidding farewell to this unexpected visitor, Qin Yu's expression darkened considerably. It seemed trouble had indeed arrived, he murmured to himself. He understood that he could not afford to underestimate this new adversary. Swiftly, he mobilized his network to investigate the startup. The investigation proved tumultuous. Every lead appeared deliberately obscured, and just as he uncovered a clue, it would vanish in an instant. Yet Qin Yu persevered, akin to a hound with a keen nose, navigating the labyrinth of convoluted information in search of an exit. Simultaneously, Su Yao contemplated counter-strategies. Sitting in the office surrounded by a mountain of documents, sunlight cascading through the window and casting a soft halo around her, she rested her chin on her hand, her gaze focused and profound as she analyzed various possibilities. This new competitor's emergence is too abrupt. There must be underlying issues. They are likely to resort to unethical competitive tactics, and we must be prepared to counteract, she informed Qin Yu, who had come to report on the investigation's progress. Qin Yu nodded, his eyes betraying unwavering resolve. "I have unearthed some leads. The forces behind the startup appear to be intricately linked to our previous adversaries. It seems this is yet another elaborate scheme they have orchestrated. Then we must exercise even greater caution. They may attempt to tarnish our reputation through public opinion, poach our core team members, or even sabotage our partnerships," Su Yao remarked, her brow furrowed, her voice laced with concern. Qin Yu fell into deep contemplation, fully aware that Su Yao's concerns were not unfounded. On one hand, we must enhance our management of the project team to elevate the members' morale and loyalty. On the other hand, we need to prepare for any potential public relations crises, ensuring we have media connections ready to advocate for us at critical moments, he articulated slowly, each word seemingly weighed with careful consideration. As the investigation deepened, Yu uncovered an increasing number of leads that only complicated matters further. The forces behind the startup were deeply entrenched, not only colluding with the previous antagonists, but also embroiled in conflicts of interest involving other prominent families. This revelation made Yu acutely aware that this commercial rivalry was far more intricate than it appeared on the surface. It could trigger a cascade of repercussions, potentially altering the entire landscape of the elite society. Once again seated in the office with Su Yao, the atmosphere grew so tense that it was almost suffocating. Outside, the sky had turned ominously overcast, thick clouds gathering as if a storm were impending. This new competitor is aggressive and connected to our adversaries. How should we respond to this commercial challenge? Yu asked Su Yao, his gaze a blend of concern and anticipation. Su Yao bit her lip gently, a glimmer of resolve flashing in her eyes. Regardless of their machinations, we must not retreat. We must leverage our advantages, exploit their weaknesses, and deliver a decisive blow. In that moment, the office fell into silence, the only sound being the ticking of the clock on the wall, as if it were counting down to an inevitable confrontation. Both Yu and Su Yao understood that every subsequent step was crucial. A single misstep could lead to their complete downfall. Chapter 54, Ruthless Competitive Tactics. Counter-strategies emerged. Taking a deep breath, Yu rose and approached the window, gazing at the somber sky. No matter the extent of their tactics, we must confront the challenges head-on. Our immediate priority is to swiftly refine our response plan. Su Yao stood beside him, her voice resolute. Indeed, we will undoubtedly navigate through this turmoil. They exchanged a determined glance, as if at that moment they were prepared to face any challenge that lay ahead. Returning to their desks, barely seated before the phone rang urgently. Yu swiftly picked up the receiver, the anxious voice of the project preparatory site manager resonating through the line. This is dire, Yu. A plethora of negative news has suddenly emerged online regarding our project, alleging severe quality hazards, complete with a litany of fabricated data. Numerous partners are calling to inquire about the situation. Yu's brow furrowed, a flicker of rage igniting in his eyes. Understood. Calm the partners' concerns and assure them we will address this matter immediately. After hanging up, Yu opened his computer. The screen flooded with defamatory remarks saturating various platforms, the comment sections brimming with skepticism. Simultaneously, Su Yao's phone buzzed with messages, revealing that several core team members had received lucrative offers to be poached, with promises of equity stakes. Su Yao handed her phone to Yu, her expression grave. It seems they are employing a dual strategy, attempting both to tarnish the project's reputation and to poach our core members. Their methods are ruthless. Yu gritted his teeth and swiftly began drafting a statement on his computer. His fingers flew across the keyboard, his gaze focused and resolute. In the statement, he meticulously outlined the project's planning, quality control standards, and future prospects, using irrefutable data and facts to counter the rumors. As he typed, he said to Su Yao, first, let's disseminate this statement to stabilize public opinion and let the public know they are maliciously spreading falsehoods. Su Yao nodded, took the computer, and promptly contacted the public relations team to release the statement across major platforms. Once the statement was addressed, Yu wasted no time convening a meeting with the core team members. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense, with members displaying a range of expressions, some anxious, others hesitant. Standing before them, Yu scanned each person with a steadfast gaze and declared, I understand some of you have been tempted, but I hope you realize that we have come this far together, and this project embodies our collective efforts. Those seeking to poach our talent merely wish to undermine our hard work. Their promises, though seemingly alluring, are fraught with uncertainty. In contrast, we possess a clear goal and plan. If we unite our efforts, we will undoubtedly lead this project to monumental success. After speaking, Yu announced an enhancement in the team members' compensation, significantly increasing salaries and raising the profit-sharing ratio. Upon hearing this, the initially wavering expressions of the members gradually solidified with determination. One core member stood up and said, Yu, we stand with you. After all these years of striving together, we are not merely in it for the profits. We believe in you and this project. Others echoed their agreement, and the room resonated with a chorus of affirmation, greatly enhancing the team's cohesion in that moment. While Yu stabilized the team and clarified the rumors, Su Yao was also busy. Utilizing her family's extensive connections in the business world, she inquired about the competitors. She navigated various upscale clubs and business events, engaging in lighthearted conversations with numerous business figures, all the while discreetly gathering information. After considerable effort, Su Yao finally obtained a critical lead from a family acquaintance. The competitors' funding sources were in jeopardy, as the investors behind them seemed to be losing faith in their current competitive strategies, leading to internal discord. Immediately, Su Yao relayed this information to Qin Yu. Upon hearing it, a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. This is an excellent opportunity. If we can leverage their internal divisions, we might disrupt their momentum. They began to discuss how to further exploit the competitors' weaknesses and how to retaliate effectively. However, it appeared that the competitors had sensed Qin Yu and Su Yao's actions. Rather than retreating, they escalated their tactics. New rumors began circulating in the market, this time alleging that Qin Yu's family business was facing severe financial discrepancies and imminent bankruptcy. This rumor detonated like a bomb, causing some previously cautious partners to waver, delaying their collaboration decisions with Qin Yu. Faced with the relentless tactics of their competitors, Qin Yu stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of his office, gazing at the bustling street below, silently vowing, "No matter how much you stir the pot, I will not let you succeed." Su Yao approached him, gently grasping his hand. "Do not worry, we will find a way to cope. As long as we remain composed, their schemes will not prevail." Despite Qin Yu's array of countermeasures, the competitors' tactics proved exceedingly cunning, with new crises emerging incessantly. The project's progress faced severe impediments. Trust from partners continuously waned, and while the team members were temporarily stabilized, the prolonged pressure of public opinion left them wearied. Whether Qin Yu could successfully withstand the competitive pressure and lead the project out of the quagmire remained uncertain. Chapter 55, Progress in Investigation, Crisis Descends Again. Qin Yu turned around and sat back at his desk, spreading a blank sheet of paper before him and jotting down several key points. We need to approach this from multiple angles. First, we must sow discord within their ranks, then leverage the power of the media. Su Yao leaned in to see the notes, nodding in agreement. The strategy is sound, but implementation may prove fraught with challenges. They will surely be on guard. Qin Yu's gaze was resolute. No matter how difficult it may be, we must try. This is currently our best course of action. They exchanged determined glances, steeling themselves for the new round of challenges ahead. At that moment, Su Yao's phone vibrated urgently. She pulled it out, glanced at the screen, and a look of delight spread across her face. Finally, there's news. Qin Yu quickly leaned in, asking, "What is the outcome of the investigation?" Su Yao nodded vigorously, her excitement palpable. "Indeed, after days of inquiries and investigation, I have uncovered a significant weakness of our competitor. Their funding chain is compromised. Reliable sources indicate that their investors are dissatisfied with the current project progress and are contemplating withdrawal." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with surprise and excitement. He slammed his hand on the desk, exclaiming, "This is truly good news. If we can capitalize on this weakness, we could deliver a devastating blow." Su Yao nodded in agreement, her smile unwavering. "Yes, but we must exercise caution. We cannot let them realize that we have discovered this secret." Just as they were strategizing on how to exploit this vulnerability, Qin Yu's phone rang urgently. Furrowing his brow, Qin Yu swiftly answered the phone, hearing the frantic voice of the project site manager on the other end. "This is bad, Qin Yu. The project site has just been vandalized by unidentified individuals. Many pieces of equipment have been severely damaged and are no longer operational." A tightness gripped Qin Yu's chest, and his expression darkened in an instant. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "I'm on my way. Ensure the site is secured and try to assess the damage." After hanging up, Qin Yu glared at Su Yao with palpable anger. "The project site has been vandalized again. It appears our competitors and the antagonistic forces are truly relentless." Su Yao mirrored his anger, stating, "They are intent on driving us to extinction. Let us go. We need to assess the situation on site." The two hastily left the office and drove to the project site. As they traveled, Qin Yu gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes fixed ahead, his expression a mix of fury and determination. Su Yao sat in the passenger seat, her brow furrowed as she contemplated counter-strategies. Soon, they arrived at the project site. The scene before them was chaotic. The previously orderly array of equipment lay askew, some twisted and deformed, while parts were scattered across the ground. A pungent odor of machine oil filled the air, and the anxious murmurs of workers and staff could be heard. Qin Yu surveyed the devastation, his fury boiling over. Clenching his fists, he seethed. "These bastards have gone too far." Su Yao gently patted Qin Yu's shoulder, offering comfort. "Do not let anger cloud your judgment. Our priority now is to find a solution. Given the extent of the damage, it's likely that the competitors and the antagonistic forces have colluded to halt our project as progress." Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Qin Yu responded, "You're right. We cannot let their actions influence our judgment. Our immediate task is to repair the equipment swiftly to minimize the impact on the project timeline. Simultaneously, we must accelerate our counterattack plan against the competitors. We cannot allow them to act with such impunity any longer." Thus, Qin Yu and Su Yao began to mobilize at the site. Qin Yu gathered the project team as technicians to assess the damage to the equipment and discuss repair strategies. The technicians huddled around the damaged equipment, meticulously inspecting it, shaking their heads and sighing in dismay. One seasoned craftsman furrowed his brow and remarked, "The damage to this equipment is far too severe. Some critical components have been shattered. To restore it, not only will it require a considerable amount of time, but also a substantial financial investment for new parts." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu felt a heaviness in his heart, yet he resolutely declared, "Regardless of the time and resources needed, we must expedite the repair of the equipment. The project cannot stagnate due to these unforeseen setbacks. Let us all exert ourselves and strive harder." The craftsman nodded in agreement, saying, "We will do our utmost, rest assured." Qin Yu. Meanwhile, Su Yao was diligently contacting various suppliers, inquiring about the procurement of the necessary parts. She made call after call, communicating swiftly about pricing, delivery times, and other particulars. However, most suppliers indicated that due to the uniqueness of these components, preparation would take time, with the earliest delivery possible being 3 days away. With a sense of resignation, Su Yao hung up the phone and approached Qin Yu to relay the situation. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu responded, 3 days is too long. We cannot afford to wait. Reach out to other suppliers to see if any can deliver more swiftly. Concurrently, I will enlist the help of our procurement department to explore alternative avenues for sourcing some parts." Once the arrangements for the equipment repair were set, Qin Yu and Su Yao proceeded to the temporary office at the project site. Seated at the desk, they resumed their discussion regarding strategies to counter their competitors. Gazing at the project timeline affixed to the wall, Qin Yu stated, "We can no longer afford to proceed methodically in our retaliation. We must accelerate our efforts. Given their financial troubles, let us leverage this to intensify public pressure, ensuring that more individuals are aware of their predicament. This might solidify the resolve of their investors to withdraw funding and could also destabilize their partnerships." Su Yao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I believe we can reach out to some financial media to disclose the vulnerabilities in our competitor's funding chain, soliciting their assistance in reporting this information. Furthermore, we can utilize social media platforms to steer public opinion, instigating doubts about their project." Qin Yu added, "In addition to the public relations aspect, we must also exert pressure through business collaborations. Use your connections to approach enterprises that may be inclined to collaborate with them, revealing the true circumstances of our competitors to dissuade them from pursuing any partnerships. I will also amplify our project's promotional efforts to attract additional partners and investors." As their discussion became increasingly fervent, Qin Yu's phone rang once more. He picked it up to find it was the head of the procurement department calling. Qin Yu quickly answered, and the voice on the other end brimmed with excitement. "Qin Yu, we have good news. Through some specialized channels, we have located a supplier who conveniently possesses the parts we require, and they can deliver them by tomorrow." Overjoyed, Qin Yu exclaimed, "That is splendid news. Please finalize the contract with them immediately to ensure the parts arrive on time. Additionally, be vigilant about quality. We cannot compromise standards in our urgency." After hanging up, Qin Yu shared this encouraging news with Su Yao, who responded with a relieved smile. "This truly is a stroke of good fortune. It seems our luck has not entirely run dry." However, just as Qin Yu and Su Yao believed matters were beginning to unfold favorably, a new crisis quietly emerged. Su Yao's phone, resting on the table, suddenly vibrated. Upon glancing at the screen, her expression shifted to one of grave concern. Noticing her unease, Qin Yu inquired, "What is it? What has happened?" Su Yao handed her phone to Qin Yu, her face etched with worry. "I just received word that our competitors seem to have sensed our investigation. They are accelerating their actions and preparing to employ more aggressive tactics against us. Moreover, it appears they have allied with some previously neutral business entities, rendering our situation increasingly precarious." Qin Yu scrutinized the message on the phone, his brow furrowing deeply. He recognized that the project site had once again suffered devastation, requiring both time and resources for restoration, while their adversaries were intensifying their assaults, thus amplifying the challenges they faced. Yet, his conviction remained unwavering. He looked at Su Yao and declared resolutely, "No matter the tactics they employ, we will not retreat. We shall navigate this crisis while successfully countering our competitors, making it clear that we are not easily intimidated." Su Yao nodded emphatically, her eyes brimming with determination and resolve. With the project site once more in ruins, requiring time and resources for repair, could Qin Yu and Su Yao effectively counter their rivals while managing the crisis? The outcome remained uncertain, yet they were poised to embrace the challenge. In the fierce competition of high-stakes business, they would advance fearlessly, refusing to yield. Chapter 56. Restoration and Retaliation, a Dual Front Battle. Qin Yu and Su Yao were acutely aware that the road ahead was fraught with thorns. Yet they harbored no intention of retreat. Qin Yu rose, his gaze steadfastly fixed upon the window, as if envisioning the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead. No matter the obstacles before us, we must exert every ounce of our strength. Su Yao stood beside him, affirming, "Indeed, we shall prevail." Unbeknownst to them, however, their competitors' interference had already commenced, and an intense battle surrounding media narratives was poised to erupt. There is no time to waste. We must act immediately. Qin Yu turned and swiftly organized the documents on the desk, his eyes reflecting decisiveness. Su Yao nodded, and together they hastily devised a plan of action. Qin Yu would oversee the mobilization of personnel to repair the damaged equipment, ensuring that project timelines remained minimally affected. Su Yao would leverage the weaknesses in their competitors' financial chain to rally business allies against them. Upon arriving at the project site, Qin Yu was met with a scene of frenetic activity. Technicians were clustered around the damaged equipment, their brows furrowed in concentration. "What is the situation?" Qin Yu asked anxiously. A technician looked up, disheartened. "Qin Yu, the damage is extensive. Numerous critical components require replacement, and we are encountering technical issues we have not faced before, making repairs challenging." Gazing at the pile of wreckage, Qin Yu inhaled deeply and urged, "Let us thoroughly examine every possibility. We must find a solution without delay. The project cannot afford any further setbacks." At that moment, the project site was permeated with the acrid scent of machine oil, surrounded by an array of tools and parts. The cacophony of machinery and animated discussions created an atmosphere of mounting anxiety. Qin Yu navigated through the crowd, persistently inquiring about the progress of the repairs and encouraging the technicians. His forehead glistened with beads of sweat, and his shirt clung to his back, thoroughly soaked. Yet he remained undeterred, focused solely on resolving the issues at hand. Meanwhile, Su Yao arrived at the business collaboration venue. With a smile, she sat in the conference room with several business partners, articulating the plan in detail. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have identified the vulnerabilities in our competitors' financial chain. Now is our opportune moment to unite and suppress them." One business partner nodded in agreement. "Su Yao, we trust your judgment and are willing to act alongside you. However, we must remain cautious. They will certainly not remain passive." Su Yao smiled confidently, responding, "Rest assured, I have devised comprehensive arrangements." Through Su Yao's diligent efforts, they swiftly formulated a series of commercial strategies targeting their competitors. Once the news was disseminated, their rival stock prices began to fluctuate, and several partners expressed growing concerns. Observing the data on her computer screen, Su Yao felt a subtle smile tug at her lips, elated by the initial victory. However, unbeknownst to her, their competitors had already caught wind of her actions. Returning to the project site, Qin Yu found the situation far from optimistic. The technicians had attempted various methods, but were unable to resolve the critical technical challenges. The pace of repairs was agonizingly slow, with time slipping away second by second. And Qin Yu was consumed by anxiety. He paced restlessly within the venue, his mind racing as he sought a solution. "Is there truly no way out?" he murmured to himself. At that moment, a young technician rushed over, excitement illuminating his face as he exclaimed, "Qin Yu, it seems we've stumbled upon a potential approach. But we need further validation." A flicker of hope ignited in Qin Yu's eyes as he eagerly inquired, "Speak quickly. What is this approach?" The technician elaborated in detail, and after listening, Qin Yu felt a sense of feasibility. "Let us pursue this line of thought and expedite the confirmation of our plan," he declared. However, the process of experimentation proved to be fraught with challenges. Repeated failures dampened the spirits of the team, casting a pall over the atmosphere. Observing the exhausted technicians, Qin Yu felt a mix of compassion and helplessness. "Let us endure just a bit longer. I firmly believe we will discover a solution," he encouraged, joining the research team in their efforts. Meanwhile, the situation on Su Yao's side had shifted. The competitors, sensing pressure, swiftly implemented countermeasures. They released a series of clarifying statements in an attempt to stabilize market confidence, and discreetly reached out to neutral business entities to sow discord within Su Yao's alliance. Upon receiving this news, Su Yao furrowed her brow. "It appears they are quite responsive," she pondered. Without delay, Su Yao convened her business partners for another meeting. "Everyone, our rivals have initiated a counterattack. We must remain vigilant. They aim to divide us, and we must stand united," she asserted. One partner voiced concern, Su Yao. "The public sentiment is currently unfavorable towards us. What should we do?" After a moment of contemplation, Su Yao replied, "We must amplify our outreach, exposing the true state of their financial situation to the public, ensuring they are aware of the truth. Simultaneously, we must strengthen our communication with neutral forces to prevent them from siding with our adversaries." Thus, Su Yao and her partners began to mobilize, reaching out to the media in preparation for a press conference to unveil the competitors' financial issues. However, the competitors seemed to anticipate this move, initiating interference in the media. Some outlets received anonymous threats, rendering them hesitant to report on the information provided by Su Yao. Upon learning of this, Su Yao was incensed. How can they resort to such unscrupulous tactics? She seethed. Yet, Su Yao refused to yield. She personally visited media heads, explaining the gravity of the situation. Through her relentless efforts, several media outlets ultimately agreed to cover the story. As the date of the press conference approached, Su Yao hoped it would serve as a turning point. At the project site, Qin Yu and the technicians persevered in their quest to resolve the technical challenges. After countless attempts and adjustments, they finally identified a viable solution. At last, we have succeeded. The technicians erupted in cheers. A long-awaited smile graced Qin Yu's face. Yet he understood that this was merely the first step. The subsequent repair work would demand considerable time and effort. With the repair plan finalized, the restoration work commenced at an accelerated pace. However, Qin Yu soon encountered a new dilemma, a shortage of certain specialized components required for repairs, necessitating urgent procurement. He immediately contacted the procurement department, urging them to exhaust all avenues to secure suppliers and ensure timely delivery of the parts. On the other hand, Su Yao's press conference was on the verge of commencement. In the backstage area, she prepared nervously, silently praying for a smooth proceeding. Yet, mere minutes before the conference, the competitors executed another act of sabotage. They had bribed a staff member at the venue, attempting to disrupt the conference equipment. Just as the staff member was about to act, Su Yao's assistant fortuitously noticed the anomaly and intervened in time. That was close. Had it not been discovered promptly, the conference would have been ruined, the assistant said, shaken. Su Yao took a deep breath and remarked, they truly spare no effort in their underhanded tactics. However, this only strengthens our resolve to expose them. The press conference commenced punctually, with Su Yao poised on stage, confidently presenting evidence of the competitors' financial discrepancies to the media and public. Photographers in the audience snapped pictures, their flashes illuminating the room in rapid succession. Following the conference, major media outlets reported the developments, and public sentiment began to shift in favor of Su Yao. However, the competitors were far from conceding defeat. They intensified their counterattacks against Su Yao's alliance, leading to a stalemate. Su Yao recognized that this battle was far from over. She must continue to strategize her response. As for Qin Yu, while the technical challenges had been resolved, the procurement issue remained daunting. The procurement department reported that due to the uniqueness of these components, many suppliers were unable to provide them within a short time frame. Qin Yu fell into deep contemplation, realizing that if the parts did not arrive promptly, the repair work would stagnate, severely impacting project timelines. Qin Yu and Su Yao found themselves at a crossroads, one grappling with the dilemma of parts procurement post-technical resolution, and the other ensnared in a stalemate with competitors. Would they be able to break through these predicaments and achieve victory on both fronts? The outcome remained uncertain, but they could only press on, striving valiantly in this challenging arena of commerce. Chapter 57. Technical challenges resolved, a turning point approaches. Qin Yu sat in his office, his gaze fixed on the procurement report, his mind in turmoil. Accepting the high-priced components would impose immense financial strain. Rejecting them would lead to severe project delays. Meanwhile, Su Yao engaged in fervent discussions with her business partners regarding a new plan, her eyes reflecting determination. At this juncture, both stood at the crossroads of decision-making, their choices poised to influence the trajectory of this commercial battle. Everything was uncertain, yet they had to make swift decisions. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu momentarily set aside the procurement report. He understood that the immediate priority was to resolve the technical difficulties. Otherwise, even with the parts, the equipment could not be repaired smoothly. He swiftly reached out to his network, inquiring about experts capable of addressing the equipment's technical issues. After numerous phone calls and inquiries, he finally received a recommendation for a reclusive old professor residing in a university laboratory. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yu drove to the university. The campus was imbued with a subtle fragrance of academia, with lush trees lining the pathways, sunlight filtering through the leaves to create dappled patterns on the ground. Qin Yu, however, had no time to appreciate the beauty of the campus as he hurriedly followed directions to the professor's laboratory. The laboratory was filled with an array of precision instruments, and the air was tinged with the scent of chemical reagents. The old professor, wearing thick glasses, was engrossed in calibrating a device. Qin Yu politely knocked on the door, and the professor looked up, peering through his spectacles with a scrutinizing gaze. "Good day, Professor. I am Qin Yu. I have long admired your work. I am currently facing a technical challenge with some equipment and would greatly appreciate your assistance, Yu respectfully stated, presenting the detailed technical documentation. The professor took the materials, perusing them carefully, occasionally frowning in thought. After an extended period, he finally raised his head and spoke slowly. This issue is indeed somewhat intricate, yet it is not insurmountable. I have encountered similar challenges in my previous research, and I may have a few ideas worth exploring. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Yu's eyes as he eagerly replied, Professor, please share your insights. We will do everything in our power to cooperate. The professor approached a blackboard, picked up a piece of chalk, and began to expound upon his proposed solution. As the professor elaborated, Yu's uncertainties gradually dissolved, and the path ahead became increasingly clear. The professor had proposed an innovative modification strategy that involved slight adjustments to certain structural components of the equipment, combined with a new type of material, which not only addressed the current technical challenges, but also had the potential to enhance the equipment's performance to a certain degree. Yu was brimming with excitement as he promptly engaged the esteemed professor in discussions regarding the intricate details of implementation. Upon receiving the professor's affirmative response, he hurried back to the project site to share this splendid news with the technical team. The technicians, upon hearing this, were equally invigorated and immersed themselves in the preparatory work. Under the professor's remote guidance, they diligently began the modifications to the equipment. The project site was once again filled with the resonant roar of machinery as the workers busily navigated through the space. The sounds of metal clashing and the spirited discussions among the technicians intertwined, creating a symphony of hope. Meanwhile, Yu made new discoveries as she delved deeper into investigations with her business partners. She astutely discerned that their competitors were grappling with increasingly severe issues related to their financial chain, a consequence of their desperate attempts to counteract their suppression. In a bid to maintain the facade of stability, they were resorting to a precarious strategy of robbing Peter to pay Paul, revealing cracks in their facade. In a conference room, Su Yao and her business partners meticulously analyzed various financial data and market reports. Observe their recent substantial expenditures. They are evidently irrational. And to recoup funds, they're selling off quality assets at undervalued prices. This indicates a severe tightening of their financial chain, Su Yao pointed out, gesturing towards the data on the report. One of the business partners nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, this presents an excellent opportunity. We can intensify our efforts to shatter their financial chain completely. Su Yao pondered for a moment before responding. We must avoid acting hastily. They are undoubtedly devising countermeasures as we speak. Hence, we need to formulate a comprehensive plan to ensure a decisive strike. After a vigorous discussion, they successfully devised a detailed strategy. On one front, they would leverage media exposure to further unveil the competitors' financial troubles, inciting market panic to destabilize their partners and investors. On another front, they would unite with more allies to impose a complete blockade on the competitors' business operations, leaving them with no avenue of escape. Su Yao communicated the plan to Yu, who concurred. This is indeed a prime opportunity that we must seize. However, we must remain cautious of their potential desperation leading to extreme actions. I understand. We will implement precautionary measures. How is the progress of the equipment repairs? Su Yao inquired. Thanks to the professor, the technical challenges have been resolved, and the repair work is advancing swiftly. As long as the parts arrive promptly, the project will soon resume normal operations, Yu replied. Excellent. Once the equipment repairs are completed, we can fully propel the project forward and deliver a fatal blow to our competitors, Su Yao asserted with determination. As time passed, the equipment repair work proceeded smoothly. The technicians successfully modified and restored the machinery according to the professor's plan. Observing the revitalized equipment, Yu felt a surge of relief. Meanwhile, Su Yao's plan was being executed with meticulous precision. Once the media reports were released, they triggered a significant uproar. The competitors' stock prices plummeted, and several partners expressed their concerns, with some even beginning to seek new collaboration opportunities. In terms of business blockade, Su Yao and her allied partners intensified their efforts, severing the competitors' raw material supply channels and capturing their market share. The competitors' operations suffered a severe blow, plunging them into unprecedented turmoil. As Yu and Su Yao witnessed the situation gradually shifting in their favor, they both exhaled a sigh of relief. However, they were acutely aware that their adversaries would not concede easily and were likely to retaliate with desperation. As night fell and the city's neon lights flickered, Yu and Su Yao stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of a high-rise, overlooking the bustling city below. We must exercise even greater caution from here on. They will undoubtedly not remain passive, Yu remarked. Indeed, I have arranged for personnel to closely monitor their movements. should any unusual activity arise. We will be prepared to respond swiftly, Su Yao assured. Despite the improving situation, the path ahead remained fraught with uncertainty. Both Qin Yu and Su Yao understood the necessity of remaining vigilant against their competitors' potential frantic counterattacks. Yet, how could they best guard against such uncertainties? All remained an enigma, and they could only continue to navigate this tumultuous battlefield of commerce, bracing themselves for new challenges. Chapter 58. The Opponent's Desperation, the Villain's Interference. As the night deepened, Qin Yu and Su Yao returned to their respective residences, weary yet unwilling to lower their guard. Qin Yu sat in her study, contemplating the project data on her computer, ruminating on possible vulnerabilities in their defenses. Su Yao, meanwhile, was organizing response plans in her office when suddenly, her phone buzzed with an anonymous message. Frowning, she glanced at the screen, which bore threatening words. This signaled that their opponent, as counteroffensive, might have quietly commenced. How would they respond to this unforeseen crisis? As the morning sun streamed through the window, illuminating Qin Yu's desk, she found her thoughts beginning to crystallize after a night of reflection. However, a sudden urgent ringing from her phone shattered the tranquility. An anxious voice from her assistant exclaimed, "This is bad, boss. The competitors have declared their withdrawal from the competition." Initially taken aback, Qin Yu felt a flicker of surprise, but her caution quickly resurfaced. The situation seemed too fortuitous. Could there be a hidden agenda? Concurrently, Su Yao also learned of this development. The two promptly convened in the project office to deliberate on the matter. The atmosphere was tense. Qin Yu paced back and forth, analyzing. Their sudden withdrawal is certainly not straightforward. We cannot afford to be complacent. We must swiftly verify whether the project can proceed smoothly. Su Yao nodded in agreement, her gaze betraying a hint of concern. Indeed, let us first assess the project's progress while investigating the true reason for their withdrawal. After a tense verification process, the project team delivered encouraging news. All tasks were proceeding in an orderly fashion, unaffected by the competitor's exit. Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged glances, both finding solace in the other's eyes. However, this brief respite was short-lived. Just as they were about to relax, Qin Yu's phone buzzed with several notifications, a series of negative reports about their project from well-known industry media. The articles were rife with doubts regarding the project's quality, speculations about funding sources, and even baseless rumors. Fuming, Qin Yu's face turned pale as she slammed her phone onto the desk, exclaiming, "How can these media be so irresponsible? Clearly, someone is orchestrating this from behind the scenes." Su Yao picked up the phone to scrutinize the reports, her expression growing serious. "It seems the villainous forces have intervened. They see our competitors faltering and aim to undermine our project to achieve their ends." Gritting her teeth, Qin Yu declared, "Do they think this will deter us? It won't be that simple. We must swiftly devise a counter-strategy." The two immediately began investigating the sources of these negative reports. Qin Yu reached out to her contacts in the media to uncover the truth behind these publications, while Su Yao tapped into her family's network to scrutinize potential villainous influences. Through their concerted efforts, they discovered that these negative articles were simultaneously released by several industry outlets, with a strikingly concentrated timeline, an evident orchestrated attack. Following the trail, they uncovered that these media outlets had received an undisclosed sum of money, with the funds tracing back to a mysterious account. While they could not definitively identify the owner of this account, both Qin Yu and Su Yao understood that their longtime adversaries were likely orchestrating this scheme. Sitting at her desk, Qin Yu cradled her head in her hands, lost in thought. Su Yao paced nearby, contemplating potential responses. "We cannot sit idly by. We must take the initiative," Su Yao asserted with conviction. Qin Yu lifted his head, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. "Indeed, we shall first gather positive information and evidence regarding the project, preparing to hold a press conference to clarify the facts. In the meantime, leverage your familial connections to reach out to authoritative media outlets for favorable coverage, aiming to reshape public opinion. I will also endeavor to uncover the puppeteer behind this, ensuring they face the consequences of their actions." Without further ado, Qin Yu and Su Yao swiftly set their plans into motion. Qin Yu led his team in organizing all pertinent data, achievements, and contracts with partners from the project's inception to its current state, ready to counter the negative narratives with irrefutable facts. Meanwhile, Su Yao busied herself communicating with elder family members, utilizing the family's influence to engage credible media outlets, hopeful for an objective portrayal of the project's true circumstances. Amidst their flurry of activity, Qin Yu and Su Yao remained acutely aware of the shifting tides of public opinion. The negative reports proliferated online, capturing widespread public attention. Some uninformed netizens began to voice doubts about the project, with some even igniting a boycott campaign on social media. Partners were inundated with calls seeking clarification, and the project faced immense public scrutiny. This cannot continue. We must accelerate our efforts, Qin lamented, observing the relentless rise of adverse public sentiment, anxiety gnawing at him. Su Yao consoled him, "Do not fret. We are fully committed to our preparations. Once the press conference is convened, the situation should improve." However, matters were not as straightforward as they had anticipated. Just as they were diligently preparing for the press conference, new complications arose. Certain self-media outlets, swayed by the antagonists, joined the smear campaign, concocting sensational stories that further inflated the negative discourse. The pressure mounted for Qin Yu and Su Yao, yet they refused to waver. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu asserted, "Regardless of their tactics, we must persevere. Our project can withstand scrutiny. Once we reveal the truth, I trust the public will make the right judgment." Su Yao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we will surely overcome this adversity." As the date of the press conference drew near, both Qin Yu and Su Yao conducted a final review of their materials, ensuring every detail was flawless. Yet, they understood that the press conference was merely the initial step, with more challenges likely to follow. The antagonistic forces, having already intervened, would not easily relent. On the day of the press conference, a throng of journalists and concerned citizens gathered outside the venue. Dressed formally, Qin Yu and Su Yao entered the hall with solemn expressions. They recognized that their forthcoming statements would dictate the project's fate, serving as a critical confrontation with the antagonistic forces. Facing the multitude of scrutinizing gazes, Qin Yu took the initiative and addressed the audience, esteemed media friends. "We convene this press conference today to address some of the recent inaccuracies surrounding our project." He meticulously articulated the project's background, objectives, progress, and the inaccuracies within the negative reports, using clear data and comprehensive documentation to compellingly refute the rumors. Following this, Su Yao presented the certifications obtained by the project, letters of support from partners, and positive evaluations from industry experts. Speaking earnestly, she implored, "We have consistently upheld integrity and professionalism in advancing this project, and we hope you will not be misled by those with ulterior motives." Nevertheless, the journalists present were not easily swayed. Some, allegedly bribed by the antagonists, began posing pointed questions, attempting to disrupt the conference's rhythm. "How can you prove these documents are not fabricated? There are rumors concerning safety hazards in your project. How do you respond to that?" Qin Yu and Su Yao had prepared for such inquiries, responding calmly to each question with facts and evidence. Yet, the atmosphere in the conference hall remained tense, and the trajectory of public opinion remained uncertain. Concurrently, the authoritative media outlets that Su Yao had contacted began releasing positive reports about the project. These articles analyzed the project's feasibility and prospects from a professional standpoint, striving to vindicate it. However, amidst the overwhelming tide of negative sentiment, whether these favorable reports could effect a monumental shift remained an open question. After the conclusion of the press conference, Qin Yu and Su Yao returned to the office, weary yet resolute. They understood that although they had taken action, the success of reversing public opinion and preserving the project's reputation would require time to ascertain. The possibility of further sabotage by the antagonists lingered ominously in their minds. As the golden hues of the setting sun cast their glow upon the office windows, Qin Yu and Su Yao gazed outside, lost in contemplation. They were keenly aware that this struggle against the antagonistic forces was merely the beginning, with the road ahead fraught with challenges. Yet they resolved, no matter the magnitude of the obstacles they would face, to uphold the project and bring the truth to light, thwarting the nefarious schemes of their adversaries. Chapter 59. The crisis of public opinion emerges. Urgent countermeasures required. As the last rays of the sun faded, night enveloped the city. Qin Yu and Su Yao sat in a temporary conference room, the dim lights casting a somber glow. The computer screen before them displayed fluctuating data, with negative comments still abundant. Clenching his fists, Qin Yu declared, "We cannot remain passive any longer. We must take the initiative." Su Yao nadie reselotli, indeed. "We must amplify our positive messaging, gather evidence, and leave them with no room for rebuttal." Their silhouettes appeared steadfast under the glow of the lights, signaling the onset of a new battle. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating Qin Yu's weary yet resolute visage. Before he could fully awaken, the urgent ring of his phone pierced the air. "Hello," he answered, only to be met with the anxious voice of a partner on the other end. "What on earth is happening? Why has there suddenly been an influx of negative news about the project?" Rubbing his temples, Qin Yu reassured, "Please remain calm. We are addressing the situation and will provide you with a satisfactory response." Setting down the phone, he exchanged a knowing glance with Su Yao, both fully aware of the gravity of their predicament. Opening the computer, they were inundated with a deluge of negative reports across various media platforms. Headlines questioning the project's quality and the stability of its funding flooded their screens, while public skepticism surged like an overwhelming tide, threatening to engulf the project. With each refresh of the page, negative comments proliferated like wild weeds. You could acutely sense the immense pressure of public opinion bearing down upon them. We must convene a press conference immediately to clarify the facts, Yu asserted through gritted teeth, his tone resolute and unwavering. Su Yao quickly nodded. I will arrange the venue and invite the media, while also reaching out to my family for assistance in contacting influential news outlets. In the ensuing hours, the two worked tirelessly, racing against time. Yu led his team, akin to a relentless army of worker ants, sifting through mountains of documents, extracting positive materials and evidence from the project's preparation and progression, a testament to their impending battle. Meanwhile, Su Yao communicated with family elders, leveraging their extensive connections to engage influential media, all while overseeing the setup for the press conference. As the press conference approached, the atmosphere grew taut, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. On stage, projectors and microphones stood in neat alignment, the project's logo glimmering on the backdrop, somewhat forlorn. Below, a dense crowd of journalists had taken their seats, whispering among themselves, their expressions betraying curiosity and scrutiny. Flashes of cameras flickered sporadically, like concealed daggers. Yu and Su Yao ascended the stage, their steps steady and resolute. Clearing his throat, Yu's voice reverberated through the microphone. Esteemed media friends, we stand before you today to address the recent inaccuracies surrounding our project. As he spoke, he deftly operated the projector, causing the screen to illuminate with the intricate details of the project plan, rigorous quality inspection reports, and robust financial proofs. With each document displayed, he elucidated meticulously, employing irrefutable data and facts to compellingly counter the negative press. From the very outset, our project has been propelled by a commitment to professionalism and responsibility. These so-called doubts are utterly baseless. Yu's voice resonated with resolute clarity, his gaze sweeping over the journalists in attendance, as if he sought to impart his confidence to each individual present. Su Yao added, simultaneously, we have engaged several authoritative media outlets, which will provide objective and impartial coverage of our project. We firmly believe that the truth will ultimately prevail. However, not all journalists in the audience were persuaded. Some industry reporters, having been compromised by antagonistic forces, began to press for answers. Have these materials been tampered with? How can we trust you? Questioned a bespectacled reporter. Rising to challenge, Yu, anticipating such inquiries, responded with calm composure. You are welcome to verify the authenticity of these documents with the relevant departments at any time. We welcome scrutiny from all quarters. Another reporter stood, unrelenting. What about the source of your funding? There are rumors suggesting that your financial backing is dubious. Su Yao replied with a smile. Our funding sources are entirely legitimate and compliant. Each transaction is meticulously documented, and we will soon provide this for examination by the appropriate authorities. Despite Yu and Su Yao's poised responses, the atmosphere at the press conference remained taut. Meanwhile, the authoritative media outlets Su Yao contacted began to take action, releasing favorable reports across major platforms that delve into the project's innovative aspects and its potential to drive industry advancements. After the press conference concluded, Yu and Su Yao retreated to a temporary meeting room. They sank into their chairs, fatigue washing over them like a tide. On the computer screen, the public sentiment data continued to fluctuate. Although the upward trend of negative commentary had begun to wane, it still dominated the narrative. Some partners reached out, their tone less frantic than before, yet still tinged with caution. It seems the press conference had some effect, but to truly reverse public opinion, we must exert further effort. Yu remarked, furrowing his brow. Su Yao nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must amplify our positive outreach, utilizing social media and industry forums to expand the reach of favorable reports. Concurrently, we must delve into the evidence of the antagonist's media manipulation and prepare for legal recourse. The two immersed themselves once more in their demanding work, the office resonating with the rhythmic clatter of keyboards and the buzz of telephone conversations. Outside, dust descended once more, the city's neon lights flickering as if bearing witness to their arduous battle for public perception. Though the press conference had been held, the outcome of their struggle to sway public opinion remained uncertain, as did the potential for further sabotage from their adversaries. Everything lingered in ambiguity. Chapter 60, The Shift in Public Sentiment. A new challenge emerges. In the office, Yu and Su Yao gazed at the still disheartening public opinion data on the computer, drifting into a momentary silence. After a while, Yu raised his head, his gaze resolute as he turned to Su Yao. No matter how challenging it becomes, We must persevere. We must ensure that the truth is revealed. Su Yao nodded emphatically. Yes, I have already contacted a legal team, and we have begun to gather some evidence. The next steps depend on us. Their eyes met, each drawing strength from the other's resolve, as an even fiercer confrontation seemed to quietly brew. In the ensuing days, Qin Yu and Su Yao devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the task of reversing public sentiment. Qin Yu led his team in tireless efforts, carefully curating positive materials about the project, from its innovative concepts to its beneficial societal impacts, leaving no detail overlooked. They engaged in close communication with major social platforms and industry forums, disseminating vibrant, compelling content that captivated the attention of numerous netizens. Meanwhile, Su Yao collaborated intimately with the legal team, meticulously investigating evidence of the antagonist's media collusion, traversing various relevant venues, and patiently conversing with insiders, leaving no stone unturned. She also continuously reassured their partners, using steadfast language to promise that the project would proceed smoothly. As time progressed, their efforts began to yield noticeable results. Online, positive commentary about the project surged, and public skepticism visibly diminished. Some partners who had previously adopted a wait-and-see stance regained confidence upon witnessing the shift in sentiment, reaching out to Qin Yu to express their eagerness to continue the collaboration. In the office, Qin Yu beheld the rising positive sentiment data on the computer screen, a long-awaited smile gracing his face. He excitedly remarked to Su Yao, "Look, our efforts have not been in vain. Public opinion is shifting in our favor." Su Yao smiled in appreciation, but cautioned, "Indeed, but we must remain vigilant. The antagonist will not relent easily." Yet, just as the situation appeared to be improving, an unexpected turn of events occurred. One day, Qin Yu arrived at the office early, ready to continue advancing the project. Upon opening his desk drawer, a white envelope caught his eye. It bore no sender information, only the words to be opened by Qin Yu. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he cautiously opened the envelope and withdrew the letter. Bold black letters on the page commanded his attention. "Cease the project immediately, or face the consequences." Qin Yu's brow furrowed instantly, and he swiftly handed the letter to Su Yao, who had just entered the office. Upon reading the letter, her expression turned grave. "This is likely a final ultimatum from the antagonists," she observed. "They see the favorable shift in public sentiment and are beginning to panic." Qin Yu nodded, rage and determination flickering in his eyes. "Do they think they can intimidate me with this? It's not that simple. However, we must indeed exercise greater caution. No one can predict their next reckless move." They both recognized that although the situation seemed to be improving, it was, in fact, becoming increasingly precarious. As the antagonists began to reveal their menacing intentions, a more intense confrontation was on the horizon. After deliberation, Qin Yu and Su Yao resolved to expedite the project's progress, while simultaneously enhancing their protective measures against potential sabotage. Qin Yu quickly convened a meeting with the project team members, addressing them with unwavering determination. "Everyone, we are facing significant challenges. But this is also our opportunity to prove ourselves. We must accelerate the project's timeline while ensuring quality, completing our tasks ahead of schedule." The team members nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with resolve. Subsequently, Qin Yu meticulously adjusted the project plans, allocating tasks efficiently to guarantee that each phase operated with maximum efficacy. Meanwhile, Su Yao commenced fortifying their security measures, enlisting a professional security team to provide comprehensive protection for the project site and its personnel. Additionally, she arranged for personnel to closely monitor the movements of the antagonistic forces, ready to act at the first sign of irregularity. In the office, Su Yao scrutinized the details of the security arrangements on her computer, silently wishing for everything to proceed smoothly. However, accelerating the project's pace proved to be no simple task. As the workload intensified, various issues began to surface. Team members exhibited signs of fatigue, leading to frequent errors in their work. On one occasion, a member responsible for crucial data compilation mistakenly miscalculated a significant set of figures, ultimately impacting the project's timeline. Upon learning of the mishap, Qin Yu felt a surge of anxiety, but recognized that this was not the moment to assign blame. He personally led the team members in rechecking the data, encouraging them to lift their spirits. "We cannot be defeated by this minor setback. Let us rally our efforts. We will overcome this challenge." His voice was imbued with strength, reigniting the team's fighting spirit. Meanwhile, as Su Yao delved into the intricacies of her family's internal affairs, she unearthed the unsettling revelation that several individuals appeared to have been ensnared by the antagonist. These individuals were disseminating detrimental rhetoric against Su Yao within the family, endeavoring to undermine her standing. Upon receiving this intelligence, Su Yao felt a surge of indignation, yet she swiftly regained her composure. She recognized that this was not the moment for impulsive reactions. Rather, she must devise a strategy to identify these saboteurs and resolve the internal discord. In the midst of a bustling and tense atmosphere, another day passed. As night fell, the city's neon lights flickered in a kaleidoscope of colors. Yet Qin Yu and Su Yao found themselves too preoccupied to appreciate the spectacle. They sat in their office, gazing out at the vibrant streets, their minds racing with strategies. The ominous warning of the anonymous letter loomed over them like a sword of Damocles, constantly reminding them of the lurking danger. The project timeline, team dynamics, and the instability within the family weighed heavily upon their shoulders, akin to three formidable mountains. The pressing dilemma of how to accelerate the project while safeguarding against the antagonist's further machinations loomed large before them. Chapter 61. Accelerating the project amidst hidden perils. Qin Yu inhaled deeply, shattering the silence. We cannot afford to falter. We must first address the internal issues. I will take charge of the team adjustments, while I entrust you with the family matters. Su Yao nodded resolutely. Very well. I will reach out to the elder members of the family. Regardless of the circumstances, we must not allow the antagonist to prevail. The two rose swiftly, each heading to their respective battlegrounds, the office door slamming shut behind them as a more arduous battle commenced. The following morning, before the city had fully roused from its slumber, Qin Yu had already arrived at the project site. The cacophony of machinery and the industrious figures of workers filled the air. Observing this bustling scene, Qin Yu felt a dual sense of anticipation for the project's acceleration and an undercurrent of concern for potential complications. He approached the project manager directly and spoke earnestly. Starting today, we need to allocate an additional batch of personnel to expedite progress. Furthermore, we must revise the work schedule to achieve the critical milestones in the shortest possible time. The manager hesitated, expressing concern. Boss, while we can reassign personnel, pushing everyone to work day and night may take a toll on their health. Qin Yu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. I understand the strain everyone is under, but the situation is urgent. We must persevere for now. Please arrange for shifts to ensure that everyone has adequate rest. With the arrival of the new workforce, the project site grew even more frenetic. Sparks flew from welding. The sharp sounds of metal cutting pierced the air, and a cloud of dust hung heavily. Qin Yu navigated through various work areas, meticulously monitoring each phase of the process. He occasionally paused to scrutinize the workers' adherence to protocols and engaged in discussions with technicians to optimize workflows. However, as time progressed, issues began to surface. During a quality inspection, Qin Yu discovered that certain construction materials had not met standards and some welds posed potential hazards. His expression darkened, and he promptly convened a meeting with the relevant personnel. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense. Everyone averted their gaze from Qin Yu's furious glare. What is going on here? Such glaring issues, and none of you noticed? Qin Yu's voice was deep and resonant, filled with reproach. A worker stammered. Boss, everyone has been so exhausted lately that our focus has been compromised. Qin Yu rubbed his temples, aware that the workers spoke the truth, yet the project's quality could not be compromised. From this moment forward, we will intensify quality oversight. Every process must be meticulously scrutinized. Additionally, we will increase rest periods to ensure everyone is in optimal working condition. Meanwhile, within the family mansion, Su Yao sat in the living room with several esteemed elders. Sunlight filtered through the windows, casting dappled patterns on the floor, yet the atmosphere was palpably grave. Su Yao spoke with a serious demeanor. Respected elders, I have recently observed some unusual activity within the family. It appears that certain individuals have been swayed by the antagonist, engaging in covert sabotage. An elder with silver hair furrowed his brow. Are you certain? Do you possess any evidence? Su Yao nodded. I have gathered some clues, but further investigation is necessary. Another elder sighed. The family has long been troubled. In pursuit of personal gain, some have indeed lost their way. Su Yao continued. I hope to gain your support in identifying these individuals and stabilizing the family situation. Otherwise, while we contend with external threats, internal turmoil could lead to catastrophic consequences. The elders nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Su Yao and the elders deliberated on a concrete investigation plan, deciding to trace the flow of funds and personnel within the family, following the trail to uncover those who had been compromised. However, the matter proved to be far more complex than anticipated. During her investigation, Su Yao noticed that some family members, with whom she had previously enjoyed a good rapport, displayed subtle shifts in attitude. Their responses to her inquiries were often evasive, and their eyes betrayed a hint of guilt. This only solidified Su Yao's belief that the internal issues within the family were more severe than she had originally perceived. Returning to the project site, Qin Yu found himself embroiled in the struggle to balance quality and progress. He gazed at the sections requiring rework, filled with frustration and anxiety. At that moment, Su Yao called to inform him of the developments within the family. After a moment of silence, Qin Yu replied, "It seems the challenges we face are multiplying. Exercise caution on your end. I will expedite the resolution of the project issues." After ending the call, Qin Yu returned to the construction site. Observing the diligent workers, he silently vowed to find a solution to the problems at hand. He gathered the key technical staff and management personnel, once again emphasizing the importance of quality, and implemented a series of more stringent quality assurance measures. Concurrently, he increased the logistics support staff to provide the workers with better nourishment and rest conditions. Within the family, Su Yao continued her in-depth investigation. Through private discussions with certain family members, she gradually uncovered more clues. She discovered that several family members had close economic ties with the antagonist, and their recent actions were highly suspicious. Su Yao meticulously organized these leads, preparing to report to the elders in hopes of swiftly taking action to eliminate the internal threats. As night fell, the city sparkled with lights. Qin Yu and Su Yao each concluded their busy day, returning wearily to their temporary office. They sat on the sofa, gazing at each other's worn faces, their hearts a tumult of emotions. The quality and team issues stemming from the project's acceleration, coupled with the internal instability within the family, weighed heavily upon them like two imposing mountains. The challenge of reconciling project progress, quality, and the family situation loomed large, a pressing conundrum that required resolution. Outside, the gentle breeze whispered through the windows, as if lamenting their uncertain fate. Chapter 62. Addressing internal concerns as external crises loomed. Qin Yu rose slowly, moving to the window to gaze out at the bustling city, which seemed to conceal threats beneath its surface. We cannot remain passive. We must take proactive measures. On the project front, we need to swiftly resolve the technical challenges and team dynamics. Within the family, we must urgently identify and address those unstable elements. As for the business association, we must uncover their true intentions. Su Yao approached his side, her gaze resolute. Indeed, we shall confront this together. Their eyes met, filled with determination, as a new battle was about to commence. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the makeshift office of Qin Yu and Su Yao. Qin Yu sat on the sofa, his fingers lightly tapping on the table as he swiftly organized the project issues in his mind. Su Yao notified, perused the documents regarding family relationships, her brow slightly furrowed. Time is of the essence. I must head to the project site immediately, Qin Yu declared, standing to adjust his attire. Su Yao nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall return to the family and commence the investigation into those unstable factors. After their brief exchange, they embarked on their respective missions. Qin Yu arrived at the project site, where the cacophony of machinery was deafening, and the air was thick with the scent of dust. He made his way directly to the makeshift conference room where the technical backbone of the team had gathered. Inside, several rudimentary tables were pushed together, surrounded by an array of design blueprints and documents. The technical experts had been waiting, their faces etched with weariness and anxiety. Everyone, we are all aware of the errors that have arisen in the project. We must undertake a thorough review and rectification, Qin Yu declared, his demeanor serious as he surveyed each individual present. This not only pertains to the success of the project, but also to the collective efforts we have all invested. One of the technical experts adjusted his glasses and spoke. Boss, we are already identifying the issues, but some technical challenges will require additional time and resources. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu responded, very well, I will bring in some external experts to assist us, and we shall tackle these challenges together. Additionally, we must adjust the team's working hours. Everyone must ensure they receive adequate rest. Only with a refreshed state can we work more efficiently. The group nodded in agreement, expressing their concurrence. Subsequently, Qin Yu followed the technical experts to the problematic work area. The site was bustling with activity as workers engaged in the demanding task of reworking. Observing the sections that required reprocessing, Qin Yu felt a sense of urgency within. He crouched down to examine a welding point, noting its roughness, which clearly did not meet standards. Such issues could not be permitted to recur. Rising to his feet, he raised his voice to the surrounding workers. Quality is the lifeblood of our project. We must all approach it with utmost rigor. The workers affirmed their commitment to heightened vigilance. Meanwhile, Su Yao returned to the family estate. The courtyard was serene yet dignified, with the ancient architecture exuding an air of stability. She made her way to the family council hall, where several elders, well-versed in family affairs, had already gathered. Esteemed elders, I have returned to report concerns regarding possible infiltration by antagonistic forces within our family, Su Yao stated gravely. An elderly elder nodded slightly. We have sensed something amiss, but lack concrete evidence. Su Yao presented the meticulously compiled information she had gathered. Here's some clues I have recently uncovered, implicating several family members whose actions are highly suspect. The elders received the documents, poring over the details with scrutiny. As the elders examined the materials, Su Yao continued, I intend to confront these suspected individuals directly, persuading them to reconsider, while warning them against obstinacy. One elder lifted his gaze, concern evident in his eyes. You must exercise caution. Those who have been swayed by antagonistic forces may pose a threat to you. Su Yao replied resolutely, Rest assured, I will prioritize my safety. After departing the council hall, Su Yao followed the leads, first locating the residence of one suspected family member. It was a charming little courtyard, meticulously tended with well-trimmed flowers and plants. Gently, she knocked on the door, which slowly creaked open to reveal a young family scion. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes upon seeing Su Yao. Cousin, it has been a while. I wish to discuss a few matters with you. Su Yao smiled, though her gaze was piercing. The cousin hesitated before stepping aside to allow her entry. The interior was simply furnished, and they took their seats in the living room. Su Yao addressed him directly. Cousin, I am aware that you have been associating closely with individuals you ought to avoid, which is detrimental to both you and our family. The cousin bowed his head in silence. Su Yao continued, The antagonists aim to undermine our family. If you remain obstinate, it will ultimately lead to your own downfall. It is not too late to turn back now. The cousin looked up, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Cousin, I was momentarily confused and enticed by their promises. Seizing the moment, Su Yao urged, If you recognize your missteps, the family will offer you a chance. However, you must divulge everything you know. The cousin contemplated for a moment before slowly revealing details of his collusion with the antagonists. After leaving her cousin's residence, Su Yao visited several other suspected family members. Through persuasion and warnings, most expressed a willingness to sever ties with the antagonists. The internal instability within the family seemed to be gradually resolving. However, just as Qin Yu and Su Yao believed the internal issues were improving, a troubling message arrived. While Qin Yu was discussing technical matters with external experts at the project site, his phone suddenly rang. On the other end, his assistant's voice was fraught with urgency. Boss? The business association has unexpectedly imposed a series of stringent demands on our project, stating that if we fail to comply, they will withhold the necessary permits. Qin Yu's heart sank, and he immediately replied, I will return at once. Upon arriving back at the office, Qin Yu and Su Yao quickly convened, both bearing grave expressions. This must be the work of the antagonists behind the scenes. Qin Yu seethed through clenched teeth. Su Yao nodded in agreement. The business association would not issue such demands without cause. There must be someone orchestrating this behind the scenes. Qin Yu swiftly retrieved the document outlining the business association's demands and scrutinized its contents. The terms were densely packed, stipulating requirements for environmental standards and safety regulations that far exceeded industry norms. These stipulations were clearly designed to create obstacles under their conditions. Our project would be nearly impossible to advance. In a fit of anger, Qin Yu flung the document onto the table. We must urgently investigate the interest behind the business association to ascertain whether the antagonists are indeed pulling the strings, Su Yao asserted. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu endeavored to maintain his composure. I will arrange for an investigation immediately. Concurrently, we must seek to communicate with the business association to explore potential resolutions. The two swiftly divided their tasks. Qin Yu would reach out to the business association in an attempt to arrange a meeting with the relevant officials to uncover the true intent behind their demands, while Su Yao would leverage family connections to gather intelligence on any recent developments within the association and any signs of collusion with the antagonists. Qin Yu dialed the number of an acquaintance within the business association, expressing his desire to arrange a meeting with the responsible parties. However, the response was that the officials were currently occupied and difficult to schedule with. Understanding that this was likely a deliberate evasion, Qin Yu implored, Please, I need your assistance. This is vital for our project. The other party hesitated before responding, I will do my best, but I cannot guarantee a meeting. Simultaneously, Su Yao, through familial connections, discovered that there had indeed been recent changes in the business association's upper echelons, with several newly appointed officials seemingly harboring biases against Qin Yu's project. However, the specifics would require further investigation. As night fell, the city's neon lights flickered. Qin Yu and Su Yao sat in the office, their desks strewn with various documents and files. They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting both concern over the current predicament and an unwavering resolve not to yield. Just as internal issues had begun to show signs of improvement, the external challenges posed by the business association loomed large, presenting a formidable dilemma for them to navigate. Outside, the gentle breeze carried a hint of coolness, as if adding an element of uncertainty to their future fates. Chapter 63. Seeking the association's motives, struggling for a breakthrough. Chinyu rubbed his temples, weary yet resolute. Regardless of who is conspiring behind the business association, we cannot retreat. Tomorrow, I shall visit our business partners. No matter the difficulties, we must give it a try. Suyao nodded, head, gaze resolute. I will also endeavor to find a suitable intermediary to expedite the resolution of this issue. They locked eyes once more, drawing strength from each other's resolve as they prepared to face the challenges of a new day. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the dappled leaves, illuminating the windowsill of Chinyu and Su Yao's office. Chinyu had arrived early, seated at his desk, surrounded by a mountain of documents pertaining to the business association. His brow furrowed as he meticulously reviewed each file in search of a clue. Su Yao soon rushed in, bearing newly gathered information. I have observed a recent flurry of changes in the upper echelons of the business association, with the newly appointed officials possessing rather intricate backgrounds. Su Yao placed the documents on the table and remarked, "It appears that the issues stem from these new officials." Chinyu lifted his gaze, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. It seems the root of the problem lies with these new officials. We must devise a plan to uncover the reasons behind their biases towards the project. The duo commenced their inquiries, leaving no stone unturned in pursuit of any potential leads. They traversed various business venues, engaging in conversations with diverse individuals. In a tranquil cafe, Chinyu met with an old business acquaintance. The aroma of coffee enveloped the air as Chinyu quietly inquired, "What insights do you possess regarding the newly appointed officials of the business association? They seem rather unfriendly towards my project." The old friend furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. "I have heard that several of these new officials maintain close ties with certain powerful factions. The specifics are unclear, but it feels as though an unseen force is urging them to take a stance against certain projects." Simultaneously, Su Yao was on the phone with an elder from her family, attempting to extract more information from their familial network. The elder spoke slowly on the other end. "I have heard that among the newly appointed officials, a few have had indirect conflicts with our family on previous projects, which may have led to their bias against us." After hanging up, Su Yao relayed this information to Chinyu. "It seems these new officials indeed harbor prejudices against us. There may very well be antagonistic forces at play." Chinyu analyzed. "Regardless, we must first communicate with the business association to elucidate the importance and legitimacy of our project," Su Yao asserted. Thus, Chinyu and Su Yao made their way to the business association. The imposing edifice of the association loomed ahead, with the security personnel at the entrance displaying stern expressions. As they entered the building, they were greeted by opulent interiors, the marble floors gleaming like mirrors, reflecting the lustrous chandeliers above. The two arrived at the office of the new officials, which was spacious and bright, featuring grand floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked the bustling cityscape. Chinyu courteously introduced the project, emphasizing its positive impact on industry development and its legality. However, the new official, seated behind a large desk with arms crossed over his chest, exhibited an air of indifference. "Your project does not meet our new standards. This is an established fact with no room for negotiation," the official stated firmly. Su Yao endeavored to elaborate further. "Our project has consistently adhered to industry norms. These new requirements are excessively stringent and will severely impede our progress." Yet, the official impatiently interrupted her. "I have made my position clear. It is not up for discussion. You need not waste your breath." Chinyu and Su Yao left the office in dismay. As they walked down the corridor, Chinyu exclaimed in frustration, "These individuals have no intention of communicating. It is evident they are deliberately making things difficult." Su Yao took a deep breath and replied, "Do not rush. I have, through family connections, identified an intermediary with close ties to the business association. Perhaps he can assist us in easing the tensions." Subsequently, Su Yao led Chinyu to the venue where the intermediary could be contacted. It was a serene tea house nestled in a corner of the city, surrounded by lush bamboo, the gentle breeze causing the leaves to rustle softly. The interior of the tea house was adorned in a rustic yet elegant style, the wooden tables and chairs exuding a faint, refreshing fragrance. In the tea house, Chinyu and Su Yao met the intermediary, a shrewd-looking middle-aged man attired in a well-tailored suit. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Yao earnestly stated, "We hope you can advocate for us with the business association. Our project is of paramount importance and should not be obstructed by baseless prejudices." The intermediary smiled slightly. Taking a sip of tea before responding, "I understand your predicament and am willing to assist. However, the current situation at the business association is quite complex, and altering their stance will not be a simple task. Moreover, my assistance will require certain concessions." Chinyu and Su Yao exchanged glances, recognizing the significance of the moment. Qin Yu inquired, "What are your demands? We will do our utmost to accommodate them." The intermediary pondered for a moment before stating, "I require a share of the profits from your subsequent projects and expect to be consulted on certain business decisions." Qin Yu and Su Yao fell into deep contemplation. The terms were not easy for them, yet there seemed to be no alternative. After a brief silence, Su Yao replied, "We can consider your request, but we hope you can expedite the resolution of our issues with the business association." The intermediary nodded, "No problem. I will communicate with the business association promptly and strive to persuade them to change their attitude." After departing the tea house, Qin Yu and Su Yao strolled along a tranquil path, the setting sun casting long shadows upon them. "Do you believe he can truly persuade the business association?" Qin Yu asked, a note of concern in his voice. Su Yao furrowed her brow. "For now, we can only place our hopes in him. We cannot afford to remain idle and must continue to explore other solutions." Upon returning to the office, the two resumed their diligent efforts, gathering more information regarding the project in preparation for any potential scenarios. The city blazed with lights at night, and through the window, the flow of traffic was visible. Sitting at their desks, surrounded by towering stacks of documents, both Qin Yu and Su Yao felt a mix of anxiety about the future and a flicker of hope. They were uncertain whether the intermediary could indeed sway the business association's stance, or if they would find a solution to the crisis. Yet they understood the necessity of perseverance and the importance of not conceding defeat easily. Chapter 64. The Intermediary's Negotiation, a Temporary Respite. As night deepened, only the silhouettes of Qin Yu and Su Yao remained seated across from one another in the office. The documents on the table lay in disarray, yet their gazes remained resolute. "Regardless of what news the intermediary brings tomorrow, we must be adequately prepared." Qin Yu broke the silence. Su Yao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we must not give up, no matter the circumstances." With that, they once again immersed themselves in organizing the materials, the rustling of paper echoing distinctly in the stillness of the night. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the window, gently illuminating the desk of Qin Yu and Su Yao. Qin Yu arrived early, rubbing his bloodshot eyes as he gazed at the mountain of documents, taking a deep breath to calm his frazzled nerves. Su Yao soon hurried in, her steps brisk, her eyes betraying a mix of anticipation and unease. "I wonder how things are progressing with the intermediary," she said while organizing the materials. Qin Yu furrowed his brow slightly. "We can only await his update. All we can do now is enhance the preparedness of our project materials." Just then, Qin Yu's phone rang, cutting through the oppressive atmosphere in the office. He hastily picked up the phone. It was the intermediary calling. "Hello, how are things?" Qin Yu's voice carried a palpable urgency. The intermediary's voice came through. "I have just returned from the business association. The new officials' attitudes have softened somewhat and are willing to reconsider their requirements for your project." Qin Yu's heart leapt with joy, and he quickly replied, "Thank you so much. What should we do next?" The intermediary contemplated for a moment. "You should promptly prepare a more detailed project proposal, fully showcasing the project's feasibility and compliance, so I can present it to them." After hanging up, Qin Yu excitedly turned to Su Yao. "There is hope. They are willing to reconsider." A rare smile graced Su Yao's face. "Then let us quickly prepare the materials." The two sprang into action, their roles clearly defined. Qin Yu focused on articulating the project's core elements and advantages, his fingers flying over the keyboard as his thoughts traversed the various facets of the project. Meanwhile, Su Yao busied herself with gathering relevant policy documents and market data to substantiate the project's compliance and market prospects. The office was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the rhythmic tapping of keyboards and the rustling of papers. Qin Yu occasionally paused to reflect, jotting down notes with urgency as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Su Yao meticulously sifted through the documents, her gaze intent, ensuring that no critical information slipped through her fingers. Time slipped away unnoticed amid their fervent efforts. At noon, Qin Yu rose from his seat, stretching his aching back and gazing at the completed portions of the project documentation on his computer. He let out a long sigh. "Let's take a break and grab something to eat. We can continue in the afternoon," he suggested to Su Yao. Su Yao rubbed her eyes and nodded in agreement. The two shared a simple meal of takeout before promptly returning to their tasks. After a diligent afternoon of effort, a comprehensive and meticulous project dossier was finally prepared. Qin Yu printed the documents, bound them neatly, and held them in his hands as if grasping at hope. "This documentation should enable them to appreciate the value of our project," he stated confidently. Su Yao smiled and nodded. "Indeed, we have done thoroughly. We will surely succeed." Meanwhile, in the office of the business association, the intermediary was once again conversing with a new official. The office was spacious and bright, with the new official sitting behind the desk, wearing a serious expression. The intermediary, seated across from him, spoke earnestly. "You see, This project truly has significant potential to propel industry development. Qin Yu and his team have invested considerable effort into it, and both the planning and execution of the project are extremely rigorous. The new official frowns slightly, picking up the documents on the desk and casually flipping through them. I acknowledge your good rapport with them, but we cannot easily alter decisions based on personal connections. The intermediary quickly replied, I understand your position, but if you examine this documentation closely, you'll find a detailed account of the project's innovation, market demand, and its positive impact on the industry. This is not merely a business endeavor. It represents an opportunity to foster progress across the entire sector. The new official set down the documents, leaned back in his chair, and pondered for a moment. Very well, I can reconsider, but the ultimate decision must go through a higher-level meeting. On the other side, Qin Yu and Su Yao awaited news in their office. As dusk approached, the atmosphere in the office grew tense. Qin Yu paced back and forth, occasionally glancing at his phone, eagerly anticipating the intermediary's call. Su Yao sat on the sofa, her hands tightly clasped, revealing a hint of anxiety in her gaze. Finally, Qin Yu's phone rang again. He swiftly answered, Hello, how is it? The intermediary's voice came through. The new official has agreed to reconsider the project requirements. But the final decision still rests with the upper management meeting. Prepare your materials, and I will deliver them tomorrow. A weight lifted slightly from Qin Yu's heart. Thank you so much, he replied gratefully. After hanging up, he conveyed the news to Su Yao. A relieved smile spread across her face. Although the outcome was not yet finalized, this was indeed significant progress. Qin Yu nodded. However, we must not let our guard down until we receive a conclusive result. Many variables remain. They exchanged a knowing smile, aware that although the situation had temporarily eased, the road ahead was still fraught with challenges. As night deepened, the city's neon lights flickered to life. Qin Yu and Su Yao stood by the office window, gazing at the bustling streets below, their minds racing with thoughts. They understood that the business association had yet to reach a final decision, and whether adversaries would once again meddle and disrupt the situation remained uncertain. But at that moment, all they could do was wait, awaiting the verdict from the business association while remaining vigilant against potential crises. Chapter 65. Submission of documentation to the association, awaiting final judgment. Qin Yu and Su Yao stared out into the night, silence enveloping them for a long while. After a moment, Qin Yu turned to Su Yao, his gaze resolute. No matter what we encounter tomorrow, we must face it with courage. Su Yao nodded earnestly. Yes, we will certainly safeguard the project. They returned to their desks, meticulously reviewing the documentation one last time, the office lights burning bright until late into the night. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, gently illuminating the weary yet determined expressions on Qin Yu and Su Yao's faces. As the alarm rang, they both awoke from a light slumber, exchanging a glance that required no words before quickly rising to wash up in preparation for this pivotal day. At breakfast, silence prevailed, the air thick with tension, broken only by the occasional clinking of cutlery. Qin Yu sipped his coffee, attempting to dispel the lingering drowsiness, his gaze falling upon Su Yao, who was organizing the materials. Are you ready? He inquired. Su Yao looked up, determination shining in her eyes. Yes, the documentation is in order. Let us set off. With the meticulously prepared project materials in tow, they drove towards the business association. Along the way, the city's clamor seeped through the car windows, with streets bustling with traffic and hurried pedestrians. Qin Yu gripped the steering wheel tightly, his focus unwavering as he occasionally glanced at the documents resting in the back seat, as if they were a beacon of hope. Su Yao gazed out the window, mentally reviewing project details, silently praying for a smooth outcome. Upon arriving at the business association's grand edifice, its metallic facade glimmered under the sunlight, teeming with business professionals entering and exiting. Qin Yu and Su Yao took a deep breath, exchanging encouraging glances before grasping their materials and striding confidently into the building. After registering at the front desk, they were led to a meeting room to await their turn. The room was furnished simply yet solemnly, with large floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of the vibrant cityscape. Qin Yu and Su Yao seated themselves at the conference table, arranging their documentation neatly, quietly anticipating the arrival of a new official from the business association. Time ticked by, each second amplifying their anxiety as the sound of the clock echoed in the silence. Qin Yu frowned slightly, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table, revealing his unease. Su Yao endeavored to maintain her composure, yet her tightly clenched hands betrayed her inner tension. At last, the door swung open, and the new official entered, accompanied by several assistants. Dressed in a sharply tailored suit, the official wore an impassive expression, his keen gaze sweeping over Qin Yu and Su Yao before he took a seat across from them. Have you brought the documentation? His voice was low and detached. Qin immediately nodded, handing over the materials. Yes, this is the detailed project documentation we prepared as per your request, and we hope you'll review it. The new official accepted the documents and began to scrutinize them closely. He read with intensity, occasionally furrowing his brow or pausing to contemplate, while the assistants stood quietly by. Qin Yu and Su Yao watched the official's every move, barely daring to breathe. The room was enveloped in silence, the only sound being the rustle of pages turning in the air. After what felt like an eternity, the new official finally set down the documents. Leaning back in his chair, his gaze returning to Qin Yu and Su Yao. The materials appear to be quite detailed, but the specific ruling will require internal discussion and review. You may return and await further news. A sense of apprehension gripped Qin Yu, and he quickly inquired, how long might it take to receive a decision? We are quite anxious about the project's progress. The new official pondered for a moment before responding. The earliest would be 3 days. Please be patient. After leaving the business association, Qin Yu and Su Yao did not head straight home, but instead ventured to a secret office belonging to Qin Yu. This secluded and tranquil space served as their venue for discussing crucial matters. Upon entering the office, Qin Yu collapsed onto the sofa, wearily massaging his temples. Su Yao approached the window, gazing out at the street with a furrowed brow. 3 days. We cannot merely wait idly. We must take action. She broke the silence. Qin Yu straightened up, nodding in agreement. Indeed, we shall continue refining the project details while closely monitoring both internal family dynamics and external adversarial forces. I have a strong feeling they will not relinquish this opportunity easily. Thus, the two delved back into their work. Qin Yu focused on optimizing the project's profit model, jotting calculations and notes on the whiteboard as his mind raced with ideas. Su Yao, meanwhile, gathered market intelligence through various channels, analyzing industry trends while also arranging for personnel to keep a watchful eye on both internal family activities and the movements of adversaries. Time slipped away as they worked diligently. At noon, they quickly consumed some takeout before resuming their tasks. Qin Yu's gaze was firmly fixed on the computer screen, his fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Meanwhile, Su Yao was incessantly on the phone, communicating with various parties to obtain the latest information. As dusk approached, Qin Yu stretched lazily, surveying the densely scribbled notes on the whiteboard, and heaved a long sigh. The optimization of the profit model was nearly complete, which should enhance the project's allure. Su Yao set down her phone and approached the whiteboard, stating, I have also gathered some valuable information on my end. The market still shows considerable demand for our project. As long as we can secure a favorable ruling from the business association, the prospects are bright. However, just as they began to feel a sense of relief, news arrived from Su Yao's contacts indicating that the antagonistic forces seemed to be mobilizing. According to an informant, the adversaries were secretly convening to discuss a plan that was likely related to the outcome of the business association's ruling. Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged glances, a flicker of concern passing between them. It appears they are indeed preparing to sabotage once the ruling is announced, Qin Yu remarked gravely. Su Yao konenchit hadavai, asserting that regardless of their intentions, they must be prepared to respond proactively. The two immediately commenced strategizing, analyzing the potential actions of the antagonists and devising their countermeasures. As night fell once more, the city was illuminated by brilliant lights. Qin Yu and Su Yao stood before the office window, gazing out at the bustling yet perilous urban landscape, their thoughts racing. With the ruling from the business association still pending and the adversaries poised for action, they felt as though they were at the eye of a storm, on the brink of facing a greater crisis. Yet in their eyes, there was no hint of retreat, only resolve and determination. They firmly believed that as long as they worked in unison, they could safeguard the project and navigate through the myriad challenges ahead. Chapter 66. The ruling is finally announced. The project sees the dawn. The night was deep, and the neon lights of the city flickered outside the window. Qin Yu and Su Yao sat in the office, the atmosphere tense. Regardless of the ruling's outcome, we must prepare for the potential actions of the antagonists. Qin Yu broke the silence. Su Yao nodded in agreement. I have arranged for personnel to continue monitoring them. I hope the ruling aligns with our expectations. Their gazes were resolute as they awaited the dawn's light in the darkness, ever vigilant against the storm that could strike at any moment. On the afternoon of the third day, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on the conference table in Qin Yu's office. Both he and Su Yao sat at the table, their eyes glued to their phones, eagerly anticipating the ruling from the business association, the air thick with tension. Qin Yu's fingers tapped unconsciously on the table, producing a faint rhythmic sound, while Su Yao occasionally glanced out the window, anxiety evident in her expression. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by the ringtone of Qin Yu's phone. He swiftly answered. and the voice on the other end belonged to a staff member of the business association. Hello, after our internal discussions and reviews, the association has approved the project materials you submitted and agreed to grant the relevant permissions. For a moment, Qin Yu was taken aback. Then a radiant smile broke across his face as he excitedly shouted to Su Yao, "It's approved. Our project has passed." Su Yao was momentarily stunned, but soon tears glistened in her eyes as she stood up and embraced Qin Yu tightly. "We finally succeeded. All our efforts over the past few days were not in vain," Qin Yu exclaimed, filled with emotion. Su Yao nodded vigorously. "Indeed, this is merely the first step. There is much more work to be done." After they composed themselves, they immediately began organizing their team to expedite the project's development. Standing in the center of the office, Qin Yu proclaimed, "Everyone, the project has received the Business Association's approval. We must now give our all to accelerate its progress." Team members responded with enthusiasm, their eyes brimming with determination. Qin Yu and Su Yao quickly delineated tasks, and the office buzzed with activity, the sounds of typing and discussions filling the air. Simultaneously, news of this favorable development reached the family, where members expressed admiration for Qin Yu's capabilities. Those who had previously harbored doubts about him began to reassess their opinions. "I never expected this young man would actually succeed. It seems we underestimated him," remarked a senior family member. Su Yao's, standing within the family, also became more secure, her wisdom and abilities garnering broader recognition. Yet, the antagonistic forces were unwilling to accept defeat. In a concealed room, they gathered, the atmosphere oppressive and tense. "They actually passed the ruling from the Business Association. I cannot swallow this indignation," one adversary seethed. "Indeed, we cannot allow them to advance the project so smoothly. We must devise a plan to utterly sabotage their efforts," another chimed in. After an intense discussion, they began plotting a more audacious scheme. "We could bribe some individuals within the project team to sabotage the work and delay progress," one suggested. "That's a sound idea. Additionally, we could spread negative rumors about the project to tarnish their reputation," others added. As voices intermingled, a nefarious conspiracy against Qin Yu's project began to take shape. In their fervor, Qin Yu and Su Yao remained blissfully unaware of the adversary's machinations. Immersed in the project's development, they collaborated with team members to discuss details and plan the next steps. Qin Yu sketched the project blueprint on the whiteboard, enthusiastically elucidating the project's prospects. Once completed, "We will dominate this field and yield substantial benefits for our family." The team members listened, their spirits ignited, filled with confidence about the future. During a family meeting, Qin Yu provided a detailed report on the project's progress, to which family members nodded in approval. Su Yao supplemented with additional details, her graceful and confident demeanor winning admiration from all present. Following the meeting, family elders encouraged Qin Yu and Su Yao, urging them to continue striving to ensure the project's successful completion. Upon returning to the office, Qin Yu and Su Yao surveyed the project progress chart on the wall, their hearts swelling with a sense of accomplishment. "Though numerous challenges remain, as long as we unite our efforts, we will surely overcome," Qin Yu asserted. Su Yao smiled and nodded. "Yes, I believe we can." However, unbeknownst to them, a far greater crisis was silently approaching. As the project advanced, various issues began to surface. There were funding gaps that needed to be addressed promptly. Qin Yu and Su Yao resumed their efforts, negotiating with banks and investment institutions for collaboration. Throughout this process, they encountered numerous difficulties. Some institutions expressed concerns about the project's risks and hesitated to invest. "These investment firms are far too cautious. We must find a way to demonstrate the project's potential to them," Qin Yu said with a hint of frustration. Su Yao pondered for a moment. "We could prepare a more detailed profit forecast report to showcase the project's prospects." Thus, the two plunged back into their demanding work, gathering data, analyzing the market, and drafting the report. Amidst their busy schedules, Qin Yu and Su Yao did not forget to show concern for the young child who had been supporting them. Upon hearing the news of the project's approval, the child was overjoyed. He would occasionally visit the office, bringing small surprises for Qin Yu and Su Yao. "Uncle and Auntie, I drew a picture to wish your project success," the child exclaimed, bouncing into the office with a colorful drawing in hand. Qin Yu and Su Yao accepted the artwork, their hearts warming at the whimsical scene depicted. Yet, just as the project seemed to be progressing smoothly, peculiar occurrences began to unfold. Dissonance emerged within the project team, with some individuals questioning work arrangements and even intentionally delaying progress. Qin Yu and Su Yao sensed the anomaly and initiated an investigation into the underlying causes. There must be someone orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Qin Yu furrowed his brow. Su Yao also recognized the gravity of the situation, stating, "We need to swiftly identify the puppet master and prevent them from derailing the project." The two intensified their investigative efforts, determined to unearth the mystery. Meanwhile, the outside world began to circulate some negative rumors regarding the project, claiming it posed safety hazards and could potentially harm the environment. These reports significantly tarnished the project's reputation, causing some companies that were initially interested in collaboration to hesitate. These rumors are utterly despicable. We must clarify the situation as swiftly as possible, Su Yao exclaimed indignantly. In response, Qin Yu promptly organized his team to issue a statement that elucidated the project's true circumstances and employed various channels to restore its reputation. While Qin Yu and Su Yao valiantly tackled these challenges, the antagonists lurked in the shadows, observing everything with sinister satisfaction, convinced that their insidious plan was gradually coming to fruition. Let us see how long they can last. This time, we shall ensure their project meets a complete failure. The villains sneered. Faced with unprecedented pressure, Qin Yu and Su Yao refused to succumb. They understood that only by persevering could they conquer the difficulties and achieve their objectives. In this critical moment, they united more closely than ever, leading their team to tackle one issue after another. The project seemed to be on the brink of a breakthrough. Yet the villains' nefarious schemes were about to unfold. How would Qin Yu and Su Yao respond? Could they unravel the antagonist's plot and successfully safeguard the project? The outcome remained uncertain. Chapter 67. The project advances steadily, with assistance from a young prodigy. Qin Yu and Su Yao sat in their office, gazing at the documents on the table concerning the funding gap and the negative reports, their brows furrowed in concern. We must find a solution promptly. We cannot allow the antagonists to prevail, Qin Yu asserted resolutely. Su Yao nodded in agreement, saying, "Let us begin by investigating within the team, while also seeking solutions for the funding issue." At that moment, a lively child bounced into the room, exclaiming, "Uncle Andy, I have a brilliant idea." Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged glances, a flicker of hope igniting within them. Following the judgment issued by the Business Association, Qin Yu's project entered a phase of steady advancement. Within the project site, the cacophony of machinery and conversations intertwined harmoniously as tasks progressed in an orderly fashion. Dressed in professional attire, the staff moved purposefully across various areas, documents in hand, their expressions focused. The child in this bustling environment radiated exuberance. With bright, curious eyes, he explored the project's site, occasionally peering over the shoulders of workers as they operated machinery, and at times, staring intently at design blueprints. Suddenly, as if discovering a new world, the child's eyes sparkled, and he spun around in excitement. He dashed over to Qin Yu, tugging at his sleeve with eager enthusiasm. "Uncle, I have an idea. I notice our project mainly caters to adults, but if we could incorporate elements suitable for children, it might attract more families. Like a parent-child interaction area where moms and dads can join in with their little ones." Qin Yu paused momentarily, then knelt down to attentively regard the child, his eyes brimming with encouragement. "Go on, dear." Inspired, the child continued with fervor, "What if we set up a small indoor playground? But it needs to align with the project theme, so while kids play, they can also learn something. This way, adults will find it meaningful, and children will have fun." Rising to his feet, Qin Yu stroked his chin in contemplation, envisioning the scene described by the child, finding it increasingly plausible. At that moment, Su Yao approached, inquiring with a smile, "What wonderful idea has our young friend come up with?" Qin Yu recounted the child's concept, and Su Yao's eyes lit up with admiration. "That idea is simply marvelous. You're quite the little genius." Not only would this expand the project's audience, but it would also enhance its fun and uniqueness. With the approval of the two adults, the child joyfully danced around, exclaiming, "Then I'll think of more ideas." Qin Yu chuckled, ruffling the child's hair. "Absolutely, sweetheart. If you think of anything else, do let Uncle and Annie know." The child nodded vigorously, adopting a serious demeanor as he strolled around the project site, muttering to himself, "I need to think some more." Immediately, Qin Yu and Su Yao convened the project team to discuss the feasibility of the child's idea. In the meeting room, everyone gathered around, the atmosphere lively. "I truly believe this idea from the child is fantastic. The potential of the parent-child market is immense. If we can capture this segment, it would significantly boost the project's profitability," one team member enthused. "Indeed, and we could design a series of accompanying activities and products centered around this parent-child area to further enrich the project as content," another member added. The team engaged in enthusiastic dialogue, offering their insights, all praising the child's creativity. After thorough analysis and discussion, Qin Yu concluded that this idea held substantial implementation value, promising to add considerable highlights to the project. Consequently, he swiftly directed team members to commence planning the specific design and layout of the parent-child area. From that point onward, the child became increasingly involved in the project, visiting the site daily, eagerly sharing his newfound ideas with Qin Yu and Su Yao. Uncle, I think the colors in the parent-child area could be more vibrant. Children love colorful spaces. Annie, we could set up small tasks in the playground, and kids who complete them could earn little prizes. Qin Yu and Su Yao attentively listened to the child's suggestions, promptly adopting the reasonable ones. With the child's enthusiastic participation and the collective efforts of the team, the project's planning grew more refined, and the design of the parent-child area gradually took shape. However, unbeknownst to them, a shadow loomed ominously behind the scenes. The villains had learned of the child's involvement in the project and congregated in a dimly lit room, their faces betraying sinister smiles. Who would have thought this little one would meddle? What a splendid opportunity, one of the villains whispered. Indeed, we can exploit the child to distract Qin Yu and his team, the others concurred. They began devising a plot to utilize the child's participation as a means to sabotage the project, their dark intentions brewing in the shadows. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and Su Yao remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, immersed in their hopeful visions for the project's promising future. The project site continued to bustle with activity as people labored toward a shared goal, oblivious to the lurking adversaries poised to strike. Chapter 68. The child encounters danger. The protagonists rushed to the rescue. Qin Yu and Su Yao, along with the child, surveyed the evolving plans for the parent-child area, their faces aglow with joy. The child excitedly gestured, sharing his latest ideas. However, in a corner outside the project site, several shadowy figures fixated on the child, whispering to one another, their eyes betraying malicious intent as a crisis quietly approached. That child, we need to take him. Qin Yu will surely comply, one burly man, his face marred by a menacing scar, murmured, his voice grating like sandpaper, emanating a sense of ruthlessness. Boss, do you think this will work? Qin Yu is not easily dealt with. A lanky figure responded apprehensively, a flicker of doubt crossing his features. Whether it works or not, we will proceed as planned. The scarred man retorted, glaring at the lanky figure with malice. Just as the child cheerfully skipped toward a nearby set of colorful markers, a black van sped in like a phantom, screeching to a halt at the edge of the project site. The doors swung open, and several men donned in black masks and sunglasses surged out, charging directly toward the child. Who are you? What do you want? The child exclaimed in terror, his eyes widening in fear as he shouted. Qin Yu and Su Yao, alerted by the commotion, felt a surge of alarm as they swiftly turned their heads. Before their eyes, a cherubic child was being forcibly dragged toward a van by several burly men. The little one struggled desperately, flailing tiny arms and legs, his cries echoing through the air. Stop, you bunch of bastards! Qin Yu roared, his eyes ablaze with fury, charging at the kidnappers like an enraged lion. Su Yao, Angwabring, followed closely behind, retrieving her phone to call the police as she ran. However, the abductors acted swiftly, before Qin Yu and Su Yao could reach them. They had shoved the child into the van and driven off, leaving Qin Yu and Su Yao standing there, panting, their eyes filled with rage and urgency. What shall we do, Qin Yu? Su Yao's voice trembled, tears welling in her eyes. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Qin Yu clenched his fists and replied, Stay calm. We will report this to the police first, then mobilize our family's resources. We must rescue the child. Soon, the police arrived at the scene, and Qin Yu and Su Yao recounted the events in detail. Meanwhile, Qin Yu swiftly contacted the elder Zhang from his family, who, upon hearing the news, immediately pledged to utilize all family resources to assist in finding the child. Su Yao also called their family steward, Aunt Lin, who comforted Su Yao while arranging for family members to commence the investigation. Seated in the police interrogation room, Qin Yu and Su Yao were consumed by anxiety. Each passing second felt like an eternity. Qin Yu paced restlessly, his mind racing with potential leads, while Su Yao clutched her phone, her eyes fixated on the screen, yearning for any news about the child. Could it be the villains behind this? They've been intent on sabotaging the project. Su Yao bit her lip. Qin Yu halted in his tracks, a steely glint in his eyes. It must be them. No one else would dare to do such a thing. Once we find the child, I will ensure they pay for this. The police promptly reviewed surveillance footage from the project area, revealing that the van had headed towards the western outskirts of the city. Without delay, Qin Yu and Su Yao joined the police in tracing the lead. Concurrently, a private investigator from Qin Yu's family reported suspicious activity near an abandoned factory in the outskirts, seemingly linked to the kidnappers. Inju, Su Yao, and the police hastened towards the desolate western outskirts. The area was overgrown and barren, with the derelict factory looming ominously in the distance, accentuated by the setting sun's eerie glow. A chilling wind swept through, carrying with it a foul stench. Everyone, be cautious. There may be an ambush, the leading officer whispered, signaling the officers to remain vigilant. Qin Yu and Su Yao trailed behind the police, carefully approaching the factory. Their heartbeats resonated in the stillness, each step feeling burdened with gravity. As they neared the factory, Qin Yu spotted fresh tire tracks that matched the patterns of the kidnapper's vehicle. "Look, these must be left by the abductors," he pointed out. The police followed the tire marks, soon uncovering discarded ropes and a handkerchief adorned with the child's cartoon character outside the factory. Su Yao picked up the handkerchief, tears streaming down her face. "This belongs to the child. He must be here. We need to find him quickly." At that moment, an officer discovered a fresh footprint near the side door of the factory, suggesting the kidnappers might still be hiding within. Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged determined glances. They knew the child was inside, and regardless of the peril, they were resolute in their mission to rescue him. Meanwhile, the child was in grave danger. Bound to a pillar inside the factory, a rag stuffed in his mouth as he sobbed softly. Surrounding him were several kidnappers, drinking and laughing boisterously around a table. "This little brat has quite the spirit, but his precious uncles and aunts won't dare act recklessly," one kidnapper guffawed. "Once Qin Yu agrees to our terms and we receive the money, we will vanish without a trace," another chimed in. Fear gripped the child, yet recalling the kindness Qin Yu and Su Yao had shown him ignited a flicker of hope within. He silently prayed, "Uncle, Annie, please come and save me." Qin Yu, Su Yao, and the police had stealthily infiltrated the perimeter of the abandoned factory. The distant laughter and chatter of the kidnappers echoed, each sound striking Qin Yu and Su Yao's hearts like a heavy hammer. The police devised a rescue plan, splitting into teams to surround the factory from various angles. Qin Yu and Su Yao volunteered to join the rescue operation. Though the police expressed concern for their safety, they ultimately acquiesced, considering their familiarity with the child. "Everyone must exercise caution during the operation to ensure the hostage's safety," the officer instructed gravely. Teams nodded in agreement before initiating the plan. Qin Yu and Su Yao followed a group of officers, quietly advancing towards the factory's interior, their footsteps as light as possible. As they neared the kidnapper's vicinity, a sudden shout rang out. "I think I heard something. Everyone be on guard." Panic surged in Qin Yu's heart. It seemed their cover was blown. He and Su Yao exchanged a resolute glance and, without hesitation, charged in with the officers. "Freeze! Police!" The officers commanded, weapons drawn. The kidnappers, caught off guard, scrambled for weapons, confronting the police in a tense standoff. The atmosphere was thick with tension, ready to erupt. The child spotted Qin Yu and Su Yao, a glimmer of joy illuminating his face as he struggled against his bindings. "Don't be afraid, little one. Uncle and Annie are here to save you," Qin Yu shouted, his eyes filled with determination. However, the kidnappers were not inclined to yield easily. Using the child as a hostage, they threatened the police and Qin Yu, urging them not to make any rash moves. "Don't come any closer, or I'll make this child pay," one kidnapper snarled, pressing a knife against the child's neck. Malice in his voice. The child, terrified, squeezed his eyes shut, tears cascading down his cheeks. Qin Yu and Su Yao were frantic, yet they understood the necessity of composure. They had to devise a strategy to subdue the kidnappers while ensuring the hostage's safety. "What do you want? We will agree to any terms. Just release the child," Su Yao implored, attempting to stabilize the kidnappers' fraying emotions. "Huh, have Qin Yu halt his project, or this child will die today," the leader of the kidnappers shouted. Qin Yu gritted his teeth, a tumult of anger and helplessness surging within him. He recognized this as the villain's scheme to thwart the project. "Fine, I agree. Just let the child go first," Qin Yu declared, signaling to the nearby officers. The officers subtly repositioned themselves, seeking the opportune moment for a rescue. Just as the kidnapper leader slightly relaxed his guard, an officer seized the moment, lunging forward to knock the knife from the kidnapper's grasp. The other officers swiftly followed suit, subduing the remaining kidnappers. "Child!" Qin Yu and Su Yao rushed over to untie him. The little one leaped into their arms, sobbing uncontrollably. "Uncle, Annie, I was so scared," he cried. "It's all right, sweetheart, it's over now. Uncle and Auntie are here." Su Yao tenderly stroked the child's head, offering comfort. The police quickly apprehended the kidnappers, and Qin Yu, Su Yao, and the child departed from that perilous place. On their way back, the child clutched tightly to Qin Yu and Su Yao's hands, as if fearing he might lose them once more. Although they successfully rescued the child, Qin Yu and Su Yao were acutely aware that this was merely a test from the antagonist. They were still faced with numerous challenges ahead, as the villain was unlikely to relent. Moreover, they had to contend with the antagonist's threats, and the pressing question of how to navigate the ensuing conspiracies without relinquishing their project became a formidable dilemma. While the immediate crisis for the child had been temporarily averted, the antagonist would undoubtedly make further moves. How could Qin Yu and Su Yao adeptly counteract the antagonist's threats while ensuring the smooth progress of the project? All of this remained uncertain, and their journey through the elite society was destined to be fraught with even more twists and challenges. Chapter 69. The project nears success. But the antagonist remains unyielding. Qin Yu and Su Yao returned home with the child, who gradually drifted into slumber within the warmth of the blankets. The two then made their way to the study, once again seated upon the familiar sofa. Gazing out at the inky night, Qin Yu spoke slowly. Though we have rescued the child this time, we must not let our guard down. Su Yao nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, we must commence our actions tomorrow and ensure we outpace the antagonist. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the desk in the study. Qin Yu and Su Yao arrived early, continuing to deliberate on strategies to counter the antagonist. The table before them was laden with documents, meticulously detailing project data and potential directions of the antagonist's actions. Qin Yu picked up a report and pointed to the figures, stating, the project is nearing success, with all indicators meeting expectations. As long as we complete the final steps smoothly, we can achieve monumental results. Su Yao furuit hadburuth, pondering for a moment before replying. However, the antagonist will not simply watch us succeed. They're sure to strike at this critical juncture. The two began to meticulously analyze the possible retaliatory measures the antagonist might employ. Qin Yu speculated, they may attempt to tarnish our commercial reputation, perhaps by spreading rumors to discredit our project. Su Yao nodded in agreement, adding, they could also tamper with the raw material supply, thereby compromising the project's quality. After thorough discussion, they resolved to enhance security measures for the project, ensuring stricter quality control of the raw materials, while also reaching out to friends in the media to promptly refute any rumors that might arise, to expedite the project and minimize the antagonist's opportunities. Qin Yu and Su Yao decided to personally oversee the final stages of the project. They frequently shuttled between the project site and the office, meticulously managing every detail. Their efforts led to a noticeable acceleration in the project's progress, and victory seemed within reach. However, at that moment, the antagonists were secretly convening at their hideout, plotting how to deliver a fatal blow just as the project was on the verge of success. The atmosphere in the room was oppressive, the dim light casting shadows that danced along the walls, resembling a horde of malevolent demons. Wang Chong's face was grim as he said vehemently, we cannot allow them to succeed so easily. We must take action. Li Yu sneered, saying, I already have an idea. We will bribe a supplier involved in the project to provide substandard materials, and when the project's quality falters, they will be utterly finished. The others nodded in agreement. After deliberation, they identified a greedy supplier, known for being profit-driven. As long as the price was right, he would comply with any request. The antagonist quickly contacted him, promising a substantial sum of money to manipulate the raw materials. Initially hesitant, the supplier ultimately consented under the lure of vast riches. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and Su Yao were diligently working at the project site. The cacophony of machinery and chatter among workers created a tense yet exhilarating atmosphere. Observing the orderly progress of the project, a flicker of hope ignited within Qin Yu, who remarked to Su Yao, at this pace, we will soon complete the project. Su Yao smiled in agreement, though a nagging unease lingered within her. She sensed that the antagonist would not relinquish their efforts so easily. At that moment, while inspecting the raw materials, Qin Yu noticed some irregularities. The color and texture of the batch differed from previous supplies, and it emitted a strange odor. His heart sank as he realized that something was amiss. He summoned the quality inspector, demanding a thorough examination of the materials. As they awaited the results, both Qin Yu and Su Yao felt an overwhelming heaviness in their hearts. They paced the office, each second dragging on interminably. If this batch of raw materials truly was flawed, the entire project would face a grave crisis. Meanwhile, the antagonists, reveling in their secret hideout, eagerly anticipated news of the project's failure, envisioning Qin Yu and Su Yao's despair upon discovering the quality issues, and they erupted into laughter. As the project teetered on the brink of success, the antagonists had bribed the supplier. Would Qin Yu and Su Yao be able to discover and thwart this scheme in time to ensure the project's successful completion? Chapter 70. Crisis strikes again, commercial path obstructed. The testing personnel hurried into the office, presenting a report to Qin Yu. Trembling, he opened the document, and upon seeing the results, his complexion drained of color. Slowly, he lifted his gaze to meet Su Yao's, their eyes mirroring shock and concern. The raw materials are indeed substandard, Qin Yu said in a low voice. Su Yao inhaled deeply, clenching her fists. It seems we are about to face a tough battle. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the office, indicating yet another wave of trouble. Qin Yu swiftly composed himself, turning to Su Yao. I must launch an immediate investigation to uncover who is behind this. You need to calm the project's team. We cannot allow them to lose their composure. Su Yao nodded, her gaze resolute. You can trust me to handle things here. As Qin Yu exited the office, the cacophony grew clearer. It turned out several workers were embroiled in a heated argument, one exclaiming loudly, "If this project uses substandard materials, could it be dangerous? We don't want to risk our lives working on this." Another echoed, "Exactly. If something goes wrong, we'll all be implicated." A wave of dread washed over Qin Yu. He understood that if this issue was not resolved swiftly, not only would the project be jeopardized, but it could also trigger a series of severe repercussions. He hastened to the project site, meticulously inspecting the remaining raw materials. The inferior materials emitted a pungent odor and felt coarse to the touch, clearly inferior compared to the compliant ones. Suppressing his anger, Qin Yu began collecting evidence, scrutinizing everything from the packaging and labels to the relevant shipping documents. Simultaneously, he instructed his assistant to contact the supplier, demanding an immediate explanation. The supplier, in his office, was a bundle of nerves as he received the call. Upon hearing Qin Yu's inquiries, he was taken aback and stammered, attempting to defend himself. "How can this be? We have always supplied according to standards." Qin Yu scoffed, "The evidence is right before us. You better confess, or you will face the consequences." Beads of sweat formed on the supplier's forehead, his hands trembling slightly. Under Qin Yu's formidable pressure, he ultimately admitted to acting under the antagonist's orders to mix substandard materials into the project. After documenting the supplier's confession, Qin Yu gathered the relevant call recordings as evidence. However, upon returning to the project site, he received even worse news. Due to time constraints, some of the inferior raw materials had already been utilized. Resolving this issue would necessitate dismantling completed sections of the project and replacing the materials, which would not only consume considerable time, but also require a substantial financial outlay. Once again, Qin Yu and Su Yao convened in the office, staring at the documents and data on the table, their brows furrowed in concern. Su Yao lamented. "The project finances are already stretched thin. With this additional expense, what are we to do?" Rubbing his temples, Qin Yu pondered for a moment before asserting, "Let us set aside the financial issue for now. Our immediate priority must be to ensure the project's quality and safety. We must promptly devise a comprehensive rectification plan." Just as they were embroiled in heated discussions regarding the corrective measures, Qin Yu's phone unexpectedly rang. The anxious voice of journalist Liu echoed from the other end. "It's bad news. I've just received information that the antagonist has bribed Wu Lan, an official from the business association. She may take action against your project." A chill ran down Qin Yu's spine. After hanging up, he conveyed the alarming news to Su Yao. Infuriated, Su Yao slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming how unscrupulous these individuals were. The atmosphere in the office had descended into a stifling tension. The once radiant sunlight outside now pierced through the glass, casting an almost blinding glare on the floor. Qin Yu gazed out the window, his mind racing to devise a strategy. With project quality in jeopardy and facing the harassment of the association's officials, what course could they take to navigate this crisis and salvage the project? Chapter 71. Wu Lan's Obstacles, Project in Peril. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu turned to Su Yao, resolutely stating, "No matter how challenging the situation becomes, we cannot surrender. We must overcome Wu Lan's obstruction and ensure the project's survival." Su Yao nodded. "Her gaze radiating determinaten." Indeed, we must brainstorm solutions together. Let us begin by preparing the rectification materials and see if we can uncover any weaknesses in Wu Lan. The two resumed their positions at the table, laying out the documents before them. Thus began a contest against time and the antagonist. As dawn broke, the gentle sunlight spilled through the window onto the desk cluttered with project documents. However, Qin Yu found no joy in the bright hue. His brow furrowed. He stared at the mountain of paperwork, feeling as though they had transformed into burdensome boulders, suffocating him. At that moment, the office door swung open with a crash, and Wu Lan strode in, flanked by several stern-faced aides. With her arms crossed and a disdainful glance towards Qin Yu, she declared, effective immediately, "Certain phases of the project are to be halted. You are in severe violation of regulations and must rectify this at once, or face the consequences." Qin Yu's heart sank. He recognized that Wu Lan was deliberately complicating matters under the antagonist's influence. Suppressing his rising anger, he stood up, striving to maintain his composure. "Ms. Wu, our project has been executed in strict accordance with regulations, with all necessary paperwork in order. There are no violations as you claim." Wu Lan scoffed, snatching a document from her aide, flipping through it casually before tossing it onto the table before Qin Yu. "This is the evidence. Spare me your excuses. Rectify it promptly." Picking up the document, Qin Yu scanned it quickly, discovering that the so-called evidence consisted of baseless accusations. He inhaled deeply, patiently explaining, "Ms. Wu, if you examine this document, you'll see that the data is accurate. Furthermore, we have operated in accordance with the latest industry standards for this phase." Wu Lan interrupted impatiently. "Enough with the nonsense. I declare a violation, and you have 3 days to rectify it. Otherwise, the project will not proceed." With that, she departed, her aides in tow. Watching Wu Lan's retreating figure, Qin Yu's anxiety swelled. He knew this was a formidable battle. Any misstep could spell disaster for the project. He attempted to reason with Wu Lan, presenting evidence of the project's compliance, but her obstinate attitude rendered her unresponsive. Defeated, he returned to his seat, massaging his temples as he contemplated a strategy. At that moment, Su Yao hurried in upon hearing the news. Noticing Qin Yu's exhausted and anxious demeanor, she asked with concern, "What is the situation?" He recounted the events in detail, and Su Yao's anger flared in response. "These people are outrageous, resorting to such tactics against us." The two sat at the table, lost in thought. After a moment, Su Yao broke the silence, stating, "Our immediate priority is to prepare the rectification materials as she demands. Otherwise, the project will indeed be halted. Simultaneously, we must devise a means to counterbalance Wu Lan's actions. We cannot allow her to act with impunity." Qin Yu nodded in agreement. "You are right. We shall divide our tasks. I will organize the project documentation to prove our innocence, while you investigate Wu Lan to see if we can uncover any incriminating evidence." Thus they sprang into action. Qin Yu buried himself in the mountain of documents, meticulously organizing contracts, reports, and approval papers, seeking compelling evidence to refute Wu Lan's allegations. The rustle of paper echoed in the quiet office, and occasionally, he would pause to rub his weary eyes before immersing himself back into work. Meanwhile, Su Yao scurried about, leveraging her connections to gather intelligence on Wu Lan. She first reached out to a friend within the business association, inquiring about Wu Lan's recent activities and behavior. Her friend revealed that Wu Lan had been acting quite ostentatiously lately, seemingly backed by powerful allies, frequently using her authority to grant favors to certain enterprises while suppressing numerous competitors. Su Yao also spoke to several businessmen who had previously dealt with Wu Lan, learning that she was an avaricious individual, willing to do anything for sufficient profit. After considerable effort, Qin Yu compiled a hefty stack of materials that could substantiate the project's compliance. Yet, upon scrutinizing Wu Lan's rectification demands, he discovered numerous insurmountable obstacles. Some of her requirements were utterly unreasonable, impossible to fulfill within the standard processes and timelines. Moreover, the funds necessary for the rectification posed a tremendous challenge. The project was already financially strained, and this additional expenditure would undoubtedly exacerbate their woes. Although Su Yao had gathered some unsavory rumors about Wu Lan, they were far from sufficient to counterbalance her authority. Most of the information amounted to mere hearsay, lacking concrete evidence to pose any real threat to Wu Lan. As night fell and the city lights flickered, Qin Yu and Su Yao remained ensconced in the office, the piles of documents before them seemingly insurmountable. The task of preparing the rectification materials proved arduous, and finding a way to counterbalance Wu Lan's power remained elusive. They exchanged weary glances, their eyes reflecting both exhaustion and unwavering resolve. They understood that this battle was far from over. Figuring out how to navigate Wu Lan's obstacles and restore the project to its rightful course loomed as a daunting challenge. Chapter 72. Family feuds erupt. Antagonists subtly stir the pot. The atmosphere in the office had become stifling, rendering it difficult to breathe. Qin Yu stood and approached the window, gazing out at the bustling yet somewhat indifferent cityscape under the night sky, taking a deep breath. Su Yao joined him, softly assuring, "Do not fret too much. We shall face this together." Turning to her, Qin Yu met her steadfast gaze, giving a slight nod. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a call from family elder, summoning them to an immediate family meeting. They exchanged knowing looks, sensing a brewing storm within the family, and hastily gathered their belongings before heading out. Upon entering the family meeting room, Qin Yu and Su Yao found it already filled with family members. A weighty atmosphere pervaded the air, creating an oppressive environment. Wang Chong and Li Yu sat in a corner, their faces betraying a hint of smugness. As the meeting commenced, the elder regarded Qin Yu with a stern expression and said, "Given the recent turmoil with the project, please explain to everyone." Before Qin Yu could respond, Wang Chong leapt to his feet, loudly declaring, "Esteemed elders, I believe the difficulties with the project are entirely due to Qin Yu's personal failings. He mishandled relationships with all parties involved, leading to the current predicament, which will undoubtedly result in significant losses for the family." Li Yu chimed in, "Indeed, I have heard that he has acted unilaterally on the project, disregarding everyone's advice, resulting in this dire situation. Several family members exchanged glances, murmuring among themselves, casting disapproving looks at Qinyu. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Su Yao immediately rose to her feet and proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed elders, I implore you to lend me your ears. This predicament is not the fault of Qinyu. Rather, it is the result of external forces maliciously targeting us, having bribed Wu Lan from the business association to deliberately obstruct our project. Qinyu's been tirelessly striving to resolve these issues, laboring day and night for the sake of our family's interests, and he should not be subjected to such baseless accusations." Wang Chong scoffed derisively, retorting, "Humph, you are merely attempting to exonerate Qinyu. What evidence do you possess to substantiate your claim of external interference? It is evidently his own inadequacy at play." Li Yu chimed in, fanning the flames of discord. "Indeed, do not attempt to wriggle out of this. The facts are clear, and Qinyu must take responsibility for this blunder." Enraged, Su Yao trembled as she elevated her voice, stating, "We are in the process of gathering evidence. The corrective measures proposed by Wu Lan are entirely unreasonable. The project itself is sound. Wang Chong and Li Yu are distorting the truth, clearly with ulterior motives." A heated exchange ensued, with both parties vehemently defending their stances. Qinyu remained a silent observer, his gaze calm and profound. He meticulously analyzed the expressions and reactions of the family members, endeavoring to discern their attitudes and positions through their subtle gestures. Some family members displayed hesitation, seemingly contemplating Su Yao's words. Others were expressions of anger, evidently incited by Wang Chong and Li Yu's rhetoric, while a few remained silent, watching from the sidelines. Qinyu understood that to resolve this dispute, he must identify a key breakthrough to persuade the wavering family members to trust him. Taking a deep breath, he stood up and spoke slowly. "Esteemed elders, I comprehend your concerns regarding the project. It has indeed encountered challenges. However, this is by no means a personal failure of mine. We have uncovered some leads indicating external interference at play. Yet, Wang Chong and Li Yu show no intention of letting this matter rest." Wang Chong interrupted him, asserting, without tangible evidence, "Do not attempt to spin your tale here." Li Yu echoed, "Yes, do not think you can evade responsibility with these excuses." The gazes of the family members once again flickered between Qinyu, Wang Chong, and Li Yu, the atmosphere growing ever more tense. Qinyu looked at Wang Chong and Li Yu, determination flashing in his eyes as he continued, "We are diligently collecting evidence and are confident that the truth will soon come to light. Moreover, although the project is currently being obstructed, it is far from irretrievable. I have devised a preliminary response plan. If we unite in our efforts, we shall surely overcome this adversity." Su Yao added, "Indeed, we must not be daunted by the challenges before us, nor allow those with malicious intent to sow discord among us. The interests of our family require our collective safeguarding." Despite the earnest arguments put forth by Qinyu and Su Yao, the attitudes of the family members remained divided. Some were swayed by their words and began to reconsider. Others remained steadfast in their belief in Wang Chong and Li Yu's assertions, harboring doubts about Qinyu. The family conflict escalated, and although Qinyu and Su Yao endeavored to argue their case, the members' opinions varied. Would they be able to quell this internal strife within a family? Chapter 73. The clever child proposes an idea. Qinyu and Su Yao seek a turning point. With a sense of helplessness, Qinyu and Su Yao exited the conference room, standing in the corridor, their hearts heavy. A lively child bounded over, noticing their grim expressions, and curiously inquired, "Brother, sister, what troubles you? Have you encountered some difficulties?" Qinyu managed a strained smile as he briefly recounted the situation. The child tilted their head, eyes sparkling with excitement, as they exclaimed, "I have an idea. We can start by investigating the interpersonal relationships of the person who is troubling you." Qinyu and Su Yao exchanged a glance, as if catching a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. "You are truly a clever little one." Su Yao couldn't help but ruffle the child's hair, her eyes brimming with admiration. Qinyu nodded with a smile, finding the suggestion plausible. "Let us begin our inquiries with Wu Lan's network of connections." The child beamed with pride, declaring, "I knew it would work." Without delay, Qinyu and Su Yao sprang into action. They first arrived at the company's archive room, which housed a wealth of information concerning business partners, competitors, and various figures within the industry. The air was thick with the scent of aging paper, and rows of towering bookshelves were filled with file boxes. As they navigated the aisles, they meticulously searched for any pertinent information related to Wu Lan. Eureka! Su Yao extracted a document from one of the file boxes, detailing a business event that Wu Lan had previously attended, complete with photographs of her alongside various business personalities and brief introductions. Qinyu leaned in closer, and together they scrutinized the information, seeking any clues that might reveal deeper connections. After an extensive search, they discovered that Wu Lan maintained a close relationship with a competitor known as the Lin Group, notorious in the industry for their ruthless tactics, often resorting to unscrupulous means for profit. Qin Yu furrowed his brow, realizing that this Lin Group could very well be the force behind Wu Lan's machinations against their project. Su Yao nodded in agreement, stating, "We must delve deeper down this lead." Departing from the archive room, Qin Yu and Su Yao made their way to a cafe, a designated meeting spot with a business intelligence contact. The cafe was infused with the rich aroma of coffee, and soft music flowed through the air. A man, clad in understated yet luxurious attire and wearing sunglasses, sat in a corner, nodding slightly as they entered. "Zhang, we must trouble you once more," Qin Yu said with a smile, presenting a carefully prepared gift. The man known as Zhang accepted the gift, setting it aside, and replied courteously, "What would you like to know? Please do not hesitate to ask." Su Yao succinctly outlined Wu Lan's situation with the Lin Group, inquiring whether Zhang was privy to any insider information. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang replied slowly, "The relationship between Wu Lan and the Lin Group is indeed complex. It is rumored that there have been financial transactions between Wu Lan and the higher-ups at Lin Group. I will need to investigate further to ascertain the specifics." Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged glances, a flicker of hope igniting in their eyes. "We would greatly appreciate your assistance, Zhang. Please inform us at your earliest convenience of any developments," Qin Yu earnestly requested. Upon leaving the cafe, Qin Yu and Su Yao remained industrious, leveraging their networks to connect with a confidant close to Wu Lan. In a serene tea house, they met with this confidant, surrounded by the fragrant scent of tea and the rustic charm of wooden furnishings. Su Yao began by appealing to their emotions. "We understand that you're also caught in a difficult position. The actions taken by Wu Lan may ultimately lead to your downfall. Rather than blindly following her to ruin, why not assist us? It could provide you with a way out." Qin Yu then offered a more rational approach, stating, "If you provide us with useful information, we assure you that you will not be at a disadvantage." Under Qin Yu and Su Yao's persuasive arguments, the confidant finally relented, revealing, "I only know that Wu Lan has been meeting frequently with the general manager of the Lin Group. It seems they are plotting something significant, though I'm unaware of the specifics." Although the information was limited, it further solidified Qin Yu and Su Yao's suspicions. Returning to the office, they meticulously organized their findings. While they had established a connection between Wu Lan and the Lin Group, they still lacked the crucial evidence needed to prove any illicit activities. Qin Yu rubbed his temples, fatigue evident in his demeanor. Su Yao surveyed the table cluttered with documents, resolutely stating, "No matter, we have a direction now. If we continue to dig deeper, we are certain to uncover the evidence we seek." In the following days, Qin Yu and Su Yao tirelessly traversed various locations, gathering evidence. They visited places where Wu Lan had previously worked and questioned her former colleagues. They scrutinized the recent business activities of the Lin Group in search of any relevant clues. They left no potential lead unchecked, no matter how minute the connection might be. Throughout their investigation, Qin Yu and Su Yao encountered numerous challenges. Some insiders, fearing retaliation, are reluctant to provide information. Some leads abruptly cease, as if deliberately erased. Yet they remain undeterred, armed with tenacity and unwavering conviction, as they persist in their quest for the truth. At last, by a stroke of fortune, Qin Yu uncovers a crucial document. This document reveals that the Lin Group, in an effort to undermine Qin Yu's project, bribed Wu Lan, urging her to exploit her authority within the business association to obstruct the project. Clutching the document, Qin Yu excitedly exclaims to Su Yao, "Look, this is the key evidence." Su Yao gazes at the document, her eyes glimmering with joy. "This is wonderful. With this, we have a leverage to retaliate." However, upon scrutinizing the document, they discover certain flaws that may render it insufficient as compelling evidence. Furrowing his brow, Qin Yu realizes they must seek additional evidence to strengthen this chain of proof. Su Yao nods in agreement. "Indeed, we cannot afford to give them any advantage." Although they have uncovered Wu Lan's connection with their competitor, will they be able to find the pivotal evidence to successfully counterattack Wu Lan and resolve the project crisis? Chapter 74. Investigations encounter obstacles. Villains create more chaos. Qin Yu and Su Yao sit in their office, staring intently at the flawed document, lost in thought. After a prolonged silence, Qin Yu lifts his head, determination shining in his eyes. "By tracing the financial transactions, we are bound to unearth more evidence." Su Yao nods in concurrence. "Yes, let us act without delay." The two gather their belongings, preparing to embark once more on the arduous journey of evidence gathering. However, they are met with even tighter constraints from the Lin Group. Will they be able to navigate through this predicament and acquire the critical evidence? Their first stop is a bank that conducts business with the Lin Group. The bank's lobby is spacious and bright, with a marble floor that gleams underfoot, while the mingling sounds of clients and staff create a bustling backdrop. Qin Yu and Su Yao articulate their purpose, seeking to examine the financial records between the Lin Group and Wulon. The bank manager displays a hesitant expression, politely declining. "I am afraid, ladies, it is not that we are unwilling to cooperate, but this involves client confidentiality, and without the proper procedures, we truly cannot provide such information." Qin Yu understands that the Lin Group has likely preemptively warned them. He patiently explains, "Manager, we are investigating a case of commercial bribery. Wulon has been obstructing our project, and there is a strong possibility that the Lin Group is behind this. This concerns business fairness and the survival of our company. I urge you to consider our plight." The manager hesitates, but ultimately shakes his head. "I'm sorry, but this truly does not comply with our regulations." Left with no choice, Qin Yu and Su Yao exit the bank. As they walk down the street, the city's cacophony surrounds them, car horns blaring and the promotional chants of shopkeepers creating a disconcerting atmosphere. Su Yao, feeling disheartened, remarks, "It seems the Lin Group was well prepared, blocking every possible avenue." Yet Qin Yu clenches his fists, eyes resolute no matter. "There must be other ways. Let us inquire around the vicinity of the Lin Group. Perhaps we can uncover some useful leads." They arrive near the office building housing the Lin Group, attempting to extract information from employees in nearby cafes and convenience stores. However, the Lin Group exerts strict control over its staff, who either feign ignorance or watch them warily before hastily departing. After a day of fruitless efforts, they return empty-handed. Meanwhile, within Qin Yu's family, Wang Chong and Li Yu are stirring dissent. In the garden, adorned with lush greenery and fragrant blossoms, the atmosphere is thick with tension. Wang Chong addresses a gathering of family members. "Look at the mess Qin Yu has created with this project. He's now embroiled in trouble, dragging our family into disgrace. He is utterly unfit to lead this project and should be ousted." Li Yu chimes in, "Exactly. He is pursuing his own interests at the expense of the family's welfare. We cannot allow him to continue this way." Several family members, already harboring grievances against Qin Yu, nod in agreement. Upon learning of the turmoil within her family, Su Yao rushes back home. The atmosphere in the family meeting room is charged, akin to the stillness before storm. Su Yao earnestly addresses the gathered relatives, esteemed elders. "Dear siblings, Qin Yu has always worked diligently for the family's benefit. The issues with this project stem from the machinations of villains. We must not be misled." However, Wang Chong retorts with a mocking tone, "That sounds nice, but how does he explain the project's obstructions and the lack of substantial evidence?" Some family members join in the skepticism. "Indeed, we cannot rely solely on your word." Su Yao strives to clarify the situation, attempting to stabilize the atmosphere. She elaborates on their findings and the challenges they face. Just then, Li Yu discreetly sends a message to a family member. Moments later, that member stands and declares, "I just received news that Qin Yu had dealings with a business fraudster. Perhaps he is not as innocent as he seems." This revelation ignites uproar in the meeting room, amplifying the family members' doubts about Qin Yu. Su Yao realizes that Li Yu is behind this ploy. She glares at Li Yu, who feigns innocence with open hands. Aware that further explanations will likely fall on deaf ears, Su Yao decides to quell the family's emotions for now, planning to present irrefutable evidence later to win their trust. Back in the office, Su Yao finds Qin Yu engrossed in studying the Lin Group's public records, seeking any discrepancies. Noticing her weary expression, Qin Yu understands her distress. Su Yao recounts the family situation, and Qin Yu frowns, stating, "They are attempting to force me out to allow their schemes to succeed. However, we shall not grant them that satisfaction." Qin Yu and Su Yao continue their investigation. Through various connections, they manage to contact a former employee of the Lin Group. They meet him in a secluded tea house, where the air is infused with a subtle fragrance of tea, and the worn furniture exudes a sense of history. The employee appears anxious, glancing around nervously. Qin Yu gently reassures him, "Do not worry, we will not bring you trouble. We merely wish to learn about the Lin Group and Wulon." After a moment of hesitation, the employee replies, "I do know some things. There are financial exchanges between the Lin Group and Wulon, and they have gone to great lengths to cover them up. However, I do not possess concrete evidence." Qin Yu and Su Yao exchange glances. Although they have not acquired pivotal evidence, this at least confirms their suspicions. Just as they prepare to ask further questions, a commotion erupts outside the tea house. Several men in black burst in, confronting the employee. "You better watch your tongue, or you'll regret it." With that, they forcibly take him away. Qin Yu and Su Yao attempt to intervene, but outnumbered, they can only watch helplessly as the employee is taken. The investigation hits another impasse. and the family's doubts about Qin Yu intensify, with calls for him to withdraw from the project growing louder. Sitting in their office, gazing at the darkening sky outside, Qin Yu and Su Yao are filled with anxiety. They realize time is slipping away, and they must urgently find evidence. Otherwise, not only will the project fail, but the family may also face a crisis. In light of such a precarious situation, how will they navigate this dual predicament to find a way forward? Chapter 75. Qin Yu and Su Yao strategize, with unexpected assistance from Child. In the dimly lit office, Qin Yu and Su Yao sit across from each other, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Suddenly, Qin Yu slams his hand on the table, a glimmer of resolve in his eyes. We can no longer remain passive. I have a plan. Su Yao leans in eagerly. What is it? Please share. Qin Yu spoke softly about the plan, and upon hearing it, Su Yao's eyes reflected both concern and anticipation. It was undoubtedly a risky endeavor, yet no better alternatives presented themselves, compelling them to proceed. The two settled on their plan, ready to embrace the forthcoming challenges. But would it succeed, and what unforeseen variables might they encounter? After careful consideration, Qin Yu devised a clever strategy. He understood that Wu Lan was typically meticulous in her actions, rarely revealing any vulnerabilities. However, she maintained a fixed routine of visiting a flower shop near the office every evening. Qin Yu resolved to have a young child create minor disturbances in the vicinity of the flower shop to divert Wu Lan's attention, while he seized the opportunity to infiltrate the rival company aligned with Wu Lan in search of evidence. Upon hearing Qin Yu's plan, the young child clapped excitedly, exclaiming, "No problem, leave it to me. I will definitely distract Wu Lan." Qin Yu gently ruffled the child's hair, advising, "Be sure to prioritize your safety. Just attract her attention. Do not take unnecessary risks." The child nodded confidently. As dusk fell, the golden rays of the setting sun bathed the city streets in a warm glow. Wu Lan, as usual, entered the flower shop. The child had been waiting nearby, and upon spotting Wu Lan, sprang into action. Intentionally, the child rolled a toy ball onto the sidewalk at Wu Lan's feet, focused on selecting flowers. Wu Lan was momentarily startled by the ball that had rolled into her path, instinctively glancing down. Seizing the opportunity, the child rushed over, feigning urgency as they circled around Wu Lan, mumbling, "Where's my ball? Where's my ball?" Wu Lan furrowed her brow, her patience wearing thin as she replied, "Little one, be careful." The child looked up with wide, innocent eyes and asked, "Annie, have you seen my ball?" With a sigh, Wu Lan gestured towards the ball's direction. The child scampered off to retrieve it, but inadvertently knocked over a potted plant positioned at the entrance of the flower shop, causing it to teeter precariously. Quick on her feet, Wu Lan steadied the pot just in time to prevent it from toppling. While Wu Lan busied herself with these minor mishaps, Qin Yu had stealthily infiltrated the rival company. The building was brightly lit, and the faint scent of disinfectant lingered in the corridors. Cautiously avoiding patrolling security, Qin Yu leveraged his prior knowledge of the company's layout to swiftly navigate towards the office housing critical documents. Once inside, he quietly closed the door and began rummaging through the filing cabinets. The rustle of papers echoed in the stillness of the room, quickening his heartbeat. Seconds turned into minutes, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. At last, he discovered a crucial piece of evidence hidden within a nondescript folder, a detailed record of financial transactions and illicit benefits involving Wu Lan. Elation surged through him as he carefully secured the document, preparing to make his escape. However, at the moment he opened the door, a security guard at the far end of the corridor seemed to sense the disturbance and turned towards him. Panic surged within Qin Yu as he swiftly scanned his surroundings, spotting a storage closet nearby. Without a moment to ponder, he darted inside and discreetly closed the door. The sound of approaching footsteps grew louder, each step resonating like a drumbeat in Qin Yu's heart. He held his breath, eyes fixed on the crack beneath the door. Through it, he observed the guard pausing at the office entrance, scanning the area before stepping inside. Qin Yu felt his heart leap into his throat, gripping the evidence tightly, ready to confront any unexpected developments. After a thorough inspection of the office, the security guard found nothing amiss and turned to leave. Once the sound of his footsteps faded completely, Qin Yu cautiously emerged from the storage closet. He exhaled a sigh of relief, only to be startled as another guard approached from a different direction, catching sight of him. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The guard bellowed. Reaching for his radio, Qin Yu's heart raced, realizing he could not allow him to call for backup. He charged forward, seizing the guard's wrist before he could press the button. A scuffle ensued, the sound of furniture colliding echoing through the office. Though Qin Yu maintained a fitness regimen, he found himself gradually outmatched by the guard's brute strength. With a forceful shove, the guard sent Qin Yu crashing to the ground. Struggling to regain his footing, Qin Yu spotted a vase on a nearby table and, in a moment of desperation, seized it and struck the guard on the head. The guard groaned and collapsed. Without pausing to assess the guard's condition, Qin Yu recognized the urgency of his situation and hurriedly grabbed the evidence, dashing towards the stairwell. Yet, shouts from below indicated that the commotion had alerted more security personnel. Trapped in the stairwell, he found himself flanked by guards on either side. At that moment, regret washed over Qin Yu for his reckless actions, yet he understood that there was no time for remorse. He quickly surveyed the stairwell and noticed a window leading to a fire escape. Without hesitation, he pushed the window open and climbed down the escape route. The guard below spotted his escape and rushed toward the fire escape, shouting, "Don't let him get away." Qin Yu quickened his pace, using both hands and feet to descend. He landed on the ground just as several guards charged towards him. Without looking back, he sprinted away, the sound of their pursuit echoing behind him. Amidst the bustling streets of the city, with pedestrians bustling and vehicles flowing, Qin Yu navigated through the crowd, attempting to evade his pursuers. The guard shouted after him, "Stop. Don't run." But Qin Yu showed no signs of hesitation. He understood that if captured, not only would the evidence be lost, but all his efforts would be in vain, potentially leading to even greater troubles. After a considerable distance, Qin Yu realized the guards were falling behind. He sighed in relief, preparing to find a place to rest, only to discover several guards converging from another direction. The guards had communicated via radio with nearby colleagues, forming a trap around him, internally lamenting his predicament. Qin Yu glanced around and spotted a subway station not far off. A spark of inspiration struck him, and he dashed towards the station. Inside, the bustling crowds provided a perfect cover. Blending in, he boarded a train, and as the doors closed, he caught sight of the guards scanning the platform for him. As the train slowly departed, Qin Yu finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. He settled into a corner, clutching the evidence tightly, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. Though the operation had been fraught with peril, he had managed to secure the vital evidence. Yet, he knew the road ahead remained long. Once Wu Lan and her adversaries learned of the evidence he obtained, they would not rest easily, and he and Su Yao would face even greater challenges. Meanwhile, the young child had successfully completed his task. After ensuring Wu Lan was sufficiently distracted, he quietly departed the scene, returning to the designated meeting place with Qin Yu and Su Yao, awaiting their news. In the office, Su Yao anxiously awaited, glancing frequently at the door, her heart heavy with worry. Finally, the phone rang. It was Qin Yu calling. Su Yao answered hurriedly. "How are you? Did you get the evidence?" Qin Yu replied on the other end. "I got it, but the process was quite perilous. I'm heading back now." A weight lifted from Su Yao's heart upon hearing this, and she reassured him, "Good, be careful. I'll wait for you in the office." After hanging up, Su Yao began contemplating how to proceed next. Armed with this evidence, they found themselves emboldened to counterattack against Wu Lan. However, Wu Lan and her nefarious associates would undoubtedly not concede easily. They were certain to resort to increasingly reckless measures. Su Yao understood that each subsequent step required meticulous caution, for a single misstep could lead to their undoing. After transferring through several subway lines, Qin Yu confirmed that no security personnel were tailing him before returning to the office. He and Su Yao gazed at the evidence in their hands, their hearts a tumultuous blend of exhilaration and apprehension. The thrill stemmed from finally uncovering the pivotal weapon for their counteroffensive, while the trepidation lay in how to confront Wu Lan and her malevolent allies amid their inevitable retaliatory frenzy. Chapter 76, Preparations to Expose Malfeasance. Wu Lan senses danger. As Qin Yu and Su Yao engaged in an intense discussion, the tranquility was abruptly shattered by the ringing of Qin Yu's phone. He glanced at the screen, noting an unfamiliar number. After a brief moment of hesitation, he answered the call. A deep voice resonated from the other end. "You have obtained something you ought not to possess. If you know what is good for you, surrender the evidence." Otherwise, Qin Yu furrowed his brow, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. "Who are you? By what authority do you demand this?" The caller let out a cold laugh. "Do not concern yourself with my identity. It would be wise to comply, lest you and those around you face dire consequences." With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Holding the phone, Qin Yu's expression turned grave, while Su Yao and the little one watched him anxiously. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu spoke slowly. "It appears our adversary is becoming restless and has begun to threaten us. Regardless, we have secured the evidence, and retreat is non-option." Su Yao nodded firmly. "Indeed, we cannot allow ourselves to be intimidated. Having resolved to retaliate, we must see it through to the end." The little one clenched their tiny fist. "Brother and sister, I will support you both unwaveringly." The trio steeled their resolve and returned to Qin Yu's home. Upon entering, they headed straight for the study. The room was bathed in soft light, exuding a gentle scent of wood. Qin Yu carefully placed the document containing evidence of Wu Lan's bribery on the desk, and they gathered around it once more to scrutinize the details. Qin Yu pointed at the crucial information within the document, meticulously analyzing each point. Observe how the timestamps of these bribe payments align perfectly with key project milestones. And these parties involved are all companies in competition with us. Su Yao frowned slightly, her gaze intense. These pieces of evidence are indeed compelling. But to ensure the success of our report, we must organize them coherently, leaving no room for Wu Lan to mount any defense. As they discussed, they employed different colored pens to annotate the document, methodically outlining the significant information. The little one listened attentively, occasionally posing innocent yet thought-provoking questions. Sister, why do bad people commit such misdeeds? Can't we just hand the evidence over to the police? Su Yao smiled patiently. Bad people commit wrongs out of greed, desiring more money and power. We will present the evidence to the relevant authorities, but we must be thoroughly prepared so that justice can be served. Unbeknownst to them, danger was silently encroaching. Wu Lan had long harbored suspicions about Qin Yu and had stationed spies around his residence. At that moment, one such spy was concealed in a black sedan, keenly observing every movement at Qin Yu's home through the slits of the car window. Noticing the serious expressions of Qin Yu, Su Yao, and the little one as they entered the house and remained inside for an extended period, he felt a pang of suspicion. Stealthily approaching the house, he crouched beneath a window to eavesdrop. Upon overhearing their mention of Wu Lan's bribery evidence, he was startled and quickly retreated, dialing Wu Lan without delay. Sister Wu, trouble is brewing. It seems Qin Yu has obtained the crucial evidence of your bribery, and they are strategizing on how to expose you. Wu Lan, leisurely sipping coffee in her office, was instantly stricken pale at this news. The coffee cup slipped from her grasp, shattering on the floor and splattering liquid everywhere. Ignoring the mess, she paced frantically around the office, filled with dread and fury. How could this happen? How could they possibly obtain evidence? She muttered to herself. Panicking, Wu Lan recognized the gravity of the situation and knew she had to act swiftly. She picked up her phone, trembling fingers dialing the antagonist number. Hello, we have a situation. Qin Yu has acquired evidence of my bribery, and they plan to report me to the authorities. What should I do? The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment before responding coldly. Why panic? If they wish to drag us down together, we shall fight back fiercely. Before they expose you, launch a large-scale sabotage against Qin Yu's project, plunging it into chaos. By then, even if they possess evidence, it will be futile. No one will care about the bribery behind a failed project. Wu Lan gritted her teeth, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. All right, I will heed your advice, but this operation must be executed with utmost caution. We cannot leave any incriminating evidence. The antagonist chuckled darkly. Rest assured, I will orchestrate everything. Simply utilize your influence within the business association to mobilize resources for a decisive blow to Qin Yu's project. After hanging up, Wu Lan took a deep breath, striving to compose herself. She began to rapidly devise an action plan, calculating how to wield her power to inflict maximum damage on Qin Yu's project in the shortest possible time. First, she contacted several colluding officials, instructing them to prepare the necessary documents and directives for forced intervention in the project. Next, she reached out to suppliers and partners associated with the project, coercing and enticing them to cease their collaboration with Qin Yu, effectively cutting off resources and services. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and Su Yao remained engrossed in preparing their report materials in the study. Stretching and glancing at the time, Qin Yu remarked, "It's getting late. Let's take a break and resume our work tomorrow. I believe that as long as we submit this evidence, Wu Lan will receive the punishment she deserves." Su Yao nodded, yawning. Indeed, we are quite fatigued today. I hope everything goes smoothly. Little did they know, a far greater crisis was silently unfolding. Wu Lan had already commenced her actions in accordance with the antagonist plan, and the project was on the brink of catastrophic disaster. Would Qin Yu and Su Yao be able to timely uncover Wu Lan's scheme, thwart her destructive plans, safeguard the project, and successfully expose her malevolence? All remained uncertain, and they were about to face a formidable trial. Chapter 77. The sabotage begins, the project in peril. As night deepened, Qin Yu's home lay enveloped in silence. After a brief rest in the study, Qin Yu and Su Yao returned to their respective rooms to rejuvenate for the challenges of the following day. Meanwhile, Wu Lan was in her office, fervently orchestrating the final stages of her destructive plan, her eyes radiating determination and ruthlessness. Unbeknownst to Qin Yu and Su Yao, who were blissfully dreaming of exposing Wu Lan, danger was encroaching ever closer, and the project was about to face a tempestuous onslaught. At dawn, sunlight streamed as usual over the construction site of Qin Yu's project, where workers diligently went about their tasks, the cacophony of machinery forming a symphony of industriousness. Suddenly, A piercing screech of brakes shattered the serenity as several black sedans sped in like phantoms, halting abruptly before the construction site. The doors swung open violently, and Wulan, clad in a sleek black suit and high heels, strode forth with an imposing presence. Behind her trailed a group of uniformed individuals, brandishing various documents. Their expressions resolute and unyielding. Wulan's icy gaze swept over the construction site, a smug smile curling at the corners of her mouth. With a commanding wave of her hand, she declared, "Cease all operations. This project is guilty of serious violations and is hereby sealed in accordance with the law." The workers instantly halted their activities, exchanging bewildered and anxious looks. Before they could comprehend the situation, the uniformed personnel sprang into action, erecting a barrier around the site and sealing the equipment with official tape. "On what grounds do you halt our work? We have always adhered to regulations." An elderly worker could no longer contain his indignation and stepped forward to question. Wulan let out a cold snort, casting a disdainful glance at him before flinging the documents in her hand at his face. "On what grounds?" "Just this," she exclaimed. "Take a look for yourselves. Each of these violations is substantiated, irrefutable evidence." The worker picked up the papers, scrutinizing the densely packed text, his brow furrowed. Yet he was at a loss for how to counter her accusations. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and Su Yao were at home enjoying breakfast when their phones suddenly chimed simultaneously. Qin Yu picked up his phone, his expression instantly turning grave. He glanced at Su Yao and spoke urgently. "There's a problem with the project. Wulan has gone to the construction site, forcibly halted the work, sealed the equipment, and dispersed the staff." Su Yao dropped her utensils onto the table with a clatter, a flash of anger igniting in her eyes. "How dare that Wulan be so arrogant? We must hurry there." The two sprang to their feet, not even bothering to don their coats, as they rushed towards the garage. The car sped out like an arrow released from its bow. With Qin Yu gripping the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles whitening, his eyes betraying a mix of fury and anxiety. Wulan is cornered and desperate. She must want to ruin the project before we can expose her. Su Yao bit her lip, her gaze resolute. "We cannot allow her to succeed. We must find a way to stop her." Upon their arrival at the construction site, chaos reigned. Outside the cordoned area, workers huddled together, murmuring anxiously, their faces etched with concern. Qin Yu and Su Yao waded through the crowd, making a beeline for Wulan. Qin Yu glared at her, demanding loudly, "Wulan, what is the meaning of this? The project has been proceeding in compliance. On what grounds do you halt work and seal everything?" Wulan turned around, and upon seeing Qin Yu and Su Yao, a hint of a provocative smile appeared on her face. "On what grounds?" "Simply because I am an official of the business association. I have the authority to investigate non-compliant projects. There are numerous issues with your project. I am merely fulfilling my duties." Qin Yu stepped forward, pointing at the documents in Wulan's hand, and retorted angrily, "Your so-called evidence of violations is nothing but a fabricated excuse. What you are doing is merely an attempt to conceal your own corrupt actions." Wulan's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly regained her composure, sneering, "Humph, baseless accusations. Don't slander me here. I see that you're trying to shift the blame onto me because your project is in trouble." Meanwhile, Su Yao took out her phone and began dialing the relevant authorities. "Wulan, do not be so arrogant. We will not let you succeed. The relevant authorities will arrive soon, and we will see how you justify your actions." Wulan watched Su Yao make the call, a flicker of panic crossing her face. Though she maintained a facade of calm. "Call all you want. Even if the authorities come, I have sufficient justification. This project must be halted for rectification. No one can save it." With that, she turned to instruct her subordinates to continue their sealing operations. Qin Yu, frantic, once again tried to stop Wulan's subordinates. "You can't do this. It's illegal." However, Wulan's subordinates ignored his pleas, continuing their aggressive enforcement of the sealing. The sounds of machinery at the construction site gradually ceased, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. As Su Yao continued on the phone, she anxiously surveyed the chaotic scene around her. She detailed the situation to the relevant authorities, emphasizing that Wulan was abusing her power in an attempt to sabotage the project. The person on the other end assured her that someone would be dispatched promptly, but due to the distance, it might take some time. At the project site, Wulan reveled in the sight of Qin Yu and Su Yao's distress. She approached Qin Yu, lowering her voice, "You are no match for me. This project is as good as destroyed today." Qin Yu glared at her in fury, wishing he could immediately expose her vile nature. As time ticked by, the relevant authorities had yet to arrive. Wulan's destructive actions continued, with equipment being sealed one after another and materials carelessly strewn about. Qin Yu and Su Yao were in a state of desperation, feeling utterly powerless. The atmosphere at the project site was thick with tension and despair as if a storm was on the verge of obliterating everything. In Chapter 78, the family convened to mediate, with Qin Yu and Su Yao striving to salvage the project. The construction site was in disarray, with Wu Lan still directing her subordinates to escalate their destruction. Qin Yu and Su Yao anxiously gazed toward the entrance, hoping for the arrival of the relevant authorities. Wu Lan, relishing their distress, taunted, "Stop waiting. Even if they come, they want to save this project." Just then, the distant sound of sirens finally reached their ears, igniting a spark of hope in Qin Yu and Su Yao, while Wu Lan's face paled in an instant. Moments later, vehicles from the relevant authorities sped onto the construction site and came to an abrupt halt. The doors swung open, and several serious-looking officials swiftly exited, making their way toward Wu Lan and her cohorts. Seeing this, Wu Lan felt a twinge of panic, but forced herself to appear composed as she stepped forward, attempting to take the initiative. "Everyone, this project has serious violations. I am here to enforce a lawful seal." One of the leading officials furrowed his brow and replied sternly, "Wu Lan, before taking action, you should have reported to us first. Now, show us the so-called evidence of violations." Qin Yu and Su Yao stepped forward, with Su Yao handing over some of the evidence in her possession. "Sir, Wu Lan is abusing her power in an attempt to conceal her corrupt actions. This is the real evidence." The officials received the evidence and began to scrutinize it carefully, while Wu Lan nervously watched, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. As the officials examined the materials, Wu Lan's complexion grew increasingly grim. Eventually, the lead official raised his gaze, fixing Wu Lan with a stern look. "Wu Lan, it appears the evidence you provided is questionable, while there's points to your abuse of power. Until this matter is thoroughly investigated, you may not interfere with the project." Wu Lan attempted to argue further, but was interrupted by the official. "Enough. You need not say more. We will conduct a detailed investigation. If, as you claim, the project has indeed violated regulations, we will not be lenient. But if you have abused your power, you will face consequences." Gritting her teeth, Wu Lan shot a furious glare at Qin Yu and Su Yao before departing with her subordinates, begrudgingly accepting defeat. The project was temporarily saved. Yet Qin Yu and Su Yao understood that this matter was far from over. Meanwhile, news of the project's sabotage had somehow reached the family, and discontent among the members regarding Qin Yu flared up once again. Su Yao keenly sensed the necessity of stabilizing the family's internal dynamics before addressing external crises. Thus, she swiftly organized an emergency meeting with the family members. In the family meeting room, the atmosphere was stifling, making it hard to breathe. The dim yellow lights cast a gloomy pall over the faces of the gathered members. They whispered among themselves, throwing disapproving glances at Qin Yu. Taking a deep breath, Su Yao stepped forward and raised her hand to signal for silence. "Esteemed elders, brothers, and sisters, I have gathered you all today to clarify the situation regarding the project." Su Yao's voice was resolute and clear as her gaze swept across each person present. "We are all aware that the project has recently suffered severe damage. But this is not Qin Yu's fault. This project is crucial to our family's future development and interests." An elder from the family scoffed, "That may be, but the project nearly faced ruin. How can we not be concerned? Moreover, rumors have circulated about Qin Yu's issues with the project, and it seems these rumors were not unfounded." Others chimed in, and soon the meeting room was filled with a cacophony of voices. Su Yao patiently waited for the noise to subside before continuing, "Please allow me to finish. You may not be aware of how much effort Qin Yu has poured into this project. He has tirelessly negotiated partnerships day and night, all to ensure its smooth progression. The damage to the project was orchestrated by someone acting from the shadows." At this point, her gaze landed on Wang Chong and Li Yu in the corner, her eyes flashing with intensity. Wang Chong and Li Yu are the ones fanning the flames behind the scenes. They harbored jealousy towards Qin Yu's rising status within the family, fearing that his success might jeopardize their own interests. Thus, they conspired with outsiders, attempting to sabotage the project to humiliate him. The collective gaze of the assembly shifted towards Wang Chong and Li Yu, whose countenance subtly altered as Wang Chong feigned composure and retorted, "Su Yao, do not make baseless accusations. We have always acted in the family's best interest. How could we possibly resort to such treachery?" Li Yu echoed his sentiments, indeed, without evidence. "We cannot be so casually slandered." A cold laugh escaped Su Yao's lips as she produced a stack of documents. "Here lies the evidence. I have thoroughly investigated. The correspondence and call records that reveal your collusion with external forces are all contained herein. You have shamelessly compromised the family's interests for your selfish gains, which is profoundly disappointing to us all." Upon witnessing the evidence, some family members who had previously held grievances against Qin Yu began to waver. A young family member furrowed his brow and remarked, "If what Su Yao claims is true, then Wang Chong and Li Yu's actions are indeed egregious. Qin Yu has contributed so much to the family. We cannot doubt him so readily." Many nodded in agreement, their attitudes towards Qin Yu softening. However, a faction of members remained skeptical. A middle-aged member spoke slowly. "Although there is evidence, the project has nonetheless suffered damage. We cannot simply let Qin Yu off the hook. Moreover, who can guarantee that he won't encounter further issues in the future?" Others echoed his sentiments, and the atmosphere in the conference room grew tense once more. Su Yao felt a tightening in her chest. She understood that further efforts were required to stabilize the family dynamics. Yet, she did not waver. Her gaze resolute as she declared, "I comprehend everyone's concerns, but please place your trust in Qin Yu, as well as in me. We will implement measures to ensure the project's success and mitigate the family's losses. Simultaneously, we must not condone the actions of Wang Chong and Li Yu that harm our family's interests." The room fell into a brief silence as everyone contemplated Su Yao's words. She waited patiently, aware that this was a formidable contest, and the family's future hinged precariously in the balance. Chapter 79. The Adorable Child Draws Attention. Qin Yu and Su Yao seek opportunities observing the various expressions of the family members in the conference room. Su Yao resolved to unite them, no matter the cost. At that moment, the sound of joyful laughter erupted from outside the meeting room, seemingly the voice of a child. A spark of hope ignited within Su Yao. Perhaps the child appearance would bring a much-needed shift to the tense atmosphere. Suddenly, the child burst into the family gathering like a whirlwind, clutching several brightly colored balloons adorned with whimsical faces. As he dashed about, he playfully called out in a humorous voice, "Come one, come all, look at these fun balloons." His clear, mischievous voice instantly captivated many family members. Previously entrenched in debate and suspicion, the family members were momentarily distracted by this unexpected scene. They turned their attention to the child, their serious expressions softening. The child ran into the midst of the crowd, distributing balloons to several younger family members before performing simple magic tricks. From an apparently empty box, he produced a handful of colorful candies, scattering them to the delighted onlookers. The cheerful sound of candies hitting the ground, accompanied by the laughter of children, significantly lightened the atmosphere of the gathering. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yu cleared his throat and raised his voice. "Esteemed elders, brothers and sisters, may I have your attention? The child has brought us joy, and I would like to take this moment to discuss our project." At this juncture, the family's attention was drawn to him, though some still wore expressions of skepticism. None interrupted. Qin Yu approached the center of the room and picked up a display board, which illustrated the detailed project plans. Pointing to the diagram, he earnestly stated, "As you can see, this project is not devoid of potential, as some have claimed. The land we've selected is situated in the heart of the city's future development zone, with surrounding infrastructure set for extensive construction. Once completed, the project's commercial value and its enhancement of the family's reputation will be immeasurable." His voice resonated with conviction, and his gaze reflected unwavering faith in the project. "Moreover, we have devised a comprehensive crisis response plan. In light of Wu Lan's sabotage, we have not only secured evidence of her bribery, prompting an investigation by relevant authorities, but we are also actively seeking new collaboration opportunities to compensate for any potential losses." As Qin Yu spoke, he gestured toward the display board to facilitate the family members' understanding. The child, standing beside him, chimed in with a sweet voice, "Uncles and aunties, grandpas and grandmas, this project is definitely going to succeed. You must believe in your older brothers and sisters." His endearing and earnest demeanor elicited smiles from many family members. As Qin Yu elaborated, several initially skeptical family members began to nod in agreement. An elder stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before saying, "Hearing you explain it this way, it seems the project indeed holds significant potential. Perhaps we were too hasty in our judgments without a thorough understanding." Another middle-aged family member concurred. "Indeed, Su Yao just unveiled Wang Chong and Li Yu's conspiracy. It appears we must not be misled by those with ulterior motives." An increasing number of family members began to shift their stance, visibly more supportive of Qin Yu. They gathered around him, engaging in lively discussions about the project details and offering constructive suggestions. Su Yao, witnessing this transformation, felt a sense of relief as she stepped forward to assist Qin Yu in addressing the questions posed by the family. The atmosphere within the family gradually shifted towards positivity. They were no longer accusing or doubting one another, but rather collaborating enthusiastically to strategize for the project. Nevertheless, Qin Yu and Su Yao were acutely aware that despite the internal support growing, the external crisis remained severe. Although Wu Lan's destructive actions had been temporarily thwarted, The forces backing her and the potential repercussions still loomed like dark clouds over the project. Standing in a corner of the gathering, Qin Yu and Su Yao observed the animated discussions among the family members, their expressions tinged with concern. Su Yao softly remarked, "We have managed to stabilize the family for now, but the challenges posed by Wu Lan remain unresolved. We must devise a solution swiftly." Qin Yu furrowed his brow, contemplating before responding. "Indeed, our immediate priority is to find new business partners to compensate for the losses incurred from this sabotage, while also closely monitoring Wu Lan's movements to prevent any further mischief." Their gazes met, and in each other's eyes, they discerned a shared determination. At that moment, the evening sun's rays streamed through the window, casting elongated shadows of their figures, reminiscent of a canvas filled with challenges and hope. The unity within the family offered a glimmer of light, yet the path ahead remained strewn with thorns. They knew they must swiftly devise a way to address the issues created by Wu Lan in order to salvage the project and restore the family's enterprise to its rightful course. Chapter 80. Seeking new partners to weather the storm. Qin Yu and Su Yao understood that the journey to find new business partners will be fraught with challenges. Yet, the supportive gazes of their family members fueled their resolve. Qin Yu clasped Su Yao's hand tightly and declared, "No matter how arduous the conditions may be, we must give a try." Su Yao nodded resolutely in agreement. Together, they turned to face the setting sun, stepping boldly into the uncertain realm of business collaboration. Upon returning to the office, Qin Yu immediately immersed himself in action. Seated at his desk, which was piled high with documents, he pressed his phone to his ear, tirelessly reaching out to various contacts. "Greetings, Mr. Zhang. I am Qin Yu from the distinguished Qin family. I wonder if you have recently heard of any enterprises with potential investment intentions? We have an exceptionally promising project," Qin Yu remarked, swiftly jotting down the information provided by the other party. As the phone calls continued, his voice grew increasingly hoarse, yet his gaze remained resolute. Meanwhile, Su Yao sat on the adjacent sofa, meticulously sifting through the potential partner information gathered by Qin Yu on her laptop. Occasionally, she frowned or clicked the mouse, dismissing companies that did not meet their criteria. "Although this company is quite sizable, their recent investment direction does not align with our project," Su Yao muttered to herself, transferring the relevant documents to another folder. After 2 days of relentless efforts, Qin Yu managed to identify several companies interested in collaboration. These included a rising star in the real estate sector, Ruifeng Real Estate, a well-established firm focused on commercial operations, Hengxing Commerce, and a financially robust investment company, Huachuan Capital. Qin Yu and Su Yao meticulously prepared the project materials and arrived at a high-end hotel conference room for their meeting with Ruifeng Real Estate. The conference room, adorned with opulent decor, was illuminated by bright light streaming through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, with an oval conference table positioned at the center. Mr. Lin, the head of Ruifeng Real Estate, awaited them along with his team. Qin Yu greeted him with a smile and a handshake before delving into a detailed presentation of the project. "Mr. Lin, as you can see, our project is situated in the core area of the city's future development, surrounded by plans for a large shopping center and a subway station, presenting vast prospects for growth. Moreover, we have already secured preliminary agreements with several renowned brands," Qin Yu elaborated, showcasing a meticulously crafted PowerPoint presentation filled with clear data and planning diagrams. Mr. Lin nodded slightly, his focus fixed on the presentation. "Indeed, the project sounds promising, and the location holds great potential. However, Ruifeng Real Estate has always prioritized risk management. Given the current tumult surrounding your project, there exists a degree of uncertainty. Should we proceed with collaboration, we would require a 60 stake and a veto power in project decisions." Mr. Lin's tone was steady, yet the conditions he presented were exceedingly stringent. A wave of dismay washed over Qin Yu. These two stipulations indicated a forfeiture of the project's leadership. Su Yao furrowed her brow slightly, casting a concerned glance at Qin Yu. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu replied with a smile, "Mr. Lin, a 60 stake is indeed rather high. We have always strived to create a mutually beneficial cooperation model, hoping both parties can fully leverage their strengths within the project. Moreover, having a veto power may impede the project's efficiency. Might we negotiate these terms?" Mr. Lin reclined in his chair, arms crossed. "Qin Yu, I understand your perspective. Yet our investment must also account for returns and risks. The current state of your project compels us to exercise caution. If these two conditions cannot be met, it may be challenging to continue our collaboration." A vigorous debate ensued between Qin Yu, Su Yao, Mr. Lin, and his team, with both sides firmly entrenched in their positions. The atmosphere growing increasingly tense. The conference room fell silent save for the sound of their arguments and the occasional rustle of paper. After concluding discussions with Ruifeng Real Estate, Qin Yu and Su Yao hurried to the headquarters of Hengxin Commerce. Mr. Wang, the head of Hengxin Commerce, welcomed them into his spacious office. Qin Yu once again articulated the project's advantages and prospects. Mr. Wang displayed interest, but similarly laid out his own conditions. Qin Yu, your project is indeed attractive. However, given the substantial investment we intend to make, we would require a 70% share of the profits and take charge of all operations in the project's later stages, Mr. Wang asserted, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Su Yao interjected, Mr. Wang, a 70% profit share is excessively high, and we possess a capable team for post-project operations. We hope for a collaborative approach to better harness both party strengths. Mr. Wang shook his head. I acknowledge your team's capabilities. Yet Hengxin Commerce has extensive experience in commercial operations. Only through our leadership can we ensure the project's success. The discussions with Hengxin Commerce similarly reached an impasse, casting a shadow over Qin Yu and Su Yao's spirits. After departing Hengxin Commerce, they proceeded to Huachuan Capital. After listening to Qin Yu's presentation in the conference room, Mr. Li pondered for a moment before stating, the project itself is commendable, yet given the current circumstances, we require collateral value to twice the investment amount, alongside an annual return exceeding 30%. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. The conditions proposed by these companies were exceedingly harsh, making collaboration seem a daunting task. Yet he understood that giving up was not an option. Mr. Li, providing collateral value to twice the investment amount is indeed challenging. We can offer reasonable collateral, and we will strive to meet your expectations for returns, but an annual return exceeding 30% is quite burdensome. As evening descended, Qin Yu and Su Yao exited Huachuan Capital's building, their exhaustion palpable. The city's neon lights flickered to life, and the streets bustled with cars. Yet their hearts felt as heavy as the shadows of the night. Despite interest from several companies, the stringent collaboration conditions loomed like insurmountable chasms before them. Gazing into the distance, Qin Yu's eyes reflected both fatigue and determination. No matter how difficult it may be, I must persuade them to lower their conditions and reach an agreement. Su Yao gently grasped Qin Yu's hand, affirming, yes, together we will devise a solution. We can do this. Unbeknownst to them, however, eyes lurked in the shadows, keenly observing their every move as a new crisis silently approached. Chapter 81. Negotiation Troubles and the Antagonist's Interference. Back at the office, Qin Yu and Su Yao collapsed onto the sofa. After a brief respite, Qin Yu straightened up. Looking at Su Yao, tomorrow, we shall reconvene with them, rework our proposal. There must be a way forward. Su Yao nodded in agreement. However, they remained oblivious to the inconspicuous camera in the corner of the office, glowing faintly as it recorded their every action, setting the stage for a conspiracy unfolding against them. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the weary yet resolute faces of Qin Yu and Su Yao. They arrived early at the office, meticulously reviewing the materials of each potential partner once more, devising a new negotiation strategy in response to the stringent conditions presented. Qin Yu sketched and wrote on the whiteboard, analyzing the needs and pain points of each collaborator, while Su Yao offered her insights, their synergy evident as they sought a breakthrough from the predicament. With their preparations complete, Qin Yu and Su Yao returned to the agreed-upon negotiation site with Ruifeng Real Estate, armed with their meticulously crafted proposal. The atmosphere in the conference room felt somewhat tense. Mr. Lin and his team members were already seated, their expressions serious, seemingly cautious about the impending discussions. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu donned a confident smile. Breaking the silence first, Mr. Lin, after 2 days of thorough contemplation and analysis, we have devised a new approach to our collaboration, which we hope to discuss with you. As he spoke, Qin Yu handed the new proposal to Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin accepted the document, perusing it closely, his brow occasionally furrowing, then relaxing, as team members leaned in to examine it as well. Seeing their interest, Qin Yu began to elaborate on the advantages of the new proposal. Mr. Lin, as you can observe, while maintaining the project's core advantages, we have optimized the equity distribution and decision-making mechanisms. This ensures that your interests are reasonably safeguarded while allowing the project to advance efficiently, leveraging both of our professional strengths. Mr. Lin nodded slightly after hearing this, yet he did not immediately express his stance. At that moment, the conference room door was suddenly flung open, and a group of individuals stormed in with an imposing presence. At the forefront stood a burly man, his visage contorted with rage as he bellowed, "What kind of project is this? It's nothing but a scam." Following his outburst, the group began to roam the conference room, pointing at the project materials and enumerating so-called issues, plunging the atmosphere into utter chaos. Qin Yu and Su Yao were taken aback by this sudden upheaval, yet they quickly regained their composure. Qin Yu swiftly approached the instigator, raising his voice. Who are you? What evidence do you have to claim our project is a fraud? The troublemaker, however, paid no heed to Qin, continuing to shout at the representatives of Ruifeng Real Estate. Don't be deceived by them. This project is fundamentally illegal. There must be some unspeakable secrets lurking behind it. Mr. Lin of Ruifeng Real Estate, visibly distressed, rose from his seat and demanded an explanation from Qin. What is the meaning of this? You must provide me with a reasonable account. Su Yao hurriedly stepped forward, attempting to placate Mr. Lin while addressing the disruptors. Please, calm down. Any issues can be resolved through proper channels. Causing a scene here will not solve anything. Yet the instigators remained relentless, continuing their loud protests. Understanding that a nefarious force was undoubtedly orchestrating this chaos, Qin suppressed his anger, striving to maintain his composure. He addressed Mr. Lin. I sincerely apologize for this unfortunate incident. We will investigate the truth promptly. But please rest assured, our project has undergone rigorous scrutiny and planning, and there are no issues as they claim. Mr. Lin scrutinized Qin, a flicker of hesitation evident in his gaze. Clearly, this uproar had impacted his decision-making. Su Yao anxiously added, Mr. Lin, their sudden intrusion is clearly premeditated. We cannot allow a few baseless accusations to overshadow our previous efforts and the potential of this project. Mr. Lin remained silent, returning to his seat, lost in contemplation. The atmosphere in the conference room was thick with tension, punctuated only by the disruptors' clamor and the nervous breaths of the others present. Determined to stabilize the situation, Qin addressed the troublemakers. Let us take a breath. If you genuinely possess evidence, we can verify it with the relevant authorities. But prior to that, I ask you to cease this disruptive behavior. The instigators appeared taken aback by Qin response, exchanging glances in confusion. Seizing the moment of their hesitation, Qin turned to Mr. Lin once more. Mr. Lin, we could incorporate additional protective clauses into our cooperation agreement to ensure your interests remain safeguarded. Moreover, we are willing to increase our initial investment to demonstrate our sincerity. Mr. Lin furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding slowly. I acknowledge your attitude and am generally optimistic about the project itself. However, today's incident has significantly impacted our decision-making process, and I need further time to consider. A wave of despair washed over Qin and Su Yao, fully aware that the negotiation had descended into a dire predicament due to the villainous interference. Yet they resolved not to surrender. Qin earnestly implored Mr. Lin, I hope you can grant us another opportunity. We will resolve these issues swiftly and provide you with a satisfactory response. Mr. Lin nodded, refraining from further comment as he and his team hastily exited the conference room. With their objective accomplished, the disruptors departed amidst laughter. Staring at the now desolate conference room, Qin and Su Yao were engulfed in frustration and anger. Qin slammed his fist on the table, gritting his teeth. This must be the work of those villains. They once easily let us off the hook. Su Yao, equally exasperated, lamented, what now? We had finally made some progress, only for them to sabotage it. Taking a deep breath, Qin resolutely declared, It's all right. We cannot be defeated so easily. There must be a way to turn the tide. They gathered their materials and exited the conference room. As they walked through the corridor, they could feel the curious gazes of those around them, as if doubts about the project's legitimacy had begun to surface. The sky outside had turned ominously overcast, a chilly breeze sweeping through, causing Qin and Su Yao to shiver. They understood that the road ahead would be fraught with challenges, yet they were determined to overcome any obstacles to secure the partnership. Chapter 82. The clever child schemed to turn the tide. Upon returning home, Qin and Su Yao sank into the sofa, the air around them seemingly frozen in tension. After a lengthy silence, Qin broke the stillness. We cannot remain passive. We must take the initiative. Su Yao nodded in agreement. Let us start by investigating those troublemakers to see if we can uncover any leads. At that moment, a young child in the adjacent room caught wind of their conversation, furrowing his brow in contemplation. The child understood the effort Qin and Su Yao had invested in this project, and his heart ached for their current predicament. A sudden spark of inspiration ignited within his bright eyes. Perhaps he could lend a hand. He dashed to his room, rummaging through colorful paper, markers, and small props, and then hurried to the yard to gather his playmates. Excitedly sharing his idea, the child found his friends eager to assist. They huddled around him, chattering animatedly as they devised a detailed plan. With confidence radiating from him, the child declared, We must help our older siblings solve this dilemma. Meanwhile, Qin and Su Yao were in the study, furrowing their brows at the documents displayed on the computer. Qin rubbed his temples, murmuring, There must be a mastermind behind these disruptors, yet we have no leads. Su Yao sighed in frustration. Indeed, and time is of the essence. If we delay any longer, This project may truly collapse. The child and his friends arrived at the building housing the negotiation venue. Standing outside, they observed the comings and goings of individuals, their hearts racing with a mix of anxiety and excitement. Taking a deep breath, the child encouraged his friends, "Don't be afraid. We'll execute our plan." With that, they entered the building. Inside, potential partners were gathered in the conference room, discussing the previous day's debacle and still wavering on the decision to collaborate with Chinyu. The atmosphere was stifling, each face etched with conflict. The child and his friends approached the conference room door, gently knocking before pushing it open, without waiting for a response. The sudden intrusion startled the potential partners, who turned their puzzled gazes towards the newcomers, with innocent smiles illuminating their faces. The child and his friends stood at the center of the conference room. The child bowed politely and in a sweet voice greeted, "Hello, uncles and aunts. We know you are considering a partnership with our older siblings, and we would like to show you just how exciting this project can be." With that, the child and his friends began their performance. One friend brandished a piece of colorful paper depicting the project as it would appear upon completion, showcasing beautiful gardens, playful recreational facilities, and modern architecture. Another friend, equipped with props, mimicked the joyful lives and work of people in the future project, engaging in playful antics and bustling activity. The child animatedly narrated, gesturing expressively as he spoke. Their presentation, brimming with childlike wonder, uniquely showcased the project's features and advantages. Initially taken aback, the potential partners gradually found themselves captivated by the children's performance, their expressions softening and even smiles breaking through. The child, noticing this shift, felt a surge of joy and animated his explanation even further. "Uncles and aunts, this place will become incredibly fun, a haven for children like us, and a delightful space for adults to enjoy as well." Potential partners exchanged glances, each revealing a flicker of excitement. Chinyu and Su Yao found themselves in the office, fretting over the stagnation of their investigation, when suddenly they received a call from the negotiation venue staff, informing them that a group of children was performing in the conference room and urging them to hurry over. Both Chinyu and Su Yao were taken aback yet intrigued, promptly setting aside their work to rush to the negotiation site. Upon entering the conference room, they were greeted by the sight of adorable children performing, and it appeared that the demeanor of the potential partners had undergone a significant transformation. A silent understanding passed between Chinyu and Su Yao. Once the children's performance concluded, Chinyu stepped forward and addressed the potential partners. "We are immensely grateful for the opportunity you have provided to these children. Indeed, as the children have demonstrated, our project possesses a unique charm and vast potential." Su Yao chimed in, "We sincerely apologize for the previous setbacks, but please trust that we are fully capable of resolving all issues. This project is undeniably worthy of investment, both in terms of market prospects and long-term returns." Listening to Chinyu and Su Yao, the potential partners began to reflect seriously, recalling the children's delightful performance. After a moment, the leader of the potential partners finally spoke. "I must admit, the children's performance has revealed a different facet of this project to us and has prompted us to reassess this collaboration. We are willing to relax some of our previous conditions to reach an agreement with you." Overjoyed, Chinyu and Su Yao quickly expressed their gratitude. "Thank you for your trust. We will certainly devote ourselves entirely to ensuring the success of this project." The two parties swiftly engaged in further discussions regarding the specifics of their collaboration, ultimately reaching an agreement. The children cheered joyfully from the sidelines. Chinyu and Su Yao approached the children, kneeling down to embrace them, with Chinyu exclaiming, "Little one, thanks to you, you are truly our little savior." The child beamed and replied, "Brother and sister, I just wanted to help you overcome difficulties." After the negotiations concluded, Chinyu and Su Yao left the building with the children. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted the scent of flowers. Chinyu looked at the child, his eyes brimming with gratitude and affection. "Today, we owe it all to you, adorable little ones. You turned the tide for us." The child proudly lifted their face and declared, "We are a team, right? When brother and sister encounter difficulties, we must help." The other children chimed in, their laughter resonating in the air. Unbeknownst to them, in a nearby black sedan, Wang Chong and Li Yu were watching this scene with grim faces. Wang Chong gritted his teeth, saying, "I never imagined these two would manage to secure the collaboration again. We cannot let this go unchallenged." Li Yu added venomously, "They shouldn't expect things to go smoothly. We will find a way to trip them up." With that, the black car slowly pulled away, vanishing at the street's end. Chapter 83. The initial collaboration unfolds, yet difficulties linger. Chinyu and Su Yao left the negotiation site in a joyful atmosphere, blissfully unaware of the silently departing black sedan. Upon returning home, the child excitedly shared the day's experiences with their family. while Qin Yu and Su Yao appeared cheerful on the surface, yet harbored a sense of unease. That night, the city glimmered with lights, and Qin Yu stood by the window, gazing outside, murmuring to himself, "This collaboration is hard won, but the antagonist will undoubtedly not relent. What troubles lie ahead?" The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window onto Qin Yu's desk. He arrived early at the project office, where the new partner awaited. Inside the office, documents were piled high, project plans adorned the walls, and a tense yet exhilarating atmosphere permeated the air. Su Yao soon joined them, and the three gathered around the conference table to formally commence their first discussion post-collaboration. Despite securing the partnership, the situation remained dire. Qin Yu furrowed his brow, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, aware that Wu Lan's sabotage at the business association had not only tarnished the project's reputation, but had also severed the funding chain. With a significant financial gap and an already tight deadline exacerbated by previous delays, the new partner nodded gravely. Indeed, without resolving the funding issue, subsequent work cannot proceed smoothly, and further delays will result in immeasurable losses. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu stated, "Our immediate priority must be to find ways to secure funding." The new partner agreed. "I can leverage some personal connections to seek minor investments, but that will be insufficient. We need to explore other avenues." Qin Yu turned to Su Yao, his gaze imbued with hope. "Dear, can your family think of any solutions?" Su Yao nodded resolutely. "I will return to my family to mobilize members and see if they can provide financial support for the project." Hurriedly, Su Yao made her way to the family estate. The estate was a lavish European-style building, with a marble floor gleaming like a mirror and crystal chandeliers casting a soft glow. Family members were gathered in the living room, discussing various family matters. Su Yao cleared her throat as she stepped into the room, addressing the gathered elders and siblings. "Dear elders, brothers, and sisters, I am here today to discuss the project in collaboration with Qin Yu. This project has faced some setbacks previously, but we have now secured a partnership with a new ally, presenting vast prospects. However, we currently face a funding shortfall, and I hope everyone can extend their support, as this will not only assist us, but also contribute to the family's future development." Upon hearing Su Yao's words, family members began to murmur among themselves. One elder furrowed their brow, expressing concern. "Given the issues this project has encountered, how can we be assured that our investment will yield returns?" Su Yao patiently explained, "Our new partner is well capitalized, and we have devised a comprehensive contingency plan, confident in our ability to overcome difficulties. Should this project succeed, its impact on the family's influence in the business realm would be immeasurable." At this moment, a cousin of Su Yao stepped forward. "I trust Su Yao's judgment and am willing to contribute." Inspired by his stance, several younger family members also expressed their willingness to invest. Yet, some elder members remained skeptical, deeming the risks too high. Su Yao felt a pang of anxiety, but recognized the importance of patience. She continued to sincerely articulate the project's advantages and prospects. Meanwhile, in the project office, Qin Yu was deep in thought over the project plan. He understood that merely securing funding would not suffice. It was imperative to adjust the project plan to meet the tight schedule. He meticulously analyzed each phase, determining which steps could be executed concurrently and which could be simplified without compromising quality. After hours of intensive deliberation, Qin Yu finally conceived an initial strategy. Excitedly, he picked up the phone and called a new partner. "I have a solution. We can slightly postpone the construction of non-essential facilities and focus our efforts on completing the main structure first, which will significantly shorten the timeline. Simultaneously, we can optimize construction processes to enhance efficiency." The new partner, upon hearing this, praised the idea. "That sounds promising. I will coordinate resources on my end to ensure full cooperation." However, the fundraising endeavor was not without its challenges. Although Su Yao garnered some support from family members, a substantial funding gap remained. The slow approval of bank loans and the tedious procedures left Su Yao feeling overwhelmed. External investors, wary due to the project's prior setbacks, were hesitant to commit, with many choosing to remain on the sidelines. On Qin Yu's side, adjusting the project plan encountered resistance. Some construction teams expressed concerns about the new plan, fearing it would increase difficulty and risk. Qin Yu found himself needing to communicate directly with the construction team leaders, meticulously explaining the plan's feasibility and advantages, promising essential technical support and safeguards, which finally convinced them to comply. As night fell once more, the city was adorned with vibrant neon lights. Qin Yu and Su Yao returned home, weary and disheartened, sinking into the sofa where they could see profound worry reflected in each other's eyes. The little one, upon seeing them arrive, wisely refrained from making a fuss and silently brought them 2 cups of steaming tea. Qin Yu gently ruffled the child's hair, and said to Su Yao, "Although we made some progress today, the challenges in raising funds and adjusting the timeline loom large. I wonder if we can overcome these obstacles to advance the project smoothly." Su Yao grasped Qin Yu's hand firmly and replied, "We can undoubtedly do this. As long as we refuse to give up, solutions will present themselves." Chapter 84. Challenges in Fundraising, Family Support. The tranquility of the night did little to dispel the gloom that lingered in Qin Yu and Su Yao's hearts. Gazing out at the twinkling lights beyond the window, Su Yao took a deep breath and said to Qin Yu, "Tomorrow, I will make another visit to the family. No matter what, I must secure more support." Qin Yu nodded, holding Su Yao's hand tightly. "I will also continue to seek solutions on my end. We will prevail." Their gazes were resolute, mutually encouraging each other in the darkness, gathering strength for the challenges of the morrow. On the following morning, sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, casting its glow upon the grand estate of Su Yao's family. Rising early, she meticulously prepared herself, stepping into the family's domain with unwavering determination. Upon entering the familiar hall, memories of the past intertwined with the pressures of the present. Family members gradually gathered in the conference room. Their expressions varied, some filled with concern, others tinged with skepticism. In the conference room, a substantial wooden table dominated the center, encircled by leather seats. The walls adorned with portraits of ancestral figures seemed to scrutinize the impending discussion. Standing at the forefront, Su Yao inhaled deeply and began to outline the project's current status. Esteemed elders, brothers, and sisters, due to previous setbacks, the project is indeed facing a financial shortfall. The slow approval of bank loans looms over us like an insurmountable mountain, obstructing our progress. Moreover, external investors have grown exceedingly cautious due to prior upheavals, keeping their distance from us. However, I implore you to trust that this project possesses immense potential. As she spoke, she pointed to the project plan and market analysis displayed on the large screen with a laser pointer. Our collaboration with new partners has injected fresh vigor into the project. They bring advanced technology and abundant resources, and the market demand for our products is exceedingly robust. Once we secure the necessary funding and the project advances smoothly, it will undoubtedly yield substantial returns for the family and elevate our standing in the business realm. Su Yao spoke earnestly, her eyes radiating steadfast conviction. However, the family members did not immediately voice their approval. An elderly patriarch spoke slowly. "Child, we understand your resolve, but investing is no trivial matter. The prior project's failure led to significant losses for the family, and it is only natural for concerns to arise." Others nodded in agreement. Su Yao, having anticipated this, responded with a smile, "I comprehend everyone's apprehensions. This time is different. We have conducted comprehensive evaluations and planning for the project. The inclusion of new partners has fortified our competitive edge in both technology and market channels. Furthermore, Qin Yu and I have devised detailed risk mitigation strategies to minimize potential threats." As Su Yao elaborated, the expressions of some family members softened. At this juncture, her cousin stepped forward, his gaze resolute as he declared, "I have faith in Su Yao's vision and in the potential of this project. I am willing to invest." His declaration inspired several younger family members to express their willingness to contribute as well. Yet, Su Yao understood that this funding was still insufficient. She turned her attention to several influential elders within the family. After a moment of contemplation, one elder remarked, "Su Yao, we recognize your effort and determination. The project does hold a certain allure, but we require further assurances." A flicker of hope ignited within Su Yao. She knew there was potential. "Rest assured, I will provide a more detailed report on the project's progress and financial utilization, and I will update everyone regularly. Additionally, Qin Yu and I are willing to offer part of our personal assets as collateral." After an intense discussion and negotiation, several influential elders were ultimately swayed by Su Yao's sincerity and the project's prospects, deciding to invest. At the moment, they affixed their signatures to the investment agreement. A tremendous weight lifted from Su Yao's heart. Simultaneously, in the project office, Qin Yu was tirelessly seeking solutions for fundraising. He made numerous phone calls, engaging potential investors, and meticulously detailing the project's advantages and prospects. The office was cluttered with documents and materials, the air thick with tension. Despite his exhaustion, Qin Yu remained undeterred. Upon learning of the family member's decision to invest, he felt a sense of relief. He recognized that this was merely the initial step in addressing the funding issue, and the project still required additional capital. Nevertheless, the family's support undeniably invigorated the endeavor. In the evening, Su Yao returned home to their shared residence, her heart brimming with good news. The two embraced, tears of joy mingling with fatigue. Although the family's investment alleviated some financial pressure, The project still required more funding. Where else can we possibly secure sufficient funds? Su Yao asked, her brow furrowed with concern. Qin Yu gently wiped the tears from her face and said with determination, "Do not fret. We shall brainstorm further. There will always be a way out." Chapter 85. Busy adjusting the timeline, unexpected events occur. As night deepened, the lights in the home appeared dim. Qin Yu and Su Yao sat on the sofa, feeling a temporary relief from the family support. Yet the weight of financial pressure still loomed heavily over them. Qin Yu firmly grasped Su Yao's hand and said, "Tomorrow, I will oversee the timeline adjustments at the construction site. You should continue to explore other potential funding sources." Su Yao nodded, her eyes filled with resolve. Both understood that the path ahead remained fraught with challenges. On the following morning, the city gradually awakened under the dawn's light. Qin Yu arrived early at the construction site, where the air was tinged with dust and the sounds of machinery echoed. Dressed in a simple work uniform and wearing a safety helmet, he was focused and determined as he delved into the task of adjusting the timeline. He first gathered the construction team leaders in a makeshift shelter, where he laid out a detailed project schedule. "We must replan the timeline to recover the time lost previously," Qin Yu stated, gesturing at the critical milestones on the blueprints. "Here, we can adjust the original construction sequence and allocate additional manpower to ensure seamless coordination at every stage." His voice resonated with confidence within the confined space of the shelter. Next, Qin Yu proceeded to the area housing the construction equipment, meticulously inspecting the operational status of each machine. He crouched down, running his hands over the machinery's exterior, feeling its vibrations and listening to the sounds it emitted, leveraging his familiarity with the equipment to assess its condition. Noticing significant wear on the crane's chain, he recognized the urgency of its replacement to avoid hindering subsequent construction. He admonished the maintenance personnel while jotting down notes in his pocket notebook. Under Qin Yu's careful orchestration, manpower and resources were effectively allocated, and the project was reignited. Workers took their positions, and construction proceeded in an orderly fashion. However, just as everyone believed that everything was back on track, calamity struck unexpectedly. Bang! A deafening crash shattered the orderly rhythm of the construction site as an excavator suddenly went haywire, its bucket crashing down on a nearby pile of building materials, sending up a cloud of dust. Immediately, a worker let out a scream of agony. Hearing the commotion, Qin Yu's heart raced, and he sprinted towards the source of the chaos. When he arrived, the scene was already in turmoil. The injured worker lay on the ground, pale and immobilized, his leg trapped beneath fallen materials, blood staining the surrounding earth. "Quick, call for an ambulance!" Qin Yu shouted loudly while swiftly organizing the surrounding workers to assist in lifting the building materials, carefully rescuing the injured worker. At that moment, the air was thick with the acrid scent of engine oil and dust, and the workers around him wore expressions of sheer terror. Qin Yu gazed at the wounded worker, his heart a tumult of anxiety and fury. He had to remain steadfast. He clutched the worker's hand tightly, attempting to imbue him with strength. Before long, Su Yao hurriedly arrived at the construction site. Upon seeing the injured worker, a flicker of concern crossed her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure, joining Qin Yu in directing the scene. First and foremost, they needed to ensure the safety of the workers. The other matters could be addressed later. Su Yao's voice was steady and calm, instilling a semblance of order amidst the chaos. Through the collective efforts of all, the injured worker was promptly transported to a nearby hospital. Qin Yu and Su Yao remained at the construction site, commencing their investigation into the cause of the accident. They first approached the out-of-control excavator, meticulously examining the equipment. Qin Yu discovered that the excavator's operational control system had seemingly been tampered with, as several crucial wires had been severed, resulting in its malfunction. This was clearly an act of deliberate sabotage. Qin Yu's brow furrowed, his eyes radiating anger and vigilance. Subsequently, they reviewed the surveillance footage from the construction site. In the footage prior to the accident, a man wearing a baseball cap, his face obscured, stealthily lingered near the excavator. Moments later, he slipped inside the machinery and hurriedly departed not long after. Qin Yu realized that this was yet another scheme orchestrated by the antagonists, who sought to hinder the project's progress through destruction. Such audacity was unforgivable. Su Yao clenched her fists in indignation. Qin Yu took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. The immediate priority was to locate this man and uncover the mastermind behind him. His gaze was resolute, understanding that this was merely another challenge the project faced, and they must confront it with courage. With the cause of the accident attributed to the antagonists, the project's timeline was once again disrupted, leaving the construction site in disarray, and the surrounding atmosphere felt as though it had congealed. Qin Yu and Su Yao stood amidst the turmoil, exchanging a glance that mirrored the same determination within each other's eyes. How would they respond next to ensure the project could be completed on time? Chapter 86. Investigating the cause of the accident and identifying the suspect. As night fell, the city illuminated with brilliant lights. Qin Yu and Su Yao sat in their makeshift office, their brows furrowed as they scrutinized the scattered evidence collected on the table. No matter how difficult it may be, we must uncover this individual's identity and restore the project to its rightful course. Qin Yu broke the silence, his tone unwavering. Su Yao nodded, her gaze fierce. Indeed, we cannot allow them to succeed. Tomorrow, we will delve into the details of the surveillance footage. Under the glow of the lights, their eyes met, brimming with resolve. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the office window, casting a warm glow on the desk. Qin Yu and Su Yao arrived early, swiftly assembling an accident investigation team composed of seasoned security personnel, meticulous engineers, and astute investigators. Gathered around the conference table, Qin Yu stood at the forefront, his expression grave as he declared, "This incident has significant implications for the project. We must swiftly identify the puppet master behind it. From now on, we will work collaboratively, leaving no detail overlooked." Subsequently, Qin Yu and several team members proceeded to the surveillance room to retrieve all footage from before and after the incident. The room was filled with the musty scent of outdated electronic equipment, and the screens flickered with various angles of the construction site. Qin Yu focused intently on the screen, his eyes unblinking, determined not to miss any minute movement. He leaned closer to the screen at times, pointing to specific areas in the footage while discussing with his colleagues. "Look here, during this time frame, there seems to be something amiss in this area," Qin Yu remarked, his voice tinged with excitement. Meanwhile, Su Yao led another group on site to question the workers. The construction site was still enveloped in dust, the roar of machines echoing incessantly. Su Yao approached an elderly worker, gently inquiring, "Sir, did you notice any suspicious individuals or occurrences before the accident?" The old worker scratched his head, contemplating for a moment before replying. "I think I saw a stranger loitering nearby. I assumed he was here for an inspection and didn't pay much attention." Su Yao's heart raced as she pressed on. "Can you describe what he looked like?" The old worker recollected. "He was short, wearing a black baseball cap and a gray jacket, but I can't recall much else." Back in the surveillance room, Qin Yu finally uncovered a critical clue. In the footage, a man donning a black baseball cap and a gray jacket appeared near the excavator half an hour before the incident. He furtively glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, before quickly entering the excavator. A few minutes later, he hurriedly exited. Qin Yu immediately captured a screenshot of the video and zoomed in, striving to discern the man's facial features. Although the image was somewhat blurred, a dark mole was faintly visible on the man's chin. Armed with this vital clue, Qin Yu returned to the makeshift office to meet with Su Yao. They consolidated and analyzed the evidence and leads they had gathered. The engineers, based on the damage to the equipment, concluded that the control system of the excavator had been deliberately sabotaged. Coupled with the surveillance footage and the workers' descriptions, they were increasingly convinced that this unfamiliar man was connected to the incident. Next, the investigation team began to track this mysterious individual. By reviewing surveillance footage from cameras surrounding the construction site, they gradually pieced together his movements after leaving the scene. The man first walked to a nearby bus station, taking a bus to another area of the city. Investigators accessed records from the bus company to pinpoint his drop-off location. Qin Yu and Su Yao led the investigation team to the site where the man had disembarked. It was an old neighborhood with narrow streets and a hodgepodge of shops lining the sides. They canvassed the area, asking local residents if they had seen a man with a mole on his chin. At a small grocery store, the owner recalled, "Yes, there was such a person, often seen wandering around here. His accent suggests he is not from around here." After considerable effort, the investigation team finally identified the man's residence. It was a shabby rental unit in a disheveled environment. Qin Yu and Su Yao cautiously approached the dwelling, peering through the window to spot a figure within. Indeed, it was the individual they were seeking. At that moment, he sat at a table, anxiously perusing some documents. Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged glances filled with elation. They were certain that this man was the suspect hired by the antagonist to sabotage the project. However, despite identifying the suspect, the challenge of apprehending him and compelling him to reveal the masterminds behind the scenes posed a new dilemma for Qin Yu and Su Yao. They understood that the forces backing this suspect would not easily relent, necessitating utmost caution in their forthcoming actions. Chapter 87. Setting a trap to capture the suspect and draw out the mastermind. As night deepened, the atmosphere in a makeshift office became heavy and tense. Qin Yu and Su Yao sat at the table, their eyes fixed on a map detailing the suspect's residence. Qin Yu spoke slowly, We cannot act rashly. The forces behind him are certainly on guard. Su Yao nodded, her finger gliding thoughtfully over the map. Indeed. We must devise a comprehensive plan that not only captures him, but also prevents his accomplices from escaping. The two fell into contemplation, strategizing their next steps. After several hours of discussion, Qin Yu and Su Yao meticulously crafted a capture plan based on the suspect's behavioral patterns. Qin Yu rose, sketching the layout of the construction site on a whiteboard, declaring, "We will deliberately leak some false information about the project, claiming that a shipment of crucial equipment will arrive at the construction site the night after tomorrow, and that security will be relatively weak. Having previously succeeded in sabotaging once, he will undoubtedly be tempted by this news and return to wreak havoc again." Su Yao continued, "Simultaneously, we shall position our apprehension personnel around the construction site, dividing them into several small teams, discreetly stationed at various strategic points. Once the suspect appears, we will encircle him and capture him in one fell swoop." The two meticulously scrutinized every detail of the plan, ensuring that nothing was overlooked. Subsequently, Qin Yu began to contact the apprehension teams, elaborately assigning tasks while emphasizing the importance of confidentiality and discipline in their operation. At last, the day of execution arrived. As dusk descended, a light drizzle began to fall, enveloping the city in a shroud of mist. Qin Yu and Su Yao arrived early at the construction site to re-examine the deployment of each apprehension team. The operatives lay concealed in the shadows, their gazes resolute as they awaited the suspect's emergence. Qin Yu quietly spoke into the radio, "All teams, remain vigilant. The suspect may appear at any moment." Time ticked by, and the construction site was eerily silent, save for the gentle patter of rain against the ground. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared on the surveillance feed. It was the suspect they had been tracking. Clad in a black raincoat and donning a cap, he stealthily approached the construction site. Qin Yu's heart raced, and he whispered, "Target sighted. All teams prepare to act." The suspect cautiously evaded several rudimentary security measures and successfully infiltrated the site. After surveying his surroundings and confirming that all was clear, he proceeded towards the equipment storage area. Just as he was about to sabotage the equipment, Qin Yu commanded, "Action." In an instant, bright flashlights illuminated the area, and apprehension personnel surged from all directions, surrounding the suspect. "You are encircled. Surrender immediately," Qin Yu proclaimed loudly. The suspect's face drained of color as he sought an escape route, but with operatives surrounding him, there was no avenue for flight. After a brief struggle, he resigned himself to defeat, and the apprehension personnel secured him firmly. Qin Yu and Su Yao escorted the suspect to the prearranged interrogation venue. The interrogation room was dimly lit, with a solitary pendant lamp casting a yellowish glow overhead. The suspect sat with his head bowed, silent and exuding defiance. Qin Yu sat across from him, his gaze piercing, and said, "Did you truly believe you could evade the law's retribution? Your sabotage has wrought grave consequences for this project. If you confess now, you may still receive leniency." The suspect let out a disdainful snort but remained tight-lipped. Su Yao stepped forward, speaking earnestly. "We are aware that you are merely a pawn in this scheme. If you divulge who is pulling the strings, we will consider reducing your charges within the bounds of the law. Think about it. Serving them could leave you empty-handed, and ultimately, you may find yourself paying the price. Is it worth it?" The suspect's eyes flickered with uncertainty, yet he remained silent. Observing this, Qin Yu continued to apply pressure. "We possess ample evidence against you. Any denial is futile. Furthermore, those who orchestrated this will likely abandon you to save themselves once they learn of your capture. Will you shoulder the entirety of the consequences alone?" Under the relentless psychological onslaught from Qin Yu and Su Yao, the suspect finally buckled under the strain. Slowly raising his head and tremblingly admitting, "It was Wang Chong who instructed me to do this. He offered me a substantial sum to sabotage the Project S equipment, promising even greater rewards for completing the task." Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged startled glances. Wang Chong was indeed Qin Yu's cousin, envious of him, who had previously colluded with external forces to undermine Qin Yu. It was astonishing to discover that he had orchestrated the project mishap. Although they had uncovered the identity of the antagonist, Wang Chong wielded considerable influence within the family, necessitating a more elaborate strategy to confront this formidable adversary. Chapter 88. Formulating Countermeasures. Involving the family. Qin Yu inhaled deeply, gazing at Su Yao. "Wang Chong will not relent easily. We must act swiftly. Tomorrow, summon those trustworthy individuals from the family to discuss our strategy." Su Yao nodded. "Herr Gazeresolute. Indeed, we must ensure he pays for his actions." They rose and exited the interrogation room, gazing at the night sky, their minds already conjuring the impending confrontation. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the long table in the Qin family conference room. Qin Yu and Su Yao arrived early, awaiting the arrival of family members. Soon, the elder family members and several trusted relatives entered the room, their expressions grave, clearly aware of the meeting's significance. Qin Yu stood and surveyed the assembly. As you're all aware, the recent project sabotage was orchestrated by Wang Chong. His actions not only inflicted substantial losses on the project, but have also severely tarnished our family's reputation. Su Yao continued, Wang Chong, driven by personal gain, will stop at nothing. We cannot remain passive any longer. Elder Zhang furrowed his brow and slowly remarked, Wang Chong's behavior is utterly unacceptable. His actions will only plunge the family into chaos. We must devise a comprehensive plan to address the immediate crisis without exacerbating internal family conflicts. The other family members nodded in agreement. After an extensive discussion, various suggestions were proposed. Some advocated confronting Wang Chong directly to compel him to cease his destructive actions, while others suggested gathering sufficient evidence before reporting to the family hierarchy for resolution. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu stated, direct confrontation may alert Wang Chong and allow him to prepare. Our primary objectives should be to resolve the project crisis and dismantle Wang Chong's influence, necessitating a well-rounded plan of action. Ultimately, they devised a series of countermeasures. First, they would bolster project security. Qin Yu assigned family members skilled in security to increase patrols at the construction site, ensuring continuous monitoring. Additionally, they would install state-of-the-art surveillance equipment to cover all corners of the project, enabling timely alerts for any irregularities. Second, they would gather evidence of the antagonist's crimes. Qin Yu personally led a team to investigate the connections between Wang Chong and the suspect, seeking written evidence of Wang Chong's directives to sabotage the project, along with communication records. They also intended to explore Wang Chong's past business dealings for any illegal activities. Lastly, they would unite with other family forces. Su Yao was tasked with reaching out to other families with favorable relations to the Qin family, explaining the situation in hopes of forging a united front against Wang Chong. After all, if Wang Chong's ambitions remained unchecked, they could threaten the equilibrium of the entire elite circle. Qin Yu addressed the assembly with determination. I will oversee project security and evidence collection. These two responsibilities are paramount, and I will commit myself fully to ensure no detail is overlooked. Su Yao stood as well, confidently asserting, I will handle the task of liaising with other family factions. I will communicate with them promptly to secure collaborations. The other family members expressed their commitment to support Qin Yu and Su Yao in whatever capacity they could. As the meeting concluded, Qin Yu and Su Yao felt no sense of relaxation. Qin Yu immediately began reallocating security personnel and engaged in detailed discussions with the security team regarding the enhancement of safety measures. He personally inspected the installation locations of surveillance equipment at the construction site, ensuring there were no blind spots. At the same time, he instructed investigators to commence gathering evidence against Wang Chong, advising them to proceed with utmost caution, leaving no room for error. Su Yao busied herself contacting the heads of other families to schedule meetings. She meticulously prepared comprehensive documentation outlining Wang Chong's actions and the potential hazards they posed, ensuring she would be persuasive during discussions with other families. However, they both understood that while strategies have been crafted, the path to implementation would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Wang Chong has managed his family business for many years, cultivating his own network and influence. Progressing with various initiatives and successfully countering antagonistic forces is no simple task. Can Qin Yu and Su Yao overcome the myriad obstacles and achieve their objectives? Chapter 89. As security measures are fortified, the antagonist stirs up trouble. Qin Yu surveyed the bustling construction site, his heart laden with both trepidation for the forthcoming actions and an unwavering belief in victory. Su Yao organized the necessary documents, preparing to head to the designated meeting place with representatives from other families. Both were acutely aware that each subsequent step would be fraught with challenges, yet they had no alternative but to forge ahead. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Wang Chong brooded, plotting his next scheme. On the following dawn, sunlight bathed the construction site as Qin Yu, adhering to the established plan, meticulously bolstered security. The newly appointed patrol officers, invigorated, marched in synchronized cadence throughout the site, clad in standardized security uniforms, walkie-talkies clipped to their waists, their vigilant gazes scanning the surroundings. The installation of surveillance equipment was also underway, with workers adeptly climbing scaffolding to secure high-definition cameras in optimal positions. In the heart of the site, Qin Yu directed the operations, enveloped by the cacophony of machinery, the chatter of workers, and the intermittent crackle of communication over the radios. This chaotic ambience instilled in him a profound sense of control. However, it did not take long for Wang Chong to detect Qin Yu's maneuvers. Seated in his opulent office, he gazed out the window into the distance, a cold smirk curling upon his lips. Bolstering security? Does he think it will deter me? It won't be that simple. He picked up the phone, dialing a number, and whispered, "The plan has changed. We will take action from another angle. Let them know that I, Wang Chong, am not to be trifled with." After hanging up, Wang Chong leaned back in his chair, his eyes glinting with malevolence as he swiftly devised a new plan of sabotage. Concurrently, at the construction site, some workers began to express resistance to the new security measures. What is this? There never used to be so many rules. Now, there are cameras everywhere. It feels uncomfortable working like this, grumbled a young worker. An older worker nearby echoed. Indeed, the patrols have increased. They come around so often that we can hardly concentrate on our tasks. These complaints reached Qin Yu's ears, prompting him to furrow his brow in concern, realizing that such dissent could impede the smooth implementation of security measures. Qin Yu approached the young worker, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Everyone, let's take a moment. I understand that the new security measures may cause some inconvenience, but they are essential for the safety of the project. We all remember the damage that was inflicted previously. We cannot allow such incidents to recur. Only by ensuring the project proceeds smoothly can we secure our jobs and receive our wages on time. I hope for your understanding and cooperation." The workers exchanged glances. While still somewhat reluctant, they ceased their complaints, just as Qin Yu endeavored to soothe the workers' sentiments. Unfortunate news arrived. One crucial supplier abruptly ceased the provision of raw materials. Upon receiving the call, Qin Yu's countenance instantly darkened. He hurried to the supplier's liaison office, eager to ascertain the situation. Inside the supplier's office, Qin Yu encountered the supplier's manager. Before he could utter a word, the manager, with a look of resignation, said, "I sincerely apologize, but we have no choice. Someone offered us a substantial sum of money, demanding we halt our supply to you. As a small business, we simply cannot resist such temptation." Fury ignited within Qin Yu. He recognized this as the machinations of Wang Chong. Yet, this was not the moment for fury. The immediate priority was to resolve the raw material supply issue, lest the project stagnate once more due to shortages. Suppressing his anger, Qin Yu spoke as calmly as he could. "Could you possibly reconsider? Our collaboration has been quite fruitful, and this project is crucial for both of us. If this supply disruption leads to project complications, it will ultimately tarnish your reputation as well." The supplier's manager hesitated, replying, "I am in a difficult position. The conditions offered by the other party are too enticing. Moreover, they have threatened us, saying that if we continue to supply you, we will face trouble." Qin Yu understood that persuading the supplier to resume supply was becoming increasingly unlikely. Taking a deep breath, he replied, "In that case, I will not press the issue. However, I hope you can grant me some time to seek alternative suppliers. In the interim, could you ensure a minimal supply to keep the project operational?" After pondering for a moment, the supplier's manager conceded, "Considering our past collaboration, I can provide a maximum of 3 days' worth of supply. Beyond that, I truly cannot manage." Exiting the supplier's office, Qin Yu felt the weight of the world upon his shoulders. He knew that 3 days was a perilously short span to find a suitable alternative supplier. Yet, he had no time for despair and immediately set about contacting other suppliers. Seated in his car, he scoured supplier information on his phone while making calls. However, most suppliers either had existing long-term commitments or were hesitant to take a risk on Qin Yu's project. As the minutes ticked by in this frantic outreach, beads of sweat formed on Qin Yu's brow, and his hand trembled slightly from anxiety as he clutched his phone. Each rejection felt like a heavy blow, striking at his heart. Yet, he continually reminded himself to persevere. He had to locate an alternative supplier within 3 days to ensure the project continued unabated. Meanwhile, Su Yao's discussions with representatives from other families were equally fraught with challenges. Some representatives adopted a cautious stance regarding the internal strife within the Qin family, fearing that involvement might embroil their own families in trouble. Su Yao patiently articulated the potential dangers posed by Wang Chong's actions to the broader aristocratic circle, attempting to persuade them to unite against him. Ladies and gentlemen, Wang Chong's ambitions extend far beyond this. If we do not unite to halt him, once his power grows, it will disrupt the balance among the elite, and all of US may find ourselves affected, Su Yao earnestly implored. One family representative furrowed his brow and replied, "That may be so, but we cannot afford to take risks lightly. If our actions fail, our family could find itself in dire straits." Su Yao gazed at him resolutely, asserting, "We have devised a comprehensive plan and possess ample evidence of Wang Chong's misdeeds. If we work together, we will undoubtedly succeed." After considerable effort, The attitudes of some family representatives began to soften, yet no final decisions were reached. As night descended, the city's neon lights flickered. Exhausted, Cheney returned home and collapsed onto the sofa. The day's relentless exertion had drained him, yet he understood that time was of the essence. The task of finding alternative suppliers loomed large. Su Yao also returned home, her heart aching at the sight of Qin Yu's fatigue. She approached him, sitting beside him, and softly said, "Don't be too anxious. A solution will present itself. Although I haven't fully convinced them yet, there has been some progress." Qin Yu lifted his gaze to meet Su Yao's, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. "Yes, we will surely navigate this challenge. Tomorrow, I will continue searching for alternative suppliers, and you should strive to persuade the other families to join us swiftly." Outside, the night deepened, occasionally punctuated by the sounds of passing vehicles. Qin Yu and Su Yao sat on the sofa, leaning against each other, contemplating their strategies in the dark. They understood the path ahead was fraught with thorns, yet they had no choice but to press on with unwavering determination. With the interruption of raw material supplies and the pressing urgency to find alternatives, could Qin Yu resolve the supply issue in time to ensure the project proceeded smoothly? Chapter 90. Seeking Alternative Suppliers, Assistance from the Little Ones. As the night grew late, despite his exhaustion, Qin Yu remained at his computer, diligently perusing supplier information, his eyes reflecting a steadfast determination and unwavering resolve. Su Yao approached gently, draping a garment over him and offering soft words of comfort. Meanwhile, the little one, in his room, inadvertently overheard the adults' conversation and conceived a plan to surprise Qin Yu the following day. On the next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on Qin Yu's desk. He rubbed his bloodshot eyes and continued dialing one supplier after another. With each connection, he spoke hopefully about the project. Yet the responses were predominantly rejections. As time ticked away, with only 2 days remaining before the suppliers ceased their deliveries, Qin Yu's anxiety escalated, mirroring the rising temperature outside. "Hello, is this the raw material supplier?" "This is Qin Yu," he spoke, his voice slightly hoarse from fatigue, but the reply on the other end remained a frigid denial. "I'm sorry, but our current orders are fully booked, and we cannot supply you." With a heavy heart, Qin Yu hung up the phone, leaning back in his chair and staring at the ceiling, letting out a deep sigh. At that moment, the little one, humming a cheerful tune, bounced into Qin Yu's study. Upon seeing Qin Yu's furrowed brow, he expressed concern on his cherubic face. "Uncle, what's wrong? Are you facing a problem?" His innocent voice echoed in the quiet room. Qin Yu forced a smile and ruffled the boy's hair. "It's nothing, little one. Uncle is just handling some work matters. You go play." However, the child did not leave. Tilting his head earnestly, he said, "Uncle, are you looking for raw material suppliers? I think I can help." Initially, Qin Yu held little hope, dismissing the boy's words as mere comfort, but seeing the earnestness on his face ignited a flicker of hope within him. "You can help? What could a little head like yours possibly do?" Qin Yu asked with skepticism. The boy beamed with pride. "Uncle, don't underestimate me. I know an uncle who deals in raw materials. He might be able to assist you." Qin Yu perked up at this revelation. He straightened in his chair and looked at the boy. "Really? Then contact him quickly and see if he's interested in collaborating." The child took out his toy phone and adeptly dialed. "Hello, Uncle Lin? It's Meng Meng. Yes, I need a favor. My uncle needs a batch of raw materials. Can you supply them?" "Great. Thank you, Uncle Lin. We'll see you soon." After hanging up, the boy gleefully announced, Uncle Lin agreed to meet. "Let us go now." Overjoyed, Qin Yu lifted the child and planted a kiss on his cheek, exclaiming, "Little one, you are truly my savior. Let us go." Upon arriving at the designated cafe, a rich aroma of coffee enveloped them as soothing music flowed through the air, easing their minds slightly. A well-dressed, middle-aged man stood up, smiling and waving at them. The little one tugged at Qin Yu's hand, leading him forward. "Uncle Lin, this is the uncle I told you about," he introduced. Qin Yu promptly extended his hand, warmly greeting, "Mr. Lin, thank you for taking the time to meet with us. I am a project manager, and we are currently facing challenges with our raw material supply. I hope to seek your assistance." Mr. Lin smiled and shook Qin Yu's hand, replying, "No need for formalities. Meng Meng is a delightful child, and if he asks for help, I must take it seriously. Please, tell me more about the project." Qin Yu elaborated on the project scale, prospects, and current dilemmas. Mr. Lin listened attentively, nodding occasionally and posing questions. As Qin Yu spoke, Mr. Lin's interest visibly grew. "This project indeed sounds promising, and I would be willing to collaborate. However, I do have some special requirements regarding payment." Qin Yu's heart raced. He knew the critical moment had arrived. "Mr. Lin, please go ahead. We are open to reasonable requests," he replied earnestly. "Mr." Lin took a sip from his coffee cup and slowly articulated, "I would like a 30 deposit up front to ensure the project's sincerity. Additionally, The remaining balance needs to be settled within a week after project completion. As you know, the raw materials business carries significant risks, and this payment structure would provide me with greater security. Upon hearing this, Chin Yu fell into deep contemplation. A 30 deposit was a substantial expense given their already tight financial situation, and the requirement to settle the balance within a week after project completion placed high demands on their cash flow. Yet, if they did not acquiesce to Mr. Lin's terms, the raw material supply issue would remain unresolved. Mr. Lin, would it be possible for us to adjust the deposit to 20 and stagger the remaining payments based on project milestones? This way, we can ensure your interests are protected while also maintaining a smoother cash flow for our project, Chin Yu proposed. Mr. Lin frowned, clearly hesitant about Chin Yu's suggestion. Mr. Wang, you do have a point, but a 20 deposit is indeed rather low, considering the risks I would be taking. Moreover, staggered payments would increase our financial management costs. The atmosphere grew tense. The little one observed the two adults, his big eyes darting back and forth, before tugging at Mr. Lin's sleeve and pleading, Uncle Lin, please agree to my uncle's request. If this project succeeds, there will surely be many more opportunities to collaborate in the future. Mr. Lin, charmed by the child's adorable demeanor, broke into a slight smile. Seizing the moment, Chin Yu added, Mr. Lin, as you can see, our project has excellent prospects. Once completed successfully, the demand for raw materials will only increase. Furthermore, our family has a solid reputation in the industry, so you need not worry about the balance payment. After a moment of contemplation, Mr. Lin finally responded, Mr. Wang, for Mingming's sake, I am willing to consider your proposal, but the deposit must be at least 25. The remaining balance can be divided into 2 payments, 30 upon reaching 50 project completion and the remaining 45 within a week after full project completion. How's that sound? Internally weighing the options, Chin Yu realized that while this condition was slightly higher than he had hoped, it remained within an acceptable range. Given the urgency of the situation, finding a cooperative supplier was already a significant achievement. All right, Mr. Lin, we will proceed as you suggested. Thank you for your understanding and support. I believe our collaboration will be very fruitful. Chin Yu extended his hand, shaking Mr. Lin's once more. Although they had secured an alternative supplier, the discrepancies in payment terms still posed challenges. Chin Yu was acutely aware that further discussions with his team regarding financial arrangements were imperative to meet Mr. Lin's requirements and ensure timely raw material supply. As he left the cafe with the little one, the setting sun cast long shadows behind them. Yet, Chin Yu's heart remained heavy with unease. He knew that adversaries would not relent, and more challenges lay ahead. This negotiation over payment terms was merely the beginning. Whether he could successfully persuade his team to resolve the financial issues and guarantee on-time raw material deliveries remained uncertain. Chapter 91. Project gradually improves, family disputes settle. Upon returning to the company and observing the bustling employees, Chin Yu understood that the project's restart was merely the beginning. He entered his office, seated himself at his desk, and gazed at the project planning diagram on the wall, silently contemplating the potential next moves of their adversaries. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door, and Su Yao walked in. Their eyes met, each finding resolve in the other's gaze as they recognized the challenges that lay ahead. With the raw material supply issue resolved, the subsequent tasks could proceed methodically. Breaking the silence, Chin Yu spoke with a hint of relief in his tone. Su Yao nodded, affirming, I have made progress in reaching out to other family factions. Some families are now willing to align with us, and the internal disputes are gradually subsiding through our collective efforts. That's excellent news. It seems our endeavors have not been in vain, Chin Yu replied, rising to the window to gaze at the bustling traffic below, his thoughts drifting far away. With the resolution of the raw material supply issues, the project was steadily regaining its momentum. The construction site was alive with the roar of machinery, as workers busily attended to their tasks, and building materials were systematically hoisted to various locations. The air was thick with dust, mingled with the cacophony of machinery, yet to Chin Yu, this symphony was the most exquisite of melodies. He navigated through the project site, meticulously inspecting every aspect, ensuring both progress and quality were maintained with unwavering diligence. Mr. Chin, based on the current pace, the foundational works are expected to be completed 3 days ahead of schedule, the project manager reported with excitement. Chin Yu patted the manager's shoulder. Well done, keep it up, but do not let the quality wane. Observing the fervent activity on the construction site, his heart brimmed with anticipation for the future. Meanwhile, Su Yao was proactively harmonizing relationships within the family. She organized a family meeting to inform the members in detail about the project's progress and the alliances formed with other factions. Esteemed elders, brothers, and sisters, the project has successfully resolved the raw material supply dilemma and is advancing smoothly. Moreover, we have forged cooperative intentions with several families, which is crucial for our family's development. I hope everyone can set aside past grievances and work together for our family's future, Su Yao declared resolutely at the front of the meeting room. The family members exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. An elder rose, saying, "Seeing the project flourish gives us great relief. The previous disputes were indeed unnecessary. Our family should unite as one. Indeed, we are willing to support the subsequent phases of the project," echoed other family members. As the family members witnessed the project's resurgence, their confidence in Qin Yu surged. They actively engaged in supporting the project, some leveraging their connections to expand resources, while others provided additional financial backing. Qin Yu's cousin, who had previously harbored jealousy and hostility towards him, approached him now. "Cousin, I was wrong before. I should not have conspired with external forces against you. Seeing you execute the project so successfully, I am truly impressed. I wish to contribute. What can I do to help?" Qin Yu regarded his cousin with mixed emotions, but extended his hand. "Let bygones be bygones. Our family needs unity now. If you have any ideas, let us discuss." Both Qin Yu and Su Yao felt the empowering force of familial solidarity, bolstering their resolve to confront the antagonists. In a makeshift office on the project site, they reconvened to strategize against their foes. Though the project and family circumstances had improved, the adversaries were unlikely to relent. Qin Yu furrowed his brow, his expression serious. "Indeed, we must prepare in advance. They may attempt to sabotage the project from various angles, and we must enhance our defenses. I believe we should continue to solidify our cooperative relationships with other families while also strengthening security measures for the project to thwart any potential sabotage from the opposition." Qin Yu contemplated aloud. "We must also be vigilant regarding the movements of personnel within the company. The antagonists may attempt to bribe our people for information," Su Yao added. Just then a child burst into the room, exclaiming, "Uncle, Annie, I heard the project is progressing smoothly. I want to help." Qin Yu chuckled, ruffling the child's hair. "You've already been a tremendous help. For now, focus on your studies. That is the greatest support you can offer us." The child pouted, "But I want to contribute too." Su Yao knelt to meet the child's gaze. "When you grow up and are capable, you can help us then. For now, if you can take care of yourself and not cause us worry, that would be a significant help." The child pondered for a moment and nodded. "Okay, I will study hard and help Uncle and Annie with bigger things in the future." At the project site, the setting sun cast a golden hue over the construction site, enveloping everything in a warm glow. Qin Yu and Su Yao stood at the edge of the site, observing the bustling scene, their hearts filled with emotion. "I hope everything proceeds smoothly," Su Yao murmured softly. Qin Yu clasped Su Yao's hand. "With our efforts and the family support, we surely can." Although the project and family situation had improved, the question loomed regarding the adversary's next moves and how Qin Yu and Su Yao would respond. All remained shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 92. Evidence collected, ready to confront the antagonists. At the project site, Qin Yu and Su Yao basked in the positive atmosphere of familial unity. Yet they were acutely aware that the threat had not dissipated. Upon returning to the company, as Qin Yu settled into his chair, his phone buzzed with an anonymous message. He exchanged a glance with Su Yao, an ominous premonition washing over them. Qin Yu swiftly opened the message, his expression shifting to one of gravity. As Su Yao leaned in to read, discovering a string of seemingly unrelated numbers and letters, they understood this could be a signal of the adversary's new maneuvers, heralding the onset of a fresh conflict. Nevertheless, Qin Yu remained unfazed by the unexpected anonymous message. While he intensified efforts to advance the project, he never lost sight of the imperative to gather evidence against the antagonists. In recent days, he had leveraged various connections and expended considerable effort. The commercial investigation team was covertly tracking the flow of funds linked to the adversaries, while the legal team meticulously scrutinized every potentially problematic document, even receiving clandestine tips from righteous industry insiders. After a period of arduous effort, Qin Yu finally amassed sufficient evidence. In a concealed room, the table was laden with documents, photographs, and video materials. One particular document meticulously detailed the financial exchanges made to corrupt Wu Lan, an official within the business association, with each transaction clearly annotated. Additionally, a video captured the adversary's operatives vandalizing the construction site, with license plates and personnel appearances thoroughly recorded by surveillance equipment. Each piece of evidence pointed to a series of illicit and criminal activities perpetrated by the antagonists. Qin Yu brought Su Yao into the room, stating, "Behold, these are our weapons for counterattack," his eyes gleaming with determination. Su Yao picked up one document, her expression a blend of anger and relief as she read through it. Realizing these pieces of evidence were sufficient to ensure they faced appropriate repercussions, They began to meticulously organize the evidence, ensuring a comprehensive chain of proof was established. As Qin Yu sorted through the materials, he shared the origins and crucial details of each piece with Su Yao. This document was obtained from an anonymous insider who could no longer tolerate the adversary's actions. The video was recorded by the newly installed hidden cameras at the project site. Su Yao listened attentively. Questions. While the flow of funds is clear, we still need to identify the intermediary contacts to solidify our case. Thus, they delved into further refining the evidence chain, sourcing information about the intermediaries who had facilitated connections between the adversaries and the compromised officials, supplementing their findings with relevant call logs and email correspondences. After several hours of diligent work, the evidence chain was finally complete. As they surveyed the organized materials, Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged knowing looks. They understood the time to act had arrived. We shall report them to the relevant authorities and let the law bring justice to these heinous acts, Qin Yu declared firmly and resolutely. Su Yao nodded in agreement, affirming that they could no longer allow their adversaries to act with impunity, continuing to disrupt their lives and careers. They commenced the preparation of the necessary materials for reporting, categorizing and numbering the evidence, and drafting a detailed complaint letter. The letter meticulously outlined the villains' illegal activities and the deleterious impact these actions inflicted upon their projects, family, and the broader business environment. During this preparation, Qin Yu's phone abruptly rang. It was a call from Elder Zhang. "Child, I have heard that you have gathered evidence against the villains and are preparing to report them. This is indeed commendable. However, you must exercise caution, for these individuals will undoubtedly retaliate. They may act out of desperation," Elder Zhang cautioned earnestly from the other end of the line. Qin Yu felt a warmth in his heart and gratefully replied, "Elder Zhang, thank you for your reminder. Su Yao and I will remain vigilant. However, we must not retreat out of fear of reprisals. They must be held accountable for their actions." After ending the call, Qin Yu relayed Elder Zhang's warning to Su Yao. She furrowed her brow, recognizing the need to prepare for potential retaliation in advance. Nevertheless, the evidence is irrefutable. We cannot forfeit this opportunity to bring them to justice. The duo continued their meticulous preparations for the report while simultaneously devising strategies to counter the villains' possible vengeance. They reached out to Officer Wang, sharing some details of their situation. Officer Wang assured them that he would keep a close watch and provide the necessary assistance. Qin Yu also arranged for bodyguard Chun to bolster the protection of himself, Su Yao, and their family to ensure their safety. With all preparations in place, Qin Yu and Su Yao gazed at the neatly organized materials on the table, their hearts filled with both anticipation and concern. They looked forward to the impending legal repercussions for the villains, yet worried about the potential consequences of their reporting actions. Although the evidence was ready, reporting the adversaries could provoke even more frenzied retaliation. How would Qin Yu and Su Yao navigate the looming crisis? They understood that the road ahead was fraught with challenges, but retreat was not an option. They could only forge ahead. Chapter 93. An unexpected arrival before the reporting action. Qin Yu and Su Yao took a deep breath as they surveyed the prepared reporting materials. Qin Yu clasped Su Yao's hand firmly, declaring, regardless of the circumstances, "We must take this step." Su Yao nodded resolutely. However, just as they were about to leave with the materials, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Bodyguard Chun cautiously went to investigate and returned holding an envelope with no return address. Upon opening the envelope, Qin Yu's expression turned grave. Su Yao leaned in to examine the note, which ominously read, "Dare to report, and neither you nor your family will enjoy a favorable outcome." The atmosphere in a room seemed to freeze instantaneously as their eyes met, both reflecting a shared vigilance and indignation. Su Yao bit her lip, realizing that their adversaries had detected their plans. Qin Yu crumpled the note in his hand, acknowledging that these individuals would not sit idly by. The two settled onto the sofa, meticulously analyzing the anonymous threat letter. Qin Yu frowned, noting that the contents indicated the villains not only knew about their intent to report, but also had knowledge of their family, suggesting the possibility of spies among them. Su Yao nodded in agreement, observing that their audacious threat implied they were emboldened and likely prepared for a series of countermeasures. Qin Yu rose and paced the room, asserting, "We cannot be intimidated by their threats, yet we must not let our guard down. The immediate priority is to enhance the security measures for ourselves and our families." Su Yao retrieved her phone, stating, "I will contact Aunt Lin to alert the family to remain vigilant and avoid unnecessary outings." Qin Yu then called bodyguard Chun, instructing Chun, "From now on, intensify patrols around the home and company, especially focusing on family protection. There must be no room for complacency. Additionally, keep an eye out for any suspicious individuals." Bodyguard Chun responded with unwavering resolve. "Understood. I will make the arrangements." Once security matters were addressed, Qin Yu and Su Yao reconvened to contemplate how to successfully complete their report while ensuring their safety. After a moment of reflection, Qin Yu suggested, "We could seek assistance from the police, requesting their protection during the reporting process." Su Yao's eyes brightened. "That's an excellent idea." Officer Wang had previously expressed his support. "Let us reach out to him now." Qin Yu dialed Officer Wang, explaining the situation regarding the anonymous threat letter. Officer Wang's tone turned serious as he replied, "Your situation is indeed precarious. However, do not worry. The police will provide the necessary support. Prepare your evidence. And tomorrow I will arrange for someone to liaise with you to ensure the safety of the reporting process." Grateful, Qin Yu responded, "Thank you so much, Officer Wang. With the police's backing, we feel much more secure." After hanging up, Qin Yu and Su Yao exhaled in relief, but they recognized that this was merely the first step. Many challenges still lay ahead. Su Yao glanced at the reporting materials on the table, stating, "Even with police support, we cannot rely solely on them. We must also find a way to identify the spies hidden among us to resolve this issue fundamentally." Qin Yu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I will ask Elder Zhang to assist in investigating the personnel within the family to see if we can uncover any clues." At that moment, Qin Yu's phone buzzed with a text message from Elder Zhang. "Child, I have heard about the threat letter. You must be cautious. I am quietly investigating matters within the family, and I will inform you of any developments promptly." A warmth spread through Qin Yu as he replied, "Thank you, Elder Zhang. With your assistance, I feel much more at ease." Qin Yu shared Elder Zhang's message with Su Yao, who smiled appreciatively. With Elder Zhang's help within the family, we have an added layer of assurance. As Qin Yu gazed out at the darkening sky, he remarked, "Nonetheless, we cannot simply wait for news. We must take the initiative to disrupt their plans." Su Yao looked at him inquisitively. "What do you have in mind?" A subtle smile graced Qin Yu's lips as he proposed, "We could deliberately disseminate some false information to make them believe we have altered our reporting plans. This might coax them out of hiding." Su Yao's eyes sparkled with understanding. "That is a brilliant idea. We can share it with seemingly reliable individuals who may actually have ulterior motives and see if they relay the information to the villains." Qin Yu nodded affirmatively. "I will contact a few individuals within the family whose loyalties are ambiguous to spread the false information." Qin Yu picked up his phone and dialed Director Zhou, a member of the family S-Board, known for his adept navigation through power struggles. Qin Yu feigned distress over the phone, saying, "Director Zhou, I need to discuss something with you. I have just received a threat letter, and I'm concerned about the risks of reporting. Do you think we could hold off for a while?" Director Zhou remained silent for a moment before responding, "Nephew, this matter indeed warrants careful consideration. However, do not be too anxious. Think of other solutions." After hanging up, Qin Yu relayed to Su Yao. Director Zhou's response was somewhat suspicious. "Let us see if there will be any further developments." Subsequently, Qin Yu contacted several others, disseminating similar false information. After completing these actions, Qin Yu and Su Yao sat quietly, awaiting any signs that might emerge. Time passed in the tense atmosphere as they sat silently in the living room. Suddenly, Qin Yu's phone rang. It was Driver Zhao. In an agitated tone, Zhao reported, "Young master, I just saw Director Zhou acting furtively outside while on the phone, appearing quite anxious about being discovered." A spark ignited within Qin Yu. "Good. Continue to monitor his movements, but do not alert him." Upon ending the call, Qin Yu shared this information with Su Yao. She frowned, realizing that Director Zhou was likely the spy. "If we can gather evidence of his communication with the villains, it would greatly aid our cause." Qin Yu nodded. "I will instruct Bodyguard Chun to arrange for someone to follow Director Zhou and ascertain his true intentions." Qin Yu once again dialed Chen's bodyguard's number, issuing instructions to tail Director Zhou. Chun swiftly arranged for personnel to shadow the director. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and Su Yao continued to await further intelligence, acutely aware that this confrontation with the antagonist was merely in its nascent stages, with every nuance potentially determining the outcome of their struggle. A few hours later, the followers reported that Director Zhou had met with a mysterious figure. After a brief exchange, the enigmatic individual handed Zhou an envelope and departed hastily. Upon receiving this news, Qin Yu and Su Yao resolved to remain vigilant, opting to observe Zhou's subsequent actions. Shortly thereafter, Zhou returned to his office. The followers noted that he opened the envelope to reveal its contents, subsequently displaying a satisfied smile. Qin Yu and Su Yao surmised that the envelope likely contained directives or remuneration from the antagonist. Qin Yu turned to Su Yao, stating, "We cannot afford to alert them prematurely. We must gather more evidence before we act decisively." Su Yao nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, we have unearthed some leads. If we persist in our investigation, we shall surely uncover further proof, leaving the antagonist with no avenue of escape." Yet, as they prepared to deliberate their next course of action, Qin Yu's phone unexpectedly buzzed with a message. Do you believe you can evade our retribution? You shall soon witness the repercussions. Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged grave glances, recognizing that the antagonist had commenced their offensive, heralding an impending crisis. With clenched fists, Qin Yu declared, regardless of their schemes, we shall not falter. We must successfully report them and ensure they face the justice they deserve. Su Yao, reselot, replied, yes. We will confront this together. We will overcome this adversity. Despite the looming threat and uncertainty, Qin Yu and Su Yao remained undeterred. They understood that retreating now would not only squander their efforts, but embolden the antagonist further. They had to ensure their safety while bringing the antagonist to justice, thereby liberating themselves and their families from turmoil. Chapter 94. Seeking police assistance, uniting against the antagonist. Qin Yu and Su Yao understood the imperative of remaining composed. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu remarked, they are attempting to intimidate us, but we shall not yield to their pressure. Let us analyze their potential next moves. Su Yao nodded, her gaze resolute. Indeed, it is crucial that we anticipate their actions to strategically position ourselves. The two quickly regained their composure, spreading out paper and pens to outline possible scenarios, as the intellectual duel with the antagonist formally commenced. After thorough analysis, they discerned that since the antagonist had issued threats, they were likely to escalate their actions imminently, whether by sabotaging their reporting plans or targeting them and their families. Rubbing his temples, Qin Yu concluded, this approach is untenable. We must take the initiative. The police have always been a reliable ally. We should seek Officer Wang and present him with our evidence to enlist their assistance. Su Yao concurred. Indeed, police involvement will bolster our security, and their professional investigative methods may expedite the acquisition of evidence against the antagonist. Thus, Qin Yu and Su Yao meticulously organized the evidence they had gathered, carefully placing it into a file before driving to the police station. As they traveled, the cacophony of the city filtered through the car windows, the streets bustling with activity, seemingly tranquil. Yet, Qin Yu and Su Yao felt an immense weight upon their hearts, fully aware that a tempest loomed on the horizon. Upon arriving at the police station, bright lights illuminated the hall's floor, casting a stark glow. Qin Yu and Su Yao entered the lobby and conveyed their purpose to the on-duty officer, who promptly escorted them to Officer Wang's office. Upon seeing them, Officer Wang rose to greet them. Welcome. I've been briefed on the situation. You received a threat. I trust you were not harmed? Qin Yu shook his head. Officer Wang, we are unharmed. Here is the evidence we have collected regarding the antagonist. Please take a look. As he handed the file to Officer Wang, the officer sat at his desk, scrutinizing the materials with growing seriousness, occasionally frowning or nodding in understanding. After reviewing the contents, he lifted his gaze, resolutely stating, this evidence is of paramount importance. Given the current circumstances, the antagonist's actions have clearly violated multiple laws. We will treat this matter with utmost seriousness and immediately form a special task force to conduct a thorough investigation. A wave of warmth surged through Qin Yu and Su Yao upon hearing this, with Su Yao expressing her gratitude. Thank you so much, Officer Wang. With the police's support, we feel far more confident. Officer Wang stood, placing a reassuring hand on their shoulders. Rest assured, it is our duty to uphold justice in society. However, the antagonist's influence is formidable. You must remain vigilant for your own safety during this investigation. Should any unusual occurrences arise, do not hesitate to contact me. Qin Yu nodded. Understood, Officer Wang. We will actively cooperate with the police, providing any information we possess. Subsequently, Officer Wang led Qin Yu and Su Yao to the temporary office of the task force, briefing the members on the situation and distributing the evidence. The team gathered around the conference table, meticulously examining the materials and beginning to formulate investigative strategies. Qin Yu and Su Yao contributed their insights, detailing the antagonist's behavioral patterns and possible hideouts. Based on the evidence provided by Qin Yu, the police swiftly mobilized. One team was tasked with monitoring key figures associated with the antagonist, secretly stationed near their residences and workplaces, closely observing their every move. Another team delved into the antagonist's criminal network, collecting information through various channels in an effort to unveil the hidden forces behind the antagonist. Qin Yu and Su Yao actively collaborated with the police, maintaining communication from the comfort of their home, awaiting further updates. Qin Yu sat on the living room sofa, fixated on his phone, anxious not to miss any messages or calls from the police. Meanwhile, Su Yao organized supplementary materials in case the police required additional information. As time passed in tense anticipation, the daylight outside gradually faded. Suddenly, Qin Yu's phone rang. It was a call from the officer overseeing surveillance. He quickly answered, "Hello. What have you discovered?" The officer's voice came through the line. We observed one of the key figures meeting a mysterious individual at a cafe. They engaged in an extended conversation, exhibiting suspicious behavior. We have documented the encounter with photos and videos and are currently tracking the mysterious person to ascertain their next destination. Yu felt a surge of elation. Excellent work. Thank you. Please keep me informed of any new developments. After hanging up, Yu shared the news with Su Yao, who exclaimed, "It seems the police's efforts are yielding results. Perhaps through this mysterious individual, we can uncover more leads on the antagonist." Yu nodded, hoping for the best. Yet cautioned, "We must remain vigilant. The antagonist will not remain idle, and they may have further plans." Indeed, it wasn't long before the police relayed additional updates. During their investigation into the antagonist's criminal network, they had uncovered new leads. It appeared that the antagonist had engaged in illicit commercial transactions, colluding with unscrupulous businessmen to exploit substantial profits. The police had identified several key illicit traders and were poised to initiate an investigation against them. Upon learning this news, Yu and Su Yao promptly provided the police with any information they possessed regarding these unscrupulous merchants. Yu remarked, "I recall one unscrupulous merchant who once crossed paths with me during a business event. His demeanor struck me as rather dubious at the time. I possess several commercial documents pertaining to him, which may prove beneficial to the police investigation." With that, Yu retrieved a stack of documents from his study and presented them to the authorities. The police meticulously analyzed the documents provided by Yu, uncovering crucial transaction records and correspondence that further corroborated the collusion between these illicit merchants and the antagonists. The head of the task force addressed Yu and Su Yao, stating, "The information you have supplied is of paramount importance and has significantly advanced our investigation. We will intensify our efforts based on these leads to ensure the swift apprehension of the villains." However, as the police delved deeper into their inquiry, it appeared that the antagonists had sensed the looming danger. They began to implement countermeasures aimed at obstructing the police investigation. Key individuals under surveillance suddenly adopted a more cautious demeanor, refraining from engaging with the outside world. Meanwhile, the unscrupulous merchants commenced the destruction of vital evidence, thereby complicating the police's investigative efforts. Upon learning of these developments, Yu and Su Yao convened with the police to strategize their response. Yu stated, "It seems the antagonists have become aware of the police's movements. They are now on guard. We cannot allow them to prevail. We must devise a method to breach their defenses." Su Yao contemplated for a moment before suggesting, "We could focus on the wavering individuals. They might possess valuable insider information about the villains. Furthermore, they may be hesitating at this juncture, and we could attempt to persuade them to align with us." The police found Su Yao's suggestion to be feasible. Thus, Yu and Su Yao initiated contact with several wavering individuals who had previously interacted with the antagonists, clarifying the situation to them and promising protection and incentives. After considerable effort, some wavering individuals finally relented, providing Yu and Su Yao with critical information regarding the antagonists. This information afforded the police a clearer understanding of the antagonist's criminal network, leading to new advancements in the investigation. Based on the leads provided by the wavering individuals, the police located a clandestine hideout of the antagonists on the outskirts of the city, which housed significant incriminating evidence. The police promptly organized a raid on this secret location, successfully confiscating the evidence. As the accumulation of evidence and the investigation progressed, the police's understanding of the antagonist's criminal activities became increasingly lucid. However, the antagonists wielded substantial power, possessing considerable influence within society, and there remained covert forces yet to surface. Would the police succeed in apprehending the antagonists in their entirety? What unforeseen challenges would Yu and Su Yao face? All remained uncertain. Chapter 95. Progress in the investigation. The antagonists desperate to strike back. Yu and Su Yao sat in the dimly lit living room, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Officer Wang had just ended a phone call, and they were acutely aware that every subsequent step they took was fraught with peril. Yu grasped Su Yao's hand tightly, asserting, "No matter what, we must endure. Our family and our future hinge on this battle." Su Yao nodded slightly, a glimmer of determination in her eyes. "Indeed, we will prevail." Unbeknownst to them, however, in a shadowy corner of the city, the antagonists were plotting an even more audacious operation. Inside the police investigation headquarters, the walls were adorned with various clues and photographs, while tables overflowed with documentation. Officer Wang and the task force members huddled around a large map, engaged in fervent discussion. Officer Wang pointed to several marked locations on the map, his expression grave as he stated, "Through our recent investigations, we have gathered a wealth of critical leads. These locations are highly likely to be pivotal nodes within the antagonist criminal network. A young officer adjusted his glasses, excitedly chiming in, "Exactly. Moreover, we have uncovered concrete evidence of their collusion with certain unscrupulous merchants, sufficient to bring them to justice." A seasoned officer furrowed his brow, cautioning, "However, we must remain vigilant. The antagonists are certainly aware of our actions, and they may resort to desperate measures." Meanwhile, in an abandoned factory on the city's outskirts, the antagonists congregated in a dim and damp atmosphere, permeated by a rancid oil scent. Their leader, Zhao Hu, slammed his hand on the table, raising a cloud of dust, and growled, "The police are intensifying their efforts. We cannot remain idle. We must devise a plan to show them our strength while simultaneously thwarting Qin Yu and Su Yao's collaboration with the police." Beside him, Li Yu concurred indeed. "We could send someone to sabotage the project site overseen by Qin Yu, rendering their endeavors impossible. Additionally, we should arrange for an assassination attempt on Qin Yu and Su Yao. If they are eliminated, no one will be able to provide the police with leads." The group nodded in agreement, rapidly formulating a concrete action plan as a crisis quietly loomed. On Qin Yu and Su Yao's end, they dared not relax for a moment. Qin Yu paced the room, contemplating countermeasures. Su Yao sat on the sofa, her eyes fixated on the computer screen, which displayed relevant project information and security arrangements. Suddenly halting, Qin Yu declared, "We must bolster security at both the project site and our residence. Although the police are investigating, we cannot place all our hopes in their hands. We must be adequately prepared ourselves." Su Yao nodded in agreement. "I have contacted bodyguard Chun to deploy additional personnel. Furthermore, I have instructed Secretary Lin to prepare emergency supplies, just in case." Just then, Qin Yu's phone rang. It was Officer Wang. Speaking urgently, Officer Wang relayed, "We have received word that the antagonists may target your project and you personally. Exercise extreme caution. I will expedite the arrangement of police reinforcements. But you must also take preemptive security measures." A sense of urgency gripped Qin Yu as he replied, "Officer Wang, we understand. Thank you for the warning. We are already enhancing our security." After hanging up, Qin Yu shared the news with Su Yao, whose gaze hardened with resolve. "It seems our suspicions were correct. They indeed plan to act. We must accelerate our preparations and ensure they do not succeed." Subsequently, Qin Yu and Su Yao sprang into action. They arrived at the project site, where machinery roared and workers toiled diligently. Qin Yu approached the project supervisor, speaking earnestly, "Danger may be imminent. You must alert all workers to remain vigilant. Additionally, strengthen security patrols at the site according to our previously established emergency plan and erect barriers to prevent unauthorized entry." The supervisor nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood, boss. We will comply." Meanwhile, Su Yao inspected various security devices, ensuring their functionality. Gazing at the surveillance cameras and alarm systems, she silently prayed for everything to proceed smoothly. Upon returning to their residence, bodyguard Chun arrived with a cadre of well-trained security personnel. Chun reported to Qin Yu and Su Yao, "Boss, madam, I have brought the most elite team as per your request. We will conduct round-the-clock patrols to ensure the safety of your residents." Qin Yu patted Chen's shoulder, expressing gratitude. "I appreciate your efforts. We must ensure absolute security." Su Yao added, "Everyone must exercise caution. The antagonists will undoubtedly resort to ruthless measures." The bodyguards nodded resolutely, their expressions reflecting unwavering determination. Meanwhile, the antagonists were busily executing their plans. They split into two teams, one tasked with wreaking havoc at the project site, while the other advanced towards Qin Yu and Su Yao's residence. As they made their way to the construction site, a convoy of black vans sped through the night, their occupants masked and their gazes fierce. The leader gazed intently at the map in his hands and murmured, "Once we arrive at the location, show no mercy. Obliterate everything that can be destroyed." Meanwhile, the group stealthily approaching the residence of Qin Yu and Su Yao drew nearer, moving with the agility of phantoms as they glided through the darkness. One amongst them whispered, "This time, we must succeed. Otherwise, we'll all face dire consequences." The others nodded in agreement, their footsteps growing lighter as they advanced toward their target. In their residence, Qin Yu and Su Yao stood by the window, peering into the inky blackness of the night, their hearts brimming with vigilance. Qin Yu clenched his fists tightly, aware that an ambush could occur at any moment. "We must hold our ground," he asserted. Su Yao leaned against him, affirming, "Yes, we will surely overcome this ordeal." At that moment, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, as if foretelling an impending storm. The nefarious actions of their adversaries were about to unfold. Although Qin Yu and Su Yao remained on guard, the question loomed, could they successfully repel the impending assault and safeguard both the project and their own safety? Chapter 96, Prepared for Defense, Successfully Withstanding Attack. As the night deepened, the wind howled past their ears. Qin Yu and Su Yao remained fixated on the outside, every subtle sound heightening their tension. Suddenly, the roar of engines shattered the night's tranquility. "They're here," Qin Yu whispered. Su Yao inhaled sharply, gripping the walkie-talkie tightly. A thrilling confrontation was on the horizon. At the construction site, colossal cranes stood like silent sentinels, illuminated by the surrounding floodlights that rendered the area as bright as day. The workers had long since evacuated as per protocol, leaving only the security personnel on high alert. Clad in black uniforms and wielding batons, their vigilant eyes scanned the vicinity. At the entrance of the site, formidable barriers constructed from sturdy steel formed an impregnable fortress. Qin Yu communicated via the walkie-talkie with the head of security at the construction site, stating, "Everyone, stay alert. The enemy may arrive imminently. Proceed according to plan." The security chief replied, "Understood, boss. We shall hold our positions." The air was thick with tension, each person acutely aware of their own racing heartbeat. At Qin Yu's residence, the atmosphere was equally tense. An electric fence flickered ominously around the villa. Inside the security booth, two guards clutched their walkie-talkies, their eyes never straying from the surveillance screens. Within the villa, Su Yao and a cadre of bodyguards were strategically positioned, ready to address any unforeseen circumstances. Su Yao spoke into the walkie-talkie, instructing all teams, "Remain vigilant and report any anomalies immediately." The bodyguards acknowledged her command. Meanwhile, Qin Yu meticulously checked the weaponry, ensuring each firearm functioned flawlessly and every bullet was properly chambered. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from the direction of the construction site. A throng of individuals clad in black surged from several vans, brandishing clubs and storming towards the site with ferocity. "Prepare for battle," commanded the security chief. The security personnel swiftly formed a defensive line, confronting the oncoming black-clad assailants. Among the attackers, a figure resembling a leader bellowed, "Charge! Wreak havoc here!" The black-clad invaders surged forward like a tidal wave, clashing violently with the security team. The sound of clubs striking batons rang out, accompanied by shouts and curses. The surveillance footage from the construction site streamed live to the room where Qin Yu and Su Yao stood. Observing the chaos, Qin Yu urged through the walkie-talkie, "Everyone, hold steady. The police are on their way." Hearing his voice invigorated the security personnel, bolstering their resolve to resist the black-clad attackers. Outside Qin Yu's residence, another group of assailants stealthily approached, attempting to sever the electric fence in order to infiltrate the villa. However, their actions triggered the alarm system, and a piercing siren echoed throughout the premises. The bodyguards within the villa sprang into action, racing toward the source of the alarm. Realizing their cover was blown, the black-clad intruders abandoned stealth and brandished their weapons, engaging the bodyguards in combat. Gunfire erupted outside the villa, sparks flying amidst the fray. Su Yao hid in a corner of the room, monitoring the situation via the surveillance feed, silently praying for safety. As the fierce battle raged, the distant wail of police sirens pierced the air. Reinforcements had finally arrived. Officer Wong, leading a contingent of police officers, descended upon the construction site like avenging angels. Armed with his sidearm, Officer Wong shouted, "Freeze! Police!" The black-clad assailants, sensing their predicament, attempted to flee, but the police had encircled them. Outside Qin Yu's residence, the police swiftly joined the fray. Caught between the police and the bodyguards, the black-clad intruders gradually lost their will to resist. After a fierce struggle, the offensive from the adversaries was successfully repelled. The construction site lay in disarray, barriers twisted and deformed, with clubs and batons strewn across the ground. Though the security personnel bore injuries, victorious smiles adorned their faces. Qin Yu arrived at the construction site and surveyed the scene, his heart awash with emotion. He expressed gratitude to the security team and police, saying, "Thank you all. Without you, our project would have been in jeopardy." Su Yao also hurried from the villa to join Qin Yu. Looking into his eyes, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. "We did it," she said. However, they both understood that while they had successfully repelled this attack, the adversaries were not yet vanquished and would undoubtedly return. Standing amidst the construction site, Qin Yu and Su Yao gazed into the distance, contemplating how to eradicate the threat posed by their foes once and for all. At that moment, the clouds in the night sky began to disperse, a glimmer of dawn breaking through, as if heralding new challenges yet to come. Chapter 97. Unexpected developments as the police prepare to strike. As Qin Yu and Su Yao observed the construction site gradually returning to tranquility, their hearts remained taut with apprehension. Qin Yu turned to Su Yao and resolutely stated, "Although we have repelled them this time, they will not relent. We must collaborate closely with the police to find a definitive solution." Su Yao nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed. Tomorrow, We shall consult Officer Wong to determine our next steps. Together, they strode forth into the dawn, their steps resolute as they faced impending challenges. Early the next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon Qin Yu and Su Yao's faces. They arrived early at the Police Operation Command Center, where Officer Wong had been waiting. Inside, the walls were adorned with various maps and photographs, while the tables overflowed with documents. Staff members bustled to and fro, the ringing of phones and the clatter of keyboards creating a symphony of urgency. Upon spotting Qin Yu and Su Yao, Officer Wong approached with a serious expression, stating, "After several days of investigation, we have gathered sufficient evidence. The time to act is now, and we are prepared to launch a comprehensive operation against the adversaries today." Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. "At last, the day has come," Qin Yu exclaimed. "Let's hope we can resolve this turmoil once and for all." Su Yao clenched her fists in determination, affirming, "Yes, they have caused us far too much distress." The police gathered around a large map as Officer Wong pointed out various marked locations, elaborating on the capture plan. "We will split into multiple teams and strike simultaneously, aiming to net the adversaries in one fell swoop." Everyone nodded in agreement, confidence swelling within the group. However, just as the operation was about to commence, a frantic officer rushed in, anxiety etched across his face. "Not good, Officer Wong. It seems the adversaries have caught wind of our plan and are packing up to flee." Officer Wong's brow furrowed, his expression turning grave as he replied, "It appears our information has been compromised. We must urgently revise our capture strategy and expedite our actions." Qin Yu and Su Yao recognized the urgency of the situation, and Qin Yu quickly interjected, "Officer Wong, we have insights into the adversaries' tendencies. They may choose several escape routes. Allow me to point them out to you." Su Yao added, "Yes, we might be able to assist." Qin Yu swiftly approached the map, gesturing to several routes as he spoke. "Based on my understanding of them, these paths are rather concealed. It is highly likely they will opt for one of these." Su Yao nodded in agreement, supplementing the discussion with details regarding the villain's habitual patterns of movement. Officer Wong listened attentively, quickly making a decision. "All right, all teams take heed. Set up ambushes along the newly identified routes, and ensure we intercept them at critical junctions." The police personnel sprang into action, vehicles departing the command center in rapid succession, their sirens piercing the stillness of the air. Qin Yu and Su Yao followed Officer Wong into a police vehicle, proceeding to the scene to oversee operations. The atmosphere was taut with tension, every individual fixated on the scenery outside, poised to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. At the first critical intersection, the officers promptly established roadblocks, concealing themselves behind surrounding vehicles and structures. Armed and vigilant, they monitored the road intently. A palpable sense of oppression filled the air, reminiscent of the calm before a tempest. At another ambush point, the police cleverly utilized the nearby terrain to set traps, lurking in the shadows and patiently awaiting the villain's arrival. Time dragged on, each passing second stretching into an eternity. Seated in the police car, Qin Yu silently prayed for the operation's success. He turned to glance at Su Yao, noting her equally tense demeanor, though her eyes radiated unwavering determination. "Do not worry," Qin Yu whispered. "We shall surely prevail." Su Yao nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed. I trust the police, and I have faith in ourselves." Meanwhile, within the villain's hideout, chaos reigned. The criminals scrambled to gather their belongings, their curses filling the air. The leader barked orders. "Calm yourselves. Retreat according to the plan. If we are captured by the police, we are doomed." His subordinates echoed his sentiments, hastily loading crucial documents and valuables into vehicles. The engines roared to life as they sped off along various potential escape routes. On a narrow highway, a black van hurtled forward, the very vehicle of the villains. As they neared the ambush point, the police sprang into action. Roadblocks were swiftly erected, obstructing the vehicle's path. Officers surged forth from all directions, shouting, "Freeze! Police!" However, the villains did not surrender easily. They brandished their weapons, engaging the police in a fierce gunfight. Bullets whistled through the air, sparks flying in a cacophony of violence. Through their well-honed tactics and indomitable spirit, the police gradually began to gain the upper hand. On another route, the villain's vehicle encountered police interception as well. This time, however, the criminals appeared well prepared. They attempted to breach the roadblocks using their vehicle as a battering ram. Dust billowed into the air as the sounds of colliding vehicles reverberated loudly. Qin Yu and Su Yao, monitoring the situation from the command vehicle via radio, exchanged anxious glances. "Officer Wong, the situation seems dire. Some of the villains are resisting vigorously," Qin Yu reported, urgency lacing his tone. Officer Wong replied calmly, "Do not panic. We have ample manpower and will certainly regain control of the situation. All teams, ensure the success of the apprehension while also prioritizing your safety. As time passed, some of the villains' vehicles were successfully intercepted and several members were subdued by the police. Yet, amidst the turmoil, a few vehicles managed to slip through, fleeing in various directions. Chinyu scrutinized the map, his brow furrowed. They have headed east. There is another ambush point in that direction. Let us hope it can ensnare them. At the eastern ambush point, the police stood ready. When the fleeing villains' vehicles appeared, they launched their assault. Nevertheless, the criminals resisted fiercely, resulting in a stalemate. As twilight descended, the city was enveloped in darkness. The battle at the ambush point raged on, the sounds of gunfire and shouts echoing across the night sky. Qin Yu and Su Yao remained in the command vehicle, their hearts heavy with foreboding. They understood that although some villains had been apprehended, others remained at large, and the threat would persist until they were all captured. Officer Wang continued to direct the operations via radio, his voice revealing a hint of fatigue, but predominantly resolute. All teams, exert yourselves. We cannot allow them to escape. The police fought valiantly through the night, their silhouettes, illuminated by the lights and flames, appearing particularly valiant. Ultimately, through relentless effort, the majority of the villains' vehicles were intercepted and most of their members apprehended. Yet, a handful of vehicles vanished into the sprawling city under the cover of darkness. Qinyu and Su Yao watched the captured villains being loaded into police cars, their hearts devoid of joy, for they knew that danger had not yet been wholly averted. Officer Wang approached Qinyu and Su Yao, his expression one of regret. Though this operation yielded some success, we still allowed some villains to escape. We will continue the pursuit and ensure they do not elude justice. Qinyu patted Officer Wang's shoulder, stating, Officer Wang, you have done your utmost. Let's devise a plan together. Su Yao added, yes. We must remain vigilant and be prepared for any retaliation. As they journeyed back, Qinyu and Su Yao gazed out at the cityscape illuminated by night, their minds swirling with thoughts. They recognized that this battle was far from over, and the road ahead remained fraught with challenges. Yet, they firmly believed that through close collaboration with the police, they could ultimately eradicate the threat posed by the villains and usher in genuine tranquility. Chapter 98, A Full-Scale Pursuit of the Fugitives, Achieving Great Victory. The vehicle came to a gentle halt, and Qinyu and Su Yao alighted, gazing at the police station's edifice, their hearts a tumult of emotions. Qinyu clenched his fists and declared to Su Yao, we cannot permit these escaped villains the opportunity to wreak havoc again. Tomorrow, we shall confer with the family and ensure our collaboration with the police to bring them to justice. Su Yao nodded resolutely, and together they stepped into the night, their shadows cast long beneath the streetlights, proclaiming their unwavering resolve. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the window's crevice, softly illuminating Qinyu's face. He abruptly opened his eyes, swiftly rising from bed. Today, he and Su Yao would convene with the family to strategize the pursuit of the escaped villains. After a brief morning routine, Qinyu made his way to the living room, where Su Yao awaited, her expression resolute. They exchanged a glance, no words necessary, and proceeded to the family conference room together. Upon entering the meeting room, the family elders were already seated, with Officer Wang having arrived early. A solemn atmosphere pervaded the air, the lights casting the silhouettes of those present upon the floor, accentuating the gravity of the moment. Qinyu and Su Yao took their seats, and Officer Wang initiated the discussion. Currently, while the number of escaped villains is not large, they are familiar with the terrain and possess certain resources, making their capture a formidable challenge. One of the family elders furrowed his brow and spoke slowly. These villains are exceedingly cunning. We must devise a comprehensive plan. After a moment of contemplation, Qinyu suggested, I have numerous connections within the business community. Perhaps I can leverage them to gather clues regarding the potential hiding places of the escaped villains. Su Yao added, I can assist Qinyu while also monitoring the family internally to prevent any possible leaks. Officer Wang nodded in agreement. The police will also intensify their efforts, setting up checkpoints at various thoroughfares and utilizing surveillance systems to track their movements. The assembly engaged in a detailed discussion, meticulously deliberating each aspect of the pursuit plan. Outside, the occasional chirping of birds could be heard, yet it did little to alleviate the tension within the conference room. Once the discussions concluded, all parties swiftly mobilized. Qinyu returned to his office, promptly gathering his team to instruct them to reach out to various business partners and collect any leads regarding the escaped villains. The phones rang incessantly as his subordinates busily documented an array of information. Meanwhile, Su Yao initiated her investigation within the family, conversing with members one by one in search of potential risks. Concurrently, the police established an extensive net across the city. On the thoroughfare, Police vehicles flashed their lights as officers meticulously examined each passing car. In the surveillance room, staff members remained vigilant, fixating on the screens to ensure no suspicious figure escaped their notice. The entire city seemed to transform into a vast hunting ground, poised to ensnare the elusive villains. Here, Chinyu, after considerable effort, finally obtained a crucial lead from a business associate. According to the informant, several suspected fugitives had been sighted near an abandoned factory on the eastern outskirts of the city. Without hesitation, Chinyu relayed this information to Officer Wang. Officer Wang swiftly mobilized police forces and set off towards the desolate factory. Chinyu and Su Yao followed closely behind the authorities. Along the way, vehicles raced forward, the wind howling past their ears. Chinyu clenched his fists, his heart brimming with anticipation, hoping this time they would capture the fleeing adversaries. Meanwhile, Su Yao wore a serious expression, her gaze fixed intently on the window, ever prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Upon the police's arrival at the abandoned factory, a profound silence enveloped the area. The factory's entrance stood ajar, the rusted iron door creaking gently in the breeze, as if whispering tales of its storied past. Officer Wang gestured for the officers to disperse and cautiously advance into the factory's depths. Chinyu and Su Yao trailed behind the police, their heartbeats quickening involuntarily. As they entered the factory, a sharp scent of rust assaulted their senses. Dim light filtered through the broken roof, casting beams of light that danced with swirling dust motes. The police moved forward with caution, their eyes scanning the surroundings with acute vigilance. Suddenly, a faint noise echoed from ahead, reminiscent of someone shifting their feet. Officer Wang immediately signaled for everyone to halt. The officers swiftly concealed themselves, directing their weapons towards the source of the sound. Chinyu and Su Yao crouched behind a massive machine, scarcely daring to breathe. They could hear the rapid thumping of their own hearts, as if threatening to burst from their chests. As the footsteps drew nearer, a figure gradually emerged into view, a man clad in black, furtively glancing around. Just as he prepared to turn and flee, Officer Wang shouted, "Don't move, police." The man froze momentarily before bolting away. The police quickly pursued him, igniting an intense chase within the deserted factory. The sounds of footsteps and shouts intertwined in a cacophony. The man dashed forward, skillfully weaving through the labyrinth of machinery and debris. Yet, the officers, well-trained and relentless, remained hot on his trail. Chinyu and Su Yao, unwilling to be left behind, kept pace behind them. During the pursuit, several more figures emerged from the shadows, joining the fleeing throng. It became apparent that this location served as a temporary stronghold for the fugitives. A fierce confrontation ensued between the police and the villains, gunfire reverberating throughout the factory. Chinyu witnessed a villain preparing to fire at an officer. Without a moment's thought, he lunged forward, tackling the assailant to the ground. They grappled fiercely, Chinyu feeling the strength of the adversary, driven by a singular thought: he must not prevail. Su Yao, meanwhile, assisted the police, noticing a villain attempting to flank them. She urgently shouted, "Watch your back." The officers responded swiftly, subduing the rogue. After a fierce struggle, the police began to gain the upper hand, successfully apprehending most of the villainous members. As Chinyu and Su Yao observed the captured foes being led to police vehicles, a great weight lifted from their hearts. They exchanged relieved smiles, their efforts over the past few days not in vain. However, as the scene was being cleared, the police discovered that two of the villains had escaped amidst the chaos. Officer Wang furrowed his brow and remarked, "These two are cunning. We cannot let our guard down and must continue the pursuit." Chinyu nodded in agreement, stating, "Officer Wang, we will continue to assist the police. We must capture them." Su Yao affirmed resolutely, "Indeed, we cannot allow them another opportunity to threaten us." Although the majority of the villains had been apprehended, the presence of a few elusive ones posed a new challenge for Chinyu and Su Yao, leaving them to ponder how best to prevent further disturbances. Chapter 99, Project Advancement. Initial results emerge. Chinyu gazed into the distance, his eyes resolute as he declared, "No matter where these two hide, we will find them. The project cannot be further jeopardized, and our family's tranquility must remain intact." Su Yao took a deep breath and responded, "Indeed, we must be thoroughly prepared." With that, the two turned and entered the project office, where a new scheme was about to unfold. As they stepped into the project office, warm light enveloped them instantly. Project planning diagrams adorned the walls, filled with densely packed data and progress markers, resembling a blueprint waiting for them to continue inscribing their brilliance. Chinyu strode directly to the conference table, placing the documents down with a thud, his voice resonating as he proclaimed, "Though two villains remain at large, the external threats to the project have been temporarily alleviated. We must devote ourselves wholeheartedly to advancing the project. Su Yao nodded in agreement, her gaze sweeping over the planning diagrams, already formulating a clear strategy. In the days that followed, Qin Yu and Su Yao operated like a finely tuned clock, their momentum unyielding. At the project site, the roar of machinery filled the air as workers busily traversed their respective stations. Adorned with safety helmets, Qin Yu moved through various work areas, meticulously inspecting each facet, leaving no minute flaw unnoticed. At times he would crouch down to examine the equipment's operational status, the warmth emanating from the machines filtering through his gloves. At other times, he engaged fervently with technicians, his focused demeanor rendering the surrounding world inconsequential. Su Yao diligently recorded data nearby, the sound of paper and pen whispering together as she occasionally lifted her gaze to observe the site, ensuring everything adhered to the plan. Under their leadership, the project's progress accelerated significantly. The production line, once stagnant, sprang back to life, raw materials transforming into exquisite semi-finished products through the machine's processes. The air was thick with the scent of metal and a hint of machine oil, signaling the project's revival. Just as the project was making steady strides, a new partner joined their ranks. This newcomer, a prodigy in the business realm, possessed acute market insights and exceptional operational prowess. His arrival was akin to an invigorating boost for the project. Qin Yu and this new partner hit it off immediately, often engaging in discussions that lasted for hours, their ideas sparking brilliant exchanges. Through their collaborative efforts, the project achieved a series of significant milestones. After countless trials and refinements, product development reached fruition. When the first completed unit was unveiled before the gathered audience, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Its design was stylish and sophisticated, with flowing lines and a texture as smooth as jade. A gentle touch revealed its impeccably polished surface. Once activated, it operated with remarkable efficiency, nearly silent in its execution. Qin Yu gazed upon this culmination of their hard work, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Following this, the market promotion efforts commenced with great urgency. In a bustling commercial plaza, a grand product launch event attracted a multitude of spectators. The stage was aglow with radiant lights, and the product dazzled under the spotlight, exuding a unique charm. Below, media reporters wielded cameras, flashes igniting in rapid succession. Qin Yu stood confidently at the center of the stage, eloquently articulating the product's myriad advantages and innovations. His voice resonated through the plaza, drawing the attention of passers-by who paused to listen. As the marketing campaign deepened, the product's recognition steadily grew. In major shopping centers, crowds gathered around the display counters. Customers lavished praise, some inspecting the product closely to appreciate its exquisite craftsmanship, while others eagerly tried it out to experience its convenient features. Feedback flooded in like a tidal wave, overwhelmingly positive. Family members, witnessing the project's remarkable success, grew increasingly admiring and supportive of Qin Yu. During the family meeting, an elder, beaming with pride, remarked, "Qin Yu, you have truly rendered great service to our family this time." The success of this project has not only brought enormous economic benefits to our clan, but has also elevated our reputation within the business realm. The other members nodded in agreement, their gazes toward Qin Yu filled with admiration and trust. Humble in his response, Qin Yu replied, "This achievement is a collective effort. It is impossible without the support and assistance of everyone, especially Su Yao and our new partners, who have dedicated themselves to the project." Su Yao smiled and added, "We are a united team with a common goal, and I believe we will achieve even greater accomplishments in the future." However, despite the preliminary success of the project, the market competition was fierce. In the office, Qin Yu and Su Yao sat on the sofa, their expressions grave. Qin Yu glanced at the market research report, furrowing his brow. "Look, our competitors have already taken notice of our product. They surely will not sit idly by." Su Yao took the report, examining it closely. "Indeed, we must swiftly devise strategies to further expand the project's influence and solidify our achievements." The two fell into contemplation, the bustling city outside their window failing to dispel the concerns weighing heavily on their minds. Chapter 100. The Rise of Market Competition and the Underhanded Moves of Rivals. Qin Yu slowly rose and approached the window, gazing at the vibrant street below, resolutely declaring, "No matter how intense the competition may be, we cannot falter. Tomorrow, we shall commence our actions to ensure our project firmly establishes its presence in the market." Su Yao and the new partners exchanged determined glances and chorused, "Yes, we will strive together." The atmosphere in the office was tense, yet brimming with resolve, as a battle against market competition was about to commence. On the following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, casting a warm glow on Qin Yu's desk. He had arrived early at the office, meticulously organizing project materials in preparation for the impending market competition. Su Yao soon rushed in, clutching a stack of documents, her expression somewhat grave. I have just received word that our project's results have caught the attention of some competitors in the market. They appear to be secretly plotting competitive strategies against us, she stated, placing the documents on the table. Qin frowned slightly as he picked up the file and scrutinized its contents. The documents detailed various unusual market dynamics, indicating that competitors had begun to take action. It seems we must hasten our pace, Qin asserted, setting down the file. Let us conduct market research to ascertain the severity of the situation. The pair promptly departed the office, heading to the research venue. On the bustling commercial street, throngs of people moved about, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Yet, Qin Yu and Su Yao were too preoccupied to appreciate the lively scene. Their focus fixed on similar products in various shops and the reactions of consumers. Within a large shopping mall, they overheard a conversation between two customers. Have you heard? There seem to be some issues with that project lately. I heard the quality isn't very good, one customer whispered. Really? I was planning to buy it. But now I'll have to reconsider, the other responded. Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged a worried glance, their hearts sinking. Clearly, some negative news had begun to circulate in the market, adversely affecting the project's image. As they continued their market research, they discovered an increasing number of similar negative remarks. The situation was far graver than they had anticipated. Upon returning to the project office, Qin Yu and Su Yao felt an unusual heaviness in their hearts. Their new partner had also arrived, and the three gathered around the conference table to discuss countermeasures. These negative reports are certainly not baseless. They must have been deliberately spread by our competitors, Qin Yu analyzed. They aim to undermine our project and diminish our market share. Indeed, we cannot remain passive, Su Yao nodded in agreement. It is imperative that we take swift action to mitigate the impact of these negative reports. After much deliberation, they decided to divide their efforts. Qin Yu would focus on gathering evidence to counterattack the competitors and expose their schemes, while Su Yao would issue a statement to clarify the facts and explain the true situation of the project to the public. Their new partner would assist Qin Yu, utilizing his network to gather more information on the competitors. Qin Yu and the new partner immediately sprang into action, reaching out to numerous relevant individuals and examining a wealth of materials to uncover evidence of the competitors' dissemination of negative news. They encountered numerous challenges along the way. Some individuals, fearing retribution from competitors, were reluctant to share information, while other data appeared to be deliberately concealed or destroyed. Nevertheless, Qin Yu and his partner persevered in their quest for clues. Meanwhile, Su Yao anxiously composed the statement in the office, carefully selecting her words to convey the project's true status in the most precise and sincere manner. Once completed, she disseminated the statement through various channels, hoping to quell the turmoil swiftly. However, the situation did not unfold as they had hoped. The competitors seemed to have anticipated their moves, following Su Yao's public statement. Rather than halting their actions, they escalated their efforts, continuing to spread even more negative news. In no time, public sentiment regarding Qin Yu's project grew increasingly unfavorable. Once again, Qin Yu and Su Yao convened in the office, their spirits weighed down as they observed the rising tide of negative sentiment data. These competitors are too cunning. They always seem to be one step ahead of our responses, Su Yao lamented. It's all right. We cannot be defeated by them, Qin Yu asserted, clenching his fists with determination. We shall continue to seek evidence. Once we have irrefutable proof, they will have no choice but to concede. Just then, their new partner hurried into the office, a document in hand, excitement illuminating his face. I have uncovered some crucial leads, he exclaimed, handing the file to Qin Yu. This contains evidence of the competitors colluding with certain unscrupulous media outlets. They're using these channels to disseminate negative information. Qin Yu took the file and examined it closely, a smile gradually spreading across his face. Excellent. This could be the key to our counterattack. Inju, Su Yao, and their new partner immediately began to organize and analyze the leads, preparing to use this information as leverage to deliver a decisive blow to their competitors. However, just as they were ready to take the next step, they discovered that the negative news was still proliferating, manifesting in increasingly diverse forms. It was not only circulating online, but had also begun to spread in certain physical venues. The competitors continued to launch their assaults, and the situation grew increasingly dire. Whether Qin Yu and Su Yao could successfully navigate this challenge and uphold the project's positive image remained uncertain. The atmosphere in the office became heavy once more, as the trio fell into deep contemplation, pondering their next move to break through the impasse.